Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 225 to Chapter 247. But what? Nian Bing asked doubtfully. Garamandes chuckled and said, but before they came, we had already communicated with Lord Dragon God. We told your idea to Lord Dragon God, and after careful consideration, we decided to help you. After all, we are brothers, not enemies. What's more, everything you said was exactly what Lord Dragon God was worried about. Therefore, things went a lot smoother. Nian Bing felt a warmth in her heart. The Dragon King and the Dragon King loved her like an elder. On the battlefield at that time, the Dragon King was indeed a force that could change the whole situation. Garamandes laughed and said, "Don't look at me with such grateful eyes. I won't like you. My sexual orientation is very normal." Nian Bing's face stiffened. Go to hell. After saying these 3 words, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other and laugh loudly. Garamandes said, "You more or less know what kind of character the gods of that world were. Not only were they selfish, but they were also very arrogant. Especially after coming to the continent of Yangon, they didn't encounter any resistance. Each of them was like a heifer that had grown wings. They unanimously asked the Lord God to be the vanguard, and said that with their strength, they could completely solve the problem. Although we didn't know what kind of power you had in your hands, we understood the strength of you and Halogen. In addition, Feng Nu and the others, as well as the Ice Moon Empire, who had a good relationship with you, might not be at a disadvantage. Naturally, we didn't stop them from being foolish and let them be. Sure enough, when they rushed over aggressively that day, we watched from afar. We saw you show off your invincible might and kill them until they couldn't do anything at all. I've seen the god-killing crossbow you designed. It's really powerful. If we faced it head-on, even we might not have a good result." Later, when the 2 Lord Gods saw that they couldn't take the situation, they couldn't hold on any longer. We have already discussed this with Feng Nu and the others in advance. The moment we appear, they will appear at the same time. In this stalemate, a few of the gods were killed by Feng Nu and Chen Chen, and we didn't have the strength to defeat you in this stalemate. We had to stall for time so that the 2 master gods had to come out. Actually, it was already too late for us to make a move. If it wasn't for your sudden mutation, I'm afraid we would have officially betrayed the continent of gods. Nian Bing naturally understood the meaning behind Garamandes' words. If the situation at that time had not improved, the 7 Dragon Kings would have joined forces with their own people to attack the 2 lords. Of course, they were afraid that the gods would destroy the Yangon continent in the future, but wasn't it also for themselves? Where could he find such a brother? Garamandes chuckled. You're becoming more and more monstrous, kid. You're even more monstrous than we thought. You can even insta-kill a master god. However, we didn't see how you did it. Nian Bing smiled. Naturally, it's the spiritual energy in the Tianyan acupoint. Big brother, you should have heard of spiritual energy materialization attacks, right? Garamandes was surprised. You're saying? That golden light you unleashed at that time was spiritual energy? No wonder. No wonder even the god of sorrows Huangji acupoint couldn't resist your attack. After all, that's the power of 2 domains. Nian Bing nodded. Spiritual energy attacks are very sudden. However, if that master god was prepared, I might not have been able to kill him so easily. The funny thing is that the god of sorrow was actually so scared by my spiritual energy materialization attacks that he was willing to explode his Huangji acupoint. Furthermore, he only set up a barrier and didn't attack me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been in trouble. A rank 14 Earth god is really not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, only 2 came this time, and they cherished their lives so much. Big brother, what happened after I fainted? Did Miorda's seal break? Garamandes's expression became serious. He nodded and said, the seal was successfully broken. From that day onwards, we don't know about other places. In any case, the Ice Moon Empire has been in a state of slight earthquake. If my guess is correct, the lost continent has already returned. We have been waiting for you to wake up, so we immediately rushed over to take a look. Also, that little girl who cast the spell that day fainted after the spell ended. That evil moon gave us a huge shock. His wife died in order to save his daughter. After seeing his wife die, he actually changed into a different person. At first, I didn't believe that he would suddenly change so much, thinking that he had some kind of conspiracy. But later, he cut off his arm and gave it to Kathy. Only then did I understand that he really regretted it. Nianbing said in surprise, Evil Moon regretted it? Then who became the master of the lost continent? Garamendi shrugged his shoulders and said, we don't know. Now, none of us have figured out the specific situation at that time. Because only that little girl called Yuyu could completely feel the changes when the seal was broken. Perhaps we can only wait for her to wake up from her deep sleep before we can get the answer. At least on the surface, it seems that no one has obtained the legendary master of the lost continent. Oh, by the way, do you know what was in the arm that Evil Moon gave to Kathy? That guy is really insidious. Fortunately, his temperament changed at that time. Otherwise, it's hard to predict what would happen in the end. Nianbing's heart was moved. She had felt that Evil Moon should be hiding something, but she couldn't figure out how strong he was. Hearing Garamandes' words, she hurriedly asked, what is it? Garamandes said in a deep voice, that thing is very scary. I'm afraid you haven't heard of it. Even I have seen it for the first time. If Cathiosis didn't originally belong to the Dark World, I'm afraid we wouldn't know the origin of that thing. Evil Moon destroyed his arm and planted a special seed in it. This thing feeds on his essence and blood every day. It's called the magic seed. After thousands of years of cultivation, the magic seed gradually grew a strange plant. This plant has no offensive power. However, during the process of its growth, it would produce an extremely special venom. Other than the master who nurtured it, any other creature that came into contact with it would definitely die. You could understand it as a corrosive venom, but the strength of this venom was unstoppable by anything. Anything. Nianbing's heart was moved, and she said, even magic and fighting energy can't do it? Garamandes nodded solemnly and said, yes, magic and fighting energy can't do it. That thing can corrode anything, including energy. Once Evil Moon explodes his arm, he releases that venom. Within a certain range, wherever the venom passes, nothing can stop it. Even our dragon scales can't do it. Moreover, the most vicious thing about this venom is that once it touches your body, you won't even have a chance to cut off your arm. It only takes a moment for your body to completely disappear. And the venom will also disappear at the same time. This kind of extreme and evil venom is completely destructive. Nianbing sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that with Evil Moon's strength, once the venom exploded in that situation, she was afraid that no one could survive on the field except for himself. He cultivated this evil thing for thousands of years at the cost of his own body. Perhaps only this master of the evil world could do it. Garamandes smiled and said, so, this thing can't even be stored. It can only be safe in Evil Moon's arm. Now, Kathy is thinking about how to deal with Evil Moon's evil hand. Alas, this thing is simply a hot potato. No matter where it is, it's hard to be at ease. Unless it's used to destroy. Nianbing's eyes flashed coldly and said, this thing of Evil Moon was originally used to deal with the gods. Then, let's fulfill his wish. The lost continent has returned. It has become a bridge between the godly mainland and the Yangon continent. The king god has escaped, and I'm afraid they won't let it go easily. I think we should go to the lost continent as soon as possible and see the situation there. In fact, I've always been a little worried about the situation of the lost continent. If it develops like it did during the War of the Gods 10,000 years ago, today, after 10,000 years, their horror is not less than that of the godly mainland. Now, I just hope that the people of the lost continent can be more rational than those gods. Although the lost continent has returned, our plan can be said to have failed. The failure he referred to was that he couldn't become the master of the lost continent. Now, the lost continent was equivalent to being out of control. Feng suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. I think the legend of the lost continent is not necessarily false. Perhaps, the real master of the lost continent has already appeared. Nianbing looked at Feng, and Feng was also looking at him. His brain, which had recovered from the coma, was operating at high speed. Nianbing immediately understood who Feng was referring to. He nodded and said, you're right. The girl who launched the spell is most likely to become the new master of the lost continent. However, she is the daughter of Evil Moon. Evil Moon has already awakened, but, Feng Nu sighed softly and said, you don't need to worry too much about this. When we brought her back, she also had a companion called Ping Chao, who is a vampire count. Although Ping Chao is a vampire, his evil aura is not strong. We talked with him and also learned what happened between Evil Moon and his daughter. This months of evil was really vicious. The spell he got needed a Sanctus of Absolutine to complete. In order to complete the spell, he deliberately gave birth to his daughter, Yu, with the vampire queen. Not long ago, he forced his own daughter to be a sacrifice to complete the spell. According to Ping Chao, although Yu is usually a little childish, she did not inherit her father's evil. So, when Yu wakes up, I think we should have a good talk with her and listen to her feelings about the lost continent. Nian Bing sighed and said, another poor child. Although she has parents, it's better not to have them. Hearing Yu's experience, he couldn't help but think of himself in his childhood. He suddenly had a good impression of Yu. It was not the first time he saw Yu. That time, when Yu and Kitty had a conflict, he just happened to arrive. Although they only met face to face, with his memory, he still remembered Yu's appearance. Garamandes said, let's wait for 3 more days. If this Yu girl still doesn't wake up, we can only take her to the edge of the lost continent to have a look. I don't know whether our choice is right or not, but the war between the lost continent and the godly continent is inevitable. Nian Bing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Feng Nu, that day, Big Brother Halogen was knocked out. How is he now? Feng Nu smiled and said, don't worry, Big Brother Halogen's armor defense is very strong. He's fine. Before returning to Ice Moon City, he had already woken up. Now his injury has already recovered. Right now, the only person who isn't worried about the lost continent is him. These few days, he's been extremely excited. If it wasn't for the fact that you're still unconscious, I think he would have already run to the lost continent. Nian Bing sighed in relief and said, Chen, I'll have to trouble you to go to the Imperial Palace and ask Yan Feng about the situation at the Tiandang mountain range for me. I'll go see that. Yu girl now. As he said that, he took out the keepsake that Yan Feng gave him from the spatial ring and handed it to Lan Chen. Lan Chen nodded and turned to leave. Nian Bing stood up and moved his body again. Under the lead of Feng Nu and Garamandes, he walked towards the room where Yu was staying. The place where they were staying was a big hotel. When they first returned to Ice Moon City, because of the special identity of the 7 Dragon Kings and the fact that Nian Bing's subordinates were from the Blood Lion sect, Bing Ling made the decision to book the entire hotel and temporarily stay here. After more than 10 days, the slight earthquake had already disappeared. Because Bing Ling was worried about her son's safety, he didn't return to the Ice God Tower. This time, when she brought people out, the funny thing was that she actually left her husband, Nian Bing's father, Rong Tian, in the Ice God Tower with some junior disciples to guard there. One had to know that Rong Tian was a fire magician. Yu stayed in a dark room. This was specially requested by Ping Chao. They were people who lived in the dark and were very sensitive to sunlight. If they were exposed to too much sunlight, it would cause quite a bit of damage to their bodies. When Nian Bing and the other 2 knocked on the door, the one who opened the door was actually Kitty. When Kitty saw that Nian Bing had woken up, she immediately became as happy as a little bird. She chattered non-stop, causing Nian Bing to feel awkward. On the other hand, Feng Nu didn't intend to help her. She smiled as she looked at the kitty who had already matured into a young lady but still had a childish temper and acted coquettishly with Nian Bing. Garamandes rubbed Kitty's head and said, little girl, you must be proud of yourself now. You actually killed 6 gods in one go. There was even a 13th level expert among them. Facts have proven that you have already taken over your father's position as the #1 summoning magician on the continent. When she heard Garamandes mention her father, the smile on Kitty's face immediately disappeared. She lowered her head and said, I have finally avenged my father and mother. Those people who killed them have already been killed by my little pets. I think my father will be very happy when he finds out. Nian Bing hugged Kitty's shoulder and consoled her, Kitty, be good, don't be sad. Uncle Hillard also hopes that you will always be happy. Be happy. Kitty lightly nodded and suddenly said, "Oh, right, Nianbing Gij. My father is no longer here. I am the only one left in the white race. According to our contract with the dragons, I can also choose one of the 7 Dragon King to be my companion. I have already made my choice." Nianbing looked at her in surprise. Kitty was already strong enough. The strength of her summons added together was extremely terrifying. Especially with the assistance of the fox's magic, if a Dragon King was added to the mix, she might directly rise to the 14th level. Then who will Kitty choose? Kitty giggled and said, "I can't choose Uncle Katerios. He is the future dragon god. And I can't choose Aunt Demanteti either. She can't leave Uncle Katerios. I also can't choose Uncle Katerios. He has already helped us white race a lot. It's time for him to rest. Aunt Sasaris is too cold. Kitty is a bit afraid of her. As for Big Fatso, he looks like he can eat a lot. Kitty is afraid that he will eat me poor. Uncle Garamandes has a wife, so I can't choose him. Naturally, I will choose the remaining one." Nianbing laughed and said, "Kitty. You call the Dragon King uncles, but now I call them big brothers. Isn't our seniority a bit messy?" "Wow. What did you say? Don't tell me you chose that Space Dragon King Kadiris who likes to sow discord?" He looked at Kitty in surprise. The weakest of the 7 Dragon Kings is Kadiris. This Space Dragon King only has the ability to escape. He is the strongest of the 7 Dragon Kings. Thinking that Kadiris' degree of lasciviousness is not inferior to Fox, Nianbing thought of those filthy men who specialize in seducing little girls. Garamandes looked at Nianbing with a smile that is not a smile and said, "Brother, don't think that your precious little sister is at a disadvantage. Actually, the one who is at a disadvantage is that guy Kadiris. You didn't see it. These few days, that lazy guy Kadiris was tortured by Kitty to the point that he wants to die." Nianbing looked at Garamandes in surprise. But Kitty said with some embarrassment, Actually, I didn't do anything. Uncle Kadiris is very good to me. Whatever I tell him to do, he will do it. Moreover, we should have signed an equal contract, but he was careless. At that time, he was too excited. He said the wrong incantation, and it became a master-slave contract. He became a pet like my little pets." Nianbing opened her eyes wide. No way, Kadiris even made this kind of mistake? Actually, Kadiris was too excited at that time. When he heard that such a beautiful little girl like Kitty had chosen him, he was too excited. When he was chanting the incantation, he didn't pay too much attention. In a short while, the equal contract became a master-slave contract. He became Kitty's real pet, and not her partner. These few days, Kadiris was depressed to death. One must know that under the effect of the master-slave contract, he had already lost his freedom. As long as Kitty was willing, she could make him do anything. He had no ability to resist. Garamandes laughed. Kadiris, that guy Kadiris deserved it. Who told him to be too excited? His mind was full of filth. This time, it was time for him to suffer a little. With the restriction of the master-slave contract, even if he becomes a member of the evil world, he can't harm his master. This time, you can rest assured. Let's go, we will go in and see Yuyu. When everyone arrived at the inner room, Ping Chao, who was sitting on the bed, hastily stood up. His tall stature was somewhat reserved, and his expression when looking at Nianbing was somewhat strange. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on him. When he learned that Nianbing had destroyed 2 main gods by herself, Nianbing's appearance naturally gave him an invisible pressure. Nianbing walked to Ping Chao's side and looked at Yuyu, who was lying on the bed. Yuyu was lying there, her expression was very calm. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were long, her face was rosy, and her chest was slightly moving up and down, showing that she was still alive. Her current appearance was very peaceful. Nianbing's psychic power swept Yuyu's body through the Tianyan acupoint, and immediately sensed a strange energy emitting from Yuyu's body. His psychic power was unexpectedly unable to penetrate her body. He couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. How is she? Is there still no sign of her waking up? Nianbing asked Ping Chao. Ping Chao sighed, and said, since the completion of the incantation that day, she has been like this. Occasionally, she would let out some sleep-talking sounds, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. Your people have already tried several times to use their energy to wake her up. However, there seems to be an invisible energy inside Yu's body, preventing your people from transferring their energy into her body. Nianbing nodded, and said, it seems that she has to wake up on her own. Ping Chao seemed to want to say something, but didn't say it. He looked at Nianbing with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Nianbing smiled, and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Everyone is here. I don't treat you as an enemy. Even Xiaoyu can repent, let alone you. The evil aura on your body is not heavy, so you shouldn't have done too many outrageous things. I can see that you are very concerned about Yu. Ping Chao nodded and said, I've watched Yu grow up since she was a child. She should have called me uncle. She should have called me by my name. After all, I am the servant of the demon lord. However, since Yu has the ability to speak, she has always been willing to call me big brother. I really miss the way she used to call me. This time, the blow Yu received was too big. Before she opened the seal, I could feel the despair in her heart. She was completely disappointed in her parents. Now, Sina is dead, and the demon lord is gone. I am afraid that she will not be able to bear it when she wakes up. Nianbing, you are Nianbing, right? I hope that if Yu wakes up, you will let us leave. You can rest assured that we will not do anything evil. Can you? Nianbing looked at Ping Chao's urgent eyes. He smiled faintly and said, what's wrong with that? I don't have the right to restrict your freedom. However, there is one thing I have to say in advance. Miorda's sealing bottle opened under Yu's incantation. The lost continent should have returned to this world. I hope that after Yu wakes up, you can persuade her to tell us the situation at that time. The lost continent for our Yangon continent, we don't know whether it is a disaster or a blessing. We must be prepared first. Then, you can leave. We won't stop you. Ping Chao thought for a moment. Said, I can't promise you this. If Yu doesn't want to say it, how can I force her? I can only say that I will try to persuade her. We are different. You belong to the righteous, and we are evil. Nianbing interrupted Ping Chao's words, what is righteousness? What is evil? Under certain conditions. Justice and evil can transform each other. I have never looked down on you. I also hope that you can value yourself. Evil Moon is gone, and you have no intention to continue his evil career. Under this premise, I think we can be friends. Ping Chao looked at Nianbing in surprise. Nianbing also looked at him with a smile. He saw sincerity from the smile, sincerity without any impurities. With a sigh, Ping Chao said, perhaps, Yu is right. I should not belong to the dark world. Thank you, friend. You have calmed my heart a lot. As he said, he reached out his hand to Nianbing. However, when he saw the pitch-black nails on his hand, he instinctively retracted his hand. However, at this moment, Nianbing's strong hand had already grabbed his cold hand. Believe me, we will become friends. Let's wait for Yu to wake up. It's over. For you, what you will face is a new beginning. You and Yu will be reborn, won't you? Ping Chao smiled. After coming here, his face showed a smile for the first time. Thank you. As long as Yu can wake up, it will be the greatest gift from God to me. Yes. We have been reborn. We no longer belong to anyone but ourselves. Nianbing looked at Ping Chao's smile and knew that he must have untied some knot in his heart. When Ping Chao looked at Yu, he saw a kind of look similar to his own. This kind of look only appeared when he looked at his wife. Taking a step forward, Nianbing sat down on Yu's bed. Kitty came to his side and whispered, Nianbing Gij, you have to find a way to save her. Let her wake up quickly. Nianbing looked at Kitty and said with a smile, I remember that you two had a fight. Don't you hate her? Kitty shook her head and said, I only hate those murderers who killed our people. Yu is so pitiful. She and Kitty are the same. They don't have a father and a mother. How can I hate her? I just hope that she can wake up soon. Kitty's kindness touched the hearts of everyone present. Nianbing took Yu's hand and held her wrist. He didn't inject his innate chi or his own magic elements. He slowly closed his eyes, and a soft green light gradually lit up on his chest. Including Ping Chao, everyone in the room clearly felt a very comfortable feeling. It was as if a warm spring breeze was blowing on their bodies. That warm feeling instantly spread all over their bodies. After a while, their bodies showed different degrees of changes. Ping Chao felt it the most. Because he hadn't sucked blood for many days, he was now very weak. But in this breath full of life, the discomfort in his body disappeared in an instant. It was a strange feeling. Everything around him became so beautiful. The soft green light enveloped Nianbing's body. Nianbing didn't directly inject it into Yuyu's body. Instead, he controlled the green qi to surround Yuyu's body, and carefully penetrated her body through her skin. No matter what kind of energy a person cultivated, as long as they were living creatures, the breath of life was very important to them. Only the undead would be afraid of this kind of pure life energy. When everyone in the room felt the breath full of life, Yuyu's body suddenly trembled. Her hand, which was held by Nianbing, suddenly grabbed Nianbing's wrist. Her long fingernails pierced Nianbing's skin. Fortunately, Nianbing's skin was extremely tough. It was only sunken, but not damaged. Ah! Brother Ping Chao, Mom, don't die. In the exclamation, Yuyu suddenly sat up. Her eyes were full of fear, and her forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat in an instant. Ping Chao hurried forward, resisting the excitement in his heart. He took Yuyu's hand from Nianbing and said softly, Yuyu, Brother Ping Chao is here, I'm here. How are you? Are you better? Yuyu's chest rose and fell quickly. Her lifeless eyes gradually recovered some spirit. Looking at Ping Chao beside her, and then looking at Nianbing and others in front of the bed, her mind was quickly recovering. Garamandes just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Nianbing. Nianbing whispered, she just woke up. Let her rest for a while. Let's go back first. Yuyu's mental state was not very good. Besides, Nianbing hoped that Ping Chao could persuade her to tell what happened at that time. Now was not the time to be anxious. Garamandes nodded. The two people, Feng Nu and Kitty, were just about to leave when they heard Yuyu's cold voice. Don't go, I have something to say. Nianbing looked back at Yuyu and saw that her eyes had calmed down. Her hands were holding Ping Chao's big hand tightly. She looked at Nianbing and others and said, what about my father? Was he killed by you? Nianbing asked, if I told you that Evil Moon had been killed by us, what would you do? A smile appeared on Yuyu's face, and she gave an incredible answer. I would be very happy. He shouldn't have existed in this world. Nianbing shuddered, do you hate him that much? Yuyu faintly said, I have repaid what I owed him. He gave me life, and I also used my life to help him once. Between us, we don't owe each other anything. I have nothing to do with him. If there is anything, there is only hatred. Mother died to protect me. If it weren't for him, Mother wouldn't have died. Until that moment, I didn't know that Mother loved me. Nianbing sighed, it seems that your memory is only retained at the time of your mother's death. You said you have something to say, what do you want to say to us? Yuyu gradually calmed down, and faintly said, you cooperated with my father for the sake of the lost continent. No matter what your purpose is, I think you want to know the situation of the lost continent. And the real situation, I'm afraid only I know. I'll tell you now. Wait a minute. Garamandes suddenly stopped Yuyu from speaking. Looking at Yuyu's murderous eyes, he said, girl, before you speak, let me tell you what happened after you fell into a coma. Maybe it will be good for you. At that moment, he told Yushiyua's last words, as well as the fact that he gave the arm with the magic seed to Cateriosis in detail. When Garamandes talked about the few words that Shiyue said before he left, Yuyu's expression changed slightly. There was a bit of sadness in the coldness. He said that? He actually gave up what he wanted most? Yuyu's eyes were full of doubts. Garamandes said, I didn't want to believe your father at first, but everything I said is true. This can't be changed. Yuyu indifferently said, so what? He has already done it. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Can he let my mother be reborn? Ping Chao clenched Yu Yu's hand and whispered, Yu, don't be like this. I think the demon lord must have thought it through. Yu shook her head, and said, whether he thinks it through or not has nothing to do with me. From the moment I started to chant the first incantation, I was no longer his daughter. Now, I'm an orphan without parents. Brother Pingxiong, do you still want me? Yes. Of course. Unless I die, otherwise, I will always be by your side to protect you. Ping Chao excitedly held Yu tightly, as if he wanted to use his heart to warm Yu's cold aura. Yu's spirit was lifted up a little, and she gently broke free from Ping Chao's arms. He looked at Nianbing and said, perhaps you are wondering why I took the initiative to tell you what I know. It was actually very simple. I need your help. Nianbing said, go ahead. I think I understand what you mean. Yu sat up on the bed. He looked straight at Nianbing said, the lost continent has returned. After the incantation ended, the seal was gently released. Right now, I was also wondering why the continent of gods had used so much energy to send it away. How could it return just by unlocking a seal? But now I know. Because, after the incantation ended, I wasn't really in a coma. Instead, I received information from the lost continent. I don't know where the information came from, but I saw the changes of the lost continent in the past 10,000 years, as well as the scene when it left our world 10,000 years ago. Everyone's attention was focused. No one disturbed Yu. Silence as they listened to her. 10,000 years ago. I don't know where the continent of gods gathered such a huge amount of energy. They actually opened the door of time and forcibly removed the entire lost continent from our world. However, the amount of energy required to transfer a large continent was too large. Therefore, the people of the godly mainland could only seal the gate of time the moment the lost continent was sent away, allowing the lost continent to stay in another world. However, it kept pacing back and forth outside the gate of time, pacing back and forth outside the seal. After all, it belongs to our world. There has always been a connection between our world and it is like a tough rope that has been pulling the lost continent. It is only because of the obstruction of the seal that it can't be pulled back. And Miorda's bottle of sealing is the key to opening this seal. Maybe you don't believe it, but the current me doesn't have a trace of blood in my body. All of my blood essence is needed to open Miorda's bottle of sealing. Nianbing said in surprise, is it the red light ball that condensed in front of you? Yu nodded and said, that's right, it is that light ball. However, I didn't die. My blood became a sacrifice, but my body received the energy that returned when the seal was broken. Now, the energy is my blood. It can be said that in that incantation, I went through a process of rebirth. After the seal was finally opened, there was nothing that could stop the lost continent from returning. Therefore, it came back. Under the invisible guidance, it returned to our world. In the past, I heard Evil Moon talk about the Great War of the Gods. If you are worried that the lost continent will be able to resist the continent of gods, but it will also bring trouble to the Yangon continent, then you are all wrong. Nianbing asked anxiously, why? Could it be that the lost continent? Yu said, that's right. The current lost continent is no longer the lost continent of the past. 10,000 years ago, the lost continent was a beautiful place. At that time, there were all kinds of strange creatures growing on the lost continent. Even the current Yangon continent can't change that scene. However, the Great War of the Gods destroyed the ecological balance of the lost continent. When the lost continent was sent to another world, it lost its support in our world. The remaining plants withered, the rivers dried up, and everything went from good to ugly. When I finished the incantation, images kept flashing in front of my eyes. I can confirm that it was everything that happened in the lost continent in the past 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the changes of the lost continent were shocking. The originally prosperous continent had become abnormally barren. Even a drop of water could become a treasure on the lost continent. After 10,000 years, the population of the lost continent not only didn't increase, but also kept decreasing. Only the strongest races and humans were able to survive. In the past 10,000 years, not only did the lost continent not develop into a power that could compete with the godly mainland, but it was also constantly declining. Their civilization was also gradually disappearing. Now, there wasn't even a single city on the lost continent. Only the last water source had a few creatures living there. Now that they have returned, the harsh environment has changed. However, I don't know how long it will take for them to recover their vitality. Silence, the room fell into silence. Nianbing's brain was working quickly. Through the heaven's eye acupuncture point, he knew that everything Yu said was from the bottom of her heart. There were no lies. He had thought of many situations after returning from the lost continent. He had also thought that it might decline, but from the information he got from Yu, the lost continent was not as simple as declining. In a short period of time, when the last water source disappeared, the lost continent would be destroyed. Perhaps, the lost continent would become a dead continent. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing forced himself to calm down. He looked at Yu and said, "So, you hope that we can help the lost continent? Is that so?" Yu smiled. Her smile was a little sad. Evil Moon tried so hard to become the master of the lost continent. I'm afraid that he never thought that the lost continent would only have a few tens of thousands of refugees left. Even survival would be a problem. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Nianbing sighed and said, "Your father isn't the only one who is laughable. Didn't we also think that the return of the lost continent would bring a period of peace to the Yangon continent? Didn't we also think that the return of the lost continent would bring peace to the Yangon continent? However, the place we return to is the bridge between the God's continent and the Yangon continent. Even ordinary God's continent could easily come to the Yangon continent. If I'm not wrong, you, who gave up all your essence blood for the return of the lost continent, have now become the true master of the lost continent." Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yes, you are very smart." When the images were over, I heard a voice. The voice said, "Welcome, our goddess." God, I hate this word, but I became the goddess of those tens of thousands of refugees. The last image was of my figure turning into an illusion and appearing in front of the remaining races of the lost continent. I saw their eyes filled with hope and saw their pious eyes. Can you tell me, what should I do now? In this kind of situation, what need do I have to hide? Nianbing smiled bitterly. Now, I also want to know what to do. However, the only thing I can think of now is that we need to think of a way to deal with the God's continent's revenge. Garamandes said, "Nianbing, you don't have to worry too much. Although the God's continent is very wary of the lost continent, they have always been very cautious. Now that the lost continent has returned, if they are not fully prepared, they will not act rashly. Although our strength is not enough to contend against them, but with us dragons and you, we will not be destroyed so easily. Moreover, according to Yu, only those who can adapt to the environment will be able to survive. Who knows, there might be some who are stronger than us. In the worst case, we still have the Rangoon continent as our backing. There are 4 great empires in the Rangoon continent, with tens of millions of people. There are large amounts of resources that can be used. As long as they are properly distributed, they will definitely be a threat to the God's continent. The number of God's continent is less than 10,000, and the true experts are less than 100. This time, they have lost a master god, and more than 10 god and half-god experts. It can be said that their losses are disastrous. Nianbing sighed. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. I hope that the God's continent can prepare for a period of time, so that we can have time to prepare for their arrival. Miss Yu, you should know where the refugees of the lost continent are, right? You should rest for a few more days. When your body has fully recovered, we will set off. Yu said somewhat helplessly, there is no need to rest. I am fine now and can set off at any time. In the past, I never thought that I could do anything. I just wanted to live together with Brother Heping Chow. But now, when I think of the hope in the eyes of the lost continent's people, I feel that I have a lot of responsibilities. Thank you for being willing to help me. Nianbing smiled and said, there's nothing to thank me for. We're just trying to protect the Yangon continent. The lost continent is the springboard from the God's continent to the Rangoon continent. Once the God's continent discovers the true situation of the lost continent, after the refugees of the lost continent are killed, the next target will be the Rangoon continent. So, we are just protecting ourselves. Nianbing said, no, it is better for you to rest for a few more days. I think that although the essence blood in your body has turned into energy, it does not mean that you are an energy body. The energy in your body is very strange. It is complementing your original darkness energy, maintaining your life. Just now, I used my life energy to stimulate your body's functions. I think that in a few days, your essence blood will recover. At that time, as long as you carefully understand your own energy, your strength will definitely increase by a large level. For us, with every bit of strength increase, we will have more confidence in fighting against the God's continent. Moreover, I need to deal with some things in these few days. Since the lost continent has returned, I think that many people will be interested in that place. Yu Yu was stunned for a moment. She saw the light of wisdom in Nianbing's eyes. Nianbing thought very far. At that time, the dragon god had told him that the lost continent was even larger than the Rangoon continent. Although the lost continent was no longer the lost continent of the past, it was because it lacked all kinds of things to survive in the different space. But now that it had returned, it was an opportunity for the 4 great empires of the Rangoon continent. With this opportunity, as long as it was used well, the 4 great empires could help them deal with the God's continent. After all, they also had the responsibility to protect the Rangoon continent. After leaving Yu Yu's room, Nianbing returned to his room. He asked for a pen and paper and immediately wrote 3 letters. After writing the letters, he had Yin Ti send someone to send them out. The 3 letters were to Prince Rong of the Huarong Empire, Luo Ro of the Ottoman Empire, and Mu Jing of the Longmu Empire. When he finished writing the letters, Lan Chen had also returned. "How is it? Chen, are there any signs of the Tian shaking mountain range?" Nianbing asked. Lan Chen said, 2 days ago, Marshal Snow Soul sent a letter back saying that there was a huge earthquake in the Tian shaking mountain range. Many mountains have collapsed. Fortunately, they were stationed at the edge, so they weren't affected. When the letter was sent, the earthquake was still going on. Nianbing nodded and said, "The return of the lost continent will have a huge impact on our world. I will go see Yanfeng now. It's time to talk to him." Although the Frozen Moon Empire and Alland Empire are the weakest among the 4 empires, they are the closest to the Tian shaking mountain range. Moreover, they have formed an alliance with the Longmu Empire. If we can do something before the people of the Huarong Empire arrive, I think it will be very beneficial for the distribution of the lost continent in the future. After all, the Huarong Empire is too far away from the lost continent. Lan Chen's heart moved and said, "Just now, I heard about the situation of the lost continent from Sister Bing. You mean you want the 4 empires of the Rangoon continent to occupy the lost continent?" Nianbing smiled and said, "The lost continent is lacking a lot of things. Like a wasteland, what it needs the most is to reclaim it. Such a vast land will attract the attention of the 4 empires sooner or later. According to Yu Yu, there are only a few tens of thousands of people in the lost continent. Since it's like this, why can't the 4 empires divide such a large land? It seems like the 4 empires are really going to develop in a balanced direction this time. Now, only by using this point can the 4 empires send their troops to the lost continent. What the lost continent lacks the most now is water. However, once it returns, it will be like the Rangoon continent, with at least 3 sides facing the sea. I think, as the rain increases, if we can gather some water and ice magicians, we can create artificial lakes. Near the coast, using the water element, we should be able to create some artificial lakes. This way, it won't be difficult for the lost continent to gradually develop." Lan Chen said with some doubt, "Nianbing, the most important thing for us now should be to deal with those gods. The development of the lost continent is not something we should care about." Nianbing smiled and said, "The lost continent is very important." He said, "To the 4 countries, the lost continent is extremely important. If the lost continent is not suitable for survival, then their influence will be reduced. When the gods of God's great land attack, we are the only ones who can face them. However, if the 4 empires find out that the lost continent is a very fertile land, with the size of the lost continent, what do you think they will do? I think they will definitely send a lot of troops. They will try to occupy a part of it and reclaim it. Now, although we don't know the situation of the lost continent, but such a large piece of land, I don't believe that the 4 empires will not be tempted. Although the gods are powerful, but there are only about 100 of them. The rest, their strength is mostly at the 11th level, or even lower. If we can gather all the elite forces in the Rangoon continent, we may be able to fight against them. Therefore, what we need to do now is very simple. That is to arouse the ambitions of the four empires, and then use them cleverly. Lan Chen suddenly said, I understand what you mean. There shouldn't be a problem for you to use the Ice Moon Empire. When Yanfeng mentioned you, he definitely admires you. Moreover, now that Mother controls the Ice God Tower, the entire Ice Moon Empire can be said to be under your control. As for the other three empires, they have some connections. If we want to make good use of the four empires, you are the key. Nianbing smiled and said, your analysis is very correct. Now I am the key. To me, the most important thing is to make good use of it. Alright, you go and rest for a while. You must be tired from taking care of me these days. I will go and discuss with Yanfeng. After all, the Ice Moon Empire is our foundation. This time, we have to let the Ice Moon Empire get some benefits. In his heart, he already had a plan. Of the four empires, the one he didn't need to worry about the most was the Huarong Empire. The Huarong Empire was already powerful enough, far surpassing the other three empires. The Ice Moon Empire and Alland Empire were relatively weaker. However, the heaven-shaking mountain range was within the Ottoman Empire. As long as they cooperated well and quickly occupied the other side of the heaven-shaking mountain range, the development of the two empires would be much better in the future. As for what the Longmu Empire would get, it would depend on Mu Jing's influence on the Longmu Empire, as well as how much importance the Longmu Empire placed on the lost continent. 3 days later, Nianbing brought a total of 30,000 people and stepped onto the road to the heaven-shaking mountain range. Of the 30,000 people, other than the 600 elites from the Blood Lion sect and experts like Nianbing, the rest were all talents that Nianbing and Yanfeng had discussed. Among them, there were the 100 ice magicians that Nianbing had brought from the Ice God Tower and the 500 magicians that were personally led by Long Ling's father, the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild President Long Ji. The rest were people who didn't have any battle strength. 30,000 people, a total of 30 carriages of resources, majestically headed towards the heaven-shaking mountain range. The Ice Moon Empire didn't need to send any more troops. The elites that Marshal Shuepa had brought were more than enough to handle everything. The Ice Moon Empire's biggest advantage was that it was far away from the Huarong Empire. The two neighboring empires were allies, so they didn't need to worry about defense. This time, Wang Feng made up his mind and cooperated with Nianbing completely. These 3,000 carriages of resources were only the first batch. When Nianbing left, Yanfeng had already mobilized the entire nation to gather as many resources and talents as possible without affecting the production of the nation. When Nianbing told Yanfeng about the situation of the lost continent in detail, Yanfeng had a premonition that whether he would become the wisest ruler in the history of the Ice Moon Empire would depend on this. And it was because of Nianbing's help, and because he was the highest decision-maker in the Ice Moon Empire, that the Ice Moon Empire had the possibility of gaining the upper hand. When he was discussing with the ministers, the plan that he and Nianbing came up with was unanimously approved. Therefore, the entire nation didn't meet with any resistance and was in full swing. Even Nianbing didn't think that Yanfeng would give her unreserved support. This time, she was even more confident. When Nianbing led her people to leave Ice Moon City and head towards the heaven-shaking mountain range, the 3 letters that she sent out caused huge waves in the other 3 empires. Among them, the Ottoman Empire reacted the fastest. With the development of the Ottoman Empire in the past few years, Luo Ro's influence in the Ottoman Empire grew day by day. The king of the Ottoman Empire saw that his country was growing stronger day by day, and his trust in Luo Ro deepened. Moreover, Luo Ro had the support of the Ottoman Empire's #1 military officer, Lan Chen, and Feng Nu's father, Duke Lan Yu. After a few days of careful consideration, the Ottoman Empire also made their own choice. Other than the 50,000 elites that were sent to the heaven-shaking mountain range, the entire nation's army was mobilized and stationed at the border between the Huarong Empire and the Qilu Empire. Luo Ro followed the instructions of the Lord of Faith and gathered a large amount of resources in the shortest time possible, and headed towards the heaven-shaking mountain range. Although the heaven-shaking mountain range was in the Ottoman Empire's territory, the distance from Ice Moon Empire's Ice Moon City to the heaven-shaking mountain range. It was about the same distance as the Ottoman Empire to the heaven-shaking mountain range. When Luo Ro set off with her people, Nian Bing led the elites of the Ice Moon Empire and left for more than half a month ago. At this time, the Longmu Empire and the Huarong Empire were still in an intense debate. Mu Jing's position in the Longmu Empire was very high. This was because of the Gaia goddess domain. She was the target of many forces. At the same time, she was deeply trusted by the Longmu Empire's king. Unfortunately, she was only a girl after all. When she reported this matter to the Longmu Empire's king, it immediately caused a huge wave in the country. Those who supported Mu Jing were the faction led by her brother, Mu Rong. Those who opposed it. Those who supported it were the conservative faction of the Longmu Empire. Their reason for opposing it was very simple. It was just a letter, and no one knew whether the lost continent really existed. They all suggested sending people to the lost continent to investigate before coming back with a conclusion. After all, the Longmu Empire was now in an alliance with the Ottoman Empire, so it was not difficult to send people over. However, Mu Jing's opinion was very strong. She hoped that the Longmu Empire would immediately send a large number of troops and resources to the lost continent to explore. She firmly believed that Nian Bing would not do something without thinking. Since the lost continent existed, then the opportunity could not be missed. She naturally understood the principle of first come first serve. Unfortunately, the king still stood on the conservative side. He felt that there was a threat from the Huarong Empire in the south. Although they had signed a peace treaty, they still had to be on guard. Therefore, it was better to send people to investigate first. A month later, the Longmu Empire received two pieces of news at the same time. One was from the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire's army was already stationed at the border with the Huarong Empire, and they requested the Longmu Empire to provide support with resources. The other was from the scouts. Although the scouts did not really reach the lost continent, they found a large number of troops and vehicles transporting resources at the Tiandang mountain range. They were all from the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Only at this time did the Longmu Empire's king feel that something was wrong. After discussing with Mu Jing, he decided to send troops over as well. Before this, not only did he mobilize his own troops to guard the Tiandang mountain range, he also sent a large number of resources to the Ottoman Empire. After all, in order to defend this long and narrow battle line, they needed the cooperation of the Ottoman Empire. Naturally, the Ottoman Empire would not stop the Longmu Empire's actions. Just the large number of resources made it so that they had no reason to stop the Longmu Empire from going through their own territory to the Tiandang mountain range. However, when the Longmu Empire's army moved out, even Luo Ro had already been in the Tiandang mountain range for a month. The Ice Moon Empire's third batch of resources had already passed through the Tiandang mountain range. The Huarong Empire was originally very far away from the Ice Moon Empire, so it was naturally the last to receive the news. Prince Rong's position in the Huarong Empire was naturally not something that Mu Jing could compare to. He also firmly believed in his grandson's words. However, the Huarong Empire was faced with a problem of its own. When they received the news, after a discussion between Prince Rong, Prime Minister Su Yu, and Emperor Hua Tian, it was confirmed that the Huarong Empire would also want a share of the lost continent. The Ottoman Empire's army had already arrived at the border. It was obvious that they wanted to prevent the Huarong Empire from going to the lost continent. The Longmu Empire's army also arrived very quickly. Because of the Qilu Empire, although the Huarong Empire was confident in their strength, it was not easy for them to charge through the blockade of the two empires. Moreover, the peace treaty had just been signed, so they naturally did not want to take the risk of provoking the three empires. After careful discussion, the Huarong Empire decided to take another route, which was the sea route. Although it was impossible to reach the lost continent from the Yangon continent, it was possible to reach the lost continent through the sea. Within 2 months, the Huarong Empire and the former Qilu Empire's ships brought their most elite troops and large amounts of supplies to be the last to reach the lost continent. Although Nian Bing's 3 letters played a key role, before his letters arrived, the slight earthquake that occurred throughout the Yangon continent became the basis of the three empires' trust. In a short period of time, all four empires of the Yangon continent mobilized and set off towards the lost continent. They brought not only troops, but also large amounts of supplies and various types of craftsmen. Nian Bing and the others had already been on the lost continent for 3 months. Originally, transporting resources from the steep mountain range was a very difficult task, but Nian Bing and the others were not ordinary people. Under the influence of the earthquake, many parts of the Tiandang mountain range had already collapsed. Nian Bing, Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Halogen, and the 7 Dragon Kings worked together. In just 2 days, they used the collapsed parts of the Tiandang mountain range to open up a flat road. Although it was only a few dozen feet wide, it was enough for the troops to pass through. When they first arrived at the lost continent, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Yu had said, the lost continent was a desolate land. As far as the eye could see, there was not even a single plant to be seen. The place where the lost continent and the Yangon continent met was the Tiandang mountain range. On both sides of the Tiandang mountain range, one could see a vast ocean. After arriving at the lost continent, Nian Bing ordered all 600 magicians to stay on a plain by the sea to construct a man-made lake. Halogen's forging skills were at the master level, and his destructive power was also at the master level. For ordinary people, opening up a lake was an extremely difficult task, but for him, using the god-slaying axe as a foundation, it only took him a few attacks. This was also under his purposeful control. In just a few days, a huge crater appeared under his tyrannical strength. At this time, water and ice magicians became the key. The mages of the Ice God Tower were led by Lan Chen, and Long Ling helped her father. After a month, they used the abundant water elements near the ocean to cultivate a huge freshwater lake on the lost continent. The craftsmen brought by the Ice Moon Empire were also busy. They used all kinds of materials and relied on this man-made lake named Ice Moon Lake to build the first city on the lost continent 10,000 years later. At the same time, under the protection of the garrison, they began to sow seeds beside the lake, planting all kinds of suitable crops beside the lake. Although the lost continent was desolate, after exploration, the soil here was very fertile, very suitable for the growth of crops. The army now became workers. They cultivated rivers from the side of the lake and extended them to the surroundings. The magicians also continuously used the water element to bring down torrential rain, nourishing the land. After 3 months of continuous effort, the surroundings of the Ice Moon Lake began to show signs of prosperity. Among them, the most important was Nian Bing. She injected her own life force into the lake. Although she couldn't make all the plants grow instantly like cow, under the nourishment of the lake water, all the crops grew quickly. The Ice Moon Lake was already a scene of emerald green. When the Ottoman Empire and the Longmu Empire's army arrived, the Ice Moon Lake had already taken shape. Luo Ro fully displayed her wisdom. The Ice Moon Empire occupied a piece of land in the northwest, while she occupied another piece of land in the southeast. After passing through the Tiandang mountain range, she occupied the 2 pieces of land closest to the Yangon continent. However, the Ottoman Empire had much fewer magicians than the Ice Moon Empire. Therefore, although the artificial lake was also under construction, it still needed a period of time to take shape. However, in terms of allocation of resources, Nian Bing couldn't compare to Luo Ro. The Ottoman Empire didn't send any troops here, but the combination of various talents made the construction faster. When Mu Jing arrived with the Longmu Empire's army, they had no choice but to extend inland. At this time, she naturally didn't want to offend Nian Bing and Luo Ro. After discussing with Nian Bing, she built the Longmu Empire's temporary base not far from the frozen Moon Lake. She drew a river from the frozen Moon Lake to provide fresh water. Of course, the benefits were not for free. The nature mages that Mu Jing brought along also had to help the Ice Moon Empire grow all kinds of crops. After all, when it came to farming, even the Huarong Empire could not compare to the Longmu Empire. 3 months had passed, and the 3 empires were all busy. Nian Bing wasn't idle either. Using the allocation of resources and his own continuous efforts, all 200 god-exterminating crossbows were now equipped with 20 god-exterminating arrows. Under his orders, the elites of the Blood Lion sect also arrived one after another. Even the Blood Lion 7 elders personally came to the lost continent. A total of 2,000 people became Nian Bing's most powerful helpers. The arrival of the Blood Lion's 7 elders also told Nianbing that the Huarong Empire had entered the Lost Continent through the water. Nianbing wasn't surprised. If the Huarong Empire didn't do anything, it would be abnormal. When he first arrived at the Lost Continent, Nianbing wanted to immediately go find the survivors of the Lost Continent with Yu Yu. However, he realized a problem later on, so he gave up on his idea and stayed in the Lost Continent to develop. It was close to the Yangon continent, and the biggest advantage was that resources could be continuously transported. The mages and the army worked together to continuously extend the frozen moon lake inland. Through the rivers and the terrain, they built many lakes inland. In addition to the planting of crops, they developed rapidly. The construction of the Moon Lake City by the frozen Moon Lake was also on track. The rocks could be obtained locally, and the craftsmen were the best. In about half a year, the city would be completed. After completing all these, just as Nianbing was preparing for the next step, he welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Early in the morning, the warm sun shone on the earth. The blue water of the frozen moon lake sparkled under the gentle breeze, and a faint mist filled the air above the lake. The emerald green color of the lakeside was full of vitality. Under the nourishment of nature magic and the water that was full of life, the plants grew at an extremely fast rate. What the people of the 3 empires needed were the seeds of plants. After planting them, they would show a scene of thriving prosperity. Yu Yu stood by the lake, looking at the clear lake water. The sadness in her heart had faded a lot compared to 3 months ago. She now had a wish, and that was to fill the lost continent with greenery. When a person had a goal, her life would no longer be monotonous. Ping Chao stood by Yu Yu's side, looking at the girl with a smile on her face. A warm current flowed through his heart. The happy Yu Yu had returned. That's right. This place was so beautiful. At this time, Yu Yu's expression suddenly changed. She looked into the distance, and a large cloud of dust rose from the distance. The shape of the dust did not disperse. Ping Chao and Yu Yu's expression changed at the same time. They both thought of the same question. Could it be that the gods had come? Nianbing walked out of the tent she was staying in. The army that had just started to get busy in the morning also stopped what they were doing and quickly got into formation. Under the leadership of Marshal Snow Soul and Mu Jing, they got into formation by the frozen moon lake. From afar, they could already see that in front of the large cloud of dust, there was a fiery red army. They were all cavalry. Seeing this army, Yu Yu, who was already floating in the air, heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were all humans and not the gods. Just like what Nianbing had said before, after the process of unsealing, Yu Yu's strength had greatly increased. Her control of darkness had also reached a new level. Looking at this army, although they were orderly, they were riding horses. From the aura they were emitting and the horses they were riding, it was obvious that they were not from the godly continent. At this time, Snow Soul and Mu Jing's expression turned ugly. This was because they recognized that this cloud of cavalry was the Order of the Flaming Lion, which was once known as the number 1 cavalry group in the Lost Continent. The Huarong Empire still came. From the looks of it, they seemed to be ready to attack at any time. When the Flaming Lion Knight Regiment arrived at a distance of 5 li away from the Frozen Moon Empire and Longmu Empire's army, they stopped. The Flaming Lion Knight Regiment instantly scattered to both sides as if they were split by a giant blade. Along with the trembling of the earth, an enormous earth dragon appeared. The true number 1 Knight Regiment of the continent, the Flaming Demon Dragon, Lofty appeared behind the Flaming Lion Knight Regiment. The person in the lead was sitting on the back of a giant earth dragon. His magic robe was flashing with red light and had a golden lion embroidered on it. This represented his identity. He was the leader of the Huarong Empire's army, Prince Rong Yan, who was as famous as the ice goddess priest. Snow Soul sat on his own horse. Although it was his first time seeing the 2 famous cavalry groups on the continent, he was deeply impressed by the scene in front of him. He had been in the military all his life. When he saw such a powerful cavalry group, other than being surprised, he was also envious. He wished that he could have such a powerful cavalry group under his command. This time, the Ice Moon Empire sent 50,000 soldiers. The Ottoman Empire's army didn't follow them. Instead, they were stationed at the sky-shaking mountain range. They were responsible for helping the troops of the three empires pass through the sky-shaking mountain range. The Longmu Empire also sent 50,000 soldiers. However, in order to reclaim the land and save resources, they only sent infantrymen. There were only a few cavalrymen. Although there were 100,000 soldiers, Snow Soul couldn't do anything to the two cavalry groups from the Huarong Empire. The thousands of Order of the Flaming Dragon only needed one charge to shatter his defensive line. At this moment, 7 resonant dragon roars sounded from behind. The Snow Soul was stunned and couldn't help but look back. What he saw were 7 rays of light that were growing bigger and bigger. Blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black. The 7 rays of light were constantly changing and expanding. When they appeared in midair, their gigantic dragon forms were revealed. Dragons. They were the legendary dragons. Moreover, there were 7 of them. The dragon roars grew louder and louder. The earth dragons of the fiery demon dragon knight regiment that were brimming with killing intent a moment ago all revealed looks of fear in their huge dragon eyes. One by one, they retreated uncontrollably. All the warhorses present, no matter which side they belonged to, were all paralyzed on the ground. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. How could ordinary creatures offend a dragon's dignity? A silver light appeared in midair. After the silver light flashed, a figure appeared out of thin air. Gray spots of light condensed below him. Another dragon appeared. Although this dragon was smaller in size, it emitted a strange golden-gray glow. It was Nianbing and Oscar. Nianbing sat on Oscar's back and said calmly, "Greetings, Prince Rong. May I know what brings you here?" Prince Rong looked at the 8 dragons in the sky. His expression couldn't help but change. Those were real dragons. Moreover, there were 8 of them. Although his knights were the most powerful in the Yangon continent, they had no advantage in front of giant dragons. Looking at his grandson riding on the dragon's back, Prince Rong couldn't help but feel a little amused. "It was clearly you who asked me to bring people to the lost continent to cultivate, but now you're asking me?" He pondered for a moment and said, "We're not here to start a war. The peace talks between the 4 countries have established our previous relationship. Our country came to this continent through the water. However, because of the lack of water mages, we lack water. I wonder if you can give us some water." "Don't worry, the Huarong Empire will only develop on the other side. We won't affect you." It turned out that after Prince Rong brought people to the lost continent, he immediately began to develop. However, he soon discovered that water was the most important factor that limited them. The Huarong Empire definitely had the most mages among the 4 empires. However, they didn't have many water mages. The current water mages were all from the original Qilu Empire. Not to mention building a lake, even drinking water for the army and craftsmen had become a problem. After all, they didn't have someone like Nianbing, Lan Chen, or Long Ling who could absorb the Xiantian qi formed by the water element and create large amounts of rain. Nianbing floated down from the dragon's back and said with a smile, "That's easy. After all, we're all from the Yangon continent. The lost continent is so vast. As for the problem of water, I think we'll be responsible for opening up a large river about 30 feet wide. We'll be responsible for maintaining the water supply." Prince Rong smiled and said, "You brat, you're getting more and more capable. It seems that my vision was very accurate." Nianbing also smiled and said, "Prince Rong, I'm now representing the Ice Moon Empire." As he said that, he winked at his grandfather. Prince Rong was surprised and said, "You mean, there are conditions for the water supply?" Nianbing chuckled and said, "Naturally, there are some conditions. The Huarong Empire is at the southern end of the Yangon continent. There are many crops that we don't have. Moreover, the lost continent's climate is mild. Therefore, I hope that we can share resources with the Huarong Empire. We'll provide the water and you'll provide the resources we need. How about it?" Prince Rong glared at Nianbing and said, "You brat, aren't you taking advantage of the situation to extort us?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Water is the source of life. In the lost continent's current situation, water is the most important thing. I think, Prince Rong, you won't be stingy, right?" Prince Rong looked at the giant dragons in the sky. Even without his grandson, these dragons were not something his army could deal with, let alone snatching the water supply. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. However, you need to open up this river as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for our side." In front of his grandson, he did not need to hide anything. Nianbing smiled and suddenly shouted, "Brother Halogen." A black figure jumped up from behind the Ice Moon Empire's army. The black light expanded in an instant, as if splitting the heavens and earth. With a loud bang, a fissure continuously extended into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed 5 miles and arrived in front of the Huarong Empire's army. The fissure was about 10 feet deep and 30 feet wide. Just as Nianbing had said, the only thing missing was water. "War God, War God, War God." The Ice Moon Empire's army shouted in unison. When Halogen completed the Ice Moon Lake in a few days, he already had the title of War God. Now, with the Ice Moon Lake as the center, more than 2/3 of the rivers that extended out were his work. Prince Rong watched as Halogen floated to Nianbing's side. He nodded and said, "All right, if you need any resources, just let me know." Nianbing said, "Grandfather, Brother Halogen and I will go with you to the Huarong Empire's base. First, we need to determine the direction. Second, I have some things to discuss with you." Prince Rong nodded and said, "I know what you want to say. Come with me. It's time for us grandfather and grandson to have a good talk." When Nianbing led the Ice Moon Empire's army into the Lost Continent, the Godly Continent. In a cave, 6 people sat in a circle. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary people. One of them had a pale face and only one arm left. It was the goddess of misfortune, Xianxia. "The Lost Continent has returned. This is something we can't tolerate." An old man who looked to be in his 50s said calmly. He wore a yellow robe. Although his face was calm, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. "I didn't expect there to be so many strong people in the Yangon continent. It seems that our situation is not good. Brother Xiaoyu, how are your injuries? On the way back, did you see the situation of the Lost Continent?" Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "I used the teleportation circle that was set up before to return. I can only be sure that the Lost Continent has returned. However, I don't know the situation there." The old man said, 2 overgods and 13 divine experts. In the end, you were the only one who returned. That human, is he really as scary as you described? Xiaoyu's eyes showed a hint of fear. Yes, that human spiritual energy is so strong that we can't imagine it. In just one exchange, Gu Long was killed by his spiritual energy. If I didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to bring back this news. Master Shijia, you should plan early. The old man Shijia thought for a while and said, "There's nothing to plan now. The Lost Continent has returned. They won't forget the hatred from 10,000 years ago. We have been dormant on this continent for so long. It's time to leave." Xiaoyu said anxiously, "But, Master Shijia, those humans are indeed very strong. However, we don't know the situation of the Lost Continent. Although there are many strong people among us gods in the past 10,000 years. However, according to the situation 10,000 years ago, as long as the Lost Continent continues to develop, I'm afraid." Shijia raised his hand to stop Xiaoyu from continuing. He said indifferently, "Don't forget that we still have the support of the true gods. If the true gods can seal the Lost Continent once, they can do it a second time. Last time, the true gods issued a decree. After ordering us to deal with the white people in the Yangon continent, they entered a deep sleep to cultivate. We can stay put for the time being. However, we have to mobilize all the gods in the godly mainland. Wait for the support of the 3 true gods and the ordinary humans. The outcome will not change. Among the 8 overgods, the dragon god is not on our side. There's no need to inform him. The few of you, lead our gods and guard the border between the Lost Continent and the godly mainland. As long as we can guard our territory before the true gods wake up, it will be enough. At the same time, send people to the interior of the Lost Continent to investigate. Observe the situation there. This time, you must be careful. Don't blame me for being merciless if you make a mistake again." 3 golden lights lit up from Xianxia's hands and chest respectively. The enormous pressure made the other overgods present lower their heads. Originally, there was no distinction between the overgods. However, when Xianxia reached his current level, he became the leader of the overgods. He was also the earth god of all the gods. Xiaoyu, your Earth Emperor Extreme Acupoint has exploded. You can no longer be one of the overgods. From now on, you will be demoted to an ordinary god. You have disappointed me this time. If you had tried your best to destroy the process of unsealing in the beginning, there wouldn't be such a situation. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Xiaoyu's body trembled as she knelt on the ground. Master Xianxia, please give me another chance on account that we were once overgods. Xianxia snorted. Give you another chance? What about your dignity as a god? Looking at the trembling Xiaoyu, his tone softened. Now is the time to use people. I will remember your sins for now. If you make any more mistakes, I will let you know what it feels like to live a life worse than death. After settling the matters between the 4 great empires, Nian Bing brought Feng Nu, Kitty, the 7 dragon kings, Yu Yu, and Ping Chao to the interior of the lost continent. Halogen, Lan Chen, and Long Ling stayed at Frozen Moon Lake to assist the 4 great empires in reclaiming the lost continent. Originally, Halogen wanted to go with them. However, no one could replace his role in opening up the river. Therefore, he stayed behind in the end. Ling Nianbing was gratified that although the lost continent was covered in yellow soil, it had not turned into a desert. If it had turned into a desert, even the strongest magician would not be able to change it. After a few months of hard work, the reclamation had begun to show results. The first batch of crops had been successfully harvested and could be eaten. Now, Nianbing could only hope that it was like what Garamandes had said. The attack from the godly continent would not come so soon. They were led by Yu Yu. Their target was the remaining survivors of the lost continent. Along the way, they saw many unique sights of the lost continent. There was a large piece of wasteland without any plants, barren mountains, and some dilapidated ruins that could not be recognized. They had also tried to find some things left behind by the lost continent. However, they were quickly disappointed. After 10,000 years, all the ruins had been weathered to the point that they could not recognize them. Not to mention documents like paper, even the sturdy rocks had become broken stones. They had been flying in the air for almost 3 days now. They had already entered the depths of the lost continent. Every time they came across a plain, Nianbing would scatter a large number of seeds from his space ring. Now that the rain on the lost continent had gradually become plentiful, these seeds would germinate one day. With every bit of green, the lost continent would have a bit more vitality. Stop for a moment. Yu Yu, who was sitting on the back of the Dark Dragon King, Catiriosus, suddenly said. Catiriosus spread open his dragon wings and controlled his huge body to float in the air. Yu Yu clasped her hands together, revealing her index fingers. A little black light appeared on the tip of her index finger. The faint black light gradually became stronger. A blood-red symbol lit up on her forehead and a strange spiritual wave drifted to the surroundings. Nianbing flew to Yu Yu's side and felt her spiritual wave, waiting for her to wake up from her judgment. In these 3 days, every once in a while, Yu Yu would stop to search for the location in her memory. After a while, the black light and the blood-red light disappeared at the same time. Yu Yu opened her eyes and said, "We're almost there. I can already feel their aura." Nianbing's spirit was aroused and said, "Then let's go quickly and see them earlier. Perhaps we can find out some of the current situation of the lost continent from the people." Although Yu Yu saw many scenes of the lost continent after the seal was completed, it was still just a blurry image. Everyone sped up and flew. Nianbing concentrated his spiritual power. He probed in the direction Yu Yu pointed. Since the last time he exploded his acupuncture point, his spiritual power finally recovered, and under the influence of the Extreme Emperor acupuncture point, it became more domineering than before. At this time, when his spiritual power probed in a direction, the general signs and energy waves in that direction would be collected by the Heaven's Eye acupuncture point. The ultimate Heaven's Eye acupuncture point matched with the ultimate Earth Extreme Emperor acupuncture point. The power was strong. Perhaps even Cao didn't think of it at that time. Feng Nu suddenly noticed that Nian Bing's expression changed. She couldn't help but retract her sparkling red wings. She came to his side and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Nian Bing's eyes flashed coldly. "Quick, let's go quickly. I'm afraid there's a change there." Saying that, his body suddenly accelerated in the air. The seven-colored celestial eye field instantly erupted, enveloping everyone, including the seven dragon kings. With the full support of the celestial eye acupoint, everyone's flying speed suddenly increased, turning into streams of light as they flew into the distance. While flying, Garamandes curiously asked, "Nian Bing, what did you feel?" Nian Bing's face became serious. "It's the aura of a god." Everyone's heart tightened at the same time. The seven dragon kings' flying speed increased by a large margin. Yu Yu's eyes flickered with black light. "I seem to have felt it too. They are angry and are resisting something." Nian Bing asked Yu Yu, "Can you feel the specific location?" "I'm afraid it's too late. We have to go now." Yu Yu nodded. "I can try. Now that we're close, my senses are a lot clearer." Nian Bing floated to the back of Cateriosis, pulled Yu Yu's little hand, and said, "Then let's try cooperating. Open your mind and transmit the location you feel to me." Yu Yu closed her eyes, a faint black stream of air condensed in front of her, and the blood-red symbol on her forehead lit up again. At this moment, she clearly felt a gentle energy entering her mind, trying to fuse with her will. Through this energy, all her senses and the surroundings seemed to become clear. That was a very pure spiritual power. Everyone in the surroundings only saw a ring of silver radiance emitting from Nian Bing's body. The radiance enveloped him and Yu Yu's body. A golden eye opened between Nian Bing's eyebrows. The faint golden radiance fused with the dark red radiance on Yu Yu's forehead. When the two radiances fused together, the silver radiance around Nian Bing's body instantly became stronger. With a flash of silver light, the two figures disappeared from the back of Dark Dragon King Cateriosis at the same time. Garamandes said in astonishment, "Damn, that's also possible. He can teleport long distances without positioning himself. No wonder Brother Halogen always said that Nian Bing is a monster." "You're not allowed to speak ill of my big brother Nian Bing." Kitty glared at Garamandes with some dissatisfaction. Ever since she received the Space Dragon King Caudillus as a pet, her status imperceptibly rose a lot. At this moment, she was sitting on Caudillus' back, playing with Caudillus' beautiful silver scales. Garamandes laughed, and said, "How am I speaking ill of him? I'm praising your big brother Nian Bing's ability." Caudillus finally found an opportunity to divert Kitty's attention from his pitiful dragon scales, so how could he let it go? He chuckled, and said, "Kitty, I'm not someone who's looking for trouble, but if I were you, I wouldn't tolerate Garamandes talking about your big brother Nian Bing like that." Kitty giggled, and said, "That's good. If you can't tolerate it, then you can do it. It has nothing to do with me. I can tolerate it. My tolerance has always been very good." Then I'll also tolerate it. Pretend I didn't say anything." A silver light flashed, and Nian Bing and Yu Yu appeared out of thin air. The moment they stepped on the ground, a green light flashed in front of Nian Bing's eyes, giving him a fright. He hurriedly released his Heaven's Eye domain, protecting Yu Yu within it. Only then did he have the time to observe everything in front of him. What he saw was a group of people in ragged clothes crazily rushing in one direction. In that direction, more than 10 people radiating Doqi light were madly slaughtering people. Every time they used Doqi attack, they would take away several to more than 10 lives. Those raggedly dressed people were of a mixed race, but their movements were extremely fast. Almost every leap would allow them to move about 10 meters forward. Most of them did not have weapons in their hands. They were like savages as they attacked the dozen or so people with their bare hands. As for the green light from before, it was shot out by a woman. She had a pair of transparent wings and was currently floating in the air. She had a short bow in her hand, and one green arrow after another was shot out. Only she could pose a threat to the dozen or so people. This woman's figure was a little shorter than ordinary humans. Her long emerald green hair fluttered behind her. Although the clothes on her body were severely damaged, revealing her snow-white skin, it couldn't hide her moving elegance. Ling Nianbing was surprised that this woman had a pair of pointed ears. She was obviously different from other humans. Among these ragged people, Nianbing saw dwarfs similar to Halogen. These dwarfs were very sturdy. Unfortunately, none of them had the strength of Halogen. Gods, they are gods. Yu angrily said. That's right, those people who were slaughtering the barbarians were gods. They looked like they were playing, constantly digging out Doqi, easily killing the barbarians in front of them. It didn't take them much effort at all. In front of them, there were already a few hundred corpses. Although they were surrounded by the barbarians, they didn't look nervous at all. They were actually laughing and chatting while killing the barbarians. Nianbing let out a long roar and extended his slender body. He had already floated up. Although he had only observed for a short while, he had already realized that these gods were on a completely different level compared to the ones he had encountered in the Yangon continent. They were obviously low-level divine servants or demigods. There wasn't even a single god-level expert. 7 rays of light shot out from Nianbing's body at the same time. They were 7 divine sabers. Saber light flashed. In mid-air, 7 Nianbings appeared at the same time. They were the 7 elemental shadow puppets. In just one flash, the 7 elemental shadow puppets had already arrived in front of the dozen over-gods. They blocked the savages who were charging forward. The level 11 darkness curse, death god scythe, accompanied by the level 11 fire curse, flame god dragon's roar, appeared at the same time. The explosion of the 2 level 11 curses forced the gods to retreat in an instant. One of the slower gods was instantly sliced apart by the death god scythe, causing a rain of blood to splatter everywhere. The barbarians' gazes all turned towards Nianbing, and the faces of the gods instantly changed. At this moment, a black stream of air mixed with blood light floated out, enveloping the gods. Nianbing looked at the corpses, none of them were intact. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, and the miserable scene caused his killing intent to soar. The gods released their Doqi at the same time, but they did not fight the black stream of air head-on. Instead, they used all their strength to block the black cloud and turned to run. They knew that the opponent had an expert that they could not fight against. However, would Nianbing let them escape? No, of course not. A faint golden light enveloped the bodies of the gods like a barrier. As the light flickered, all of the gods felt a sharp pain in their heads, and their speed of escape slowed down. Following that, they saw 7 intersecting rainbow-colored light arcs. The light was so beautiful, but to them, it was the summons of death. The bodies of the gods stopped moving at the same time, and the moment the rainbow-colored light disappeared, their flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Under the interference of the spiritual power, the gods did not even have a chance. Their broken bodies were swallowed by the black cloud behind them, and under the intense corrosion, they turned into pools of blood. Nianbing floated down to the ground like a god. The surrounding barbarians were all stunned, looking at Nianbing in a daze. Nianbing looked around. They were surrounded by darkness. Most of them were humans, followed by dwarves. Only a small portion of them had wings and pointed ears like the woman with long emerald green hair. Most of them were holding short bows in their hands. They were the only barbarians who had weapons. It was a pity, although their arrows were very accurate, but previously, they were unable to break through the Doqi of the gods. Were these the survivors of the lost continent? Looking at them, Nianbing felt a sense of pity. At the same time, she felt a sense of loss. The physiques of these people were clearly much stronger than ordinary people. However, it would be a joke for them to defend against the gods' continent. The gazes of the savages gradually shifted from Nianbing to Yu. When they saw Yu's appearance, the dullness in their eyes gradually turned into fanaticism. First, the innermost person knelt down. Immediately after, like ripples in the water, they all knelt down. Their foreheads were all black. They seemed to be saying something, but their voices were indistinct due to their excitement. However, it was obviously different from the language of the Yangon continent. It was mainly reflected in the tone. From the pronunciation, it was barely understandable. They seemed to be saying something. The goddess had finally descended. "Oh goddess! Please save us." Nianbing and Yu looked at each other. Yu looked at Nianbing said, "Can you help me bury these dead people?" Nianbing nodded silently. He instructed the 7 shadow puppets to dig a hole in the wide, yellow ground beside them. Yu looked at the kneeling savages on the ground, and a bitter smile appeared on her tender face. She sighed and said, "Get up, don't be like this. I don't even know what's going on. I'm not a goddess, I'm just an ordinary person." As soon as she said this, the savages suddenly became chaotic. All kinds of excited voices sounded continuously. Tens of thousands of people expressed their feelings. Suddenly, the scene became very chaotic. "Shut up!" Nianbing shouted. He had previously killed those gods with a divine aura. At this time, he showed the effect of deterrence. The savages immediately calmed down. Their gazes were all focused on him. Nianbing said, "You all are so chaotic. How can we understand the situation? We are here to help you. Please choose a representative to talk to us." He also did not know if the savages could understand his words. So, he said every word very clearly. He also released his spiritual energy to express his goodwill. The savages discussed in low voices. After a while, the green-haired girl who caught Nianbing's attention walked out from the crowd. The savages all opened up a path for her to walk in front of Nianbing and Yu. The girl walked in front of Yu and bowed down. Yu quickly supported her and said, "Don't be like this. Great goddess, you have finally arrived. Please save us, the last of your companions." Her voice had a soft feeling. Although the intonation was hard to distinguish, as long as one listened carefully, they could understand what she meant. Yu smiled bitterly, "I am really not a goddess. I can't say that I will save you. But, we are willing to help you. Are you the only people left in the lost continent? Do you have any records of the past? For example, some last words left behind by your seniors?" The green-haired girl blankly shook her head and said, "Is the lost continent you are talking about our sinful land? We only have a legend. Countless years ago, because we had blasphemed the gods, we were punished. The gods made us lose most of our water and food. The number of our seniors kept decreasing. If it was not because there was still one last source of water here, I am afraid we would have died long ago. And in the legend, there was a goddess who would come to save us. We have always been looking forward to it. You look just like that goddess. A few days ago, the sky here suddenly changed. The earth trembled and roared. We were very scared, thinking that the gods were going to punish us again. But at that time, we saw your miracle. Great goddess, you have finally come. I beg you, please save us." Speaking until here, tears kept flowing down her face. While trembling, the tattered clothes on her body were unable to cover her white skin. Nianbing, who was at the side, was afraid that he saw something he should not see, so he turned his head away. At this time, no matter if it was Nianbing or Yu, their hearts were filled with a strange feeling. The legend that the green-haired girl said was completely different from what they knew about the lost continent. It seemed that the lost continent had not only left this world, but also lost their civilization. The green-haired girl's sadness came from her heart. From these savages' simple and somewhat foolish eyes, Nianbing understood that they really did not know anything. Nianbing's heart was filled with disappointment. It was not because these lost continent survivors who did not have much ability could not help him, but because of the lost civilization of the lost continent. A continent's civilization had completely disappeared. Other than regret, he did not have any other feelings. At the same time, he also felt some sympathy for these savages in front of him. He secretly decided that he must help them escape from their suffering. At least, he could not let them suffer any more harm from the gods. Yu looked at the green-haired girl. Her mood was similar to Nianbing's. She softly said, "All right. I understand your loss. How did you get into a conflict with those guys from before?" The green-haired girl's eyes revealed grief and indignation. "They came here not long ago. Seeing unfamiliar compatriots, we were originally very excited. However, those people only said a few words to us before they suddenly laughed out loud. 2 of them left. The remaining people immediately came to kill our companions. If it was not for the goddess and this hero who came in time, I'm afraid that many of our companions would have died." Yu's face changed and said, "You're saying that some of them left?" As she said that, her gaze turned to Nianbing. Nianbing was also looking at her. He shook his head and said, there's no need to chase. Yu. This may not be a bad thing. Rather than not knowing where the gods will attack from, it's better to fight them to the death here. At least we can start to prepare first. Yu lowered her head and said, thank you. But, we can. Nianbing interrupted Yu's words and said, now it's not a question of whether we can or not, but we must do this. I didn't expect that the gods would cause so much damage to the lost continent. I don't want to see the Yangon continent become the second lost continent. At this time, the 7 dragon kings and others had also arrived. When these survivors of the lost continent saw the giant dragon descending from the sky, it became impossible to convince them that Yu was not a goddess. Just as Yu told the Dragon King, Feng Nu, and Kitty about what happened here, the girl who was talking to Yu before walked to Nianbing. She looked at him curiously and suddenly said loudly, Hero, let's mate. Silence, the whole place fell into silence. Nianbing clearly felt Feng Nu's somewhat unkind gaze. He stuttered, Miss, are you talking to me? The green-haired girl didn't have the slightest shyness. Her voice was still very loud, of course. Hero, you are so powerful. I think, our children will be very healthy. Although I am from the elf clan and you are a human, but I think we should not be estranged. While speaking, she looked at Nianbing with longing eyes. Not long after, Nianbing found out that the survivors of the lost continent, in order to survive, as long as they were interested, the women would mate with the strongest men. Among them, because the elf clan's physique was the weakest, so when they reproduced, their numbers became the least. Nianbing's handsome appearance and valiant strength won this elf girl's attention. However, Nianbing didn't know this now. Feeling Feng Nu's piercing gaze, his heart contracted and he smiled bitterly, Miss, don't joke. I don't seem to know you. The green-haired elf girl laughed heartily, I am the elf clan's Ningji. Now we know each other. Can we not discuss this problem? Nianbing said awkwardly. Why? Ningji blinked her big eyes at Nianbing, her eyes showing a trace of puzzlement. Nianbing was completely speechless. He turned his head to look at Feng Nu, using his eyes to ask for help. Feng Nu snorted and said, solve your own problems yourself. And, it seems that your punishment needs to be extended. Seducing a girl again. I am innocent. If there was a river here, Nianbing really wanted to jump into it and drown himself. Kitty giggled and came to Nianbing's side and said, Brother Nianbing, what is mating? Is it very fun? Nianbing looked at Garamandes who was rejoicing in his misfortune and said, Brother, do you have tofu? Give me a piece. Garamandes stared blankly and said, What? Nianbing cried out in grief, Kill me with tofu. Garamandes Nianbing blinked and said, What a good opportunity. Such a beautiful girl, don't tell me you are not tempted? Okay, Garamandes, although I am not a person who holds grudges, I will remember this grudge. I don't know how Shuijing will feel if she knows that you are fooling around outside. This is Miss Ningji. This is my brother. He is much more capable than me and is most suitable for mating. Look, he is also a dragon king. Think about it, if you elves mate with dragons, the children born will definitely be healthier. Ningji's beautiful eyes lit up, that's right. It would also be good if I could mate with dragons. Hello, then let's mate. You will be the father of my 11th child. After saying that, she walked towards Garamandes. Nianbing saw Garamandes's expression change greatly and said, Brother. You see, I am so generous. I even gave you the beauty. Didn't you say you were tempted? Hurry up and seize the opportunity. Alright, stop messing around. Miss, perhaps our customs are different, but they won't mate with you. Kagiosis finally couldn't stand it anymore and ended the farce. After everyone discussed, the 7 dragon kings, Kitty, Yu, and Heichao stayed behind. Nianbing and Feng Nu rushed back to Ice Moon Lake. Since there were gods who escaped, then the army of the continent of gods would very likely come to this land in the near future. They must use the shortest time to react. While flying in the air, Nianbing asked tentatively, Feng Nu, are you still angry? Feng Nu rolled her eyes and said, Do I look like someone who gets angry easily? No, of course not. Nianbing subconsciously said the first word, but she realized that she said the wrong thing. Looking at Feng Nu's unkind expression, she quickly changed her words. Feng Nu snorted and said, "Do you want to be the father of that elf girl's 11th child? I think you want it very much." Nianbing smiled apologetically and said, "How can I? With all of you around, why would I think about other women?" Feng Nu snorted and said, "Well, you explain to me in detail your relationship with Mu Jing and Luo Ro." "Oh, right, and Kitty." Nianbing was stunned and said, "I have nothing to do with them." "What is there to explain? Nothing to do with them? That's not right. Do you think we can't see it these days? The way Mu Jing and Luo Ro look at you is not right, especially that Mu Jing, when she secretly looks at you from the side, she looks like she wants to eat you. As for Kitty, although you say you treat her as a sister, but looking at her, I am afraid she will never leave you. You also promised to leave a place for Luo Ro and Mu Jing in the place where we live in seclusion in the future. Don't you need to explain this?" Nianbing was speechless. Although he did not care about this, he had to admit that what Feng Nu said was true. He thought with grief and indignation, it seemed that his punishment would really be extended indefinitely. At this moment, his lips suddenly felt warm and soft. The sudden gentleness startled him. He subconsciously hugged Feng Nu and looked at her in surprise. "Fool, I am joking with you." Feng Nu's eyes were full of smiles. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? These days, you have experienced too much. I can see that you are already very tired. No matter whether they are really interested in you or not, you just need to take care of yourself. We believe in you. Even if you really accept them, as long as you love me the most, I have no objections." Nianbing was overjoyed. He kissed Feng Nu's lips back. "Is what you said true? That's great." Feng Nu rolled her eyes at him and said, "I just said a few good words to you. You immediately showed your true colors. I knew you already had evil intentions." "Ah. I am innocent." "No, I mean, it's true that you're joking. I am not interested in them." Feng Nu hugged Nianbing and shook him, saying, "Okay, no need to explain. Nianbing, I really want to find a place with you to live in seclusion. We don't need to worry about these things. The ending of the lost continent is something we did not expect. Tell me, can we really fight against those gods?" Nianbing hugged Feng Nu's elastic body and said calmly, "I also don't know. However, it is not completely impossible. Looking at it simply. Although we have a lot of strong people on our side. However, this time, we have 600 magicians from the Ice Moon Empire. Among them, there are 100 elite magicians from the Ice God Tower. And those 1,000 fire magicians from the Huarong Empire may also be used by us. They were trained by the Roan family and have cooperated with each other for many years. Once they launch a group of magic, it is very terrifying. Many people think that the Order of the Fire Dragon of the Roan family is the most terrifying. In fact, they are wrong. The most terrifying thing of the Roan family is those 1,000 fire magicians. Although there are only a few magicians, and only my grandfather is the god-descending magician. However, under my grandfather's command, the attack power of these magicians is almost unimaginable. The Ottoman Empire and Longmu Empire also have some magicians. Luo Ro, Mu Jing, and I have discussed it. We will split them up and regroup them according to their respective magicians. We have a total of 2,500 magicians. It can be said that we have gathered the most outstanding magicians in the Yangon continent. With them, we can coordinate with the 2,000 elites of the Blood Lion sect. I dare say that they are enough to fight against ordinary gods. Even demigods and gods may not be able to do anything to them. There is one thing you have to understand. There are only about 10,000 gods. Every time one of them dies, their power will weaken. The truly terrifying ones in the godly continent are the main gods. If it was before the Ice Valley, I could say that I had no confidence at all. However, now that my spiritual power has been liberated, if given the chance, I am confident that I can fight against one or two main gods. There may even be more. My advantage is spiritual power. That is something they do not have. I have a feeling that this battle will not be settled in one go. I am afraid that it will take a long time. The Huarong Empire, other than the 2 night regiments, has also transported 50,000 elite troops from the sea. In addition to the troops from our 3 countries, we should have a total of 200,000 troops. Although these troops are not enough to fight against the gods, they can at least delay them. We have many magicians on our side. With our combined strength, we can prevent the gods from launching large-scale destructive attacks. As long as there is enough time for me to use my spiritual power, we can slowly wear them down. Feng Nu's expression changed slightly. No wonder you invited the 4 countries to reclaim this land. So you had this plan. Won't the 200,000 troops become cannon fodder? Her gaze gradually became angry. She did not expect Nian Bing to be using them. Nian Bing's eyes flashed coldly. I do not want to do this either. However, this is our only chance. Do you want to see the millions of lives in the Yangon continent suffer? Do you want to see the Yangon continent become like the lost continent? For the future of the Yangon continent, sacrifices are unavoidable. At the critical moment, I am even willing to sacrifice myself. Of the 8 main gods, 1 is dead and 1 is seriously injured. The dragon god will not take their side. However, there are still 5 main gods on their side. Any one of them will bring us great trouble. They can even easily destroy a city. How many people are there in a city on the Yangon continent? Can you tell me? Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing's firm gaze, and the anger in her heart gradually disappeared. Nian Bing was right. Although his approach was cruel, it was indeed the only way. Now, the biggest disadvantage of the gods was that they were not flexible. Only a direct battle would be more advantageous to the Yangon continent. Otherwise, with so many gods, if they were scattered on the Yangon continent, then the whole continent would become a disaster. However, in her heart, she still found it difficult to accept Nian Bing's idea. Nian Bing sighed and continued, I have carefully calculated, those who can be considered strong on our side are you, me, Chen Chen, and Ling can barely be considered as one. My father-in-law Long Ji, mother, father, the 7 Dragon King brothers, Halogen brothers, Yu's strength, I am not sure, but should be considered as one. Kitty's pets are also not bad, plus my grandfather. In total, these are all. In a direct battle, all of us together may not be able to deal with the 5 main gods. If we don't use some special methods, we won't even have a chance. Perhaps. You will think that my method is somewhat inappropriate, but this is the best method I can think of. Perhaps, I will need to use some irregular methods. Feng Nu bit her lower lip and said, Do the Dragon King know your idea? Nian Bing nodded solemnly and said, In the past few months, I have already discussed with them, and I have also thought of various possibilities. Brother Kagyoshi even consulted the dragon god. In the end, we all understood that this method is the most likely to succeed. All we can do is to try our best to avoid losses. For the sake of more people's lives. We must pay the price. Feng Nu said, Then what about the 3 true gods you mentioned? What if they also participate in this war? Nian Bing said without hesitation, If they also participate in this war, I will let everyone immediately return to the Yangon continent. However, I don't think that kind of situation will appear. They had reached their level. They already have no desires. Moreover, even if they really appear, there are people who can deal with them. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the sisters who had completely opposite auras but looked exactly the same. He didn't know if Cao and Tianxiang had found a way to fuse the 2 different auras of life and death. Only they could compete with the 3 true gods. Feng Nu looked deeply at Nian Bing. No matter what decision you make, you must take me with you. This time. Don't abandon me again. Okay? Nian Bing stroked Feng Nu's soft long hair and said, I have never abandoned you. I said it. In my heart, no one can replace your position. This time is different. For the sake of the Yangon continent, we must concentrate all our strength. Feng Nu, if we really have to die, let us all die together. I have always thought that. That is also a kind of happiness. Now, the lives of more than 200,000 people and ourselves are in the hands of God. Let us gamble and see what our fate is. Feng Nu looked deeply at Nian Bing and said, Then let's gamble. As long as I am with you, I will accompany you no matter how big the gamble is. A dark cloud drifted from the distance, bringing a bit of chill to the warm land. When the dark cloud blocked the sun, the chill became more intense. The Yangon continent had already entered the warm spring. The position of the lost continent was almost parallel to the Yangon continent. Looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, Nianbing smiled and said, "The spring rain is coming. Let it fully nourish this land. Perhaps, in a few years, the lost continent will gradually develop. Although the original race here has declined, it has come back after all. Unfortunately, I forgot to set up a space transmission point on the other side of the frozen moon lake. Otherwise, we would not have to fly such a long distance. I have already set up a transmission array in the place of those survivors. When we come back, it will be much easier." Fengnu couldn't hide the worry between her eyebrows. She sighed and said, "Nianbing, we haven't been alone together for a long time. Do you still remember the scene when we first met?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course I remember. At that time, your appetite really shocked me. If I remember correctly, I made pigeon meat rice for you that time." Fengnu nodded and said, "Yes. It was really delicious. The food you make is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. When we go into seclusion in the future, you have to cook for me every day." A bright light streaked across the sky. Lightning lit up the surrounding space for a moment. Then, a clap of thunder sounded. Fine raindrops floated down. Under the breeze, the raindrops filled the space between heaven and earth. A faint seven-colored light curtain rose from Nianbing's body, isolating the raindrops from her body. Looking at the drops of crystal-clear raindrops, he hugged Fengnu's delicate body tightly. "I also hope to go into seclusion with you as soon as possible. Having you with me is my greatest happiness. Dad, Mom has returned safely. When we go into seclusion, let's go to the Peach Blossom Forest." "Peach Blossom Forest? What's that place?" Fengnu asked. Nianbing's eyes showed deep emotions. "It's the place where I lived for 8 years. At that time, my parents were sealed by the ice goddess priests. I jumped into the river to escape. It was Master who saved me. Master lived in that peach blossom forest. There, I learned cooking from Master for 8 years. Master is my benefactor. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have died long ago." Fallen leaves return to their roots. The Rong family is not my root, but the peach blossom forest is. When I left, I burned that place to the ground. When we go back, I want to rebuild that place. I think if Master has a soul, he will be happy to see us living happily. He will definitely be very happy." In Nianbing's heart, the person he was most grateful to in his life was Jiaji. Jiaji brought him to the highest realm of cooking. At the same time, he also gave him a new life. Fengnu pointed to the front and said, "Look, we're in the ruins again." Nianbing looked in the direction of Fengnu's finger. Large pieces of broken stones were spread over hundreds of square kilometers below. Scattered stones and faintly discernible stone walls were everywhere. They could vaguely see that this place used to be a city. From those stone walls that were not completely damaged, the city walls were at least 20 or 30 meters high. Obviously, it used to be a big city. Unfortunately, in this big city, there was no longer any sign of life in the area. When they were looking for the survivors, they had passed by here. At that time, they deliberately went down to look for records of the lost continent. However, except for stones, they almost didn't find anything useful. Even simple carvings didn't exist. It's a pity that this is just a ruin. It's ridiculous. When I came back from the lost continent, I was always worried that the strength of this continent was too strong, but now I feel the opposite. Fengnu looked up at Nianbing and suddenly said, "Let's go down to take shelter from the rain, okay?" Nianbing was stunned. With their strength, why would they need to take shelter from the rain? But looking at Fengnu's hopeful eyes, he really couldn't bear to refuse. Since returning from the godly continent, he hadn't been able to be alone with Fengnu. Without saying anything, he nodded and floated down to the ruins. The ruins full of stones were shrouded in a dead silence. The two quickly found a place that seemed to be a stone house. Although only half of it was left, it was enough to take shelter from the rain. The rain fell, bringing with it a rustling sound. Fengnu nestled in Nianbing's arms and looked at the raindrops falling outside. Her eyes showed a trace of gentleness. How wonderful it would be if I could watch it with you every time it rains. Nianbing, hold me tight, will you? I'm a little cold. Nianbing hugged Fengnu tightly. At this time, he naturally would not say anything that would ruin the atmosphere. Fengnu's delicate body was unusually warm and soft, and a faint virgin fragrance constantly stimulated his sense of smell. But at this time, there was only a strong love in his heart, and not the slightest desire. He also wanted to stay peacefully with Fengnu like this until the end of time. The rain continued to fall. Spring rain had always been known for its incessant rain. The rain was not very heavy, and a curtain of water kept washing this desolate continent. Nianbing remembered the seeds he had scattered. Under the nourishment of the rain, they should have sprouted. With the emergence of plants, the vitality of this continent would become stronger and stronger, which was what he wanted to see the most. The two people hugged each other and watched the rain. They forgot about the time, as if only a moment had passed in less than half an hour, but also as if a century had passed. Nianbing, do you know why I asked you to come down with me? Fengnu looked up at her lover. Nianbing stroked her long hair and said with a smile, of course I know. Perhaps this is the only chance for us to be alone for a while before the war. Let's stay here until the rain stops. Fengnu sighed softly, aren't you afraid of delaying the time? Nianbing shook his head and said, in my heart, no matter how important something is, it is not as important as your love for me. What's more, the time of the rain doesn't mean anything. No matter how fast those gods were, it was impossible for them to kill their way to the place where the survivors were located without 10 days. I have calculated carefully. That place is 3 days away from our ice moon lake. It will take at least 5 days to fly to the gods' mainland. This was calculated based on my flying speed. Of course, there are some gods who are stronger than me, but most of them aren't as fast as me. No matter how fast I am, it'll still take me 10 days. 10 days is more than enough for us to make preparations. Don't talk anymore. Let's finish watching this rain. I like this feeling very much. Fengnu clung to Nianbing's chest and suddenly burst into laughter. Hero, let's mate. Nianbing was taken aback. She smiled bitterly and said, you still haven't forgotten? I really didn't know that elven girls would be so passionate. Don't embarrass me. Fengnu blushed and said, silly. I'm serious. Nianbing's body trembled slightly. Fengnu, you. At this time, his heart was full of deep affection. He certainly understood why Fengnu said this. She didn't want to leave a trace of regret before the war. Fengnu looked up at him and said with a chuckle, hero, let's mate. She looked at Nianbing. Although she was a little shy, her voice was firm. In Fengnu's heart, she was not optimistic about the confrontation with the gods. However, the war was inevitable. Before the war came, she wanted to give herself to the person she loved the most. The matter of the Feng people had been solved. She was willing to give herself completely to Nianbing. Even if she died in the final war, she would not have any regrets. Love needed to be sublimated. Only when the soul and desire were completely merged, could they fully understand each other's true love. Nianbing looked at Fengnu in a daze. Fengnu was also looking at him. Gradually, Fengnu closed her eyes. She pulled Nianbing's big hands and placed them on her burning face. So beautiful, she was really beautiful. He lowered his head. When he kissed those soft and moist lips, with a bang, a scorching flame was ignited. The kiss turned into a deep and passionate kiss. Nianbing hugged Fengnu's arm even more tightly. Fengnu abandoned all her reservations and responded passionately. She knew that at this moment, Nianbing completely belonged to her. Oscar, who was in one body with Nianbing, was ready to watch a good show. He suddenly realized that his perception of the outside world had disappeared. He could not help but curse. Damn you, Nianbing. Even at this time, you still can't forget to seal me. A thick feeling of spring continued to rise in this half-stone house. Nianbing's robe was already spread out on the ground. A rainbow-colored halo wrapped around their bodies like a large cocoon. Fengnu's entire body was beautiful. That fair and slightly rosy skin, those slender and smooth thighs, those full breasts, and that mysterious virgin place. Although Feng Nu and Lan Chen were sisters, they gave Nianbing two completely different feelings. When she was with Lan Chen, Nianbing felt like she was melting an iceberg. But when she was with Feng Nu, Nianbing found that she was melted by her. The feelings that had been accumulated for many years exploded at this moment. The two completely opened their hearts, completely opening themselves to each other. Deep love and desire condensed in the depths of their souls. When they became one with Feng Nu's tender moans, a strong sense of satisfaction filled their bodies and minds. Pain seemed to have become unimportant. They hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to fuse with each other. After many days, Nianbing's nervous nerves had relaxed. At this moment, he had forgotten everything. He constantly probed her in the midst of one sprint after another. At the beginning, he was still afraid of hurting his lover. However, when his lover under him wildly catered to him, when that elastic and tender body tightly locked around his body reacted crazily, reason was thrown to the back of his mind. In the crazy sprint, they welcomed one peak after another together. Their feelings were sublimated by the union of their spiritual desires. Their hearts were intimately connected with each other. What they offered was the essence of each other's lives. When the spring rain gradually thinned with the passing of the dark clouds, and the sound of the rain fell, the spring rain in the stone house gradually stopped. Feng Nu lay in Nianbing's arms, constantly gasping for breath. Her delicate skin exuded a layer of alluring red. For the first time, her heart trembled slightly. She was a girl after all. At this moment, other than feeling satisfied, she couldn't help but feel a little shy. Looking at the gradually stopping rain outside, Nianbing was exceptionally satisfied. Looking at the scattered clothes on the ground, he suddenly thought of bringing a blanket in the space ring next time. No, it definitely wasn't enough. He should bring 3 blankets. The union in the rain had a different feeling. Although it was Feng Nu's first time. But her passion almost made her melt. Especially since she had cultivated martial arts since she was young. Her physical strength was much better than Bing Yun's. Fortunately, her body had been transformed several times, and there was a huge amount of life force supporting her. Otherwise, she was afraid that the first one to lose her armor would be her. We should go. Feng Nu murmured in Nianbing's arms. How could she bear to let go of this feeling? But she knew that it was time to leave. You should rest for a while. Can you still walk now? Nianbing chuckled, stroking Feng Nu's back and buttocks. He was reluctant to part with his wife's beauty. Feng Nu said slightly angrily, I want you to carry me. I really wonder if you're a magician or a martial artist. She was greatly satisfied. Now, she finally understood why her sister would moan so intensely when she was with Nianbing. She even regretted it a little. She regretted that everything between her and Nianbing had come too late. Nianbing laughed and said, You seem to be more enthusiastic than me just now. Ah. Look, it's a rainbow. His voice was full of surprise, and a little joy. Feng Nu raised her head and saw the infatuated light in Nianbing's eyes. Following his gaze, she saw a 7-colored rainbow across the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors were distinct. Under the sunlight that reappeared, it looked so charming. Carry me up, let's go out and see, okay? After a long period of violent wind and rain, she really didn't have the strength to walk now. Nianbing hugged Feng Nu's delicate body and stood up. He first put on his clothes, then took a robe and carefully put it on her body, lest she be attacked by the cold after the rain. Feng Nu hugged his neck, put her face on his solid chest, and listened to the sound of his heartbeat. Nianbing picked up Feng Nu's thigh, picked her up, kissed her lips, and then walked out of the stone house. After the rain, the air was mixed with the fragrance of the earth. It was particularly fresh to breathe, and the rainbow became more gorgeous. As soon as he walked out of the stone house, Nianbing suddenly felt that there seemed to be some strange changes in the surroundings. In addition to the rainbow, there seemed to be a faint red light floating not far away. With a thought, he carried Feng Nu and flew up with the help of the wind element. Looking down from the sky, the red light became more obvious. When looking carefully, he could see that the red light was coming from a steeple in the middle of the ruins. Because of the weathering, the building was already crooked, and it could collapse at any time. Feng Nu's body suddenly became boiling hot, and she whispered, "Nian Bing, quickly, when we go there, it seems like something is calling me." Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and his right hand pressed the air, and rich Xiantian qi mixed with elements surged from the building. With a rumbling sound, the steeple was pushed down, and the originally dense red light suddenly became more intense. The light soared into the sky, and the rainbow in the sky shone brightly. Feng Nu's eyes lit up, and she suddenly broke free from Nian Bing's arms. The Feng people's royal feathers floated out, and the golden red wings quickly carried her towards the rising red light. Nian Bing was afraid that she would lose her, and hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the top of the red light, they could clearly see that on the ground where the steeple was originally, there was a red pattern. It was actually a pattern of a phoenix, and the fiery red light was dense. The phoenix seemed to be alive, and it was emitting a faint heat. Nian Bing and the others had seen this steeple when they first came here. Because the steeple could collapse at any time, Nian Bing used his spiritual power to check the interior. At that time, he didn't find anything in the steeple, and the ground didn't have any changes. But, why did this pattern of a phoenix suddenly appear? The two floated down, and when they entered the red light, Nian Bing's strange feeling became more obvious. It was clearly a kind of energy, and although it wasn't very strong, it really existed. Feng Nu's body shone brightly, and when her body merged with the rising phoenix light, a deep voice slowly sounded, "Great Phoenix, I welcome your return." With a creaking sound, the ground actually split open, and a flight of stairs extended downwards. A mist floated out from the passageway below. Nian Bing hurriedly pulled Feng Nu to the side, and urged the light attribute innate qi to enter the passageway, and cleanse the moldy air. Light and warmth were brought into the deep passageway. With the light elements cleansing, the moldy air was quickly evaporated, and in a short while, the air was fresh again. "What was that sound just now?" Nian Bing asked suspiciously. There were no longer any people in the lost continent, but the sound just now was very clear, and in the sound, there was a bit of majesty. Feng Nu shook her head, and said, "I also don't know, that sound seemed to be left behind by magic." "Nian Bing, do you still remember when we obtained the ancestor Phoenix's memories on the Phoenix volcano? The ancestor said that he was once the god of the lost continent, and his image was the totem of the lost continent. Maybe, it was the phoenix blood in my body that triggered the mechanism here. And the appearance of the rainbow was the reason why the energy here was released. It seems that we have found the real historical remains of the lost continent." Speaking until here, her eyes were filled with curiosity, and also some excitement. Both of their eyes revealed a trace of joy, and when the moldy air was no longer coming, Feng Nu used her wings to fly, and continued to walk downwards with Nian Bing. The stone steps were very long, and after descending for no less than 100 meters, they finally reached the end. The darkness in the passageway did not affect them at all. Nian Bing's light attribute magic showed its due power, and a simple illumination spell illuminated the surroundings abnormally bright. The stone walls on both sides of the passageway were very smooth, and it was obvious that they were man-made. Although there was a bit of moldy air coming out, but overall, the passageway was still considered dry. When they reached the deepest part of the passageway, a huge door appeared in front of them. There was a circular pattern on the door, and within that protruding circle, there was a lifelike phoenix. What surprised them was that the phoenix pattern was actually inlaid with a ruby, and the ruby did not have any gaps, as if it was carved with a large piece of ruby before being inlaid. A faint red light shone, that was the energy of fire, but within the fire, there was also a bit of coolness. The phoenix totem verified the thoughts in Nian Bing and Feng Nu's mind, and the two of them stopped in front of the door. Nian Bing tried to push with her hand, but the stone door did not move at all. She tried to use her spiritual power to probe inside, but was blocked by a gentle energy, and could not go in. Nian Bing frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, "This door is very strange. Feng Nu, did you discover anything?" As she said that, she turned around to look at Feng Nu. When she saw Feng Nu, she discovered that Feng Nu's eyes were focused on the ruby phoenix pattern on the stone door. Her eyes revealed a contemplative light, as if she did not hear Nian Bing's question. The Wind Maiden's robe fell, revealing her perfect body, and a faint red light surrounded her skin. Her eyes lit up, and the royal feathers behind her spread out to both sides, and her body floated up, arriving in front of the stone door. She raised her hand, and gently stroked the ruby pattern, as deep emotions appeared in her eyes. The faint red light gradually turned golden, and as she stroked, it gradually merged with the ruby. The ruby's light grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the phoenix's eyes lit up, and with a flash of light, it just happened to meet Feng Nu's eyes. Feng Nu's body became sluggish for a moment, and immediately after, a clear phoenix cry rang out from Feng Nu's mouth. The red light around her body became more and more intense, and the scorching air forced Nianbing to retreat. Only by releasing his Heaven's Eye domain could he not be affected by the phoenix's flames. Feng Nu's body was rapidly changing, and Nianbing could vaguely sense a dignified aura emanating from Feng Nu's body. When the clear phoenix cry disappeared, the red light instantly disappeared, and Feng Nu's figure became clear again. She was a fiery red phoenix, and every feather on her body was as clear as a ruby. She had a pair of dignified red eyes, and the feathers on her body were as if they were carved from ruby. They shone with a resplendent light. Nianbing whispered, 8 Phoenix transformations, Phoenix awakening, Phoenix transformation. Yes, at this time, Feng Nu had once again used the 8 transformations. Nianbing suddenly realized that Feng Nu, who had completed the 8 transformations, was strangely similar to the phoenix pattern on the stone door. Just as he was thinking about the changes, the red phoenix flew up. It actually accelerated in a short distance, and directly rushed towards the stone door. Without waiting for Nianbing to cry out in alarm, the phoenix that Feng Nu had transformed into actually merged into the stone door. The red light instantly blossomed with an even more dazzling brilliance, and the entire passageway seemed to tremble slightly. Immediately after, the huge stone door in front of them, along with the radiance, actually gradually rose up. With a rumbling sound, a scorching heat was released from the stone door. Nianbing looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, and walked towards the door. When he saw the full appearance of the rising stone door, he finally understood why he couldn't open it. The thickness of this stone door was completely beyond his imagination. It actually extended for a distance of nearly 10 feet. Furthermore, from the magical aura that was emitted from the stone door, this huge gate definitely contained a magical seal. Passing through the passageway formed by the gate, Nianbing arrived inside. The first thing he saw was the totem that was shining with a golden light on the ground. This was a spacious square stone room, about 3 feet long on each side. In the center of the stone room, there was a huge phoenix statue that was completely carved out of red gemstones, shining with a dazzling brilliance. Yes, it was completely a piece of sparkling and translucent red gemstone. The phoenix was in the posture of flapping its wings, and the phoenix's eyes were inlaid with 2 pieces of golden gemstones. The fiery aura was emitted from this statue. Feng Nu didn't appear in the stone room. Ling Nianbing felt a little uneasy in his heart, and couldn't help but call out loudly, "Feng Nu, where are you? What exactly is this place?" Suddenly, a surge of heat came from the totem below Nianbing's feet. Nianbing's Heaven's Eye domain was actually unable to weaken this heat aura, forcing him to retreat from the totem's range. An illusory figure lit up from the golden pattern. A holy heat filled the entire stone room. This rising figure was the phoenix that Feng Nu had transformed into. From the beginning of the illusory path to gradually condensing into a solid body, it took an entire cup of tea's time. When she finally completely appeared, Nianbing let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the low voice from outside sounded again. "Oh great phoenix! You've finally returned. This day, we've been waiting for too long. It's a pity that we, the subjects of the lost continent, are unable to escape the arrangement of fate. Perhaps, you've come too late." Feng Nu once again transformed back into her human form. Looking at the huge phoenix statue in front of her, 2 strings of tears flowed down her face. From that low voice, she could feel a sense of true sorrow. That low voice continued, "What you're hearing now is the memories we left behind before our final destruction. Although I'm also about to die, I want to leave behind my feelings. Only when your energy appears can you hear my voice. As the last ruler of the lost continent, I've failed. However, I'm unwilling to admit my failure. I haven't done anything wrong. the lost continent has always been fighting for itself. However, in the end, I still lost. I lost to fate. I know that you've already done your best. However, just as we were about to win, those terrifying existences appeared. They forced us to leave our original world. I left the curse in the Yangon continent. Although we lost due to the participation of those terrifying existences, I feel that one day, we will return. Because we belong to our own world, while those terrifying existences don't. Moreover, we've already found some information regarding them. We've even found some prehistoric superweapons. Perhaps only those weapons can destroy them. Although the lost continent has been sent to another space, I don't regret it. For freedom, I'm willing to give up everything. My subjects are also willing. Did they think that by cutting us off to another world, they could make us lose our faith? That's impossible. I firmly believe that Lord Phoenix has not died. One day in the future, you will definitely lead us back to our world. Not only will we obtain freedom, but we will also destroy those terrifying existences. In front of my subjects, I swear in my name, Luther 17, that one day, we will return. Return to our world, and obtain everything that we deserve. Luther 17. Hearing these 5 words, Nian Bing's heart trembled. She finally knew who left behind these last words. That was the final ruler of the lost continent who had presided over the final battle between the lost continent and the godly continent. Unfortunately, in the battle against the powerless true gods, the lost continent was forcefully separated from this world and sent to another space. The terrifying existences that he was talking about were clearly those 3 true gods. Luther XVII's voice was so passionate. Although this was only his voice, Nian Bing could still feel the intense battle in his heart. The passionate voice disappeared and the stone room fell into a short silence. After a long while, a deep and dignified voice let out a long sigh. In this sigh, there were too many things. There was anger, sadness, and also deep unwillingness. Lord Phoenix, if everything goes according to my plan, then, even if I die, my descendants will lead the lost continent to the godly continent. My descendants will definitely lead the army of the lost continent to raise the godly continent to the ground. We will eliminate the enemies that restrict our freedom and let the light of dawn return to the earth. In the curse that I left behind, there is a desire that can arouse the desire of humans. That curse requires the dark saintess to guide it. The night can be said to be my scheme. As long as we really return, becoming the ruler of the lost continent is just a joke. The one who truly benefits from the curse is actually only the dark saintess. However, it is impossible for her to become the ruler of the lost continent. Only the successor of my Luther family can become the ruler of this continent. However, just when I was filled with confidence, I found out that I was wrong about one thing. That was the judgment of those terrifying existences. That's right. How could they allow existences that could threaten them in the future to appear? When we were exiled to another space, when I was filled with confidence and prepared to lead the lost continent's people to develop again, they brought us disaster. They used their powerful destructive power to restrict us, changed our environment, and destroyed everything that could threaten them, including our army and my people. Right now, they are constantly destroying outside. What they want to destroy is not the lives of the lost continent's people, but the civilization of the lost continent. They used their own abilities to continuously destroy and change the order of the lost continent. Just now, I was able to escape here under the protection of my subordinates. However, I know that they will not let me live. The civilization of the lost continent has already been destroyed. Right now, all I can do is to leave my people with the last bit of hope. I have changed the curse that I left behind in the Yangon continent. If the lost continent can really return to our original world, then let the dark saintess become the ruler of my remaining people. Those terrifying existences will not leave us with any civilization. I have always thought that I am very smart, I have ambition, I have means. However, in front of their true destructive power, I find that I am so small. Lord Phoenix, I don't know if you can hear my voice. However, if you can really hear it, I, Luther 17, only have one request. Please treat my people well. Even if they have already forgotten the existence of the lost empire because of the destruction of their civilization, please treat them well. Those terrifying existences are not something that we can fight against. I only hope that the bloodline of the Lost Empire can continue to be passed down. Lord Phoenix, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. It is useless. I am going. Even if I die, I will walk out bravely. Lord Phoenix, you are the totem of the Lost Empire. Even if the Lost Empire is truly destroyed, this will never change. Farewell, our civilization. Sadness, deep sadness filled the entire room. Everything around them became somewhat unreal. At this moment, Nian Bing understood everything. The real reason for the destruction of the Lost Empire civilization was not the environment of the alternate space. It came from the three true gods who were respectively known as the God of Destruction, the God of Order, and the God of Time. On the surface, they only said that they were banishing the Lost Continent. However, when they sent the Lost Continent into the alternate space and claimed that they were cultivating in a deep sleep, they came to the Lost Continent and completely destroyed everything that could threaten them. Not only did they destroy everything left behind from prehistoric times, but they also destroyed the entire civilization of the Lost Continent. What a ruthless method, what a scheme. Perhaps even Kao and Amaterasu did not know that they had secretly done so many things. True gods, they were indeed true gods. No wonder they did not care about the opening of Meortis's seal. It turned out that everything was already under their control. What else did they need to care about? The return of the Lost Continent to this world was just one more piece of land. That was all. The prehistoric civilization that could threaten them no longer existed. The Lost Empire also no longer existed. A light tinkling sound woke Nian Bing up from his grief and anger. He was shocked to see that a crack had appeared on the chest of the ruby phoenix statue in front of him. With a fine rustling sound, the crack gradually expanded. The light in the phoenix statue's golden eyes gradually dimmed. Feng Nu did not know when he had knelt on the ground. He looked at the statue in front of him in a daze. When the cracks covered the entire body of the phoenix statue, with a bang, the statue completely shattered. The ruby no longer had its dazzling light. Luther XVII's voice was clearly stored in this statue. He was not only a great ruler, but also a great magician. Such a clever design, even Nian Bing could not help but sigh at his own inferiority. It was a pity that the era of the Lost Empire had completely ended. Luther 17 did not manage to fulfill his wish and walked towards his death. A heart-shaped gem attracted Nian Bing's attention. When the statue was completely destroyed, only this gem was suspended in the center of the statue. The gem's light was very strange. It actually shone with two colors. One moment it shone with red light, the next moment it shone with blue light. It did not bring about any changes to the surroundings. However, Nian Bing could clearly feel that this gem contained an incomparably large amount of energy. What is this? Questions arose in his heart. At this moment, that heart-shaped gem suddenly moved. It floated lightly in front of Feng Nu and landed in her hand. Terrifying existence, what kind of terrifying existence is it? Feng Nu looked at the gem in her hand and murmured. The sadness in her eyes was not only from herself, but also from the deep sadness brought by the phoenix bloodline. The phoenix left its bloodline to the Feng people, and also left part of its memories to Feng Nu and Lan Chen. As the former totem of the Lost Continent, the Lost Continent's civilization was completely destroyed. The sadness from the deepest part of its bloodline was released without reservation, affecting Feng Nu's heart. The heat in the room had completely disappeared, and the golden totem on the ground no longer emitted light. Feng Nu still looked at the heart-shaped gem in her hand, and kept repeating that sentence. The gem in her hand gradually changed, and it no longer shone with blue light, but completely turned red. Nian Bing walked to Feng Nu's side and asked in a low voice, "What is this?" He faintly felt that this heart-shaped gem should have a close relationship with the phoenix, and would even have an impact on the entire Feng people. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and said, "What is that terrifying existence?" Nian Bing, you have been to the godly mainland, so you must know, right? Tell me, who destroyed the civilization of the Lost Continent? Nian Bing sighed and said, "Yes, I know who it is. On the godly mainland, there are 4 terrifying existences. Using the word terrifying to describe them is not wrong. You can understand how terrifying they are with simple numbers. From the perspective of magic, when one's strength reaches the 12th level, even if it's one level, there will be a qualitative leap. And those 4 terrifying existences were 3 of them who launched a 17th level superspatial magic. These 3 people are called the God of Order, the God of Destruction, and the God of Time. If not for them, with the strength of the main gods and gods of the godly mainland, I'm afraid that they would have been completely defeated in the Great War of the Gods 10,000 years ago. I have seen one of them before, but I can't see how strong he really is. However, I can be sure that Luther 17 is right. If they participate in the war between the continents, then everything will be destroyed. Even if all of us worked together, we wouldn't be able to contend against one of them. However, the civilization of the lost continent had been destroyed by them. In this world, there was only one other true God who could pose a threat to them. Back then, when I was on the godly continent, it was this true God who saved my life. I didn't tell you this because I didn't want to burden you too much. However, to those true gods, the conflicts on the continent no longer arouse their interest. Therefore, I believe that the upcoming war will be completely a war between us and the gods of the godly mainland. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing. He sighed softly. A civilization was destroyed just like that. Now, after we hear the last words of Luther 17, the civilization of the lost continent has disappeared without a trace. Nian Bing, I'm really scared. She didn't say what she was afraid of, but Nian Bing could understand her feelings. He opened his arms and hugged Feng Nu tightly. Feeling the warmth of Nian Bing's body, Feng Nu's heart calmed down a lot. Caressing the gem in his hand, he softly said, Nian Bing, if our opponents are really only those gods, I think we'll have a higher chance of winning. Do you know what this gem is? It's called the Heart of the Phoenix. When we were at the Phoenix volcano, Xianxia and I received the last teachings of our ancestor, the Phoenix. He told us that if we could find the heart of the Phoenix that he had left behind on the lost continent, then we would be able to reach the 9th Phoenix transformation in a short time and become a true Phoenix, possessing the true strength of the Phoenix. Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel excited. The strength of the Phoenix represented the strength of the 14th level. If Feng Nu and Lan Chen could both reach the 14th level, in addition to herself, the war with the godly mainland would indeed be much more confident. The originally less than 20% confidence would at least increase to 40%. Feng Nu, then let's hurry back. The earlier you and Chen Chen become stronger, the more advantageous it would be for us. Feng Nu nodded lightly and said, the Phoenix ancestor has already truly passed away. Right now, Chen Chen and I can be said to be his successors. Right now, the ones who have responsibilities are not only you and you, Chen Chen and I also have responsibilities. For the sake of our ancestor and Luther XVII's wishes, we must protect the lost continent from being poisoned. When Nian Bing and Feng Nu returned to the lakeside of the frozen moon lake, the large river that Halogen and the magicians were in charge of building had already been completed. The 30-zhang-wide river directly led to the encampment of the Huarong Empire. In the past few days, there had been heavy rain in succession, making the ice and water magicians much more relaxed. With the help of the rain, the water level of the river naturally rose very easily. And the first harvest of the crops had already been completed. Under the nourishment of the water source with the aura of life and natural magic, the harvest was very good. After a simple calculation, it was actually enough to feed the army stationed here. And the reinforcements of the 4 great empires had also arrived. The reclamation of the lost continent was progressing very smoothly. Right now, the second batch of seeds had already begun to germinate, and the planting area had also doubled compared to when they first arrived. Right after returning to the frozen moon lake, Nian Bing immediately ordered people to invite Halogen and the leaders of the 4 great empires to the lakeside for a discussion. At the same time, the military forces belonging to the Ice Moon Empire were mobilized to begin the preparation process. Feng Nu and Lan Chen did not participate in this discussion. Right now, the 2 girls were in a quiet room, researching the use of the Phoenix's heart. They both knew that the ones who were truly decisive in this war were the experts on both sides. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between the Phoenix's 8th transformation and the 9th transformation, they, who had seen the strength of an overgod, knew that although it was only 1 stage, the strength it represented was completely different. In order to survive, in order to fulfill their responsibilities, they had to quickly discover the secrets of the Phoenix's heart. Only then could they increase the chances of victory in this war. Right now, the leaders of the four great empires no longer needed to live in tents. Under the skillful hands of the craftsmen, the stone houses they built were much more comfortable than tents. Right now, in the largest stone house by the lakeside, the marshal of the Ice Moon Empire, Shuepa, the princess of the Longmu Empire, Mu Jing, the prime minister of the Ottoman Empire, Luo Ro, and the marshal of the Huarong Empire, Prince Rong, Rong Yen, were all deep in thought with their brows furrowed. This meeting, only the four highest-ranking commanders of the four great empires in the Lost Continent could participate. They had just finished listening to Nian Bing's report on this trip. However, Nian Bing had concealed the discovery of the Lost Continent's ruins. In order to strengthen the confidence of the four great empires, he could not reveal the existence of the true gods. Otherwise, it would bring about great panic. Prince Rong sighed and said, "Looks like we really have to make a move." "Nian Bing, we'll do as you say. After I return, I'll bring people to meet up with you. Let's have a battle to destroy the true gods. I want to see. Is their strength stronger or our magic stronger?" "Nian Bing, I heard from Chen Chen that you've already rescued Rong Tian and your mother. Will they come this time?" Nian Bing looked deeply at his grandfather and said, "They should be on their way." "Grandfather, you." Everyone present knew of his relationship with the Rong family. There was nothing to hide. Prince Rong stood up and walked out. He opened the door. When he opened the door, he paused. "I'm already old. My previous stubbornness has already passed. They gave me such an outstanding grandson like you. What else can I be dissatisfied with? The past is the past. No matter what they choose, it's up to them." After saying this, Rong Yan opened the door and left. His back seemed a bit older. Nian Bing sighed in relief. He knew that although his father could be together with his mother, there was always a deep regret in his heart. But in his father's heart, there was always one biggest regret. His father was different from him. His father was absolutely loyal to the family, which he did not have. Grandfather finally acknowledged the fact that his parents were together. This time, his father could also be at ease. After Prince Rong left, the atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed. Mu Jing said, "Big brother, do you have any specific arrangements this time? How should we arrange them?" Hearing that Princess Mu Jing, who had a special status in the Longmu Empire, actually called Nian Bing brother, Shuepa couldn't help but jump in fright. She thought to herself, "It seems like I still haven't fully understood the power of the sect leader." He couldn't help but respect Nian Bing even more now. Nian Bing nodded and said, "I already have a general idea, but I need to go there to start arranging." "Jing your nature magicians don't need to go. In the war against the gods' continent, their nature magicians won't be of much use. After all, there aren't any plants to control there. It's better to let them stay here and continue to cultivate the lost continent." Mu Jing nodded and said, "Everything will be according to Big Brother's arrangements. Other than the nature mages, we have quite a few mages of other elements on our side. As for the warrior Saint Realm warriors, we have been practicing with the Holland Empire's combined attack technique, so they should be of some use soon. In terms of logistics, you can rest assured. Not only do we have a good harvest from the crops we planted, I have also transferred a large amount of resources from the Longmu Empire. It should be enough to last for a short period of time. As for the reserve resources, they will be continuously sent over. However, I am more worried about the process of sending them over. After all, we are quite a distance away from the gods' continent." Nian Bing smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. In these 2 days, while you are organizing the army, I will start building a large-range long-distance teleportation formation. I will also build a formation that can store spatial elements. With this formation, it will only take a moment to reach the gods' continent." Luo Ro said, "Our Ottoman Empire's magicians have also been completely gathered. When you went to see the refugees, I have already transferred the army over. A batch of resources is also being sent over from the Empire. It should arrive within 10 days. Nian Bing, this time I will give you a surprise. However, it is thanks to your Ice Moon Empire's help that it can be completed." Nian Bing stared blankly and said, "Surprise? What kind of surprise?" Luo Ro smiled mysteriously and said, when we reach the gods' continent, you will know. In fact, this surprise has a lot to do with your contribution. I also researched it with the Imperial Court magicians before coming up with it. It's just that I don't know how big this surprise will be. Nodding, Nianbing smiled and said, well then, I will wait for your surprise. In 3 days, we must finish our preparations and then set off to the refugees. The earlier we arrange, the more advantageous it will be for us. You have to start getting busy. There is one thing you must remember, the magicians are our key. You must protect them well. Luo Ro and Mu Jing stood up. Mu Jing said, brother, then we will go back and prepare. When the Huarong Empire's army arrives, we will immediately set off. The 2 girls bid farewell and left. At this time only Nianbing and Xuepa were left in the room. Xuepa said, Hierarch, do you have any other orders? Nianbing said, Elder Xuepa, this time you will lead the Ice Moon Empire's people. I will command the elites and all the magicians. You heard what I said to them just now. Once the war begins, we must protect the magicians by any means necessary. According to my understanding of the gods, although they are strong, they are all warriors. Long-range attacks are our advantage. Snow Soul nodded and said, I understand what you mean. I'll go and arrange it now. For the final victory, sacrifices are inevitable. Xuepa also left. Nianbing stood in the stone house and thought for a while. Then she pushed the door open and walked out. The fresh air was moist because of the Ice Moon Lake. Fully enjoying the comfortable feeling, and looking at the green crops by the lake, Nianbing's heart calmed down a little. She had left the peach blossom forest for several years. The world had changed so fast. When she left the peach blossom forest, she only had 2 things to do. One was to avenge her parents, and the other was to find the peak of her culinary skills. In the past few years, with the push of fate, her original intention had been constantly changing. She couldn't even participate in the God of Cookery tournament that she had always wanted. As expected, little Tian, who had the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand, became the new God of Cookery. As for her, she was fighting for her life. Her strength was improving rapidly, but she always felt that it was not enough. There were so many experts above her that she couldn't compete with. What about her culinary skills? Although she didn't waste it, she didn't have the time to find the true essence of her culinary skills. Thinking of this, Nianbing couldn't help but sigh. A silver light flashed in her hand, and a small flower vase appeared out of thin air. She opened the lid, and a strong fragrance assailed her nose. It was refreshing, and gave her an extremely comfortable feeling. She carefully poured a drop of juice into her mouth. Immediately, an indescribable fragrance filled her body. A faint warmth entered her body, and the feeling of being full of vitality immediately made Ling Nianbing's depressed heart feel much better. Yes, this was the 100-flower dew that she refined in Cao's life domain. It took her a lot of effort to make this 100-flower dew. How good would it be if Master was still alive? If he could taste the 100-flower dew that she refined, she didn't know how happy he would be. What was the true essence of her culinary skills? What was it? She still didn't know. Little Tian's culinary skills should be improving all the time, but what about her? Her culinary skills were at most stronger in the aspect of magic. Although practice was no longer so important after reaching her level, she still needed time to think and innovate. Unfortunately, under the push of fate, it could be said that she had already achieved freedom. Wanting to reach the peak of her culinary skills was easier said than done. There were still about 3 years before the next God of Cookery tournament. If the war with the godly continent could be won smoothly, perhaps she would still have a chance. Only with enough thinking could it be possible to improve her culinary skills. Master, is your spirit in heaven already a little disappointed in me? I'm sorry, I don't want to be like this, but there are some things that I must do. If the Yangon continent can't even guarantee peace, then no matter how strong my culinary skills are, where can I show them? Master, I really miss you. Look at me. As long as this matter is over, I will devote myself to the cultivation of my culinary skills. I will never let you down again. A cool breeze blew, and the moist air carried a hint of faint earthy fragrance. It entered Nianbing's nose, and the fragrance of the 100-flower dew lingered in her mouth for a long time. Thinking of her master, Nian Bing naturally thought of the ice goddess priestess. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. She didn't expect that she would be her master's lover, and her mother's senior sister. Deformed hatred blinded her eyes. Was her master wrong? No. Her master wasn't wrong. In the culinary competition with the ice goddess priestess father, winning was naturally her master's pursuit. Moreover, with her master's character, it was impossible for him to humiliate the other party. There were only two possibilities. 1. The ice goddess priestess father was too stubborn. The other. The ice goddess priestess misunderstood her father's intentions. The love between them could be said to be sorrowful. It wasn't only her master's sorrow. At the same time, it was also the ice goddess priestess' sorrow. In fact, her master had never really blamed her. However, she couldn't forgive herself. She didn't know how she was now. Unfortunately, she awakened too late. Her master had already passed away. Even if she regretted it, where could she find him? Heavens! Could it be that between them, it was destined to be a tragedy? Nian Bing. A deep voice awakened Nian Bing from her thoughts. When she turned around, she saw Halogen standing not far behind her with a silent face. Nian Bing didn't feel when he arrived. From Halogen's complicated gaze, Nian Bing could see that his current mood was unstable. Big brother Halogen, even if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. Let's go, let's talk in my room. Saying this, Nian Bing walked to Halogen's side, patted his shoulder, and brought him to her room. The current Halogen didn't need to use the longevity blade to hide his true appearance. War god Halogen's fame was not inferior to Prince Rong's fame in the Four Great Empires and the Lost Continent's army. Most people in the army didn't know of Nian Bing's existence, but there was definitely no one who didn't know of the war god. In these 3 months, Halogen used his tyrannical strength to conquer the hearts of all the soldiers. Wherever the war god went, no matter which country's generals or soldiers, they would all have the most reverence for him. Martial artists would always worship the strong. Nian Bing's room wasn't big. In the 10 square meter stone room, other than a wide bed, there wasn't anything else that could fit in. Upon entering, Nian Bing saw Long Ling smile. Feng Nu and Lan Shen went to train, so Long Ling took the initiative to take care of Nian Bing's meals and lodging. Seeing him enter, she hurriedly went to greet him with a smile. You're back. Big brother Halogen is also here. Come in and sit. Nian Bing and Halogen entered the room and sat down. Long Ling poured 2 cups of water for them. When she was pouring the water, she noticed that Halogen's expression wasn't right. She smiled and said, You guys talk, I'll go out and take a look. As a virtuous wife, when the men wanted to talk, she naturally wouldn't stay. Seeing Long Ling's departing figure, Halogen lightly sighed and said, Nian Bing, you have a good wife. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, No, it's because I have 3 good wives. They are all my dearest. Big brother Halogen, I know what you want to ask. I hope that you can remain calm after listening to my words. Halogen deeply looked at Nian Bing and said, When we just returned to this place where our ancestors lived, I had already prepared for the worst. Brother, do you know how I felt when I first saw this desolate place? Our great dwarf ancestors' hard work didn't get the reward they deserved. Although I wasn't born here, I grew up here. However, I have deep feelings for this land. Thus, I spared no effort to help them reclaim this desolate continent. Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for your relationship, I'm afraid this place would still be a desolate place. Halogen's eyes revealed heartfelt gratitude. He was thanking Nian Bing from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the lake form, seeing the large expanse of plants planted in the surroundings, the disappointment he felt when he first came here gradually disappeared. Nian Bing shook his head and said, Big brother, there's no need for thanks between us brothers. Seeing this place gradually change, I'm also very happy. Perhaps in the near future, when the lost continent is fully reclaimed, the 4 great empires will fight over territory. This is the human's bad habit. But after all, at that time, the lost continent will once again radiate vitality. This time, we went to see those survivors. They already don't have any memory of their ancestors. They are only constantly struggling for survival. Among them, there are humans, elves, and your dwarf race. Halogen's body shook slightly. No memory? Nian Bing, can you say it more clearly? Nian Bing nodded and said, they don't have any memory, and at the same time. At the same time, the lost continent also lost its own civilization. Immediately, he told Halogen everything he had seen and heard, including the remains found in the ruins, as well as the words of Luther 17. He spoke very carefully, without leaving anything out. While speaking, he looked at Halogen's gradually changing complexion. When Nian Bing finished speaking, Halogen's aura was already extremely unstable. His face was so heavy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He fiercely raised his hand, as if he was about to slap the table beside him. But when his hand fell, he finally restrained his douqi and said dejectedly, bastards, those 3 bastards. They actually destroyed a civilization, a civilization. Nian Bing stood up and walked to Halogen's side. She tightly grasped his broad shoulders. He said, Big brother. If I were those 3 true gods, maybe I would do the same. I would do the same because it was to protect my own position. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. Whoever's fist is harder, then everything he does is right. Now, the most important thing is to deal with the crisis brought by the godly continent. Protect your last clansmen and prevent them from being harmed. As for those 3 true gods, we can't touch them. Big brother, do you understand what I mean? Halogen looked deeply at Nian Bing and said, I understand, of course I understand. Even if we join forces, it's impossible for us to be a match for those 3 bastards. But, I'm not willing. Our lost continent's civilization disappeared like this, how can I be willing? Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, he pulled Halogen up from his seat and said sternly, Halogen, listen to me clearly. Have you forgotten why Senior Ruorong and Aunt died? They did it to help you and me. What's the use of being unwilling now? Don't tell me you think you can't compare to your ancestors? Since your ancestors were heroes, then you can also become a hero. The hero of the dwarf clan. The previous civilization was destroyed, but why can't you lead your clansmen to rebuild a new civilization? Immersing yourself in pain and hatred is useless. You have to work hard for your clansmen, for the dwarf clan civilization, and even for the lost continent civilization. The dwarf clan still has you. Your clansmen in the lost continent have forgotten what the dwarf clan once had, but you haven't forgotten. You can pass on what you have to them. Don't tell me the dwarf clan can't become strong again? At that time, you will be the hero of the dwarf clan. The greatest hero in the history of the dwarf clan. For your clansmen, you have to pull yourself together. Revenge is important, but what's more important is the inheritance. Otherwise, if you die while taking revenge, can you be worthy of Aunt's sacrifice? Can you be worthy of your clansmen? At that time, the dwarf clan civilization will truly be extinct. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Halogen's eyes gradually lit up. That's right. What he needed now was to pass on the wisdom and knowledge of the dwarf clan, and not to sink into pain. Nian Bing's angry shout awakened Halogen's spirit. Looking at Nian Bing's eyes, he gradually had his own plan. Slapping away Nian Bing's hand, Halogen said, Nian Bing, I'm leaving. Nian Bing didn't ask him to stay. Looking at the robust Halogen firmly walking out of his room, his face couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Halogen already understood that he had the wisdom of the dwarf clan. Without asking, he had already begun to work hard to become the dwarf clan's king. Work hard to pass on everything of the dwarf clan. Unfortunately, the civilization of the lost continent was only passed down by the dwarf clan, but the elf clan and the humans of the lost continent were not so lucky. It seemed that the history of the lost continent would not be repeated after all. Only by bringing the civilization of the Yangon continent here, could the lost continent glow with new vitality. And all of this had to be based on winning the war with the godly continent, otherwise, all of the efforts would be in vain. Long Ling came in from the outside, holding a plate with a few red fruits on it. She walked in front of Nian Bing, put the fruits aside, and tidied up Nian Bing's slightly messy hair with her hand. She smiled and said, Bing, don't think too much, there will be a way in front of the mountain, you have to take care of your body. Nian Bing's heart immediately warmed when he heard Long Ling's gentle words. He walked over to a chair and sat down. He pulled Long Ling to him and let her sit on his lap. He hugged her soft body and said softly, Ling I've really been too busy recently. It's inevitable that I've neglected you. Don't blame me, alright? Long Ling smiled and said, Fool, why would I blame you? You have your own things to do. But last time, you left us all to deal with the crisis when Morta's seal was opened. I was really angry. Feng Nu and Chen Chen were also very unhappy. Although we haven't officially married, we are already your wives. When faced with difficulties, how could you leave us? Nian Bing, no matter what, don't do it again, okay? Nian Bing nodded and said, Don't worry, I promise I won't leave you all. Whether in life or death, we will be together. Ling there are still 3 days before we set off. I want to use these 3 days to cultivate some of the abilities I have learned during this period. Don't let anyone disturb me. Although the time is very short, I think it should have some effect. Long Ling smiled gently and left Nian Bing's lap. Don't worry, you can cultivate. Unless there is something very important, I won't let anyone disturb you. Eat some fruit. This is the first fruit we planted on the lost continent. The nature magic of those nature magicians is really strange. The fruit trees that take a few years to mature, under the effect of their magic, actually bear fruit so quickly. No wonder the Longmu Empire is called the granary of the Yangon continent. Okay, I'm going out. If you need anything, just call me. My room is right next to yours. Oh, right, let me tell you a piece of good news. During this period of cultivation, my West Meridian acupoint seems to be showing signs of opening. Wait until I have the ability to use the innate qi, then I should be able to reach level 12. After saying that, she quickly kissed Nian Bing's face, turned around, and ran out. When she reached the door, she deliberately helped Nian Bing close the door. She picked up a fruit and put it into her mouth. The sweet juice stimulated Nian Bing's taste buds. Feeling the warmth on her face, Nian Bing suddenly realized that her choice was correct. If she had rejected Long Ling's feelings back then, this gentle girl would probably never be as happy as she was now. The godly mainland. Xianxia stood respectfully in the canyon between 2 mountain peaks. He looked at the distorted air in front of him and did not even dare to breathe too loudly. He had been standing here for 3 days. Ever since he received the news from the gods who had returned from the lost continent, he had come here. At this moment, the various magic elements in the air were agitated. It was time for the magic storm again. However, these magic storms did not have any effect on Xianxia. When the magic elements attacked a radius of 3 meters around him, they would be dispersed by an invisible energy. To an ordinary god, the magic storm might be a disaster. However, to Tai Chi, who stood at the top of the gods, the magic storm was not even an itch. After waiting here for 3 days, Xianxia did not feel anxious at all. After such a long time, time was no longer important to him. Even if he had to stand here for 3 years, he would still wait without moving, let alone 3 days. It had been a long time since something made him think. However, this time, he had to think carefully because he did not want to miss out on anything. He did not want to let go of any opportunity. After Xiaoyu returned that day, he sent hundreds of gods to the lost continent. They had almost covered 2/3 of the lost continent's territory, but the news they received was the same. Only a team of gods discovered the existence of the lost continent's inhabitants. But those people were so weak that he found it laughable. During the Great War of the Gods, he was already one of the strongest main gods on the god mainland. At that time, the valiant fighting style of the lost mainland had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when he heard that Miorda's seal was still undone despite him sending so many experts, other than anger, he also felt a trace of fear. However, the news that he had just received caused this trace of fear to completely disappear. The threat of the lost continent no longer existed. The remaining tens of thousands of residents were just a joke to him. Even if he was alone, he could completely destroy them. But now, his heart, which had been silent for many years, was alive again. The gods' continent was indeed a very suitable place for cultivation. However, after tens of thousands of years, he could no longer endure the boredom. He no longer wanted to occupy the lost continent. That piece of barren land, to him, did not have much attraction. However, The information he obtained from Xiaoyu regarding the Yangon continent was something that even the strongest deity like him couldn't help but be tempted. That was right. He possessed strength that was only second to a true god. Why would he continue to live a lonely life in this place? Why couldn't he live a more colorful life? It shouldn't be a difficult thing to lead the gods under him to occupy that prosperous continent. As long as he had the permission of the three true gods, then the entire world would be under his control. He would be a god, a great heavenly god. Those weak humans. They could only become the slaves of the gods. What could tens of thousands of slaves bring him? What could he be excited about in the Yangon continent? Before coming to this canyon, Xianxia's heart was already burning. His heart, which had been silent because of his bitter cultivation, seemed to be burning. He needed to release it. Although Xianxia couldn't wait to end the seal on the godly mainland, he didn't do so. As the strongest person among the gods, he knew very well what he should do at the right time. He definitely couldn't ruin his beautiful future because of a moment of rashness. The patience that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years had long prevented him from making mistakes because of impulse. Therefore, he came here. Have you been waiting here for a long time? A strange voice sounded. It was difficult to tell whether the voice was male or female. Although the voice was gentle, it was much scarier than the surrounding magic storm in Xianxia's ears. He hurriedly took a step forward and knelt on one knee. No, I haven't been here for a long time. Waiting is the glory that God has bestowed upon me. The strange voice said indifferently, we already know the purpose of your visit. On this continent, there is nothing that can escape our grasp. Order wants me to tell you that you can do whatever you want. We won't stop you. However, there's one thing that you must understand. If everything in this world is destroyed, then every place will become a hell like the godly mainland. At that time, even if you're a god, you can only walk towards destruction as the environment continues to change. With your age and ability, you should be very clear about the control of the degree. Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't figure out the meaning of the voice's owner. He asked tentatively, then what should I do? Since we can't destroy it, then The strange voice said, I'll give you 2 words, order. As long as you let the place you want to go develop. According to the order that you need, then you can become the master of that place. Killing won't solve everything. In our previous world, there were many thought-provoking great literature. One of the words was to convince people with virtue. Only by controlling the hearts of humans and instilling your order into them can you truly become their god. As for what to do, it's up to you to figure it out yourself. From now on, the matters of you gods have nothing to do with us. We won't care about you anymore. Even though the gods could be said to have been created by us, and even this most suitable place for you humans to cultivate was created because of us, we are no longer interested in you humans. However, this is our home. Even if tens of thousands of years have passed, even if we might have to leave this place in the near future, we don't wish for this place to be completely destroyed. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Lord True Gods, are you leaving? Is this what the god of time meant by exploring the unknown world? The time god said indifferently, haven't you been waiting for this day for a long time? Once we leave this world, you can become the true master of this world. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately said in fear, no, why would I have such thoughts? Without the Lord True Gods, I wouldn't be who I am today. I can't bear for the Lord True Gods to leave. The time god's tone was still emotionless. You don't have to hide your ambition in front of me. It's meaningless and we won't care about it. But if the Lord True Gods leave, then Lord True God Cow. Xianxia said worriedly. That's what you're really worried about. That's right. Even if you're stronger, you won't be able to go against Cow. Even the 3 of us had to go through so many years to be able to compete with them. You don't have to worry about this. When we leave, it'll be the day we cut off all ties with Cow. In our hearts, if we can't solve their problems, how can we leave? Don't worry, Cow won't cause you any trouble. It won't be long before we cut off all ties. After 50,000 years of fighting, it's time for us to come to an end. Xianxia was overjoyed, but his facial expression did not change. He bowed respectfully and said, then I'll take my leave first. Sir true gods, please take care of yourselves. If there's anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to let me know. After saying this, he slowly got up. He walked backward out of the canyon until he was completely out of the range of the canyon. Then, he floated up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Xianxia left, 3 figures slowly emerged from the distorted air. A rough voice said, "Time, do you think this guy will do as we said?" The time god smiled indifferently and said, "He will." "Do you think everyone is like you, who only knows how to destroy?" Xianxia is a smart person. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen him to be the leader of the gods. A smart person won't do stupid things. Unless his strength can surpass the 3 of us, he won't do anything that displeases us. These gods have been silent under our restrictions for 10,000 years. It's time for them to break out. Poor Yangon continent. If we weren't about to leave this place, I'd be reluctant to let it leave its original orbit. A lazy voice was heard. Time, don't underestimate this Xianxia. He's been working hard to break through his Tianyan acupoint. The human body is very mysterious. If he really opens all 7 acupoints, he might be able to reach our level after a long period of cultivation. After we settle the matter with Cao and Xianxia, this person can't be left alive. The time god laughed. Order, although you're the most powerful one among us, your desire to fight is no less than destruction's. Do you think Xianxia's strength will affect us? Even with the best estimation, he can only contend with one of us at most. Now, what we need is a rich and colorful life. I'm more and more looking forward to leaving this world and experiencing the wonderful feeling of a new one. The battle here is meaningless to me. We're gods, not humans. You should be more relaxed. Actually, I didn't agree with how you dealt with the lost continent back then. You completely destroyed that civilization and caused many wonderful things to disappear. So what if the lost continent developed for 10,000 years? Can it really be compared to us? No, it's impossible for them to do it. How can the technology of our era be studied thoroughly by the people of today? There are many things that can't be regained once lost. The god of order said coldly, "What do you know?" I'm being cautious. Anything that can threaten us has to be avoided. Whether it's the lost continent or the white people of Yangon continent. Don't you know how strong the gods of the gods are? This time, 2 gods went to Yangon continent but couldn't stop Miordas from opening the seal. A god was killed by a human using spiritual power. What does this mean? Spiritual power that can kill a god. If it's even stronger, it'll be enough to threaten us. If I'm not wrong, that human must be the boy I saw at Cow's place last time. Are you blaming me for being cautious? If that boy is as strong as us and joins forces with Cao and Xianxia, then our chance of victory won't exist. Cao and Xianxia are the same as us. They've survived from the previous world until now. How can they not have plans? This time, when Xianxia and the others go to the lost continent, I'll let them kill that boy first. Then, we'll challenge Cao and Xianxia. That way, they won't have any chance. The god of time frowned and said, "That's possible. However, do you think it's easy for a human's spiritual power to reach our level? Moreover, with our strength, we can completely prevent his spiritual power from unleashing its full potential. If his overall strength can't reach our level, he'll only be a burden to Cao and Xianxia. Therefore, I don't think there's anything to worry about." Order. When we were first created, you were originally half a level higher than us. Even then, you should be able to contend with either Cao or Xianxia. However, do you know why you're still stuck at our level? It's because your heart is too small and can't contain anything. If we weren't strong enough now, there would be too many things in the world that could threaten us. Do you want to destroy them all? Instead of putting your mind on this, why don't you think of ways to increase your strength? Originally, we weren't as strong as the god of emotions. However, can't we also reach the level of the god of emotions through cultivation? Working hard to improve oneself starts from the mind. You're still too obsessed. Actually, the gods that we call ourselves aren't true gods. When we were created, the father of technology who created us once said that when the god of emotions truly appears, when the power of level 18 is revealed, then he will become the ruler of the entire world and become a true god. Therefore, only the God of emotions is a true God. As for us, the only difference between us and those gods is the difference in strength. We just gave ourselves a nice name, that's all. The God of Order said with some dissatisfaction, "Time, what's wrong with you today? I feel that your emotions are a little off. You usually don't have so many opinions and emotions." Among the three great true gods, the God of Order had always been the leader. The God of Destruction and the God of Time would usually listen to his opinions. Sometimes, the God of Destruction would even raise his own opinions. However, the God of Time rarely spoke and spent most of his time on cultivation. Today, when the God of Order was preparing to come out and communicate with the She world, the God of Time took the initiative to speak with the She world. According to the original intention of the God of Order, the state of the Yangon continent was not important to them. Anyway, they were about to leave this world, so what did it matter what the Yangon continent became? However, the God of Time had said those words to the She world. Now, he had clarified his own point of view. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the God of Order. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years. As the God of Order who had always regarded himself as a god, the God of Time's words were especially harsh. However, they had lived together for tens of thousands of years. They relied on each other. Although he was dissatisfied, he would not really get angry with the God of Time. The God of Time sighed and said, "I don't know why, but you all know that I control the power of time. I always have a faint premonition about the future. Yesterday, when I was cultivating, I had a feeling that some of the situations that might arise in the future. Order, we are brothers. Frankly speaking, this premonition is not very good. Perhaps, some things that we can't consider will not happen. If that's really the case, our original plan to have a duel with Cao and Xianxia should be pushed back." The God of Order was shocked. Of course, he knew that the God of Time's premonition had always been very accurate. Although it was vague, it had played an important role for the three of them many times. This was also one of the reasons why the God of Order respected the God of Time. The time that they had originally set. It was to issue a final challenge to Cao and Xianxia a year later. However, now that the God of Time had said this, the God of Time was even more worried. Even the God of Order was a little nervous. He frowned and said, "You mean to say that Cao and Xianxia might be able to fuse with the power of the God of Emotions in the near future? How is that possible? It's been 50,000 years. Although their strength has been increasing, it's a little too exaggerated to say that they can comprehend the true essence of the God of Emotions. You also know that it's not something that can be achieved by increasing one's strength. It requires an instant comprehension. At our level, it's not easy to have an epiphany. Even if another 50,000 years pass, I'm afraid they won't be able to comprehend anything. After all, the God of Emotions is only a half-finished product." The God of Time glanced at the God of Order and said, "Do you still remember how the Father of Technology who created us died?" The God of Order nodded and said, "Of course I remember. Although many years have passed, I will never forget that scene. The Father of Technology who created us died in laughter. Even after death, I could still feel the excitement on his body." The God of Time looked at the God of Order and said, "Then think carefully about the scene at that time. You should remember that when the Father of Technology first created us, his eyes were full of disappointment when he looked at us for the first time. Because he knew that the three superpowers that he had spent so much effort to create still lost to his old rival, the God of Emotions created by the Father of Evolution. At that time, he said that he had lost because he had exhausted his strength. At that time, he had already reached the end of his life. The only thing that could support him was a belief in his heart. He wanted to see what the God of Emotions created by the Father of Evolution was like. Later, he saw it. He also saw the powerful strength of Cao and Xianxia and the process of switching. It was at that moment that he laughed and died. Think about the last sentence he said before he mastered it. In my premonition yesterday, I clearly heard this sentence again. However, the voice in my premonition was no longer excited, but full of sadness. The God of Order was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, the God of Destruction beside him said, "When the Father of Technology died, he was laughing and saying that he was wrong, he was wrong, he was actually wrong. He actually made a mistake in such a small detail. This meant that the god of emotions he created could only be a half-finished product forever. Ha 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 ha, so he and I are still at the same level. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. I didn't expect that he would make such a mistake when he was about to win. It was this mistake that caused him to fail. I didn't lose. Ha 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 ha. Silence. When the god of destruction finished repeating the words that were so clear in their memories, the three true gods fell into silence. After a long time, the god of time spoke again. This is what I predicted. However, in my premonition, not only did the tone of this sentence change, but it also changed a few words. The last few words. The father of technology originally said that he didn't lose, but now he said that I lost. Although it was only a change of 3 words, what did it bring us? Think about it, under what circumstances would the father of technology say this? The father of human evolution died after he created the god of emotions. According to what Cao said in the battle with us, the father of human evolution died with his eyes wide open. At that time, he seemed to want to say something to Cao and Xianxia, but in the end, he overdrew his life force and didn't say anything. I think that whether it was the father of human evolution or the father of technology who created us, they both knew what the problem was with the god of emotions. Therefore, although the father of technology said in the end that the god of emotions would always be a half-finished product. However, I think that under certain circumstances, the real god of emotions may appear. You all know my premonition ability very well. This prophecy was clearer than any of the previous ones, which showed how deeply it affected us. My prophecies usually happen within 1 to 3 years. This time period is something that I've calculated after a lot of calculations. In other words, in the next 1 to 3 years. The real god of emotions is likely to appear. As for why he can appear, and how Cao and Xianxia understood it, to us, these are all unknown. Unknown things. They are always the most terrifying things. You all know this. Therefore, if we still want to win and live a life of our own in the future, then. Therefore, he had to challenge them within a year. Only then can we have the possibility of winning. The god of order said with some concern, I won't doubt your premonition. However, you also know that the shortest time to practice our 3-in-1 skill is 1 year. Only by perfecting this skill. Only then can we have the confidence to destroy Cao and Xianxia without perishing. The longer they lived, the more they valued life. As early as 10,000 years ago, the combined strength of the 3 of them had already surpassed Cao and Xianxia. However, Cao and Xianxia had the strength to perish together at the last moment. Therefore, every time they won the decisive battle, they were never able to deal a fatal blow to Cao and Xianxia. Although in the past 10,000 years, they were more and more confident, and gradually widened the gap between Cao and Xianxia. However, even now, their most optimistic estimate of their strength was that they could only kill 2 people while destroying Cao and Xianxia. This was a price they couldn't afford to pay. After continuous efforts, they developed a special method that could link all 3 of their lives and abilities into one. Once successful, they were confident that they could kill Cao and Xianxia without killing them, and split the damage between the 3 of them. The god of time looked at the god of order and the god of destruction and said, therefore, what we need to work on now is to perfect the 3-in-1 skill within a year, and then immediately challenge Cao and Xianxia. These days, I have some special insights, and it may not be impossible to succeed within a year. Order, it is also because of this reason that I emphasize the change of your temperament. In the Trinity fusion technique, you are the key to the connection. Your abilities are the most important. If you can change your temperament, it will be of great help to us. I don't talk much, and you all know this. Today, I have said so much because I am afraid of the uncertainty of our future. Listen to me, Order, it's time for you to change. The god of order looked at the god of time. It was not until now that he completely understood that everything the god of time said today was for him, and also for the 3 of them. He nodded and said, it is easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. I can only do my best for our future. Time, perhaps you are right, but why didn't you tell me this earlier? The god of time smiled bitterly and said, tell you earlier? Would you be able to listen? I'm afraid that most of those gods' arrogant temperaments were learned from you. If it weren't for today's special conditions, you wouldn't have listened to me. It is not too late to change now. We still have one last chance. I don't know what Cao and Xianxia are doing. Perhaps they also have a premonition, the land of God, the realm of life. Cao floated above the lake of life, looking at the green water under his feet and thinking in silence. The aura of life in the realm of life was still so abundant. Not far from the shore, all kinds of plants were thriving. Cao's deep and beautiful eyes revealed a trace of confusion, as if she couldn't make up her mind about something. Even the life aura around her began to fluctuate unstably. This kind of situation rarely happened to her. A faint green light lit up from Cao's left hand, and a small bottle appeared out of thin air. She opened the bottle and took a deep breath of the fragrance coming from the bottle. Cao's flawless face couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. This rich fragrance smelled so comfortable. It was the 100-flower dew that Nianbing had brewed for her. Ever since she had the 100-flower dew, Cao's life had changed a little. Her habit of eating flowers had disappeared, but not because she didn't want to ruin the beauty of flowers. Ever since she had the 100-flower dew, she no longer had any interest in eating flowers. The taste of the 100-flower dew had become her only hobby. She had tried to learn how to concoct the 100-blossom dew when Nianbing had concocted it. However, the process was extremely complicated, and the time and temperature of the concoction were extremely strict. Even Nianbing had spent a lot of effort to successfully concoct it. Cao had tried to brew it according to Nianbing's method, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make the same taste as Nianbing's. This made Cao very depressed. So now, she couldn't bear to drink the 100-flower dew anymore. She treated the rest of the 100-flower dew as her most precious thing, and only smelled it once every day. Under the protection of her huge life force, she wasn't afraid that the 100-flower dew would evaporate. Feeling the fragrance of the 100-flower dew with satisfaction, Cao couldn't help but think of the first time Nianbing cooked for her. She still remembered that the dish Nianbing made was called ice fire glass pearl, which tasted very delicious. Later, during the days that Nianbing stayed here, she could taste some delicious dishes every day. Although the materials that Nianbing brought were limited and she could only eat some simple things later, Cao found that those days were the happiest in her 50,000 years. Every time she saw Nianbing focus on brewing the 100-flower dew or cooking, she would feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Nianbing hadn't been gone for long, but Cao had a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't know that in the human world, this feeling was called longing. When he thought of Nianbing, he couldn't help but think of everything that had happened with Nianbing in the lake. Although it hadn't been that long, the wonderful feeling at that time filled Cao's heart with nostalgia. It was because of that memory that he missed Nianbing even more. However, she was a little afraid now. That was because she had already made up her mind when she first met Nianbing. She had made up her mind to survive. It was destined that she could only use Nianbing. Xianxia smiled and said, "Why not? Actually, I'm the same as you. I often think of him. It seems that he really left a deep impression on us. He did a lot of things after returning to the Yangon continent. However, he's going to be in trouble soon. The gods on the godly mainland have already made their move. It seems that the 3 guys from the order have decided not to restrain these gods anymore. Should we intervene in such a matter?" Cao shook his head and said, "You already know that we can't intervene, so why are you still saying this to me? Xianxia, we're originally one. Although we have different souls and different energies, we share the same body. But we have the same body. What I feel is also what you feel. In the beginning, I was still annoyed when you used him to make fun of me, but I won't anymore. Because you've also experienced everything that I've experienced. I have to admit that I miss the time I spent with him and the feelings he made me feel. However, don't you miss it too? You're only making fun of me to cover up your fear. Actually, your heart has already wavered, right?" "Nonsense." Xianxia was a little annoyed. At this moment, her voice was no longer seductive. "Why would I waver? Don't forget that it's related to our life and death. In this world, 3-legged toads are rare, but 2-legged men are everywhere. Once we've dealt with those 3 guys, with our beauty, what kind of man can't we find?" Cao smiled and said, "Don't deceive yourself. Our thoughts are actually similar, but our determination hasn't changed. Therefore, you don't have to hide it in front of me. I won't hide anything either. Perhaps he can only become our reminiscence. Xianxia. You should have felt it when we go to the She world to find those three guys. On the godly mainland, there's nothing that can hide from our senses except for those three guys. What do you think those three guys will say to the She world? Xianxia was silent for a while before she said, I can't guess. However, I can be sure that those three guys aren't far away from making a move on us. Once they break their agreement with us to set the time. This means that they have absolute confidence that they can completely destroy us and make us disappear from this world. This is something neither you nor I want to see, so it's time for us to cultivate. This time, we must succeed. You're right, we haven't changed our minds. In fact, when Nianbing kissed us for the first time, he stole our first kiss at the same time. At that moment, I already knew that you were right. Actually, it's good for us to maintain our current mentality. Only with such a mindset can we succeed. Cao smiled faintly and said, let's keep everything as memories. We'll prepare for a while more, and it's time for us to set off. Now, he could only hope that those three fellows would find out a little later. Oh, right, your long-range perception is stronger than mine. You must pay attention to Nianbing's situation. We can't let him get hurt for real. Xianxia said, don't worry, I will. From the time he left here until now, his every move is under my surveillance. Do you want me to describe to you the scene when he and his wife made love? You've also experienced it. Nianbing is really strong in that aspect. Go to hell. Cao said while gnashing his teeth. Xianxia finally turned the tables and said with a smile, if I die. Won't you die too? I've already thought of a way for us to implement it. The possibility of success has increased a lot. Although Nianbing was sacrificed, it can be considered his luck to be able to achieve us. At least, we will never forget his existence. Unfortunately, we can't even leave his soul behind. Speaking of which, don't you think we look like man-eating goblins? Cao was silent, and a trace of genuine sadness appeared in his eyes. If I could choose, I really don't want it to be like this. However, we have no choice. Xianxia smiled and said, all right, since you don't have a choice, don't be so sentimental. This isn't your style. Nianbing won't die so easily. Although our progress in these tens of thousands of years is not as fast as those three fellows, we have accumulated a lot of pure life and death energy. Although we can't use this energy, we gave it all to Nianbing. With the life orb and death orb in his body, unless it's us or those three fellows from order, time and destruction, no one can kill him. We just need to pay attention to his cultivation situation, and make sure that there aren't any changes. Far away in the lost continent, Nianbing, who was cultivating, was unaware that his every move was being monitored. After Long Ling left the room, he began the process of cultivation. The time was very short, only 3 days. Within 3 days, Nianbing naturally did not expect to have a qualitative leap. However, in this period of time, his strength had improved in all aspects. Although these 3 days could not be used to improve, it could be used to adjust his strength to the best state. This could also improve his overall strength. Nianbing's first cultivation was to fully sense his own acupuncture points. Because, after he felt that his West Meridian acupuncture point's ability to absorb Xiantian qi had greatly increased, he always felt that his West Meridian acupuncture point was about to change. Of course, it was a good change. Even Nianbing found it hard to believe that in such a short period of time, his West Meridian acupuncture point was about to enter the final realm. Nianbing had already opened 5 acupuncture points. When the Extreme Emperor acupuncture point and the Heavenly Eye acupuncture point were still in one, his powers could only reach level 13 at most. Only with the help of the 7 super god weapons could he possibly kill a level 13 god. However, after he boldly tested the Emperor acupuncture point and Heaven's Eye acupuncture point to its current state, with 5 acupuncture points including Heaven's Eye and Emperor acupuncture points, he directly charged to level 14. Even if it was a master god, Nianbing would not have any fear. Of the 7 aperture points, the most important were the Huangji acupoint and the Tianyan acupoint, followed by the West Meridian acupoint and the Lisheng acupoint. These 4 aperture points changed the owner's strength from the very beginning. However, the Xianxia acupuncture point, cloud listening acupuncture point and earth spirit acupuncture point, which were only used for defense, hearing and speed, were slightly inferior. Compared to the previous 4 acupuncture points, they were slightly inferior. Nianbing had already opened 5 acupuncture points, including the Heaven's Eye, Emperor acupuncture point, West Meridian acupuncture point and Lijiang acupuncture point. Moreover, his Heaven's Eye acupuncture point and Emperor acupuncture point had already reached the ultimate realm under special circumstances, not to mention the strange combination of 2 acupuncture points. In terms of spiritual energy, even Nianbing did not know how much he had improved. Ever since he had used the method of exploding acupuncture points to open the combination of the 2 acupuncture points, he had discovered his control of magic had reached a whole new level. He could even control every magical element so precisely that he could use it for his own use. For the past few months, Nianbing had not stopped cultivating. Now, he had gradually grasped the secrets of the ultimate Heaven's Eye acupuncture point and Emperor acupuncture point. Under the influence of his will, Nianbing urged his spiritual energy to enter the Heaven's Eye acupuncture point between his eyebrows, leaving all his senses there. Ever since the 2 acupuncture points entered the half-open state, he could only feel a golden haze between his eyebrows. His spiritual energy seemed to have become something that could not be quantified. By leaving all his senses there, he could precisely control the energy in his body and everything around him. His spiritual energy was slowly released, although his eyes were closed. Everything around him gradually became clear. With the expansion of his spiritual energy, Nianbing gradually saw the people of the Ice Moon Empire who were busy around him. He saw Long Ling, Feng Nu and Lan Chen who were cultivating, and he also saw Halogen. The expansion of his spiritual energy was very fast, but Nianbing did not explore any further. What he needed now was to integrate his own strength. Not to explore. His spiritual energy was released and then retracted. Under Nianbing's control, it surged toward his chest. He could clearly see every minute change in his body. The Lijiang acupuncture point on his chest, the West Meridian acupuncture point on his lower abdomen, and the Xianxia acupuncture point on his back. They were all enveloped by his spiritual energy. Nianbing discovered that no matter which acupuncture point it was, if it was not illuminated by the light of the Huangji acupuncture point, when the energy in the acupuncture point reached its ultimate level, its own light would turn golden. Before that, the light was milky white. After exploding his acupuncture point last time, Nianbing discovered the changes in his other 3 acupuncture points. The milky white light of these 3 acupuncture points had become much thicker than before. Moreover, there was already some golden light mixed in. Although there was no one who could guide him in the cultivation of his acupuncture points, Nianbing vaguely understood that these 3 acupuncture points of his were already developing towards their ultimate level. The acupuncture points of the ultimate level were completely different from those of the middle level. The effect of the acupuncture points could be maximized. Whether it was the Lijiang acupuncture point, which condensed energy, or the West Meridian acupuncture point, which controlled Xiantian Qi, this point was very obvious. Even the defense of the Xianxia acupuncture point after reaching its ultimate level was bound to be much stronger than it was now at the middle level. Unfortunately, there was no time for him to continue cultivating. Otherwise, Nianbing was confident that he could reach the realm of all 7 acupuncture points in the near future. When he reached that realm, the 5 main gods would no longer be a fatal threat. How could he make these 3 acupuncture points break through their current bottlenecks? Nianbing pondered. As he pondered, he urged his spiritual power to scan the different energies in the acupuncture points. Every time he scanned, he was extra careful. He was afraid that his spiritual power would affect the changes in the energy in his body and cause undesirable consequences. Nianbing was very clear that after he had the power of all 5 acupuncture points, there was no one in the Yangon continent who could compete with him. At the same time, this also meant that he would become the most important part in the battle against the godly continent. Therefore, he could not afford to have any mishaps. Otherwise, this battle would be lost before it even started. Therefore, every time he probed, he would restrain the qi of the Huangji acupuncture point in his spiritual power. Then, he would enter the acupuncture points to observe carefully. After a brief observation of the acupuncture points, Nian Bing immediately dismissed the idea. No matter which acupuncture point it was, the energy in the acupuncture points was extremely condensed. He did not know what to do to cause a qualitative change in the energy. Nian Bing also thought of trying to stimulate the energy in the acupuncture points, but he also understood that luck could not be with him forever. It would be very difficult for him to achieve such an excellent result like the last time when he exploded the acupuncture points. In the process of stimulating the energy in the acupuncture points, if he was not careful, it was very likely to have the opposite effect. In that case, the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to give up on the idea of helping the acupuncture points to reach their ultimate level. Now that he had reached the bottleneck, only through continuous cultivation and letting them evolve naturally was the safest way. Thinking of this, he carefully withdrew his spiritual power from the acupuncture points and moved it to the magic light in his chest. After opening the West Meridian acupuncture point, the consumption of his mana for instantaneous magic had been reduced by several times. The magic elements in his body only needed to be stimulated, and it was enough. He did not need to rely solely on the mana to launch magic. The Lijiang acupuncture point could also play the role of compressing and restraining the congenital qi outside his body. This was also the reason why his strength could make a qualitative leap after opening these two acupuncture points. Cao had once told him that there were no true incantations for magic beyond the 14th level. When casting magic of that level, the control of one's own spiritual power played a very important role. The attack power of magic beyond the 14th level was in the form of pure energy. Nian Bing's magic was very special. It used the same source of ice and fire to achieve the effect of using 7 elemental magic. Now, his 7 elemental magic was no longer as simple as mimicry, but true 7 elemental magic. The first time Nian Bing felt that he did not need to rely on mimicry to cast 7 elemental magic was when his celestial eye acupuncture point reached the middle stage. The celestial eye acupuncture point's ability to sense energy had deepened his understanding of the 7 elemental magic by many times. He could now fully understand the characteristics of every single magic element, which also allowed him to use the 7 elemental magic for his own use. The auxiliary effect of the 7 divine blades was fully displayed after the celestial eye acupuncture point reached the pinnacle and the West Meridian acupuncture point appeared. This was especially reflected in the use of various elemental magic in the air. The West Meridian acupuncture point could condense the purest magic elements into congenital qi for one's own use, and the 7 divine blades could greatly increase the speed at which congenital qi was condensed. Moreover, the aura of the 7 divine blades had long been connected with Nian Bing's. Even when using the 7 sword souls to attack and defend, this kind of amplification effect still existed. After thinking about it carefully, Nian Bing's confidence in himself increased significantly. He could faintly sense that even if he were to face the most powerful overgod, he would still be able to put up a fight with these advantages. However, what could he do in these short 3 days? It was not very possible for the acupuncture points to evolve to the pinnacle, and the increase in magical power required a long time of meditation to have an obvious effect. Moreover, under the situation where he could use the congenital qi outside his body, even if there was a slight increase in magical power, it would not have a big impact on his strength. As for the increase in his mental strength, Nian Bing was very clear. Now, the physical mental strength attack that he could release from his celestial eye acupuncture point was mixed with the domineering aura of the Huangji acupuncture point. In this aspect, except for the 4 true gods, there was probably no one in this world who could compare with him. However, Nian Bing was troubled by the fact that although his mental strength was strong, he did not know how to cultivate it. In the past, when it was just the celestial eye acupuncture point, he could still have some ideas. However, the situation now was very complicated. For the celestial eye acupuncture point and the Huangji acupuncture point, although he could use them separately or launch a combined attack that originated from both the Huangji acupuncture point and the celestial eye acupuncture point, when it came to cultivation, Nian Bing completely did not know where to start. He only had these few abilities, and now he did not know how to cultivate them. Then, what could he do? What could he do in 3 days? Thinking of this, Nian Bing once again fell into deep thought. He constantly judged and thought about the various abilities that he had, and wanted to see how he could improve his abilities through a simple integration. This kind of thinking was painful. As his brain was working at a high speed, Nian Bing gradually entered a meditative state. He started meditating in the morning, and the process of thinking lasted until the evening of the same day. Nian Bing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth revealed a knowing smile. A seven-colored light surged out from his celestial eye acupuncture point. With a flash of light, 7 divine swords appeared in front of him at the same time. Under the control of the celestial eye territory, they floated in mid-air. Looking at the 7 divine swords, Nian Bing split his mental strength into 7 parts and injected them into the swords at the same time. Blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and gold light of the 7 colors lit up at the same time. 7 identical sword souls floated out and raised their hands at the same time, holding the divine swords that belonged to them. The sword souls of the 7 divine swords were obviously led by the Emperor Kurobutsu, the sword soul of the demon devouring sword. Among the 7 sword souls, only the Emperor Kurobutsu not only had intelligence, but also the ability to speak. At a glance, their bodies were completely identical to the 7 Nian Bing swords. They could only be distinguished from each other by the different auras and colors of energy that they exuded. Each sword soul was wearing a simple warrior's uniform. Their energy bodies were abnormally solid under the influence of Xianxia Qi, and were no longer illusory. The greatest advantage of these sword souls was that no matter how strong the blow or damage was, as long as the divine swords were still there, they could recover in a short time. This was the special characteristic of the divine swords. Compared to before they were reforged, these sword souls with intelligence recovered much faster. Moreover, because of the emergence of intelligence, they no longer relied on speed to attack. After the previous battle at the Ice Valley, Nian Bing realized that he had underestimated the abilities of his saber souls when he carefully considered his gains and losses. Back then, when he was facing the attacks of the 9 gods, he would have been able to fend them off if he had used his own strength and the saber souls of the 7 divine sabers. It was not that he did not have the ability to fight. However, because he did not have the ability to attack with spiritual energy, Nian Bing did not have a strong grasp of the sword souls. Therefore, he chose to withdraw the sword souls and use the special magic defense that Cao had taught him. Later on, when he thought back, he realized that if he had used the sword soul's ability in time, the situation would have been easier. Looking at the 7 sword souls in front of him, he already had a plan for the remaining 2 days of cultivation. Senior Emperor Kurobutsu, I would like to ask you a question. Nian Bing looked at Emperor Kurobutsu, whose body was covered in black light. Now, although Emperor Kurobutsu had given the demonic beasts that were originally kept in the demon-devouring sword to Kitty according to Nian Bing's wishes, there was one more creature in his sword, and that was the underworld witch Safin. Evil Moon was gone, and Safin was not willing to see his big brother again. Moreover, after seeing Nian Bing and the other's super strength, he realized that he was weak. Therefore, he decided to stay in the demon-devouring sword and use the dark energy in the demon-devouring sword to cultivate with Emperor Kurobutsu. After all, he was a body of energy, so it was perfect for him to be kept in the demon-devouring sword. Emperor Kurobutsu nodded and said, "Ask away." Nian Bing had never treated the 7 sword souls as her summoning energy. Instead, she treated them as her friends, and even elders. Although the sword souls of the other 6 divine swords did not have the ability to speak, Nian Bing knew very well that the sword souls of these 6 swords were the 6 dwarven masters who sacrificed themselves to help her and Halogen. It was because she was afraid that they would be hurt that Nian Bing did not use their full strength last time. Nian Bing stood up and walked in front of the 7 sword souls and said, "Senior Emperor Kurobutsu, I want to know how strong you 7 sword souls are now. I am talking about using the 7 divine swords. Even if you are controlling the divine swords, the aura of the divine swords is connected to me. As long as you are within a certain distance, you don't need to wield the divine swords to get the amplification effect of magic. So, from now on, as long as the divine swords appear in battle, they will be completely controlled by you." Emperor Kurobutsu said without hesitation, "Last time when we were in the godly mainland, with the help of the Lake of Death, my strength is basically close to my previous state. The ability to support the divine swords can reach around the 13th level. The death energy in the Lake of Death is the purest. As you know, the death energy itself is a type of dark energy, so it is very helpful to me. So, during this period of time, I have been constantly cultivating in the demon-devouring sword and completely absorbing the death energy. Even if I don't use the demon-devouring sword, I should be at the 13th level. Back then, when I defeated the Dark Dragon King Kagyoshi, I was only at the 13th level. Now, I am even stronger than before. If I support the demon-devouring sword, even if I can't reach the 14th level, I should not be far away. Back then, those overgods were afraid that I would be a threat to them after reaching the 14th level, and I was unwilling to submit to the godly mainland. So, they combined the power of several overgods to launch a powerful divine punishment and destroy my physical body. You are the master of the 7 divine swords, and your soul is connected to the 7 divine swords. As the souls of the swords, we naturally understand what you mean. Overall, because I was the previous master of the demon-devouring sword, and because I directly inserted the complete form of the demon-devouring sword into the sword, my strength is the strongest. Overall, I should be slightly weaker than the overgods of the godly mainland. As for the 6 of them, they are slightly weaker in terms of strength. The power of a single sword soul is around the 11th to 12th level, and with the power of the divine swords, they should be able to reach the peak of the 12th level, and have a strength close to that of the 13th level. So, to you, we can be considered a small army formed by the 7 sword souls. Because our attributes complement each other, when we attack together, there is a certain amount of bonus effect. When facing those overgods, if the 7 of us attack together, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block 2 overgods. If it's just one overgod, I'm confident that I can kill him within an hour. If it's 2 overgods, it's basically a tie. Any more than that, and it'll be easy for us to be defeated. The bonus effect I'm talking about is, of course, only manifested in your heavenly eye domain. Because it's only through your heavenly eye domain that our attributes complement each other can manifest. Nianbing looked at Emperor Kurobutsu in shock. She couldn't help but be a little dazed. She never thought that there would be such a powerful person by her side who could fight against 2 overgods. Back then, when she faced Gu Long and Xiaoyu, why did she have to explode her acupuncture points? However, there was a flaw to sword souls, and that was that they could only appear when she released them. Only Emperor Kurobutsu could rely on his affinity with the demon-devouring blade to appear. However, after his strength gradually recovered and he no longer needed to absorb additional dark energy, it wouldn't appear so easily without his orders. That was why she had almost died at the hands of those 2 overgods last time. Looking at the 7 sword souls before her, Nianbing could not help but smile bitterly. I never thought that you'd become so powerful already. You're much more powerful than me. Emperor Kurobutsu said indifferently, no, don't underestimate yourself. Your current strength isn't any weaker than our combined strength. Your greatest advantage is that you can use magic attacks at will. Now that you have the support of a physical spiritual attack, your strength has completely reached the level of an overgod. Nianbing, there's something I need to remind you of. When I compared the overgods, I was referring to the 2 overgods last time. However, if my judgment is correct, among the 8 overgods, the 2 who came last time should be the weakest. There's also a huge gap in strength between overgods. The 2 who came last time had only opened 4 apertures. They only managed to reach rank 14 by relying on years of cultivation. As for the other overgods, the dragon god's strength should be at the mid-level of rank 14, which is only average among overgods. As for the other 5 overgods, each one of them is stronger than the last. They've probably opened at least 5 apertures, and their strength is very likely to have reached the mid-level of rank 14. If that's the case, the 7 of us can only deal with 1 overgod. As for you, you can only deal with 1 at most. Back then, I had a certain understanding of the continent of gods. As far as I know, among those overgods, there should be some who have opened 6 apertures. Although opening 7 apertures is the limit of a human's strength and is almost impossible to achieve, they've lived for tens of thousands of years. Using these tens of thousands of years, the most powerful overgod can completely cultivate all 6 apertures to the ultimate realm. In that case, his strength would probably be infinitely close to rank 15. Therefore, we must be careful. Nianbing could not help but frown when he heard Emperor Kurobutsu's words. Of course, he knew what the 6 ultimate chakras represented. After all, he himself had 5 chakras. Moreover, they were the 5 most effective chakras for increasing one's strength. If the opponent had a true god with 6 opened apertures, then this battle would be even more difficult. The difference between the 14th level and the 13th level was like heaven and earth, and the 15th level and the 14th level had a qualitative difference as well. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel more worried. Emperor Kurobutsu suddenly said, "Nianbing, there's something I have to remind you of. Don't overestimate the strength of your spiritual energy physical attack. Last time, one of the 2 overgods was killed and the other injured by your spiritual energy attack, but that did not represent their true strength. To be able to reach level 14, one's spiritual energy is already very strong. If you are deliberately careful, even if you can use your physical spiritual energy to kill an overgod, you will definitely lose 800 of your own. You have to understand that physical spiritual energy is a double-edged sword. Do not use it unless you have no other choice. Once the enemy is too strong, even if his spiritual energy is not as strong as yours, your own spiritual energy will be greatly impacted after the physical spiritual energy attack. When that happens, the enemy will be dead, and you will not be able to attack for a short period of time. Among all of you, you are the true commander. A true battle is actually a battle between the strong. Therefore, no matter what the situation of this battle is, you have to maintain your own strength to adapt to all situations. Only under your leadership can we achieve true victory in this battle. Furthermore, without your help, even if you release us beforehand, our strength will be greatly reduced. You are the master of our 7 blades, and at the same time, the foundation of our blades. Therefore, during battle, you must not let your emotions affect your decisions. Back then, if I had been more tactful and careful in everything I did, we would not have ended up like this. This is my advice to you. I hope you will listen to it." Nianbing nodded sincerely. He said, "Thank you, Emperor Kurobutsu. I will remember every word you say. After hearing what you said, my estimation of those gods has become more accurate. Now that you know what I'm thinking, we should begin. Time is of the essence. I hope that in these 2 days, both of us can make some improvements." Emperor Kurobutsu nodded. The other 6 blade souls nodded as well, and the 7 blade souls flashed. The 7 sword souls entered the bodies of the 7 sword souls at the same time. Their bodies emitted a layer of light that belonged to their respective elements, filling the room with the aura of the 7 elements. Because they all belonged to Nianbing, under such circumstances, the elements that they emitted would not affect each other in any way. The heavenly eye domain spread out from between Nianbing's eyebrows and instantly filled every corner of the stone house. Under the amplification effect of the heavenly eye domain, the light of the 7 sword souls suddenly became stronger. Their bodies flashed and surrounded Nianbing, sitting cross-legged around him. Under such circumstances, each of them could directly obtain the same amplification effect from Nianbing's heavenly eye domain. Sensing that the aura of the 7 sword souls had stabilized, Nianbing also sat cross-legged on the ground. At this time, his mind was completely focused. Through the connection between his soul and the 7 sword souls, he could clearly feel that the 7 sword souls of the 7 sword souls had completely focused their aura on him. This way, he could have the most direct communication with them. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath. Under the stimulation of his unusually strong mental strength, the light in his mind gradually flickered. A layer of faint golden halo flowed down from between his eyebrows and directly into his lower abdomen. Under the guidance of his mental strength, a mellow milky white light floated out, completely enveloping him and the 7 sword souls in a spherical shape. For a moment, the surrounding air gradually changed. Under the effect of the West Meridian acupoint, the purest innate chi gushed out from under his body. This was the essence of the earth. The first thing that happened was the melody of the earth's awakening. The light flickered, and the sword soul of the longevity saber suddenly burst out with a layer of emerald light. It merged with the yellow light of his body, and the yellow-green light covered the surface of his body. Then, as if infected, the light around the 7 sword souls lit up one after another. Nianbing used the purest innate chi that he had absorbed and his incomparably strong mental strength to separate the innate chi according to their attributes. Then, through the earth beneath him, he condensed the innate qi into the 7 sword souls. Under the complete infusion of the innate qi, the light around the 7 sword souls grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, their original physical forms began to change. The clothes on his body disappeared, and 7 bodies that looked exactly like Nian Bing sat cross-legged around him. Every body was exactly the same, but their bodies were no longer solid. Instead, they were glowing like gemstones. Roar of the god of fire, righteous young saber. The saber soul's entire body emitted a dazzling red light. The blazing light surrounded the saber soul's body, which seemed to be carved out of red gemstones, and constantly surged into its body. The other 6 saber souls were almost the same as the righteous young saber's saber soul, except that the light they emitted was different. Sigh of the frozen goddess, morning dew saber's saber soul had turned into a bluish-white ice crystal body. Whisper of the wind of freedom, proud heaven saber had turned into a light green gale body. Tornado-like green energy constantly revolved around its body. Melody of earth's awakening, longevity saber's saber soul had turned into a yellowish-green gemstone body. The aura that was full of vitality was also affected by the life orb in Yanbing's body. Although the yellowish-green light itself was not dazzling, because of the enormous aura of vitality, the feeling of being full of vitality filled the stone house with solidified life energy. If there was a seed in the room now, it would probably sprout in the midst of this enormous aura of vitality. The changes in the 6 lights of divine armament were the most obvious under the infusion of the enormous amount of Xianxia qi. His body did not turn into a gem-like substance like the other saber souls. As the Xianxia qi continued to flow into his body, the silver light around his body repeatedly brightened and dimmed. Every time the light flickered, the spatial saber soul would go through a process of disappearing and reappearing. It was as if his body had become even more illusory. When he disappeared, the 4-star saber would appear in midair. The silver gemstone on the saber emitted a mysterious luster. His saber soul and the longevity saber's saber soul were in perfect harmony. The saber soul of the longevity saber emitted an aura of vitality, while the saber soul of the longevity saber emitted a holy aura. It was not only the holy energy of light magic, but also an invisible majesty. The surging holy aura and the longevity saber's aura of vitality complemented each other, infecting everything around them to the greatest extent. Emperor Kurobutsu was the calmest one. Although the clothes formed by energy on his body had disappeared, the changes in his body were the most inconspicuous. A layer of pure black mist appeared on his skin, which was the same color as Nian Bing's. Layers of faint black mist continued to condense and rise. Although the surrounding aura of vitality and holy energy were very strong, it did not affect Emperor Kurobutsu. The faint black mist around Emperor Kurobutsu's body was not affected at all. Although this layer of black mist was not obvious, if Evil Moon was here, he would definitely cry out in surprise. This was because this was the purest form of dark energy. Unlike the death energy in Nian Bing's ball of death, this energy did not have any evil or negative aura. It was pure dark energy. Regardless of whether it was a dark magician or a dark warrior, this purest form of dark energy was the ultimate goal that they pursued. Under the influence of the enormous Kanate Qi, this kind of energy appeared around Emperor Kurobutsu's body. Nian Bing's eyes were closed, but he could clearly see all the changes around him through his heavenly eye acupoint. With the West Meridian acupoint as the source of absorbing the Kanate Qi, he first absorbed the Kanate Qi into his body. After condensing it through the Li Zhong acupoint, he used his mental strength to control it skillfully and infuse it into the 7 saber souls according to their different attributes. At this moment, the 7 saber souls were definitely the strongest they had ever been. However, this level was not stable because they did not have the ability to completely absorb the innate qi. Because of this, Nian Bing had more important and more difficult things to do next. After a day of thinking, Nian Bing had figured out the direction of his cultivation for the next few days. Since it was not easy to increase his strength, he would work hard on the 7 saber souls. At least, he knew very well how the saber souls cultivated. Only the purest form of Kanate Qi could increase their strength. Of course, this also depended on how much the saber souls could absorb. Therefore, before he started cultivating, Nian Bing carefully asked Emperor Kurobutsu about the current situation. It was precisely because of this that Nian Bing had directly injected Xiantian Qi into their bodies at the beginning. This was because they were all energy bodies that had surpassed class 12, so receiving such a huge amount of Xiantian qi wouldn't cause any harm to their bodies. What Nianbing wanted to do now was to use his powerful mental strength to forcibly infuse the Khanate qi into the Saber Souls' bodies. He wanted to use the most forceful method to increase their strength. This was not only to increase the strength of the Saber Souls, but also to train his West Meridian Acupoint and Lijiang Acupoint. More importantly, under such circumstances, he could better understand the subtlety of combining his Huangji Acupoint and Tianyan Acupoint to activate his mental strength. This was because it was not an attack but an infusion. Therefore, there was no danger in integrating his powerful mental strength like this. After careful consideration, Nianbing came up with this idea. He had found the best way to increase his strength in a short period of time. He was not trying to increase his strength fundamentally. Instead, he was trying to find a way to fully utilize the strength that he had already increased. At the same time, he could also help the 7 Saber Souls to increase their strength. This way, their overall strength would definitely increase to a certain extent. The 7 Saber Souls shone with different colors. As the Khanate qi continued to increase, the lights on their bodies became even more dazzling. The bodies of the 7 Saber Souls, who were originally calm, began to change. Apart from Emperor Kurobutsu, who was still able to maintain his previous stability, all the other Saber Souls began to tremble slightly. There was a limit to everything. The amount of Khanate qi they could control was related to the strength of their souls. The one with the most outstanding soul strength was undoubtedly Emperor Kurobutsu. However, the other 6 Saber Souls were about the same. At this moment, although the Khanate qi that was being injected into their bodies was not their own strength, it was almost reaching the limit that they could withstand. In a situation where their bodies could no longer bear the burden, their bodies would inevitably show signs of discomfort. At this moment, Nianbing released 7 streams of mind energy and injected them into the bodies of the 7 Saber Souls. After his mind energy was injected, under the guidance of his soul, he quickly found the 7 Saber Soul souls. His mind energy carried the domineering aura of the Huangji Acupoint and was easily integrated into the souls of the 7 Saber Souls. Nianbing was doing 7 things at once. His mind energy was used at the same time, and the 6 Saber Souls that were trembling suddenly calmed down. With Nianbing's help, the Khanate qi that was condensed around their bodies could now be easily controlled. Under Nianbing's endless guidance, the Khanate qi continued to condense toward the 7 Saber Souls. He also divided his mind energy into 7 portions and continuously injected them into the Saber Souls. Together with the enhancement of the Khanate qi, the Saber Souls condensed the Khanate qi in their bodies. In this way, the physical changes of the Saber Souls became more and more obvious. From their original physical state to a crystalline state, they returned to their physical state. Under the effect of Nianbing's mind energy, all the Saber Souls were stained with the domineering qi that came from the Huangji Acupoint in his mind energy. In addition, Nianbing used his own mind energy as the foundation to enhance their mind energy, increasing their endurance. When Nianbing had injected about half of his mind energy into the Saber Souls, he stopped. This was because he knew very well that if he continued to inject Khanate qi with his mind energy, the 7 Saber Souls would not be able to escape the fate of being killed by the Khanate qi once his mind energy was withdrawn. Therefore, he first stopped the absorption of Khanate qi from the West Meridian Acupoint. Then, he carefully stopped the injection of his mind energy. This allowed the 7 Saber Souls to temporarily reach a state of equilibrium. Nianbing did not know how much time had passed, but he could clearly feel that the Khanate qi absorbed by his West Meridian Acupoint had gone through a very long process. After he stopped the injection of energy, he carefully controlled his mind energy to maintain the Saber Souls. At the same time, he carefully observed their current situation through his Tianyan Acupoint. At this moment, the soul energy of the 7 Saber Souls was rapidly increasing under the effect of Nianbing's mind energy. These Saber Souls had 2 roots. One was their own soul, and the other was the divine saber that they belonged to. The divine saber was their true root. As long as the divine saber existed, these Saber Souls could continue to exist. Nianbing was sensitive to energy through his Tianyan Acupoint. He discovered that the Saber Soul's compatibility with the divine saber had become even more harmonious under the pressure of the surrounding Khanate qi. Under such circumstances, the newly infused Xianxia was gradually fusing with the abilities of the 7 saber souls of the 7 divine sabers. This could be said to be the fastest way to increase the power of the saber souls. However, Nianbing was also very clear that this method was extremely dangerous. The souls of the saber souls were not cultivated by the divine sabers themselves. Instead, they were injected through a special forging method. Only He Wuhuang was an exception. He had chosen to infuse his soul into the saber through his own compatibility with the demon-devouring saber. Now, if he did not use his mind energy to control the Kanate Qi in the surroundings, perhaps even Emperor Kurobutsu would not be able to withstand the enormous amount of Kanate Qi. Therefore, what Nianbing needed to do now was to use his mind energy to help these saber souls absorb as much Kanate Qi as possible and strengthen the strength of their souls. This was to better control the Kanate Qi. Every time their strength increased, they would be safer in the vast Xiantian Qi. After Nianbing thought of this special cultivation method, he knew that he could only use it once. This was because if his mind energy was not so much stronger than the 7 saber souls combined, he would not be able to use this cultivation method for a long time. Once the saber soul strength increased as a whole, if he wanted to use this method again, the first unlucky one would be Nianbing. The saber soul's souls were closely related to him. If the Kanate Qi was too strong and caused a backlash, then the first unlucky one would be Nianbing. Therefore, in this one and only chance, what Nianbing needed to do was to increase the strength of these saber souls as much as possible. However, it was hard to say to what extent he could increase their strength. After all, it was 1 against 7. Although his mind energy was strong, there was still a limit to it. Time passed by slowly. The saber soul sect's speed of absorbing the Kanate Qi had been very slow for a long time. Even though Nianbing had used the aura of the life sphere and the death sphere to help the 6 saber souls and Emperor Kurobutsu respectively, the effect was not very obvious. After all, it was not easy to increase the strength of one's soul. Even so, the 7 sword souls were absorbing the innate Qi for their own use at a much faster rate than usual. During the cultivation process, the most important thing was Nianbing's mind energy. His mind energy was a bridge, a link. Without the support of his mind energy, it was impossible to use it. Looking at the situation before him, Nianbing had a deeper understanding of the current state of his mind energy as he used all sorts of methods to help the saber souls absorb the Kanate Qi. He was pleasantly surprised to find that it was just as he had predicted. The ability that his mind energy now possessed was the result of the fusion of the Celestial Eye and the Ultimate Emperor acupoints. Confidant's spiritual power was originally different from that of the Tianyan acupoint. After those few changes, the degree of condensation and energy of the spiritual power had far exceeded that of the Tianyan acupoint. Perhaps it was because the degree of condensation of his spiritual power was too high. That was why the Ultimate Emperor acupoint had appeared in his mind energy. The appearance of the Ultimate Emperor acupoint could be said to be accidental, but it could also be said to be inevitable due to the increase in his strength. Before the explosion of his acupoints, the reason why he could not use physical mind energy to attack was because the Ultimate Emperor acupoint and the Celestial Eye acupoint were in a miraculous process of fusion. However, during this process, the energy of the 2 acupoints was different. One was at the spiritual level, while the other was at the physical level. Although some of their similarities had been successfully fused, the differences between them were restricting each other. This made it so that although he could use a little of their abilities separately, he could not achieve the best results. However, the explosion of his acupoints coincidentally separated the differences, while the similarities were completely fused together. Through these similarities, the energy of the Celestial Eye acupoint and the Ultimate Emperor acupoint could undergo a miraculous transformation, just like when he had first cultivated the battle ice and fire magic. Therefore, through the Celestial Eye acupoint and the Ultimate Emperor acupoint, whether it was the application of magic or mind energy, he could make use of the characteristics of the 2 acupoints to achieve a very powerful level. He could also make use of the 2 acupoints to make different levels of attacks at will. There was a fundamental difference in the form of energy between a mind energy attack and a direct energy attack of the acupoints. Therefore, if he could make use of the opponent's mentality and make use of the variation of his attacks, he could achieve unexpected results. Therefore, during this period of time, Nian Bing's control of his two acupoints was much better than before. At the very least, he had figured out how to use his two acupoints under what circumstances. What effect could he achieve by making use of these characteristics? With the help of his mind energy, the seven sword souls were still slowly absorbing the innate qi that was condensed in their bodies. As their abilities increased, Nian Bing's mind energy became more and more difficult to control the wine. After all, the innate qi that Nian Bing channeled into the sword souls' bodies could be controlled by him. The stronger the sword soul was, the more resistance it would have to external mind energy control. Therefore, as it became more difficult to control, Nian Bing channeled more and more mind energy. When he had channeled as much as 90% of his mind energy, he stopped controlling the innate qi. Otherwise, if he was unable to retract his mind energy after channeling all of it, he would definitely suffer a crazy backlash from the innate qi. That would be a loss. As he stopped controlling the innate qi, Nian Bing retracted all of his mind energy almost instantly. At the same time, he retracted the heavenly eye territory and converted the amplification effect into defense and weakening. Just as he completed this, the seven sword souls' bodies suddenly shone brightly under the guidance of Nian Bing's mind energy. The seven moon souls' bodies radiated light that shot up into the sky. The stone house could not stop them at all. The roof immediately turned into dust and disappeared. 7 colorful lights shot up into the sky. The seven sword souls let out a long shriek at the same time. Without the control of their mind energy, the excess innate qi in their bodies could only be released on its own. The innate qi that they had already absorbed became a part of their bodies. Within 3 short days, the seven sword souls' abilities had increased significantly with Nian Bing's help. Even Seifin, who was cultivating in Emperor Kurobutsu's body, had benefited greatly. Although this method of cultivation could not be repeated, Nian Bing still managed to grab hold of the opportunity. There was a qualitative leap in their abilities within a short period of time. The 7 colorful lights that shot up into the sky immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding warriors of the Ice Moon Empire. The enormous and terrifying power immediately attracted their attention beyond the stone house that Nian Bing was in. Long Ling had been waiting outside for 3 whole days. During this time, she wanted to send some food to Nian Bing. However, every time she touched the door of the stone house, she would clearly feel an unusually large amount of magical energy. It seemed to be the energy of the barrier. She was afraid that she would disturb Nian Bing. Furthermore, she did not have the ability to open the stone door. Therefore, she could only wait outside the door. The sudden appearance of the colorful lights and intense magical elemental vibrations shocked Long Ling. She only felt relieved when she saw the attributes that the 7 lights represented. She secretly guessed that in these 3 short days, Nian Bing might have made another breakthrough. When the stone door opened, the dense magical aura caused a magical storm to appear within a radius of 1,000 feet. Fortunately, Long Ling's strength had already reached the level of Archmage. She would not be hurt by the unstable magical elemental energy. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Nian Bing walked out of the stone house with his upper body naked. Long Ling saw him for the first time and saw the fatigue on his face. "Bing, are you okay?" Long Ling walked to Nian Bing's side and held his arm. When she felt the wet and warm skin on Nian Bing's arm, she could not help but blush slightly. Nian Bing smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired." Circulating his spiritual power continuously for 3 days to compress the innate qi of the 7 blade souls. Perhaps only someone with his abnormal spiritual power could do such a thing. Using up a large amount of spiritual power would naturally make one feel tired. However, with the strength of his spiritual power and his 5 apertures, it would not take long for him to return to normal. "Ling have Feng Nu and Xianxia finished their cultivation?" "We finished yesterday." Light flickered and 2 beautiful figures came to Nian Bing's side. How could they not be alarmed by such a strong magic fluctuation? Feng Nu and Lanshan appeared in front of Nian Bing. Their charming faces were more radiant. It was obvious that their strength had improved. Nian Bing smiled and said, "How was it? Did the heart of the phoenix help you reach the 9 transformations of the phoenix?" Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, "How could it be so simple? Chen and I tried. We don't know why, but we clearly fused the heart of the phoenix with our bodies. But for some reason, we couldn't really absorb the energy. Although our strength increased a little, we still couldn't reach the 9th transformation. Perhaps, this final 9th transformation requires some special conditions. Nianbing nodded and said, it's fine. You can't be too hasty with your cultivation. Otherwise, there will be adverse effects. Time waits for no one. How is the situation of the 4 countries' armies? Just as he asked this, he saw Mu Jing and Luo Ro rushing over. The 2 girls came in front of Nianbing. Ling Nianbing was a little embarrassed because they first looked at the 3 girls beside Nianbing, then looked at Nianbing with inquiring eyes. Nianbing shrugged and said, I'm fine. How is the mobilization of your army? Mu Jing said, Big brother, the army has been assembled and can be deployed at any time. Prince Rong's army has also arrived. What do you think, when should we leave? Nianbing said, since that's the case, let's leave now. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can make preparations. Luo Ro and Mu Jing nodded at the same time. Nianbing didn't dare to look at the tears in their eyes. In front of Feng Nu, Lan Chen, and Long Ling, he really hoped that Luo Ro and Mu Jing would leave quickly so that they wouldn't bring any more trouble to him. At this moment, Lan Chen suddenly said, Wait, Nianbing, Mom and Dad aren't here yet. Should we wait for them? Nianbing's heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, They aren't here yet? Could it be that they were delayed by something? He had already notified the Ice God Tower. According to the time, Rong Tian and Bing Ling should have arrived on the day he went into seclusion. When he heard that his parents hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of anxiety. The strength that his parents brought to him wasn't the most important thing, but at this critical moment, he didn't want his parents to suffer any harm. Lan Chen hurriedly said, Nianbing, don't worry. With Mom and Dad's strength, unless they meet a god, nothing will happen to them. I have already chosen 20 magic experts from the Ice God Tower to welcome them. At the latest, there will be news from them tonight. Nianbing forced a smile and said, all right then. Let's wait until tonight before we set off. Jingjing, Rower, go back and prepare first. At the same time, inform my grandfather. I'll prepare the spatial teleportation formation first. Once the news from my parents comes, we'll leave immediately. Luo Ro said, there's no rush. Our military supplies and troops are already in place. We can leave at any time. Nianbing, why don't you go and take care of Uncle and Auntie? If anything happens outside, it'll be easy to deal with it. With us here, you can rest assured. Nianbing was indeed worried, but he also had to preside over the overall situation. Hearing Luo Ro's words, he subconsciously nodded. He gave a meaningful glance to Feng Nu and Lan Chen, and said, all right, I'll also go and welcome them. I'll be back soon. While speaking, Nianbing floated up. Kaka. When his body just reached the peak of his jump, a huge golden gray figure appeared out of nowhere, and just happened to support Nianbing's body. With the increase of Kaka's strength, and Nianbing not opening the Earth Spirit Cave, flying with Kaka's help was naturally much faster than flying alone. Although he was a little anxious, every movement of Nianbing's from the moment he jumped up to the moment he landed on Kaka's body was smooth and smooth. Coupled with his slender body and handsome appearance, Luo Ro and Mu Jing's eyes were full of splendor. Feng Nu at the side frowned, while Lan Chen helplessly shook his head. Only Long Ling didn't notice anything, because her eyes were also fixed on Nianbing like Luo Ro and Mu Jing. The splendor in her beautiful eyes wasn't any less than theirs. There was another reason why Nianbing summoned Kaka. Although his perception of spiritual power was much stronger than before in the past 3 days, the consumption of his spiritual power was not small. With Kaka flying, and his mind connected with Kaka, Kaka would naturally pay attention to the appearance of Bing Ling and Rong Tian along the way. This way, Nianbing could spare some energy to rest. The consumption of his spiritual power was under his control, and it wouldn't take too long for him to fully recover. Kaka's gray dragon body was shrouded in a layer of cyan light. That was because Nianbing used the Proud Heaven Blade as the foundation to cast a wind element magic on its body. This made Kaka's flying speed even faster. A layer of faint gray airflow automatically flowed out of the little dragon King Oscar's body, protecting Nianbing's body. Nianbing sat cross-legged on his back. Oscar's current body was formed by the dragon power he cultivated himself, and there was also a large amount of 7 types of innate qi injected by Nianbing. A layer of dragon scale similar to Oscar's grew on Nianbing's body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on Oscar's back, he wouldn't fall down no matter what Kaka did. After so many years of cultivation, Nianbing's state of mind was extremely stable. Although she was anxious, she quickly entered a state of cultivation. Her tired mental energy stabilized and quickly recovered within her Celestial Eye and Extreme Emperor dual meridians. As her mental energy gradually condensed, Nianbing's aura gradually stabilized. Kaka's ability to fly wasn't only based on his physical body. At the same time, he also relied on his non-elemental energy. Just like Nianbing, he could control any type of magic element in the air. From a physical point of view, he was much weaker than his parents. After all, his current body was condensed from energy. Although he had cultivated the Dragon God Heart Sutra to a certain extent, the body condensed from energy was much weaker. However, he had an ability that Demanteti and Kajios didn't have. Because he was born in the same body as Nianbing, and his incubation was completed with the help of Nianbing. Therefore, Nianbing's ability had a great influence on him. As Oscar became more and more mature, this influence became more and more obvious. Although he didn't have the celestial eye meridians like Nianbing, he could calmly control magic elements through his non-elemental energy. Coupled with the dragon's unique dragon language magic, even Nianbing didn't fully understand his magic ability. Whether it was magic attack or magic defense, the other Dragon King might not be able to compare with him. When Nianbing's dual meridians merged and erupted, although Kaka was temporarily separated from her. However, the energy generated in that instant still gave Kaka great benefits. At this moment, his Dragon God Heart Sutra was even one step higher than his father, the Dark Dragon King Kagiosius. He had already reached the 6th step. Every time Nianbing's strength increased, it would promote Oscar's cultivation. Especially Nianbing's mental energy, it would often help Oscar to break through some bottlenecks of the Dragon God Heart Sutra. Therefore, the current Kaka's comprehensive strength was not much different from the other 6 Dragon King except for Kajios. Of course, because he didn't have a physical body, he was also restricted to a certain extent. He could only exist within 1,000 feet of Nianbing. Otherwise, his energy body would dissipate without the innate qi absorbed by Nianbing, and his soul would return to Nianbing's body according to the imprint. Once Nianbing entered a state of cultivation, her concept of time disappeared. She didn't know how long had passed, but Oscar's voice sounded in her heart, "Boss, wake up." Her mental energy once again changed from being restrained to being emitted, communicating with all the energy in her body. Nianbing opened her eyes. Her mental energy had unknowingly been completely restored. The various magic elements in the air freely soared. Through the celestial eye meridians, she could clearly see the form and strength of each magic element. This wonderful feeling made Ling Nianbing feel exceptionally comfortable. Needless to say, she could already feel the activity of the ice elements in the air. In the distance, dozens of blue lights were rapidly approaching her and Oscar's direction. She raised her head and looked at the sky. It was already afternoon. After flying for half a day, she finally found her parents. As the figures gradually got closer, Nianbing used her amazing eyesight to clearly see that the 2 people flying at the front were her father, Rong Tian, and her mother, Bing Ling. Rong Tian's pure fire magic couldn't fly, but with Bing Ling's magic cultivation, it wasn't difficult for her to fly with him. 20 ice magicians followed behind them in an orderly manner. Since she saw her parents, Rong Tian and Bing Ling naturally saw her as well. Bing Ling hurriedly sped up and flew forward. After a short while, she arrived in front of Nianbing and Oscar. "Nianbing, you must have been waiting for a long time." Rong Tian laughed heartily. When he saw his son riding on the dragon, he would feel a sense of pride. His son was so outstanding, how could he not feel satisfied? Nianbing welcomed her parents and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, did anything happen to them?" "Fortunately, it's not too late. Let's go back quickly. It's time to set off." Rong Tian sighed and said, "We immediately set off after receiving your letter. I really didn't expect that the legendary lost continent would become like this. After that, your mother said that she wanted to wait for a while, then mysteriously went to do something. I only found out what she was doing when we set off. Thus, we were delayed for a few days. Nianbing looked at her mother with some doubt. On the surface, Bingling looked more like his elder sister than his mother. After all, time didn't leave any traces of wind and frost on her beautiful face. Bingling smiled and said, Nianbing, this time I've helped you get a very big help. Moreover, I have a surprise for you. Senior sister, come out. Bingling and Rong Tian moved to the side. The ice magicians behind them also opened up a path in the air. Two figures floated forward and arrived in front of Nianbing under the blizzard. Nianbing stared at the two in shock. The one on the right was Bingjie, who had pretended to be the priestess of the ice goddess for many years. Her face had changed, and she looked more ordinary than the priestess of the ice goddess. However, Nianbing could never forget the aura on her body. She had the evil aura from the combination of the extreme emperor point and ice magic. Although her appearance wasn't as beautiful as her mother, she wasn't as cold as the priestess of the ice goddess. However, she had a sense of tranquility. At this moment, it was difficult to find a trace of the feeling she had in the past. Her smiling face revealed a happy expression. She seemed to be a few years older than his mother, and her beauty made her seem more like a good wife and mother. The smile on her face was so gentle. Compared to the time when she pretended to be the priestess of the ice goddess, it was as if she was a different person. Bingjie's appearance wasn't the real reason why Ling Nianbing was stunned. With Bingjie's strength that wasn't weaker than the main gods, she would naturally be of great help to Nianbing. However, the real reason why Ling Nianbing was surprised was the person on Bingjie's left. He was holding Bingjie's hand and standing on top of the blizzard magic. There wasn't a trace of magic aura on his body, and he didn't give off a strong feeling. His somewhat aged face was abnormally rosy, and his almost dim eyes were full of smiles and sparkling tears. From the moment he appeared, his gaze never left Nianbing's body. He just stared fixedly at Nianbing's eyes that were constantly changing. Master. Nianbing's voice was slightly hoarse and sobbing. She knelt down on Oscar's back, tears streaming down her face. The one who appeared in front of him, holding hands with Bingjie, was his master who had already passed away. For a moment, Nianbing seemed to be in an illusion. His heart kept throbbing with pain. At this moment, he still thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him because of his longing for his master. Child. Tears also flowed down Chaji's face. Looking at his valiant disciple, how could his heart not be moved? Master? Nianbing woke up at this moment. Looking at the clear figure in front of him, when he called out the second time, his voice was full of shock. It's me, silly boy. I'm not dead. Although I'm not young anymore, I've been studying cooking for many years. Naturally, I have a way to maintain my health. How could I die so easily? You silly boy, that fire almost burned me to death. Chaji's eyes were still flowing with tears, but there was a smile on his face. Nianbing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chaji out of thin air. His action was very simple. He grabbed a few strands of Chaji's beard and pulled hard. A few strands of grayish-white beard fell off from Chaji's chin. Chaji cried out in pain and said angrily, "Stinky boy, what are you doing?" Nianbing looked at him in shock. "Master, you're really not dead. If you can still feel pain, then you're not a soul." "Nonsense, why don't you pinch yourself?" "It hurts to pinch myself. I know I'm alive, why would I pinch myself?" The master and disciple looked at each other speechlessly. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Chaji let go of Bingjie's hand and looked at his disciple who was still crying in front of him. He smiled. The two tall figures overlapped, and the master and disciple hugged each other tightly. It was only at this moment that Nianbing really hugged his master's slightly hunched body that he truly felt that kind of real feeling. He was very familiar with the smell on Chaji's body. Because he had been cooking for many years, there was always a faint smell of oil and smoke on his body. And that smell contained all kinds of aura that no one could fake. Master. Nianbing's tears flowed down uncontrollably again. He hugged Chaji's body, and his heart kept beating faster. What could be more perfect than this? His parents were safe and sound, and his master who he thought was dead had also reappeared in front of him. Nian Bing's heart was filled with warmth. He was so afraid that all of this was an illusion. In his master's warm embrace, all of this was so real. At that time, if it wasn't for Cha-Ji, there wouldn't be the current Nian Bing. Even if he didn't drown by relying on the ice goddess stone, it wasn't easy to survive. In the turbulent Tianqing River, Cha-Ji endured hardships, and Nian Bing had never forgotten his 8 years of teaching. When he died that year, although Nian Bing tried his best to keep calm on the surface and make himself strong, his heart was filled with endless sadness. His personality was a bit of a loner, and although it was because of his parents, Cha-Ji's death also gave him a huge shock. Therefore, when he first stepped into society, his personality was a bit strange. And now, Cha-Ji appeared. He actually didn't die, he really didn't die. The last bit of darkness in Nian Bing's heart completely disappeared with Cha-Ji's arrival. Feeling the familiar aura on his master's body, his eyes became hazy with tears. He hugged his master's body tightly, afraid that he would disappear into thin air. "All right, kid, be gentle. Don't you know that your master's old bones can't take it?" Cha-Ji said in a joking tone. His mood wasn't any worse than Nian Bing's at all. At this time, although Nian Bing's appearance wasn't much different from when he left the peach blossom forest, he had become more handsome and more mature. Because of the improvement of his spiritual power and magic, an invisible noble aura appeared, and it made him look more handsome. Cha-Ji's thoughts were no different from Rongtian's. He also felt a deep sense of pride for his disciple. In a panic, Nian Bing hurriedly let go of his master's hand. He looked up and down at Cha-Ji, who didn't change much, and suddenly screamed, "Master, you were pretending to be dead that time, right? Why did you lie to me?" Cha-Ji pretended to be wronged and said, "What do you mean by pretending to be dead? I was unconscious at that time, I didn't really die. You didn't even look carefully before setting me on fire. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid that I really would have died." Nian Bing saw the smile in Cha-Ji's eyes and knew that he guessed right. He bitterly smiled and said, "Why? Master, why don't you want me? Do you know that when I first entered society, I encountered many things, and I didn't even have a family by my side?" Cha-Ji kindly patted Nian Bing's broad shoulders and said, "Silly kid, if your master was still here, would you be able to become like this? A young eagle can only grow up the fastest if it spreads its wings and faces the outside world alone. Master can't follow you forever. You need to rely on your own efforts to grow up. Society is your best master. Master already knows about your achievements now, you didn't embarrass me. Even though I've only had one disciple in my entire life, I'm already satisfied. Nian Bing. Master is here now, right? You're a man, you're not allowed to cry anymore." Nian Bing wiped the tears on his face and looked at Cha-Ji, then looked at his smiling parents and Bing Jia and said, "Master, what did you do after that? Were you always in the peach blossom forest?" Cha-Ji shook his head and said, "No, after you left, I also left and moved to another place to live. Otherwise, if you returned to the peach blossom forest, wouldn't you see me again?" Nian Bing was stunned and said, "Moved to another place to live? Where were you?" Cha-Ji laughed and said, "Little brat, you definitely wouldn't expect that I was always in Ice Moon City. Do you still remember which 2 restaurants in the Ice Moon Empire can participate in the cooking competition? Other than the Breeze restaurant you went to, there was only my restaurant in Ice Moon City, which is known as the most famous restaurant in the Ice Moon Empire. When you came to Ice Moon City, I heard the news. At that time, I was afraid that you would go there, so I deliberately hid. But who knew that you never went there, making me worry for nothing." Ice Moon City? Nian Bing looked at Cha-Ji in shock. He didn't think that his master would be so close to him. He looked at Cha-Ji with a helpless expression, and could only smile bitterly. What else could he say? It turned out that when Nian Bing had followed Cha-Ji's instructions and burned down the wooden hut in the peach blossom forest, Cha-Ji had also secretly left the place. With his skills, even if the tendons in his arms and legs were all broken, he would still be able to get a high position in any restaurant. All he needed was some simple guidance. This was enough to make ordinary chefs benefit greatly. That year, Cha-Ji and Bing Jia had a bet. After he lost, he broke his tendons and went into seclusion. The reason why he chose the peach blossom forest was because it was very close to the ice god tower where the ice goddess priests lived. He had gone to the ice god tower more than once, but he never had the courage to go in and find Bing Jie. That year, after he went into seclusion, he did hate Bing Jie for deceiving his feelings. But after a few years, when he gradually calmed down, he carefully recalled the situation when he was with Bing Jie. He realized that Bing Jie was not heartless to him. Especially the scene when they separated, he would never forget it. After he strengthened his confidence, the hatred in his heart gradually faded. After all, everything between him and Bing Jie could be said to be a joke made by fate. However, the Ice God Tower could be said to be the most sacred place in the Ice Moon Empire. Any ordinary magician there could easily take his life. He also clearly knew the rules of the Ice God Tower. Therefore, he never had the courage to go to the Ice God Tower to find Bing Jie. He could only live in seclusion in the Peach Blossom Forest. Later, when Nianbing finished her apprenticeship and left, another reason why Chaji made her think that he was dead was that he had already made up his mind to die. He went to the Ice God Tower alone. He only had one goal, and that was to see Bing Jie again. When he came to the Ice God Tower, he directly asked to see the Ice Goddess Priestess. Originally, as an old man and a chef, it was easier said than done to see the Ice Goddess Priestess. But at that time, the Ice Goddess Priestess was Bing Jie. When she heard that an old chef wanted to see her, her heart was filled with hope. Therefore, she saw Chaji. When she saw the man she loved deeply and deeply hurt, Bing Jie used an incomparably great amount of willpower to suppress her feelings and not reveal them. Chaji asked her to see Bing Jie. He was full of hope as he made his last request in life, and even wanted to use his own life to fulfill this last wish. Bing Jie's heart was broken. But she really did not dare to face Chaji with her original appearance. Over the years, Chaji understood the grievances between the two of them. How could she not understand? She knew that Chaji had never done anything wrong, but she had deeply hurt him. At that time, Bing Jie actually only wanted to defeat Chaji once, and then stay with him forever. But Chaji's character was unyielding. When he found out that the woman he loved had deceived him, he chose to go to the extreme. Seeing him cut the tendons in his hands and feet, Bing Jie knew that this hatred would never be resolved. Seeing the man she loved deeply again in the Ice God Tower, what could she do? She did not have the courage to face him. Just like Chaji did not have the courage to come to the Ice God Tower to find her. So, she could only suppress the excitement in her heart and tell Chaji that Bing Jie was sealed in the Ice God Tower and could not see outsiders. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that Chaji would not be able to bear the shock, she probably would have directly told Chaji that Bing Jie was already dead. But at that time, Chaji was already determined to die. No matter what, he was willing to leave. In order to let him live well, Bing Jie could only tell him to settle down in Ice Moon City. When Bing Jie's crime was resolved in seclusion, Bing Jie was allowed to go to Ice Moon City to see him for the last time. Sure enough, with this spiritual support, Chaji regained the hope of living. Thus, he stayed in the restaurant in Ice Moon City, using his cooking skills to guide the chefs there while waiting silently. He only hoped to see his beloved one last time, and this last hope had been supporting him to live in Ice Moon City all this time. So, when Bing Jie left the Ice God Tower, although Nianbing and Bing Ling were filled with worry, Bing Jie found Chaji very easily. At that time, she no longer had any worries in her heart. After the two met, Bing Jie only said one sentence to Chaji. She said that she would use the rest of her life to make up for everything she did to Chaji. Chaji had finally found his hope. Although the difference in age and Bing Jie's strength made them look more like father and daughter, they no longer cared about the gazes of others and decided to be together. If Nianbing saw the Chaji before Bing Jie met him, she would definitely feel deeply sorrowful. Because at that time, Chaji was already like a candle in the wind. He could die at any time. But when he finally got his wish and was together with the woman he loved the most, he was in high spirits. Chaji's body miraculously took a turn for the better. Under Bing Jie's care, he actually became healthier and healthier. Not long ago, Bing Ling tried to use the crystal ball to communicate with her senior, wanting to ask her senior to help Nianbing. She directly found Bing Jie. Chaji and Bing Jie had already reunited. From Bing Jia, he knew a lot about Nian Bing and did not need to hide anything from his only disciple. So, this time, he followed Bing Jia to the lost continent to see his disciple. At the same time, he also wanted Bing Jia to help Nian Bing fight against the enemies. After hearing everything from her master, Nian Bing's heart was filled with excitement and joy. She was happy for her master from the bottom of her heart. Although so many years had passed, it was a wonderful thing for lovers to finally be together. Even if it was a dream, Nian Bing hoped that this would happen. At the same time, with her master's arrival, Nian Bing's confidence grew. She no longer had anything to worry about. Looking at her master's kind eyes, Nian Bing's heart slightly moved and she made a decision. Cha Ji told Nian Bing about his experiences after he left. Everyone quickly flew towards the Ice Moon Lake. At this moment, everyone who was supposed to be there had already arrived. It was time to meet up with those survivors. Nian Bing and Cha Ji reunited after a long time. Cha Ji and Nian Bing sat together on Oscar's back. First, he wanted to catch up with his disciple. Second, he also wanted to experience the feeling of riding on a dragon's back. These days, Bing Jia's magic had brought him many surprises, and his disciple had become a dragon mage. This made this former ghost chef filled his heart with pride. "Master, what do you plan to do now?" Nian Bing asked with a smile. Cha Ji sat in front of her. With Nian Bing's sky eye domain carefully guarding him, there was nothing to worry about. Cha Ji smiled and sighed, "What other plans can I have? I just want to spend the rest of my life with my master's wife." After so many years, your master's wife has also suffered a lot. The torment in our hearts can finally be released. I have to thank you, kid. If you didn't fight with her, perhaps she wouldn't have made up her mind. Your master, I, may not have been able to hold on until she woke up. Nian Bing tightly grasped his master's weak but broad hand. "Master, it was just a coincidence. There's no need for us to thank each other. If I knew she was your master's wife, I'm afraid I would have spoken for you. Perhaps this is fate. Now you can finally enjoy life." "Master, the life force in your body doesn't seem to be very strong. Do you feel any discomfort?" While chatting with Cha Ji, he carefully examined Cha Ji's body. Because Cha Ji was already old, coupled with the mental torment in these years, his body's condition was very poor. Cha Ji smiled and patted the back of Nian Bing's hand. "I know my own body best. Although I know how to take care of my body in order to see your master's wife, my mood has been very low these years. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this world for long. Child, this time I'm not pretending to be dead. After I leave, if you have time, help me take care of my master's wife. She's pitiful enough. I hope she can enjoy the warmth of a family. If possible, let her live with your parents or with you, okay?" Nian Bing shook his head. "No, of course not. Master, you don't know that your disciple already has 3 wives. If you let your master's wife live with me, wouldn't that be disrupting our lives?" Cha Ji stared blankly. He never thought that Nian Bing would actually say this. His expression changed slightly. "Nian Bing, you brat." Nian Bing chuckled and said, "Master, let me finish. Even if I agree to let your master's wife live with us, without you, what kind of home is it? Do you think your master's wife can still be happy after losing you again? Even if her magic can give her a long life, I'm afraid she will give up. Maybe she will even follow you to the underworld and be husband and wife again. So, only you can give your master's wife warmth. Only when you two live together can your master's wife be truly happy." Cha Ji smiled bitterly. "Didn't I tell you that I know my own body best? To tell you the truth, my current situation is close to the final radiance of the setting sun. Don't look at me like I'm fine now. According to my own estimation, at most in a year, I'm afraid I'll be finished." "You stinking brat, master only has this little wish, don't tell me you can't help me?" Nian Bing smiled. "Master, I said that the only one who can help you is yourself and not me. The only one who can give your master's wife happiness is you and not me. There is one thing that you might be wrong about. You said that you know your own body best. But I can tell you with certainty that you are definitely not as clear as me about your body's condition. Just now you said that you can only live for a year at most. That is actually wrong. With your current vitality and internal organs, I'm afraid you will be finished in less than half a year. Chaji's complexion changed slightly. His rosy face turned pale. How could he want to die? His beloved woman had finally put aside all the grudges and returned to his side. But before he could enjoy his happiness, he had to leave this world. How could he bear to part with her? But how could life be extended according to his own wishes? Chaji's complexion became more and more unsightly. But he was surprised to find that his only disciple, his most beloved disciple, was actually still smiling at this moment. Revealing a faint trace of disappointment, Chaji calmly said, "Then forget it. Since you are not willing to help me, I will not force you." Nianbing looked at Chaji's appearance and knew that he was angry. After living together for 8 years, how could he not know what kind of person his master was? He smiled and said, "Master, you scared me last time when you played dead. This time I will also anger you once. It's not too much, right?" "Alright, don't be angry." Chaji said angrily, "You scoundrel brat, you actually still hold a grudge against your master." Nianbing smiled, "Do you know how heartbroken I was at that time? Now that you are a little disappointed, it's already not bad." Chaji looked at Nianbing somewhat angrily, "I'm already a person who's about to enter the coffin and you're still deliberately angering me. Don't tell me you think I'm not dying fast enough?" Although Nianbing's appearance made him very angry, he faintly felt that his only disciple wasn't like what she was showing now. Nianbing slightly hugged Chaji's shoulder and said, "Alright, master, now that we finally meet again, I'm afraid you won't be able to die even if you want to. With your disciple here, how can she let you die?" Chaji was stunned and his heart was filled with joy, but very quickly he frowned. "What do you mean? Are you still trying to anger me? I'm the clearest about what I'm like now. Your master's wife has also carefully examined my body. Although she didn't say anything, I can see that her judgment is the same as mine. You know your master's wife's level of magic best. Since she thinks so, could it be that I can still be saved? You stinking brat, if you continue to tease me, I'll. Nianbing grabbed the hand that was pointing at her, her eyes revealing genuine emotions. "Master, you practically sacrificed your entire life for your culinary skills. Now that you're already old, it's time for you to enjoy life. The heavens won't take away your life. Even if the heavens really want you to die, they'll have to step over my dead body. Master's wife can't save you, but that doesn't mean I can't. Although we're both magicians, our abilities are completely different. Master, don't worry, as long as I'm still breathing, I'll definitely give you a new lease of life. When we reach Ice Moon Lake, before we set off, I'll first help you solve this important problem." Chaji stared blankly at Nianbing, feeling the determination in her words. At this moment, he finally understood that the reason why Nianbing had always been smiling was because she had a way to save him. A warm feeling rose in his heart as he looked at his disciple, speechless. Nianbing turned her head to look at Bingjia, who was talking to her parents not far behind them. She whispered to Chaji, "Master, do you want to give birth to a junior brother for me?" Hee. Chaji was stunned, and his old face immediately turned red. He said unhappily, "What are you saying, you stinking brat? You are becoming more and more improper." Nianbing said in a low voice, "Master, don't be shy. I'm telling the truth." Chaji sneaked a glance at Bingjia behind him and said in a low voice, "You little brat, you really hit the nail on the head. I'm already very satisfied to have a disciple like you in this life. My only regret is that I don't have any descendants. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but even now, your master is still a virgin. Although I'm not in good health, I can still hold up the sky occasionally in the morning. But with my current physical condition, can I still do it?" Nianbing chuckled softly and said, "There's nothing that's impossible. Master, just wait and see what your disciple is capable of. You raised me for 8 years and taught me for 8 years. Now, it's time for this disciple to repay you. One night, just one night. Tomorrow, I'll let you have a new lease of life and show off your masculinity. How is it? Your disciple isn't bad, right?" Fortunately, Chaji was old and his face was wrinkled a lot, so there wasn't much redness on his face. He really wanted to find a hole to hide in, but unfortunately, they were in the air. However, Nianbing's words struck a chord in his heart. How he wished he could truly be together with the woman he loved. Back then, when he first got together with Bingjia, he had always been very respectful towards her. Although there had been opportunities, he had always been courteous to her. Therefore, he and Bing Jia were still virgins. This was also the reason why the ice goddess priestess had chosen Bing Jia to inherit her ability. At this time, although he didn't dare to believe what Nian Bing said, how could he not hope that it was all true? His eyes were filled with hope as he looked at his disciple, revealing a trace of gratitude. Nian Bing held her master's hand tightly, the smile on her face disappearing. She said in a low voice, "Master, as long as you can be happy, this disciple will be satisfied. Don't worry, there are many kinds of magic. What's more, what I have now is not as simple as magic. I have already thought of a way. I have a 90% chance of success. At the very least, I can help you extend your life by 10 years. Jia Ji looked deeply at Nian Bing and suddenly said, "Stinking brat, are you harming yourself by helping me like this? If there was, then forget it. Master is already old, but you are still young." Seeing the concern in Jia Ji's eyes, Nian Bing smiled and shook her head, saying, "Master, don't worry, this won't harm me. Perhaps you don't know, but I also died once, but I still came back to life. Don't worry, I have confidence in this. After I help you recover your body, we will embark on the journey. I promise you, as long as I am alive, I will definitely protect Master's wife." Jia Ji's eyes became warm. 10 years is enough. To be able to enjoy 10 years of time, to me, God is already the greatest gift. Nian Bing interrupted Jia Ji's words, saying, "Master, in fact, you still have a wish, and this wish is also what you want to fulfill the most, but this disciple has been unable to help you fulfill it." Jia Ji nodded, saying, "You are talking about the god of cookery competition, right? Don't worry, I have confidence in you. How can a disciple taught by the ghost chef be bad? You will always get what you deserve. However, I heard that the new god of cookery is also very strong. You have to continue to work hard." A glint flashed across Nian Bing's eyes. "Master, your wish isn't just for me to become the champion of the god of cookery tournament. At the same time, you want me to reach the pinnacle of culinary skills. Don't worry. Once I'm done here, I'll definitely fulfill your wish." When the afterglow of the setting sun slowly disappeared from the west, everyone finally returned to the lakeside of the frozen moon lake. The remaining light of the setting sun added a touch of crimson sunset glow to the sky, reflecting the sparkling water below. It was indescribably moving. Bing Ling's eyes revealed a trace of hazy brilliance. "It's really beautiful, Nian Bing, did you guys do all this?" Nian Bing smiled, "This is not my work. Most of it is the result of the efforts of the magic experts of the Ice God Tower and Brother Halogen. After these days of continuous reclamation, with the frozen moon lake as the center, we now have a large piece of farmland, enough for the army here to eat. When the farmland gradually expands, we will be able to develop the lost continent on a larger scale. I think, this continent once had its glory, there will be no lack of various minerals that we need. Perhaps in 10 years, perhaps in 100 years, as long as we solve the problem of the gods, this continent will definitely prosper, I believe this." Seeing the confidence in his son's eyes, Rong Tian smiled, "Nian Bing, do you know? Before I met your mother, I also had many lofty dreams and ambitions. I wanted to become the Rong family's best magician. I wanted to lead the army to unify the continent. Although I did not achieve anything, I did not regret it, because I received the most precious thing, which is your mother's love. This is already enough for me, and now, my hopes from that year have been realized by you. Father did not do anything, but I will always be proud of you. I firmly believe, we will definitely be able to stop the invasion of the gods. We will definitely be here to help the lost continent rebuild its civilization, and create a new glory." Bing Jia walked to Nian Bing and Jia Ji's side, and asked Jia Ji in a low voice, "What were you two talking about just now?" Looking at Bing Jia's almost beautiful face and almost perfect body, and thinking about what Nian Bing said before, Jia Ji's originally despairing heart could not help but burn with passion. Nian Bing smiled slightly, and said, "Teacher's wife, wait for tomorrow morning, I will definitely give you a surprise. Now that everyone is here, I will first arrange for the departure, then I will have a good talk with teacher." After saying that, he first arranged a place for his parents, Jia Ji, and his wife too. Stay, then immediately found Luo Ro and Mu Jing, and had them lead the army to start moving. The spatial magic formation had already been built before Nianbing's 3 days of cultivation, now it was only lacking the input of magic power. He told Mu Jing and Luo Ro to first meet with the Dragon King, he would go there early tomorrow morning. Mu Jing and Luo Ro went to prepare the army to advance towards the spatial magic formation built by Nianbing, while Nianbing went to Prince Rong's stone house by herself. The Huarong Empire's army had already arrived. Prince Rong's identity was naturally not something that Mu Jing and Luo Ro could compare to her own grandfather. Nianbing could only invite him. Furthermore, now that her father had returned, it was time to speak up for them. Just now, when Rong Tian was talking about his pride for his son, his eyes clearly showed a trace of regret. Nianbing clearly knew what that was. Although he did not say anything at that time, how could he not help his father fulfill his greatest wish? After lightly knocking on the door a few times, Prince Rong's voice came from inside the house. Who is it? Grandfather, it's me, Nianbing, said Nianbing respectfully. Her grandfather's voice sounded very calm, but it was still so deep. Have you been recently? Nianbing pushed open the door and entered. As soon as she entered, she saw that the house was filled with Rong family members, including Prince Rong's 2 younger brothers, her uncle Rong Yu, and her older brother Rong Bing. Most of them already knew about Nianbing, but when they saw him face to face, they could not help but be surprised. Only Rong Yu, Rong Bing, and Nianbing revealed a warm smile. Grandfather. Nianbing walked up and bowed to her grandfather. She did not even look at her 2 granduncles. Prince Rong nodded and said, "It's time to set off, right?" Nianbing nodded and said, "Yes, it's about time. The sooner we get there, the better the situation will be." Prince Rong said, "I've already made preparations on my side. When we get there, we'll naturally make the arrangements. This time, the elites of our Rong family are all here, a total of 1123 fire mages and 2 elite knight squads. As for the ordinary soldiers, I've only selected the most elite ones. The rest will be left there to continue the reclamation." Nianbing naturally understood Prince Rong's meaning. In a battle of this level, even the elite soldiers could only become cannon fodder, let alone ordinary soldiers. Prince Rong continued, "I've already prepared the manpower on my side. When we get there, you can just send someone to inform me of the arrangements. Don't worry, this time, we're facing a common enemy. The Frozen Moon Empire, Longmu Empire, and Alland Empire are only our allies, not our enemies." Prince Rong's words were equivalent to giving Nianbing a reassurance pill, causing the last of her worries to disappear. She smiled and said, "All right, let's set off now. I've already prepared the spatial magic array." Prince Rong glanced at his grandson and said, "Can that magic formation of yours support the transmigration of so many people? I'm afraid the load will be very heavy." Nianbing smiled faintly. Although his gaze was calm, his body exuded great confidence. "Grandfather, don't worry. This 2-way spatial magic array can automatically absorb the spatial magic elements in the air. No matter how many people pass through, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I've also set up a protective magic array. Even the weakest ordinary person won't be affected during the transmigration process." When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Although Nianbing spoke casually, most of the people present were the most outstanding mages in the Yangon continent. How could they not understand the difficulty of such a task? Just the 2-way, long-distance teleportation magic array was already a lost invention. Furthermore, Nianbing could also supplement the magic array with other magic arrays to strengthen the overall stability of the magic array. Furthermore, it had the ability to absorb spatial magic elements on its own. None of the mages present were able to achieve all of these. Even Prince Rong couldn't do it. They naturally understood the importance of magic arrays to mages. At this moment, they had to re-evaluate Nianbing's strength. Feeling everyone's shocked gaze, Nianbing couldn't help but feel proud. What he wanted to express to everyone was that as a descendant of the Rong family, he definitely didn't lose face for the Rong family. "Grandfather, there's one more thing I want to report to you." Nianbing seemed to have the intention of not giving up until he said something shocking. His words once again attracted the attention of the experts of the Rong family. Prince Rong looked at Nianbing in surprise and said, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Nianbing hesitated for a moment, but his eyes soon became clear. "My father came back with my mother." They are now at the frozen moon lake. If his explanation of magic arrays had surprised the experts of the Rong family, then this sentence now made all of them explode. For a moment, complicated and angry discussions sounded in this huge stone house. Although they had silently acknowledged Nian Bing's identity, Rong Tian was different. When Rong Tian left, he was accused of being a traitor. Moreover, at that time, he took away the Stone of Fire, the family heirloom of the Rong family. No one in the Rong family could forget this. At this moment, the experts of the Rong family who thought Rong Tian was dead suddenly heard that Rong Tian had come back. How could they not be surprised? Nian Bing calmly glanced around at the experts of the Rong family whose faces had all darkened. He didn't say anything. Facing these people, he only felt disdain in his heart. He dared to say this in front of everyone, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if all the members of the Rong family wanted to go against his father, he was confident that he would take responsibility and never let his father suffer any harm. Besides, the one in charge of the Rong family now was Prince Rong after all. Feeling his father's affection for him, he knew that as a father, Prince Rong couldn't be cruel to his son. He also knew that when Prince Rong approved of him, he didn't hate his father anymore. Therefore, he fixed his calm eyes on his grandpa. In this Rong family, only his grandpa could make the decision. When the two younger brothers beside Prince Rong were about to say something, he raised his hand to stop them. His two powerful eyes swept over the crowd, and instantly, the experts of the Rong family quieted down. No one dared to defy Prince Rong's dignity, not even his younger brothers, let alone the younger generation. Prince Rong's eyes were filled with emotions. He looked at Nian Bing and said, "He's back?" "No, they're back." Nian Bing nodded firmly and said, "Yes, they're back." "Grandpa, I want to hear your answer." Prince Rong certainly knew what Nian Bing wanted. Nian Bing could see it. Nian Bing's grandfather slightly trembled. Although this was only a small detail, it made Nian Bing even more sure of her idea. Come back. How can the descendants of the Rong family be stranded outside? Tell Rong Tian to come back before the Rong family's army departs. Rong Yu. Yes. Rong Yu hurriedly stood up from the seat next to his father. The excitement in his eyes was much stronger than Prince Rong's. Nian Bing and Rong Bing had a good relationship, so how could he have a bad relationship with his younger brother? They were brothers from the same father. Twins had a telepathic connection. When Nian Bing said that she had something to tell Prince Rong, he had already guessed it. He couldn't wait to see his younger brother. Prince Rong took a deep breath and said, Rong Tian left home that year and took the divine stone of fire with him. This is an unforgivable crime. However, the current situation is tense, and the Rong family can't be in chaos. Therefore, Rong Tian is allowed to return to the Rong family and atone for his crime. Big brother, you can't. Prince Rong's second brother rushed to say, Big brother, Rong Tian committed a grave crime. How can you let him return to the family like this? Moreover, he took the family's divine stone of fire. According to the family rules, he should. Should what? The divine stone of fire is here. A cold light flashed through Nian Bing's eyes. The god of fire's roar floated out with a flash of red light and stabbed into the ground in front of him. A scorching aura spread from the blade, immediately causing the fire elemental energy in the stonehouse to surge. Even though the Rong family experts present had seen countless treasures, when their gazes landed on the god of fire's stone of fire and felt the surging fire elemental energy, greed appeared in their eyes. Nian Bing stared at her second grandfather and said indifferently, the divine stone of fire has always been in my hands. Back then, it wasn't my father who took it. I was the one who stole it. If you have any problems, just come at me. I will accept all of them. If you want to punish me according to the family rules, I can accept it. However, I once heard from my grandfather that those who have made special contributions to the family can be exempted from punishment. I think all of you should know this. Of course, there is another family rule that states that although those who have made contributions can be exempted from punishment due to their mistakes, those in the family can challenge them. If they win, they can be punished. Am I right? I am willing to accept anyone's challenge at any time. Feeling the domineering aura coming from Nian Bing, the direct descendants of Prince Rong's two younger brothers all stood up and glared at her. Prince Rong's second younger brother said disdainfully, "You took it? How old were you at that time? You said you have made contributions to the family? How come I didn't know about it? Could it be that you want to challenge everyone in the Rong family?" "Rong," you said from the side, "second uncle, what you said is wrong. Even if there is a challenge, it doesn't include my family. Nian Bing can be said to be my child. If he has made any mistakes, I am willing to take responsibility for him." Nian Bing looked gratefully at her eldest uncle, who looked 80% or 90% like her father, and said with a smile, "Eldest uncle, thank you. However, I don't think there is any need for that. My contributions to the family will be judged by the public. As for challenges, I am willing to accept anyone's challenge, but I am afraid that none of you will dare to challenge me." At this time, he knew that he shouldn't stir up trouble, and that it was more important to deal with the gods. However, he couldn't suppress the resentment that had accumulated in his heart for many years. He was not only standing up for his father, but also for himself. In the past, his grandfather's indifference to his father had a lot to do with these people. If it wasn't for the pressure from the family, his grandfather might not have treated his father so coldly. Prince Rong shouted angrily, "Sit down, all of you. Do you still respect me as your family leader?" Facing the majesty of the blazing Lion King, all of the Rong family members sat down. Prince Rong coldly looked at them and said, "Although Nian Bing said that to cover up for her father, there is nothing wrong with the son paying for the sins of the father. If she is willing to take the blame for her father, I agree. Nian Bing has made great contributions to the family, and her merits can offset her faults. I allow her to have the blazing divine stone. According to the rules of the family, you have the right to challenge her. However, let me warn you first, the number one expert of the Rong family is not me, but the one standing in front of you is Nian Bing. Rong Yu, go and receive Rong Tian." "Yes, father." Rong Yu couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the change in his second and third uncle's expressions. He turned around and left. The people present clearly couldn't accept this fact. None of them could believe that this little brat in front of them, who was only in his early 20s, was actually the number one expert of the Rong family. However, they couldn't doubt Prince Rong's words, because Prince Rong had never lied before. He never lied before, and he definitely wouldn't lie in the future. Therefore, they all hesitated. "Big brother, perhaps Nian Bing is the strongest, but I don't know where the merits you speak of came from." Prince Rong glanced at the dissatisfied expressions of his two younger brothers and coldly said, "This is our family's greatest secret, you don't need to know. Don't tell me you are going to doubt my words?" "No, of course we won't doubt Big Brother's words. However, he is your grandson, it's inevitable that people will." A cold light flashed through Prince Rong's eyes. Just as he was about to explode, the stone house's door opened. It wasn't Rong Yu who had brought Rong Tian back. He had just left, so how could he return so quickly? 7 people walked in from outside. The 7 old men all wore ordinary clothes, but their arrival caused everyone present to stand up. The Blood Lion's 7 elders weren't just the 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult who held the highest authority, they were also the 7 elders with the highest seniority in the Rong family. Normally, they would retire in the quietest inner courtyard of the Rong family. With their strength, it was enough to earn the most sincere respect of the Rong family. Moreover, not only was Prince Rong's father among them, but his 2 younger brothers' fathers were also among them. The 2 old men unhappily glanced at their sons and said, "Rong Yan is the head of the family. His words are orders to everyone in the family. Are you trying to rebel? You don't trust him, but don't tell me you don't trust me either. We only came here to say one thing. Nian Bing's contributions to the family are unmatched even by the Rong family's ancestors, let alone you two. Not to mention atoning for his father's sins, with his contributions, it's even possible for him to become the family's leader now. If anyone has any objections, it will be a blasphemy to the family's ancestors. Alright, you two, hurry up and prepare." Prince Rong's second and third brothers were the sons of this second elder. If they were asked who they were most afraid of in their lives, it definitely wouldn't be Prince Rong, who was always above them, but this bad-tempered father of theirs. For a moment, everyone's doubts rose to the peak, but they didn't dare to say a single word of objection. Nianbing waved her right hand and withdrew the fire god's roar into her body. She smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for everyone here to accept me wholeheartedly. However, words need strength. We're about to face the most powerful group of people in the world. When that time comes, I'll show you what a true powerhouse is. I know that many of you are hostile towards my father and me. This is unavoidable. However, I've grown up now. Everything that happened to me when I was young will never happen again. The first elder walked to Nianbing's side with a kind look in his eyes. He obviously knew what had happened to Nianbing. Looking at his great-grandson, he sighed and said, All right, Nianbing, there's no need to say so much. You still have many things to do. Go ahead. The Huarong Empire's army is about to set off. You don't have to worry about your father. Your grandfather is here. Nianbing smiled and respectfully bowed to the 7 elders and her grandfather. Then she left. If she was in the blood lion cult, only the 7 elders would bow to her. However, in this place, the 7 elders were her seniors. After leaving the stone house, Nianbing knew that with the 7 elders and her grandfather, her father wouldn't be in any trouble. She had too many things to do now. She couldn't stay there any longer. Her figure flashed a few times and she quickly arrived at the teleportation array she had built. It was time for the array to unleash its power. When Nianbing returned to her room, it was already late at night. The frozen moon lake was much quieter because of the departure of the 4 Empires' army. The slightly moist air blew over everything. Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint trace of fatigue. Although the array could absorb the natural qi in the air to help so many people pass through space, it was still difficult to transport 200,000 people at once. Therefore, she had no choice but to use her spiritual power to help. At this time, the consumption of her spiritual power had already made her tired. However, she still had things to do. It was impossible for her to rest. If it wasn't for her master's sudden appearance, Nianbing would have already appeared in front of the survivors of the lost continent like the 4 Empires' army. However, her master's body was in such a bad condition. If she didn't help Chaji solve the problem first, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to fight against the gods with peace of mind. Therefore, she decided to stay. Only Bing Jie stayed with her. Even Feng Nu, Lan Chen and Long Ling went to the front line. Her father had successfully returned to the Rong family. Although Nianbing didn't see her father again, she believed that her father must be very happy. After all, his biggest wish was finally fulfilled. Although her mother was temporarily separated from her father, she was leading the experts of the Ice God Tower. All the elites of the 4 empires had already gone there. Master. Nianbing pushed the door open and softly called. Although it was already late at night, Chaji didn't sleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but that he couldn't sleep at all. Whenever he thought of his outstanding disciple, and what Nianbing said to him during the day, his heart burned with an indescribable passion. Bing Jie had just left for a while. Chaji was afraid that she was too tired, so he told her to rest. After all, Bing Jie and Nianbing had to go to the front line tomorrow. You're back. You must be tired. Rest for a while. Chaji smiled and patted the chair beside him. Nianbing walked to Chaji's side and sat down. In front of her master, she didn't need to show any strength. She smiled and looked at Chaji, saying, Master, the environment here is not bad, right? In the future, if you and your wife want to live in seclusion, this is a good choice. Ice Moon City is really too cold. Chaji smiled and said, There's no hurry. If I can really live on, wouldn't it be the same no matter where I live? Nianbing, I see that you are too tired. You haven't been resting since you came back. Why don't you have a good rest first? We can talk about it again after you have defeated the gods. Nianbing knew that Chaji was worried about her. She held her master's weak but broad hand and said with a smile, Master, I'm not tired. If I don't help you recover, how can I leave in peace? It wasn't easy for you and mistress to be reunited. For the sake of your happiness, nothing must happen to you. I'm not tired at all. Right now, your disciple is one of the strongest humans in the continent. Although I'm a little busy, there's nothing wrong with my body. Let's start. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't be able to finish by daybreak. Zhao Ji looked at the sincere light in Yan Bing's eyes and smiled. When I was still thinking about what happened to your master's wife in Chenio, I always thought that the best thing I did in my life was to boldly woo your master's wife. Even after that incident, which separated us, I still thought so. But now, I realized that I did something even better, and that is to accept you as my disciple. Yan Bing, your performance is too outstanding. In my eyes, you are already flawless. Yan Bing smiled and said, Master, if you continue to praise me like this, I won't be able to find my bearings. Actually, how can I be perfect? In the past 2 years, I have been busy increasing my strength and some unavoidable matters. I haven't been able to continue cultivating my culinary skills. Actually, to me, magic was only a means to save my parents. What I really like is culinary skills. I haven't been able to work hard for what I like. Perhaps, this is also my sorrow. But don't worry, as long as I can come back alive from this battle, I will definitely fight with little Tian in the next God of Cookery tournament. Even if I lose, I won't let your reputation down. Zhao Ji laughed and said, No, you must win. How can my disciple lose? Actually, when I heard the description from the people in the restaurant I was in, I knew the origin of this little Tian. Yan Bing was startled and said, You know his origin? He is. Zhao Ji smiled and said, Silly boy, think about it. If you don't have an outstanding master, how can you teach such an outstanding disciple? Of course, he had a background. Do you still remember what I told you about the 5 god chefs? I've always been ranked first. Among the other 4 gods of cooking, there is actually one whose strength is only slightly weaker than mine. That was the fierce chef god, who was ranked second. Because of this ranking, he had always been brooding over it and kept practicing his cooking skills. But until the day I retired from the cooking world, he still couldn't defeat me. Nian Bing furrowed her brows as she looked at her master and said, But, I have never heard you mention the fierce chef gods Yin and Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand before. He was the #1 chef in the culinary world. Lil Tian also relied on this Tai Chi Yin Yang Harmony Hand to be able to contend against me. No, to be precise. He was probably the god of cooking because of the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand. If he was the fierce chef god's disciple. With the Yin Yang Harmony and the Taiji palm, I'm afraid even the fierce chef god might not have lost to you. Chaji smiled slightly. That's right. The fierce chef god really didn't know the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand. Maybe you have already guessed it. In fact, the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand didn't come from cooking, but from martial arts. That guy, Old Lai, naturally didn't know any martial arts. But it didn't mean that his disciple didn't. I don't know the real situation, but I can vaguely guess that this guy found a very talented disciple and asked a martial arts expert to teach him martial arts. Then, he gave him the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand to cultivate. Back then, when I defeated Old Lai for the last time, I heard him say that he had a magic treasure that I couldn't defeat, but it was not time to use it. Now that I think about it, the magic treasure he was talking about should be this Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate it himself, so he never used it. Now, he passed the #1 chef in the culinary world to his disciple, and his disciple got the position of god of cooking as he wished. I think he must be secretly happy. Nian Bing said, You mean to say that the fierce chef god already had the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand cultivation method? Chaji nodded and said, That's right. I'm almost certain that it wasn't passed down in his family, but he just happened to get the Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand cultivation method. It was only later that he found out that only martial arts experts could cultivate this Yin Yang Harmony Tai Chi Hand, and he was already old, so he could only entrust it to the next generation. Although Lil Tian has obtained the position of the god of cooking, before he defeats my disciple, he will never be the true god of cooking. At this point, the eyes of the once leading figure of the culinary world revealed a proud look. After all, in his era, no one could surpass him. Even Bing Jia only did so because of a trick. Master, I will definitely work hard. There are still a few years left, so I think it should be enough. Alright, we should start now. Master, let me show you something first. I think you will be very surprised. Saying so, Nianbing took out a porcelain bottle from her space ring with a smile on her face and handed it to Chaji. "Master, please take a sip first before we begin." After receiving the porcelain bottle, Chaji suddenly felt a strange impulse in his heart. After glancing at Nianbing, he carefully pulled out the stopper on the bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance filled every corner of the room. The fragrance seemed to be changing every second, but no matter how it changed, it was still magical. Ah! This is 100-flower dew. How is this possible? How can anyone brew 100-flower dew? Chaji's voice trembled as the excitement in his heart reached its peak. Although he was once the most outstanding chef, there were still some things that he couldn't do, such as brewing 100-flower dew. The biggest problem in brewing 100-flower dew was that it needed to gather hundreds of rare flowers from all 4 seasons. Chaji had tried before, but no matter where he was in the continent, it was impossible to gather so many different flowers, let alone the flowers of all 4 seasons. Of course, ordinary flowers could be gathered, but the preciousness of the flowers themselves and the special requirements of the 4 seasons determined the quality of the 100-flower dew. It was for this reason that although Chaji worked hard, he had no choice but to give up in the end. However, the rich fragrance in front of him was clearly the highest quality 100-flower dew. How could he not be surprised? Nianbing pointed to herself. Smiling, she said, "Master, the one who brewed this 100-flower dew is your disciple. I spent a lot of effort to brew it. Of course, this was only possible in a special place. Today, I want to treat your body because of this special place. Please take a sip first. After that, we can begin." Chaji trembled as he brought the porcelain bottle to his mouth and took a small sip. Of course, he knew how precious this 100-flower dew was, so he couldn't bear to drink too much. Along with the fragrance that spread to every pore of his body, a warm aura instantly spread to every part of his body. That warm feeling made his weak body feel as comfortable as if it was glowing with youth. He couldn't help but groan. His hand trembled, and the porcelain bottle almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Nianbing noticed it in time and caught the porcelain bottle. The flowers used to make the 100-flower dew were all the most precious flowers. Back in Cao's life domain, these flowers were all stimulated by her enormous life aura. This 100-flower dew was the essence of these flowers, so it naturally had the purest life aura. Under the influence of this life aura, Cao's life aura became even purer. Under the influence of this life aura, Chaji's life force that was constantly draining was gently replenished, making him feel much more comfortable. His dim yellow eyes also became clearer. A rainbow-colored light appeared out of nowhere, and Chaji felt his body become lighter. He had already left the chair and landed on the bed. Under the influence of an unknown energy, he was surprised to find that he was sitting cross-legged. Nianbing followed him to the bed and guided him to place his hands on his knees. "Master, I'm about to begin. You just need to stabilize your mind and take a nap. Tomorrow morning, the sun will definitely be different." Looking at the confidence in his disciple's eyes, Chaji suddenly realized that what he had always thought was impossible was not difficult at all. With a faint smile on his old face, he slowly closed his eyes. As an outstanding chef, stabilizing his mind was a simple matter. The moment he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel a warm energy stronger than the 100-flower dew coming from his limbs and bones. In just a moment, that warmth had already submerged him. If there was someone in the room at this time, they would be surprised to see a green light appear on Nianbing's chest. This light was emitting a gentle green light, and the energy filled with life aura formed a light shield that completely enveloped Chaji's body. Although Nianbing still couldn't really use the energy of the life sphere and the death sphere, she could still make simple use of it. The life aura peacefully stimulated the life force in Chaji's body, causing his withered body to gradually emit a layer of pale yellow light. Waves of fresh life aura entered his body from every pore and began to transform his body. Nianbing's hands gradually lit up. Her left hand was emitting a blue light, while her right hand was emitting a soft milky white light. As a magician, how difficult was it to use 2 types of healing magic at the same time? One must know that healing magic required much more precise control than attacking magic. Otherwise, if one was not careful, it could easily backfire. However, in the hands of Nianbing, 2 types of healing magic were easily used. Under the influence of her immense spiritual force, there was no problem at all. Coupled with the baptism of life aura, she had already begun the most powerful healing. With this kind of healing magic, perhaps even a dead person could be revived. The light flashed, and Nian Bing's eyes emitted a strong light. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest. Under the control of her spiritual force, the blue and white light entered Chaji's body from the top of his head and the bottom of his feet. For her master, Nian Bing was not only exceptionally careful, she had also used all her strength. She didn't want her master's recovery to be delayed because of a little carelessness. The night was quiet. Bing Jia didn't listen to Chaji's advice to rest. With her strength, sleep was no longer important. When Nian Bing was busy, Chaji didn't hide anything from her and told her what Nian Bing was thinking. Although she found it hard to believe, but when she thought of the miracles that had happened to Nian Bing in the past, she couldn't help but feel a trace of hope in her heart. At this moment, Nian Bing was in the room helping Chaji recover. Bing Jia was waiting outside. Firstly, she wanted to protect them. Secondly, she wanted to be the first to see how much the person she loved the most could recover. Bing Jia and Chaji's relationship had not changed even after a few decades. Even when she saw how old Chaji was, she didn't feel any regret or waver. She was very clear about Chaji's physical condition. She only hoped that he could live for a few more days and let her serve him for a few more days. That would be enough. She didn't dare to hope that Chaji's body could recover. After all, as a magician, she was very clear about what it meant to lose a person's life force. However, she didn't know that Nian Bing was an anomaly. He had used his life force as the price to summon powerful magic twice. He had a deeper understanding of life force than anyone else. Furthermore, he had a huge amount of life force that ordinary people could only dream of. Time passed minute by minute. The humid air made Bing Jia's clothes more moist. However, she still stood there, not moving an inch. She prayed silently in her heart. She prayed that Nian Bing would succeed. Even if Chaji could live for a few more years, she would be satisfied. The night was dark. Mist filled the frozen moon lake. Because of the mist, the bright moonlight seemed a little hazy. Bing Jia looked up at the sky. After so many years, her heart became nervous again after seeing Chaji. When people don't have hope, they don't think too much. However, when hope comes, people's thoughts will become complicated. Right now, Bing Jia was in such a state of mind. Time passed very slowly at this moment. Because of Nian Bing's sky's eye realm, there was no breath or sound in the room. Bing Jia waited in silence. Even though she was very anxious, she didn't dare to disturb him. When the eastern sky finally revealed a touch of white, the black sky turned blue. When dawn was about to arrive, Bing Jia suddenly realized that a layer of ice crystals had formed on her clothes. It was naturally not caused by the environment. Although the weather was not hot, it had already entered the warm spring. The appearance of ice was obviously caused by the ice element magic that she unconsciously emitted. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time that she couldn't control her magic and had such a situation. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The sun was like an egg yolk that appeared on the blue line in the distance. The gradually brightening radiance carried the aura of light into the sky. It was a very strange feeling, as if the earth was gradually awakening under the sunlight. The sounds of insects and birds gradually became louder. Following the reclamation of the lost continent, the number of creatures attracted by the Yangon continent had gradually increased. Although most of them were just birds, it gave the continent that had lost its own civilization a bit more vitality. Silence. The door opened. The first to walk out was a tired Nian Bing. His face was calm, but his energy consumption couldn't hide his current state. His pale face made him look haggard. Seeing his expressionless face, Bing Jia's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Ah. Master's wife. Why are you here? Nian Bing looked at Bing Jia in surprise. The current Bing Jia was no longer the cold and arrogant ice goddess priestess. She said weakly, I was worried about you guys. I helped you guard outside. Nian Bing, how is your master? Nian Bing smiled. His smile was as warm as the sun, causing Bing Jia's heart to race. Of course, she knew what that smile meant. At this time, another figure walked out of the room. That figure was only slightly shorter than Nianbing. Every step he took was steady and steady. He was wearing an ordinary cloth robe, but he exuded a gentle aura. The moment he appeared, Nianbing was stunned. The moment he appeared, he brought a faint fragrance to the air. Bingjia stared blankly at the tall figure in front of her. She couldn't believe that this was real. The tall figure in front of her. Was the handsome man who looked like he was in his 30s still him? Chaji's eyes warmed up. Although he couldn't see his own face, he could clearly see the changes on his skin. That warm and moist skin no longer had the lifeless feeling it had before, and there were no wrinkles on it. It was as if he had been reborn. Every part of his body was emitting vitality. What kind of feeling was this? His body was light as a feather. It was as if he was in another world. The ice moon lake in front of him seemed to have become more beautiful. The surrounding farmland seemed to have become greener. Chaji really wanted to ask himself. Was this still him? When Bingjia first met Chaji, he was already in his 40s. Although he had the aura of a mature man, he was definitely not as handsome as he was now. That gentle feeling, that handsome face, that stalwart body. This was the person she loved? Bingjia wanted to rush up and hug him. However, she couldn't confirm that all of this was real. Nianbing smiled. He smiled happily. The tiredness on his body seemed to have disappeared. He looked at his reborn master with satisfaction. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. No matter how much he sacrificed, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. All of this was worth it. This was a miracle that he had created. Yes, this could only be described as a miracle. Chaji's aged body, under the combined effects of the water element magic of the source of life, the holy and gentle light magic, as well as the incomparably abundant life chi, not only did he recover his vitality, but he also regained his youth. Now, his body was no different from that of an ordinary 30-year-old man. Moreover, he also had a huge amount of life chi. Not to mention 10 years, even if he could live for another 100 years, Chaji was now completely confident. Nianbing smiled at his master's wife. Master is back. The real master is back. Master's wife, I have given you an explanation. I think that you and master will definitely live a happy life. Bingjia stared blankly at Nianbing. Her voice trembled as she said, he really is. Nianbing nodded firmly and said, I personally saw master become what he is now. Master's wife, hug master. He needs your affirmation now. Little Jia, I'm back. My life is back. Now, it shouldn't be you taking care of me. It should be me taking care of you for the rest of your life. Chaji's voice was no longer as old as before. His deep voice carried a sense of joy that was filled with life. He took firm steps towards his beloved woman. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. Nianbing smiled as he watched the two figures gradually merge. He smiled happily. The excitement in his heart was just like when his parents were first saved. This feeling was so wonderful, so moving. Nianbing's heart trembled from this wonderful feeling. He gazed into the distance. He knew that he no longer had anything to worry about now that he had settled this matter. He was afraid that the gods would not give him any more time. Only when she hugged Chaji's body, which was filled with vitality, did Bingjia confirm that all of this was real. On Chaji's body, other than his original aura, there was a faint fragrance. That was the effect of the 100-flower dew. He, who had obtained a new life, not only had his body returned to normal, under Nianbing's intentional treatment, his hands and feet that had been cut off by himself were also completely healed. Now, he was a complete person. He no longer had any flaws that could be compared to others. Bingjia cried. She cried because she was so excited. Lying in Chaji's arms, she cried tears of happiness. What could be happier than this moment? Chaji's arms that hugged her were so strong. His aura was so intimate. Everything that had happened in the past had already faded. They hugged as if they had experienced a century. When their bodies separated, there were no more tears on their faces. Holding hands, 4 pairs of eyes fell on the tired Nianbing. The two actually bent down at the same time for Nianbing. Qibing was shocked. Without any hesitation, she jumped to the side and said in a panic, "Master, mistress, what are you doing? Are you trying to shorten my lifespan?" Bing Jiao looked at Nian Bing with gratitude. "Thank you, Nian Bing. Thank you very much. Without you, your master and I wouldn't have a future. There's something I always forgot to tell you. Actually, I always wanted Bing Yin to bring you back to the Ice God Tower. I wanted you to meet your parents, but you were like a slippery fish. I couldn't catch you no matter how hard I tried. In the end, even Bing Yin was tricked." Nian Bing looked at her in shock. "It can't be. Mistress, you actually had such a plan." "But, I didn't trick Bing Yin. I truly love her." Bing Jia smiled and said, "I don't know about that. At that time, although I couldn't go against Master's orders to release Bing Ling and her parents, I could let you two meet." "Alright, your master is fine now. We should set off." Nian Bing hesitated. She said, "Mistress, you should stay too. Stay here and guard. It's best if we leave some people here to prevent those sly gods from sneaking over." Of course, he knew that Bing Jia's strength would be a great help to them. But his master had just recovered. How could he bear to separate them? Zha Ji smiled and said, "Alright, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Just now, we bowed to you to thank you for giving us the rest of our lives. Just this point alone is enough for you to repay me for raising you. Let your master's wife accompany you. Mistress is the most important person in my life. Similarly, you are too. I hope you can come back safely together. I'm just a chef and can't help you much. But now that my tendons have recovered, I should use this time to recover my culinary skills. Master will prepare a table of delicious food for you to taste." "Master, Nian Bing didn't know what to say now. Zha Ji let go of Bing Jia's hand and gently stroked her long hair. "Remember, I only have one request. That is for you to come back alive. I'll wait for you. If you're no longer here, then even if I've recovered my life force, I have no reason to continue living. I think you should all understand what I mean." Under Zha Ji's reluctant farewell, Nian Bing and Bing Jia stepped into the teleportation array. A faint light flashed and their bodies disappeared at the same time. Looking at the strange magic in front of him, Zha Ji's eyes were filled with warmth. "You must come back alive. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for you forever." As the light flashed, Nian Bing and Bing Jia appeared at the teleportation point that he had set up before he left. As soon as he appeared, he immediately saw an army of more than 100,000 with flags waving in the wind. There were close to 200,000 people, and they were arranged in neat formations. Almost every one of them was busy. Some were building simple offensive formations, while others were scattered around the surroundings. Although this place was a plain, there were many hills around. These hills were where the troops were arranged. Although Nian Bing didn't rush over immediately, there was a smart commander among the troops. That was the Ottoman Empire's Prime Minister Luo Ro. Even Prince Rong couldn't help but admire Luo Ro's ability to command the troops. After some discussion, he decided to temporarily let Luo Ro be in charge of the troops of the four empires. This battle was for the entire Yangon continent. It was no longer about the glory of each country, but the future of the entire human race. Whether or not they could continue to develop and survive depended on whether or not they could defeat the god's army. Therefore, it was rare for the four empires to work together as one. Even if it was a year ago, no one would believe it. However, it was true. All of this was connected by a thread. Not only did this thread connect the four empires, but it also connected their determination to fight against foreign enemies. Nian Bing was this thread. Nian Bing didn't have any doubts about Luo Ro's command. He was very clear that Luo Ro, who grew up in formal learning, not only did not lose out to him in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of command and deployment. She had abilities that he couldn't compare to. What she could do was definitely better than what he could do. So, why should he add to the trouble? Soon, Nian Bing met with the leaders of the four empires, while his master's wife, Bing Jia, went to the Ice God Tower's camp. Among the military forces of the four empires, the most elite ones were obviously the magician legions from the Ice God Tower and the Huarong Empire. Together with the magicians from the other two empires, they formed the biggest threat to the god's army. Simple tents appeared on the plains in the middle of the hills on both sides. This plain was not very wide, but was completely long and narrow. The last time Nianbing came, he saw the last oasis that the survivors relied on for survival. Although the lake was not small, its water capacity was only 1/5 of its original. Moreover, the quality of the water was very poor. The water was muddy and looked like it came from a smelly river. However, this time, when he came here again, the lake had changed. Not only was the lake water reduced to about 1/2 of its original size, but it was also very clear. Now, the survivors were the most excited. They not only got a lot of food, but also a fresh water source. For these survivors, who only wanted the right to live, there was nothing more perfect than this. When Nianbing arrived at the central tent, the leaders of the 4 empires were in the midst of a heated discussion. They were giving out orders one after another. Obviously, they did not have much rest since they came here last night. Nianbing, you came at the right time. We were just discussing countermeasures. Prince Rong waved at Nianbing and signaled him to come forward. Nianbing immediately saw a simple sand table in front of Prince Rong, Snow Soul, Mu Jing and Luo Ro, who represented the 4 empires. Although the sand table was simple, the surrounding terrain was clear. As expected of veterans of war, although this battle was going to be very difficult, their combined wisdom showed the strength of the strongest human army. Nianbing glanced at the sand table and said, I've already taken a look when I came here. According to the terrain here, Luo Ro has already allocated the troops very well. The hills on both sides are for surprise attacks, while the center is our strongest defense. The mages will be in this defense. When it comes to fighting, all of you are much better than me. I have no objections to the arrangement. I am only responsible for leading people to fight against the strongest god's army. Prince Rong nodded and looked at Luo Ro with a strange expression. I've decided to let Luo Ro handle all military matters for this operation, including the 2 most elite legions of our Huarong Empire. No wonder this girl can become the prime minister of a country at such a young age. Even Suyu admires her so much. She's never been to the front lines, but the problems she considers make even me praise Buddha. It's a pity that our Huarong Empire doesn't have such a talent. Luo Ro smiled and said, Grandpa Rong, you're too kind. I'm only a little smart. How can I compare to you, the number 1 commander of the continent? A rare smile appeared on Prince Rong's face as he said, All right, you don't have to be so modest. I'm also one of the strongest on our side. If we really fight, Nianbing and I will face the strongest gods together. I'll leave the command here to you. Although you're lacking in military matters, there shouldn't be any problems with the help of the experienced Marshal Xuepe. Xuepe naturally knew that Prince Rong was the former leader of the Blood Lion cult, so she had no objections to his decision. Mu Jing, who was standing at the side, had also been deeply impressed by Luo Ro's talent after interacting with her. As a result, no one objected to Luo Ro being the one in charge of the 4 great empires. Luo Ro smiled. This wasn't the time to be polite. Since Grandpa Rong and Marshal Shui trust me so much, I'll temporarily command the 4 empires' armies. Right now, our army has already begun to move. As she spoke, she pointed at the hills on both sides of the sand table. Here. I've sent out heavy crossbowmen to join our 4 empires' strongest long-range attack force. Perhaps they'll suffer great losses when the battle begins. However, as long as we hide well here, we'll definitely be able to deal a blow to the gods. At the same time, I've also arranged for some magicians to assist the heavy crossbowmen on both sides of the hills. The heavy crossbow she was referring to was naturally incomparable to the Godslayer crossbow developed by Nianbing. However, the heavy crossbow mechanism that required 2 people to work together was indeed capable of dealing a certain amount of damage to ordinary gods. Luo Ro continued, in order to minimize our losses, I ordered people to open up a path from the back of the hill where the crossbowmen were. We have a large number of soldiers. The road would be opened by tonight at the latest. In that case, after launching the first wave of attacks, these crossbowmen will immediately retreat. With you experts taking care of them, the losses will be minimized. Judging from the range of the crossbow bolts, these crossbowmen should have 3 chances to attack. Once their attacks are over, our experts will have to fight. In this battle, we must not fight the deities directly. Instead, we need to delay. Nianbing found it strange. Delay? Why are you stalling? Luo Ro smiled and said, Nianbing, tell me, what is the weakness of these gods? Nianbing replied without thinking, it's their personality. They are arrogant, but they fear death. Luo Ro nodded and then shook her head. You're right. But that's not right. Although these gods have flaws in their personalities, I am certain that the ruler of the gods is a powerful deterrent to them. Under the leadership of such a godly person, the personality flaws of the godly people would only be revealed at the last moment of the battle. In the early and most important battles, they can be completely ignored. Nianbing thought for a while and said, what you said makes sense. For ordinary gods, the master god can be considered the strongest existence. Moreover, it can be said that he is their god. With the master god's deterrence and the deities being confident in their strength, they should not show any signs of cowering. Then what do you think is the weakness of these deities? Luo Ro smiled and said, very simple, it's supplies. Supplies? Hearing this word, Nianbing's eyes lit up. She immediately understood what Luo Ro meant. Luo Ro nodded and said, that's right, supplies. Nianbing, do you remember that a few days ago, I deliberately looked for you to understand the situation of the godly mainland? Right now, what the godly mainland lacks the most is backup and supplies. They have no backup and no supplies at all. Although they are very strong, if they cannot take us down in one go and achieve the goal of using battle to support battle, after losing their supplies, their strength will gradually weaken. There is no food in the godly mainland, they can only eat those demon beasts. And the greatest advantage that the Lost Continent gave us was given to us by the deities when they destroyed the Lost Continent's civilization. Nianbing and Prince Rong said 4 words at almost the same time. Clear the strong wilderness. Luo Ro smiled and nodded. That's right, that's the case. Let them taste their own sins. In this lost continent, other than the land that we have cultivated, there is no food at all. Even drinking water can only be found here. Therefore, there is no need for us to do anything. If we delay, it will be the best blow to the deity's physical and mental health. Nianbing frowned and said, your idea is very good. But now, there are 2 problems in front of us. First, the number of gods is about 10,000, but all of them are experts. As you can imagine, they should also know that most of them carry some magical beast meat and other food with them. It is because of the lack of food that their first wave of attack will be very strong. Will we be able to stop it? The other problem is, will the deities go around us and go to the Ice Moon Lake and Yangon continent to look for food or invade? If that is the case, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. After all, the lost continent is too big, and if our people are scattered, our strength will be greatly reduced. Luo Ro smiled and said, I have thought about these 2 problems, I will answer your second question first. Although this possibility exists, to us, if they really do choose to invade, it will be advantageous for us. Think about it, if the deities gather together, they will be a very strong force, but we have no lack of experts. If they scatter to the Yangon continent or our Ice Moon Lake, we can form an assassination team. We will specifically target the deities who are alone. Although this will bring disaster to the Yangon continent and our newly built Ice Moon Lake, it will be a heavier blow to the deities. It is still the same words, they do not have any reinforcements. Every time one of them dies, their strength will decrease. And we have already discussed it, for the peace of the Yangon continent, our 4 countries have already sent envoys back to their countries to gather more troops at the Ice Moon Lake. Other than the main god-level deities, if the deities want to go to the Yangon continent, they will have to go through the Ice Moon Lake. We will station a large number of troops there, even if they can rush over, it will be delayed. When the time comes, we will kill them from behind. A pincer attack will only give us an advantage. This time, our battle with the deities will not be calculated. As long as we can kill them all, even if a large number of troops die, it will be worth it. Although she said it very calmly, everyone could hear the determination in her voice. Nianbing looked at Luo Ro with some admiration. She simply explained that she had already resolved the possible collective attack from the gods, as well as the strategy to disperse and infiltrate the gods. This was clearly not something that she had thought of on the spur of the moment. Luo Ro must have planned it in advance for her to be able to explain it so thoroughly. The Lady of Wisdom, as expected of the Lady of Wisdom of the past. Perhaps, in terms of cleverness, she was stronger, but in terms of wisdom, she was not as comprehensive as Luo Ro. Luo Ro smiled and said, "Now, let me answer your first question. Whether or not we can block the deities' attack is very important. Their first wave of attack is naturally the most ferocious. As long as we can block this wave of attack, our chances will be much higher. Otherwise, the elites of the 4 countries are gathered here. Once they are destroyed by the deities, then there will be no force behind us that can stop them. Therefore, in a head-on confrontation, we must hold on. We must hold on regardless of the cost. In this regard, I already have a simple plan. Nian Bing, first, tell me how many experts on our side can reach the level of Lord Gods, and how many God-ranked experts do we have?" Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "Among the experts of the Lord Gods, we have me, Big Brother Jin Luan, and my master's wife Bing Jia. In fact, only the 3 of us can truly reach the level of Lord Gods. In this regard, we are at a disadvantage. The other side has 5 Lord Gods. Moreover, the number of Lord Gods I mentioned is based on the 2 Lord Gods we have seen before. It is said that there are even stronger Lord Gods among those Lord Gods. This is the true difference between us and the deities. However, the destructive power of 2 Lord Gods is extremely great. If Lord Dragon God can stand on our side, we will have a better chance. However, in terms of God-ranked experts, that is, around the 13th level, we have quite a few of them. The 7 Dragon King, Kitty, my mother, and grandfather Prince Rong are all at this level. In addition to my super divine weapon Sword Soul and my Dragon God companions, we may have more than the other side in terms of numbers. After all, some of the other side's God-ranked experts have been killed by us before. In terms of strength, they have weakened a lot. In the last battle in the Ice Valley, at least 5 or 6 13th level deities were killed. This also laid some foundation for this battle with the godly mainland. After hearing Nian Bing's words, Luo Ro nodded and said, "I understand. According to what you told me before, the weakest deity is probably at the level of a pugilist. However, most of them are warriors. The warrior's doqi has a strong resistance against magic, but it is not absolute. We have thousands of magicians on our side, and their strength is not low. In this case, we need an instant." Nian Bing said in surprise, "An instant? What do you mean by an instant? Can you be more specific?" Luo Ro smiled confidently and said, "This instant doesn't need to be very long. However, we need you as the leader to launch our strongest attack. Remember, it is only a short instant. When the deities attack, our goal is not to fight them head-on. The difference of 1 or 2 main gods will cause us to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, our initial target will be the weaker ones among the deities. As I said before, every time we kill a deity, their overall strength will decrease by a bit. The weaker ones are obviously easier to kill, so we need to eliminate as much of their strength as possible in the initial battle. This way, even if they want to scatter later, they won't have more people." Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "I understand the general idea, but how do we create this instant? Without fighting a main god, it is impossible to imagine how strong they are." Luo Ro smiled and said, "Nian Bing, don't you find it strange that the 7 Dragon King are not here?" Nian Bing was stunned and said, "Don't tell me you asked them to seek help from the dragons? This time, the dragons will definitely participate in the deity's operation. Although the dragon god has promised to help us, when the time comes, it will be hard to predict. Perhaps, the dragons will be a great help to us, but we can't really rely on them. The only thing we can really rely on is ourselves." Luo Ro shook her head and said, "You are wrong. I did not ask the 7 Dragon King to seek help from the dragons. Just as you said, the dragons are a surprise force to us. The deities will definitely not expect the dragons to stand on our side. Therefore, we can't let anything happen to this surprise force. Before the war starts, we naturally can't let the 7 Dragon King contact the dragons. This is to avoid arousing the deities' vigilance. Last time, the 7 Dragon Kings didn't do their best in the Ice Valley. Perhaps the deities are already suspicious, so we can't take the risk. When they really come here, we will naturally have the opportunity to make our move. What I asked the 7-Dragon King to do is to use the advantage of high altitude to scout the enemy. No one is more suitable for this kind of scouting than them. This way, we can more easily grasp the enemy's movements. Although the powerful deities can use Doqi to fly, but their speed can't be compared to the strongest creature in the continent, dragons. With the 7-Dragon King as our scouts, we can maximize our chances. Do you know what I asked the soldiers in the center of the formation to do? They are digging a hole, and all the magicians are accumulating magic power, all for that moment. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. He finally understood what Luo Ro meant. You're saying that the stronger true gods will fly towards us, while the weaker ones will move towards us on the ground. This way, we'll be able to differentiate their strengths and weaknesses. In addition, we will pretend to be weak, and when they come out, our experts will slaughter the ordinary deities. Is that right? Luo Ro smiled and nodded, saying, yes, that's right. If at the beginning, we attack the enemy as a whole, then the experts of the enemy will most likely receive a large amount of magic attacks, and the casualties of the ordinary deities will be minimized. Once the enemy gets close to our camp, then we will no longer be able to stop them. Therefore, on the surface, attacking separately like this will consume a large amount of our magician's magic power, but in reality, it can inflict the greatest amount of damage to the enemy. This kind of attack. It will also lay the foundation for us to resist the ferocious counterattack of the deities. When the first wave of attacks is over, you will lead the experts to face the crazy counterattack of the high-level deities. Similarly, you only need to resist for a while, and make sure that you do not get injured. Our long-range attacks will exchange attacks with yours. After these 2 waves, no matter how powerful the deities are, they will definitely be injured. This will be much more advantageous for us. After that, the arrangements will be even more meticulous. As long as we have a tacit understanding, it will not be difficult to repel the first wave of attacks of the deities. Cross-attack, cover fire, Luo Ro, you are really too smart. Nian Bing looked at the seemingly weak girl in front of him with admiration. She was more intelligent than any magic or martial arts. Luo Ro glanced at Nian Bing with some resentment, saying, I am only talking on paper. Whether I can really do it or not depends on the specific situation. Right now, our greatest disadvantage isn't the difference in overall strength. Instead, it's the strength of our enemies over God. If the 5 deities are about the same as the 2 you dealt with last time, then our confidence will be very high. However, if there is a guy that no one can stop, then it will be troublesome. That year, the ice goddess priest used a god's descent to destroy an army of 100,000. Although we have a large number of magicians now, and God's descent is not a threat, but if the opponent's attack is far stronger than God's descent, we will not be able to resist it. Actually, I do not have much hope in the second wave of attacks. Even if it is an ordinary deity, as long as they defend, our long-range attacks may not be able to harm them. Therefore, in the first wave of attacks, you must do your best to eliminate the ordinary deities. Nian Bing nodded and said, I understand, Roer. It seems that grandfather was right to let you take charge of everything. Prince Roan at the side said dangerously, she only told you the main plan of action, there are many details that she did not mention. It was after listening to her plans that I made the decision to join her. Such a smart girl, I am afraid that there is only one in the Yangon continent. Even if Suyu is here, it is impossible for him to do better than her. With such a strategist helping us, our chances of winning will be much higher. In a situation where we are not as strong as the opponent, strategy will become very important. Luo Ro smiled and said, Grandfather Roan, you flatter me. How can Roer compare to Grandfather Su? This war concerns the life and death of our Yangon continent. Roer must do her best. For this plan, I have been calculating for the past few months. Until we arrived here. According to the terrain, we came to the final conclusion. Right now, we need to make preparations as quickly as possible. Nianbing, you should discuss with the experts on our side how to slaughter them, right? You have to unleash your full strength. Nianbing nodded and said, I understand. During the attack, we will try our best to avoid losing ground. Roer, I will also hand over my 2,000 elites to you. Later, we will talk alone, and I will tell you some of their abilities. Luo Ro smiled and said, I also want to take you to see some things so that you can be mentally prepared. Mu Jing said, okay, you can go now. There was a hint of jealousy in her voice, but she admired Luo Ro from the bottom of her heart. This was not something that could be achieved through learning. Luo Ro's intelligence was something that could only be achieved through absolute talent and hard work. Nianbing blushed and raised her head to look at her grandfather. Prince Rong smiled and said, you can go, I will go and explain to the Rong family's magicians. When the time comes, they will be led by your uncle and father. Don't worry, with the 7 elders overseeing there, your father will not have any problems. He is worried about you and told me to tell you to be careful. This is also what I want to say to you. Nianbing looked deeply at Prince Rong and suddenly smiled, saying, Grandfather, thank you, then we will go. Finished speaking, she left the tent with Luo Ro. Prince Rong sighed softly as he looked at Nianbing and Luo Ro's silhouettes. He said, it's only now that I can hear you call me grandfather. You little brat, you have too many things on your mind. Snow Soul smiled and said, everyone can see Nianbing's brilliance. Although he wasn't very famous in the Yangon mainland, no one could compare to him in terms of status. I believe that perhaps after a few thousand years, he will still be the most legendary person on the Yangon continent. After all, he is only in his early 20s. When I was his age, I was still training hard. Mu Jing also looked at Nianbing and Luo Ro's backs as they left. Her eyes were a little infatuated. After leaving the tent, Luo Ro smiled and said, Nianbing, come with me, we will talk as we walk. Even though she really wanted to spend more time alone with Nianbing, she knew how to prioritize things. She couldn't afford to waste any time in the current situation, especially since she had already become the military advisor of the 4 empires. The two of them walked side by side, attracting envious gazes wherever they passed. Luo Ro's beauty was a type of beauty that came completely from within, a type of beauty that came from intelligence and agility. When she walked beside Nianbing, she would always take a step back. She would always deliberately slow down half a step to show respect to the man she loved. He was always so rational. Even when she was emotional, she would not forget what she should do. Thank you, you have helped me greatly this time. Nianbing smiled at Luo Ro as he walked. He could naturally feel Luo Ro's feelings, but he already had 3 lovers. How could he accept another woman? If he was not moved by Luo Ro, that would be impossible. After all, it was everyone's nature to love beauty. Such a beautiful woman with such intelligence, how could he not be moved? However, he always knew how to think for others. He did not want to see his 3 wives sad because of his flowers. Therefore, he was very careful with his actions, purposely keeping a distance from Luo Ro and Mu Jing. What are you thanking me for? You don't need to thank me. I am only helping myself, or rather, I am doing it for the Ottoman Empire. Nianbing's words of thanks made Luo Ro disappointed. This caused Luo Ro to feel a little disappointed. With her sensitivity, she could naturally sense the distance between her and Nianbing. Nianbing heard Luo Ro's resentful voice and looked into her deep eyes. His heart trembled slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look forward. He said, the 2,000 elites under my command are very strong. Perhaps you can't imagine how powerful they are. These 2,000 people all have the strength of a great swordsman or above. A third of them have reached the level of a pugilist, and about 2% have reached the level of a swordsman. Although Luo Ro was blaming Nianbing for suddenly changing the topic, she was still shocked by the numbers. So strong? Is this the strength of the blood lion cult that you have been hiding? Nianbing smiled and said, I have never hidden the secret of the blood lion cult from you, because I believe in you and see you as my best friend. I will be honest with you, this time, I have gathered the most elite forces of the blood lion cult. Among them, there are 200 god-killing crossbows with long-range attack capabilities. These 200 god-killing crossbows were the key to my victory in the Ice Valley. Now, I am handing them over to you to command. I believe that with your ability, they will be able to display their greatest advantage. God-killing crossbows, God-killing crossbows? Nianbing, how many more surprises are you going to give me? Luo Ro looked at Nianbing with a smile that was not a smile, her eyes filled with praise. In her eyes, Nian Bing's strength was unfathomable. Of course, he understood. If even Nian Bing would praise the god-killing crossbows, then they must be very strong. Nian Bing said, I spent a lot of effort to research these god-killing crossbows. However, the god-killing crossbows are very restrictive, and the requirements for the crossbow user are very high. Moreover, these 200 god-killing crossbows are enough to form a 5,000 heavy infantry. Indeed, the god-killing crossbows were made of the best metal in the Ice Moon Empire. In addition, the god-killing crossbows were made of gemstones that stored mana. It was definitely a large expenditure. If not for his close relationship with Yan Feng, he would not have been able to obtain so many resources. Luo Ro's eyes lit up. She said, then I want to see how powerful these god-killing crossbows are. Nian Bing turned around and took a deep look at her. He said, the power of a god-slaying crossbow is almost equivalent to a class 11 forbidden spell. I think that with them, you should be able to buy a longer time for that instant. What? Although Luo Ro was very intelligent, she did not expect the god-killing crossbows to be so powerful. It was almost unimaginable that their long-range attacks could reach the level of forbidden spells. If they had these 200 god-killing crossbows, the Ottoman Empire would not have to fear the Huarong Empire's powerful cavalry in a direct battle. If any empire had these destructive weapons, they would be able to easily sweep across the continent. Nian Bing smiled and said, I know what you're thinking, but you don't need to worry. The second restriction of the god-killing crossbow was the god-killing arrow. Although the god-killing crossbow's projectile power was extremely shocking, without a special god-killing arrow, its power would only be able to shoot further than a normal heavy crossbow. Its destructive power would be much weaker. If there are so many experts controlling the god-killing crossbows in a war on the continent, it would be better to let them directly participate in the war. After all, to control a god-killing crossbow, one needs at least a pugilist and 2 great sword masters. Only then can it unleash its full power. Luo Ro looked at Nian Bing. She knew that only by seeing the god-killing crossbows would she be able to understand their secrets. She sighed and said, it seems that our thoughts coincide. What I want to show you today is related to long-range attacks. It's just that these things of mine are more restrictive. Nian Bing looked at her in shock. Just as he was about to ask, Luo Ro said, let's go quickly. You'll understand once you see them. Nian Bing smiled. The two of them quickened their pace and walked towards the hills in front of the army. As they walked, Nian Bing saw that the garrison troops were digging trenches in the ground. Each of them was carrying a long wooden plank. Wooden planks were not found in the lost continent. Clearly, they were brought over from the Yangon continent. Nian Bing did not know what they were used for. Luo Ro brought Nian Bing up the hill. When Nian Bing saw what Luo Ro was talking about, he could not help but turn pale with fright. His heart was once again shocked by Luo Ro's intelligence. Nian Bing saw 20 pitch-black things. Each of them had a diameter of 3 meters. Next to them, there were 3 magicians. These magicians were all busy adjusting something. These things seemed to weigh at least 1,000 kilograms. They were really too big. Although there were wheels below, it was very difficult to move them. In front of the pitch-black things, there was a long iron pipe. It was facing the sky and emitted a chilling aura. Nian Bing suddenly thought of something and asked Luo Ro, are these cannons? I've heard of them before. But, aren't they used to defend cities? Why did you bring them here? He had never seen the power of cannons before. He had only heard of them. Because the cannons were too big, they could only be used to defend cities. In war, they were a defensive weapon. To be able to bring so many cannons here, it was clear that Luo Ro had spent a lot of effort. Luo Ro smiled mysteriously and said, of course, these aren't as simple as cannons. Otherwise, how could they enter your eyes? I specially designed them. Indeed, they are very troublesome to transport. If it was a war within the continent, the other side could easily destroy them with a cavalry charge. The biggest flaw of these things is that they can only be fired into the air and not horizontally. Especially after I improved them, they can't even fall with the weight of the cannonball. I named these cannons magic crystal cannons. They are the best weapons for attacking targets in the air. As she spoke, she walked behind a cannon and lifted the cloth behind it. Immediately, what appeared in front of Nian Bing were 3 fiery red gems the size of a palm. The purity of these fire elemental gemstones was extremely high, and they were about the size of a palm. Dan Bei's consumption of these gemstones was comparable to his own god-killing crossbow. Nian Bing could vaguely guess what Luo Ro was thinking. He said, "Your cannon does have many similarities with my god-killing crossbow. The barrel of the cannon should be adjustable. However, I don't understand why it can't attack downwards. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be very difficult." Luo Ro smiled bitterly and said, "You should be able to see that the cannonballs of the magic crystal cannons aren't physical. They are energy. I spared no effort in making 40 of these cannons. The amount of resources I used was enough to build a city. But when I finished making the magic crystal cannons, I discovered a problem. Although these magic crystal cannons are very powerful, their energy intensity is too high. Once they explode with a powerful attack, they will produce a huge recoil. But these magic crystal cannons can only be used by mages. Only with the cooperation of 3 great magician-level magicians would he be able to unleash that huge recoil. This is something that no one can withstand. Mages need to place their hands on these magic crystals. Once they explode with an attack, the huge recoil will immediately kill the mage. There is also a magic backlash. I carefully researched various methods. Finally, after much effort, I was able to make them shoot into the sky to reduce the recoil and recoil. As for future research, I will have to wait for an opportunity. The explosive power of these magic crystal cannons is very terrifying. A pure fire attribute attack can flatten a small mountain. At the very least, it should have the power of a tier 10 spell. Through the amplification of the gems, the magical power of the 3 magicians was effectively combined together, which was why such a powerful attack could be unleashed. However, every 3 magicians could only fire 5 cannons at most. After the research was completed, I set it as a sharp weapon against the air. Perhaps if I were given another 10 years to research, or if I were to obtain extremely pure gems, I would be able to create a real magic crystal cannon. However, it was too late now. This thing was just right to deal with those gods who could fly. The magic crystal cannons weren't made of steel. Instead, they were made of a special synthetic metal. I discovered it by accident during my experiments. This kind of metal doesn't have any resistance to magical elements. Instead, it has a certain amplification and protective effect. So, in the end, I can say that I succeeded halfway. Ro, you're really too scary. I'm afraid that only you can research this thing. The power of the god-killing crossbow was obviously greater than the magic crystal cannons, but it was also much lighter. However, that was completely based on Nian Bing's strength. Without the god-killing crossbow created by Nian Bing, the god-killing crossbow wouldn't be able to display its characteristics. However, the magic crystal cannons in front of them were different. As long as the magician's level was high enough, they could be activated. The precision of the design was something that the god-killing crossbow couldn't compare to. Although she hadn't seen it in action yet, Nian Bing was almost certain that this thing would become one of the most terrifying killing machines in the continent. Fortunately, the research wasn't completely successful yet. Luo Ro glanced at Nian Bing and said with a smile, "I know what you want to say. I also know how terrifying this thing is. However, the Ottoman Empire has been weak for a long time. If they don't have a peerless weapon, how can they protect themselves? That's why I didn't hesitate to use a large amount of resources to create these things. But now, it seems that I still failed. Don't worry, if the gods are defeated this time, I won't continue to research them. After all, with you around, the Huarong Empire will be somewhat afraid of our Ottoman Empire. When we become strong, why would we still need these things? These are the secrets of our Ottoman Empire, and they have already been revealed to you. If they can display their full potential in this battle, then my painstaking research won't be in vain. Now, the other 20 are in the opposite hills. As long as those gods dare to fly over, I will let them know how powerful we are." Nian Bing looked at Luo Ro with a smile and said, "Although they still don't know how powerful you are, I already know. Ro, you are really much more powerful than me. When the Ice Moon Empire forced you to leave, it was really a big mistake. Alright, my Miss Ro, I have already seen these things. We should go back." There are still many things that we need to prepare. Oh, by the way, how is the situation with the refugees? Luo Ro glanced at Nian Bing and said, you don't have any good intentions towards those refugees. Otherwise, you would have sent them to the Ice Moon Lake long ago. Nian Bing sighed and said, you are so smart, naturally you can guess it. If it weren't for these refugees, how could those gods attack us? Although they are bait, I can guarantee that as long as I am still here, they will not be harmed. This is also something that can't be helped. Luo Ro smiled and said, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Oh, by the way, I can remind you now that your big brother Halogen has become the king of the dwarves. He is now mingling with those dwarves. And Miss Yu has become the recognized queen of these refugees. In the future, how to deal with these tens of thousands of refugees, I still need you to think about it. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, it is better for you to help me think about this kind of problem. I am now focused on the battle, I really don't have the energy to think about these things. Luo Ro rolled her eyes and said, I can say that I don't completely belong to any empire. But in the future, the lost continent will belong to your 4 great empires. What does it have to do with me? Of course I don't care. With Big Brother Halogen and you can consider it as giving them face. You will also treat these refugees well. Therefore, I don't need to care about them. I think that with your intelligence, you naturally know how to do things that are beneficial to the Ottoman Empire. Although these refugees don't have their own civilization, they have their own talents. However, they had their own talents. According to the legends, the elves were the best archers in the Lost Empire, while the dwarves were the best blacksmiths. With Big Brother Halogen, the dwarves' advantages will be revealed soon. I don't believe that you won't be tempted. Luo Ro shook her head helplessly and said, sometimes, I think you are very stupid. Because you are willing to give up everything for things that don't have much to do with you. But sometimes, you are really slippery. Nian Bing, tell me, what kind of person are you? Nian Bing smiled and said, of course I'm a man. Why? Do you want to try? As soon as he said that, he wanted to slap himself. He knew that Luo Ro was interested in him, but he still said that. Wasn't he looking for trouble? This mouth of his. Why was it getting more and more annoying? In fact, even he himself did not know that after his parents had rescued him, his heart had gradually relaxed. His mood had improved, and his emotions and personality had inevitably been somewhat affected. His previous depression had gradually been vented out. Sure enough, although Luo Ro's face was red, she bravely looked at Nian Bing. She was about to speak, but Nian Bing hurriedly said, I still have something to do, I'll go first. I'll let my subordinates report to you later. After that, she instantly left the hill. Looking at the place where Nian Bing disappeared, Luo Ro was stunned for a moment, then she angrily stomped her feet and said, you coward. Ran away from Luo Ro's threat. Nian Bing let out a long breath and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Beautiful women were good, but if there were too many of them, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, it felt good to have Luo Ro here. With her in charge, he could relax a lot. From morning until now, he hadn't had time to rest. Now, he was about to face the attack of the Divine Race army. Nian Bing found a quiet place and directly used plus or minus magic to dive into the ground and began to cultivate. Just like when he was forced to comprehend Xianxia under Fatso's pressure. Not much time passed. In just 2 days, the 7-Dragon King had returned. 2 days. Luo Ro had made many arrangements. Nian Bing, on the other hand, was very relaxed. Every day, he would simply discuss battle methods with the powerhouses and then cultivate alone. Now, it could be said that he was the sharpest sword in Luo Ro's hands. The news brought by the 7-Dragon Kings naturally came from the Divine Race. The Divine Race had already arrived at the Yangon continent and was advancing in a straight line. Their target was precisely where they were. Nian Bing gave this war a name, the Great War of the Gods. The war between the Yangon continent and the Divine Race. Compared to the Great War of the Gods, this war wasn't inferior. Almost all of the powerhouses of the Yangon continent had gathered at this place that was about to become the battlefield of the Great War of the Gods. Everyone was nervously preparing for the upcoming battle. They only had one goal, and that was to achieve the final victory. The 7 Dragon Kings continued to scout. In order to prevent being discovered, they could only observe the movements of the Divine Race army from afar. From the Divine Race to where Nianbing was, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. After all, not all of the Divine Race could fly. Most of the Divine Servant's strength could only be considered above average in the Yangon continent. Therefore, there were still 4 to 5 days of final preparation before the war. Kitty, you don't have to participate in the first wave of battle. I'm afraid that your pets won't be able to retreat in time. Nianbing looked at Kitty with concern. He had always treated her as a little sister. Kitty stubbornly shook her head and said, "No, I want to participate. These Divine Race were the executioners of my parents. I want to avenge my parents. Brother Nianbing, the White Race was destroyed because of them." At this point, her eyes couldn't help but redden. Nianbing was surprised to find that Kitty was no longer the little girl from before. Compared to before, she was more mature. Apart from her tone, her appearance and figure had grown into a stunning beauty. She wasn't inferior to the Wind Maiden and the others. Coupled with her delicate tone, it was easy for her to give people a feeling of closeness. Seeing that Nianbing wasn't speaking, Kitty hurriedly said, "Brother Nianbing, let me participate. I'll be careful. My little pets are very good at protecting themselves. I promise you, as long as you retreat, I'll immediately recall them. You know that I can recall them to the space." Nianbing frowned and said, "But your body can't withstand the attacks of those Divine Race. There's a distance between you and your pets. Otherwise, they won't be able to sense your thoughts. Their strength will be greatly reduced, and they might even cause chaos. Therefore, I think it's better for you to take action later in the battle." Kitty said with some grievance, "No, I want to be the first wave of attacks. At worst, you can just protect me." Nianbing, let Kitty go with you. You have to believe in her strength. Her spiritual magic is already very powerful. Besides, we'll protect her. As long as we retreat in time, there won't be any problems. Blue and red figures lit up. Feng Nu and Lan Chen had arrived. These days, they were still studying the heart of the phoenix. However, the results were very ordinary. They didn't make any breakthroughs. Smiling, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint essence. He looked deeply at Kitty and said, "All right then. When the time comes, you guys keep an eye on her. I want to be the main attacker. Moreover, under the counterattack of the Divine Race, I'll have to resist their attacks. I'll leave Kitty to you guys." The Dragon King returned as scouts for the last time. The news they brought was very simple. In one more day, the Divine Race would set foot on this land. On Nianbing's side, all the preparations were completed under Luo Ro's command. The experts of the Rangoon continent also had to start preparing. A day's time was sometimes very long, and sometimes very short. When the sun flew to the center of the sky, a huge invisible pressure had already rushed towards the elite coalition forces of Rangoon from the front. Luo Ro stood at the front of the army. The 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult were beside her. They were all waiting. At this time, Luo Ro was still wearing a white dress. She stood out among the steel guards around her. However, standing at the front of the army, she brought confidence to all the soldiers. Luo Ro raised her right hand. Clearly, she hadn't seen the Divine Race yet. However, the aura told her everything. The elite army of the Four-Nation Alliance quietly sneaked into the trenches that they had dug earlier. On the surface, everything seemed to be calm now. Under the leadership of Halogen and Yu, the survivors were scattered at the back of the army. They looked in the direction of the pressure from afar. They didn't panic. Although they didn't know how powerful the forces that were coming were, they believed that the Dwarf King and Goddess in front of them could save them. Sometimes, faith played a very important role. Luo Ro was still standing there. The empty space around her set off her beautiful appearance. She didn't panic at all. She continued to look in front of her from afar. However, there were a few more things in her hands. What should come, would come. Luo Ro's analysis was very accurate. As the king of the Divine Race, Xianxia had considered many possibilities. However, after he received news of the lost continent, he thought that it wouldn't take too much effort to eliminate these survivors. This time, he led all the divine race out in full force. His real target was the Rangoon continent. The lost continent was only a simple springboard. Only the prosperity of the Rangoon continent was what he hoped for. Along the way, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the barren lost continent. Other divine race might not know, but as the king of the divine race, how could he not know the reason behind all this? Regarding the might of the three great true gods, he had a profound understanding once again. Ever since he set foot on the lost continent, he led the army of divine race to advance at the fastest speed. It wasn't because he was afraid that the survivors would escape, but because the food and water that the divine race could bring out from the lost continent was too little. These powerful divine race could hold on for a while if they didn't eat, but if even the water was slippery. Other than the divine race experts, ordinary divine race experts would find it difficult to endure. Therefore, he led these divine race experts with the intention to eliminate the last survivors of the lost continent and immediately head to the Rangoon continent. Once there, all the supply problems would naturally be solved. Xianxia was also arrogant. Although Nianbing killed a divine race expert and seriously injured another divine race expert, he didn't believe that the Rangoon continent would react quickly even if they knew that his army of divine race experts was coming to attack. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore, he came with full confidence, but he didn't know that an invisible net was waiting for them in silence. Xianxia's biggest mistake was that he didn't calculate the influence that Nianbing had on the Rangoon continent's four great empires. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have thought that a person who wasn't famous in the Rangoon continent would have such influence. Unexpectedly, she had such a close relationship with the Rangoon continent's four great empires. The number of divine race experts flying in the air was less than what Nianbing and Luo Ro had estimated. There were only about 20 of them, but these 20 included 5 divine race experts and 18 divine race experts. They were the true powerhouses among the divine race experts. As the powerhouses among the divine race experts, they were very arrogant. Therefore, they chose to fly. This way, not only could they see further, but it could also reflect their status. Although the divine race experts could barely fly, ordinary divine race experts needed them to lead them. Therefore, they walked on the ground. The troop of divine race experts wasn't orderly. They weren't an army, but more than 10,000 experts. Therefore, the speed at which this disorderly troop moved forward was very astonishing. When Luo Ro felt the enormous pressure, it only took a few breaths for the army of divine race experts to appear in the distance. Xianxia flew in the middle of the divine race experts in the air. The divine race experts and divine race experts around him clustered around him. Although he was arrogant, he was a cautious person. He had more or less made some preparations for this operation. For example, the dragon god and the divine race. More than 100 dragons were flying at the back of the troop. He purposely separated the dragons from his divine race army. Initially, he wanted to let the dragon god stay with them, but the dragon god said that he couldn't leave his people. Therefore, he stayed at the back with all the dragons. What made Xianxia more satisfied was that the dragons, including the dragon god, had mobilized all the adult dragons for this operation. This was definitely a very powerful force. One had to know that even the weakest adult dragon had the ability of level 10 to level 11. The strongest among the dragons were around level 12, second only to the 7 great dragon king and the dragon god who were left behind in the Yangon mainland. These dragons could become a terrifying force just by relying on their bodies. Furthermore, Xianxia was very clear about the spiritual pressure that the dragons had on the Yangon mainland. Master Xianxia, we're almost there, a divine race expert said softly behind Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed. From afar, he had already seen the existence of the remnant citizens below. He couldn't help but reveal a cold glint on his face as he waved his hand forward. Killing these remnant citizens was as easy as crushing ants. There was no need for the divine race experts flying in the sky to do anything. The divine servants and divine race experts below could easily deal with them. Xianxia's signal caused the divine race experts below to speed up. Xianxia and the others also increased their flying speed. He wanted to witness this bloody massacre with his own eyes. The speed of the divine race experts below was extremely fast. Silence. Luo Ro looked at the approaching enemies without any change in her expression. A small scroll appeared in her hand. This scroll was specially designed for her by Nian Bing. It didn't require any magic power and could be used easily. It wasn't used to attack. Xianxia was flying forward when suddenly, his cloud-hearing acupoint, which had reached the ultimate realm, moved slightly. He could faintly hear some strange sounds as if something was being stretched under the influence of a huge force. His heart, which had been very relaxed, suddenly beat violently twice. His eyes flashed and the cloud-hearing acupoint's ability immediately covered the area below. Although he was flying at a height of 300 feet above the ground, with his ability, his cloud-hearing acupoint could clearly hear even the slightest movement below. When the cloud-hearing acupoint's feedback entered his brain, Xianxia's expression changed. This was because he had just heard the sound of close to 200,000 heartbeats. A huge sound wave instantly came from his mouth. "Stop moving forward. There's an ambush. Everyone, retreat." Xianxia's voice was very loud. With his ability, when his voice left his mouth, it clearly entered the ears of every divine race expert. However, it was still too late for him to realize this. Right in front of them, he saw a beautiful lady in white. The lady shook her wrist and a ball of red light rose into the sky. When it rose to a height of 100 feet, it suddenly exploded. It was a ball of flame, but at the same time, it also looked like a huge blood flower. Lights and shadows. Countless lights and shadows shot out from the surrounding hills and hills. Some of the lights and shadows were very clear while others were very blurry. Xianxia and the others were in the air. They were like the best helpers. They watched as the locust-like attacks attacked them. The sudden attack made Xianxia frown slightly. Although he didn't understand why so many people suddenly appeared here, he still didn't feel anxious. This was because he didn't think that in this world, other than those few true gods, there was no one else. Who else could pose a threat to his existence? There was no need for Xianxia or the other 4 overgods to take action. The 18 god-level experts activated their fighting energy at the same time. A ball of rainbow-like light exploded around their bodies and blocked the heavy crossbows that were shot at them. To their fighting energy, these tyrannical armor-piercing arrows weren't even a scratch. Looking at the fighting energy light emitted by the divine race experts in the air, a faint smile appeared on Luo Ro's face. This wasn't the real first wave of attack. Instead, it was one of the steps she took to show her weakness to her enemies. What she needed was to stop the divine race experts above from taking action. However, this first wave of attack obviously wouldn't be able to achieve that. Just as the 18 divine race experts in the air activated their fighting energy defense, the divine race experts below who had yet to recover from their shock suddenly felt the ground tremble. Amidst the loud rumbles, the ground actually collapsed, including the demigod experts. The tens of thousands of divine race experts below fell into a state of panic. More than 10 gigantic demonic beasts appeared out of thin air. A few low-level divine servants couldn't dodge in time and were instantly torn into pieces. Nearly 20 figures lit up with a dazzling light. The massacre began in an instant. Nian Bing and the others were hiding underground. The ground where the divine race experts had set foot on had long been hollowed out. With the existence of the 2 dark demon rats, this wasn't a difficult task. Those who suddenly appeared from underground were led by Nian Bing. Prince Rong, Nian Bing's mother Bing Ling, and Bing Jia didn't participate in this operation. This was because such close-range attacks weren't suitable for mages like them. Of course, Nian Bing was an anomaly. He was the leader of these attackers. A 7-colored light shot out from Nian Bing's body like lightning. As soon as he appeared, the 7 sword souls each took the lives of 4 to 5 divine servants. After 3 days of strengthening by Nian Bing, the strength of each sword soul had increased. The sudden sneak attack immediately had the desired effect. Of course, Nian Bing wasn't idle either. At the same time that the 7 sword souls shot out, 4 forbidden spells were released around his body. The place he chose was very good. It was right in the middle of the divine race experts. There were only the lowest level divine servants here. These divine servants were mostly 8th or 9th level divine servants. The difference between them and Nian Bing was too great. 4 forbidden spells of the 11th level were released in an instant. The effect was that with Nian Bing as the center, there were no living creatures within a radius of 20 feet. At least a few hundred divine race experts died under his sudden attack. These divine race experts all had fighting aura. If they could work together, although Nian Bing's magic attack was very fierce, it wouldn't be able to cause such great damage. The root of all this was the word sudden. The divine race experts had never thought that they would be ambushed. This time, Nian Bing was the main powerhouse in the sneak attack. There were also Halogen, Feng Nu, and Lan Chen. The four of them formed the most elite force. Originally, Nian Bing wanted to let the sacred teacher participate in this sneak attack, but the sacred teacher insisted. Although he was willing to fight against the divine race for the survival of the Yangon continent, he would never agree to a sneak attack. Of course, there were also 7 people who participated in this sneak attack. No, it should be 7 giant dragons. The 7 Dragon King had all transformed into human form. When they appeared together with Nian Bing and the other 3, it immediately became a disaster for the ordinary divine servants. In almost an instant, nearly 1,000 divine servants had died under the joint attack of these 11 people. This might seem simple, but it was ingenious. Nian Bing and the other 11 people were completely spread out, allowing them to fully unleash their power in the attack. If it wasn't for the fact that Nian Bing wanted to conserve her spiritual energy to deal with the overgods above, the number of casualties would have been much higher. However, even so, the loss of 1,000 people in an instant made Xianxia, who was in the air, almost explode with anger. He never thought that the first battle after leaving the divine race would start like this. After a short period of sneak attack, the divine race experts began to show their strength. All the divine servants retreated to the surroundings, while the demigods came forward. There were also differences in the strength of demigods. The stronger ones were close to rank 13, while the weaker ones were around rank 12. Once more than 100 demigods surrounded them, Nian Bing and the rest of the demigods' damage figures were greatly reduced. Every second could only be counted in digits. Gods above level 12 were very powerful, so it was not easy to kill them. Xianxia naturally could not allow such a situation to continue. He recognized the 7 Dragon King below at a glance, but it was too late for him to give an order. He waved his hand and flew down with the other 4 overgods. Almost all of them had activated the Earth Spirit Cave. They only needed a few flashes to enter the battlefield below. Xianxia had already made up his mind. No matter who these people below were, he would completely destroy them for daring to kill the divine race experts. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change on the battlefield. Another round of crossbows soared into the sky. The shining red and blue lights were obviously more sparse than the previous heavy crossbows. The crossbows were facing the overgods and divine rank experts who were preparing to charge down. Naturally, Xianxia did not care about these things. From his point of view, even if he did not use his combat energy to defend himself, he could easily withstand the attack of these crossbow arrows with his body that was stronger than dragons. However, the red and blue lights soon told him a fact. These were not ordinary crossbow bolts. They were specially made to kill gods. The violent explosion caused a complete change in the magic elements in the sky. The destructive energy only lasted for a moment before it stopped the lords from descending. Perhaps a level 11 forbidden spell was just a joke to the lords. However, what if 100 forbidden spells appeared at the same time? It was impossible for Xianxia to not take this seriously. Moreover, they were confused by their previous show of weakness. The sudden attack produced an even greater power. Xianxia was alarmed when Xia Yu, who had been demoted from the ranks of the lords, exclaimed. Others might not have seen it, but Xia Yu had seen the power of these god-slaying arrows. The power of a lord could only be truly experienced in battle. 5 balls of milky white light dispersed at the same time as the explosion. Not only did they protect the bodies of the 5 lords, but they also protected the 18 god-ranked experts around them. How powerful was the power of 100 forbidden spells formed by 200 god-slaying arrows? No one could answer, and no one could calculate. However, what made Luo Ro's heart beat faster was that the strongest among the gods were not killed by the 100 forbidden spells. Just this point alone was enough to shock her. She finally understood why Nian Bing was so afraid of these lords. Below, Kitty's magical beasts were still unleashing their power crazily. Nian Bing was also killing non-stop. Although the strongest gods in the sky had resisted the attack of the god-slaying arrows, their downward momentum had turned into an upward charge. After all, the god-slaying arrows were created by Nianbing and the rest in an instant, and it was not a short instant. When Xianxia forcefully used his combat energy to force away the frantic magic elements around him, he was finally enraged. At the same time, he knew that he had underestimated the humans. It's the people from the Yangon continent. That guy below who is constantly using magic. It's him who killed Gulong Xiaoyu, glared hatefully at Nianbing. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have lost her position as the chief god. The Shi world did not utter a word. He waved his hands at the same time, and two huge golden beams of light shot down. They actually passed through the second wave of god-slaying arrows, heading straight for Nianbing. The other 4 overgods attacked at the same time as well. To them, distance was not absolute. At this moment, the sovereigns were standing in front of the surrounding deities. They had demonstrated their chief god-level power. When the Shi world had just launched its attack, Nianbing could clearly feel the pressure from above. However, he did not panic at all. Of course, he knew that once he was completely locked on by that kind of attack, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. He could only choose to fight head-on. However, he was already prepared. Almost in an instant, 11 balls of silver light lit up at the same time, and the dozen or so magical beasts disappeared at the same time. The attacks of the overgods froze in midair. Immediately after, Xianxia saw a blob of blood blossoming in the air. What was the power of an overgod? After launching an attack, they could still forcefully change the direction of the violent energy. That was the power of an overgod. With Shi world as the leader, although the 5 overgods had lost track of Nianbing and the others, their attacks did not stop. All 10 beams of light swept toward the hilly area on both sides. They wanted to eliminate the lurkers who had almost brought them harm. However, at this moment, 40 booms were heard. 40 huge balls of red light soared into the sky and met their attacks. Those were 40 fireballs, and each of them was extremely condensed. Unfortunately, the fireballs were swallowed by the profound divine light in an instant. Following the direction of the fireball's attack, a total of 120 mages from the Ottoman Empire disappeared along with the magic crystal cannons invented by Luo Ro. However, they had, after all, slowed down the time and power of the destruction. Although thousands of crossbowmen had lost their lives in the violent explosion, the Blood Guards and the elites of the Frozen Moon Hall who had fired 2 arrows had just retreated out of the explosion's range and were not harmed. Their god-slaying crossbows had also been saved. Although Luo Ro had released the second signal, her heart was bleeding at this moment. Those magic crystal cannons had cost her so much effort. When she was researching these magic crystal cannons, she had never thought that there would be anyone who could go against them. However, at that moment, she had watched her hard work turn into ashes along with those 120 precious mages. Those mages accounted for almost a third of all the high-ranking mages in the Ottoman Empire. War was cruel. As a commander, one must not be affected by one's emotions. Luo Ro naturally understood this, so she did not stop her accusations. The first wave of attacks had ended, but the second wave had just begun. The low chanting had already started when the first blood flower bloomed, and now was the time for them to unleash their power. Thousands of red lights condensed in the air, causing the entire world to turn red. The air became noticeably hotter, and a purple light was injected into the dazzling red. The red light seemed to have found its source and quickly condensed together. The violent fire dragon transformed into an incomparably huge fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon was over 100 feet long. Even if the Dragon King and the Dragon Gods were to rush over, they would not be able to compare to its size. Xianxia, who was about to continue his attack, stopped. Looking at the huge flame, his gaze froze. This was an energy that could threaten him. The power of this magic had even surpassed the 14th level and was close to the 15th level. He saw the spell, and so did all the other gods. Following the disappearance of Nianbing, the humans, and the magical beasts, all the gods quickly gathered together and worked together to activate their combat energy. In an instant, the ground was filled with various colors of light. The real powerful aura had just appeared at this moment. Previously, under the leadership of the Ice Spirit, the 100 mages of the Ice God Tower had once condensed a 14th-level Ice Lotus. It was this Ice Lotus. It temporarily stopped Gu Long and Xia Yu's attack. Although the mages of the Rong family were not comparable to the mages of the Ice God Tower, they had the advantage in terms of numbers. They had 1,000 mages and above. Under the leadership of Prince Rong and his 2 younger brothers, after many years of hard work, they finally activated their secret weapon. Fire element superfusion magic. The initial research of this magic had only one goal, and that was the Ice God Tower. It was also because of the existence of this magic that Prince Rong had disrespected the existence of the Ice Goddess and launched an invasion of the Kiru Empire. He was preparing to occupy the entire Yangon mainland. This was the Huarong Empire's strongest attack, Xianxia snorted coldly. A faint golden light was emitted. It did not seem to be emitted from his acupuncture points, but from every corner of his body. Among all the gods, he was the only one who could achieve this. It was not an ability similar to light magic, but pure combat energy. The strength of this combat energy was extremely terrifying. Apart from Kitty, the 10 or so figures that had disappeared in an instant earlier all appeared in midair. Under the leadership of Nian Bing, he, the 7 dragon kings, the Feng Nu sisters, and the dwarf Halogen appeared in front of the overgods and gods in the sky at the same time. They looked at the faint golden light emitted from Xianxia's body. Nian Bing was also secretly shocked, but he did not have the slightest fear. He said coldly, "Your opponents are us." The 7 sword souls floated out, and the 7-colored light of the sky realm instantly enveloped all the experts on his side. At this moment, 2 blue figures appeared behind them at lightning speed. They were Nian Bing's mother, Bing Ling, and his master's wife, Bing Jia. The appearance of the 2 women increased the strength of Nian Bing's side by a few notches. On Nian Bing's side, there were at least 4 people who could reach level 14. They were him, Halogen, Emperor Kurobutsu, and Bing Jia, as well as other level 13 experts. Even if their overall strength was not as strong as the gods in front of them, it was definitely not much stronger. It was also because of this reason that Luo Ro dared to let them block the enemy's attack. Xianxia looked coldly at Nian Bing. His gaze seemed to have materialized. Apart from anger, there was also a hint of mockery in his eyes. He did not seem to care about the massive magic power of the thousands of fire mages in the distance. He said indifferently, "Is this the strength of you humans? I didn't expect this. The countries of the Yangon continent actually have such foresight, daring to block our advance here. However, do you think you can stop us with this? You're underestimating the strength of the godly mainland." Nian Bing's eyes shone with a cold light. "Whether we can stop you or not is not something that can be determined by your words. Let's see how strong we really are. From the looks of it, you should be the leader of the gods. In that case, I shall be your opponent." Although he could clearly feel that the energy intensity of Xianxia's body was very strange, he still fought bravely. As the strongest person in the Yangon continent, he naturally had to face the strongest person on the other side, who was also the leader of all the gods. Xianxia snorted in disdain. "You? You're not worthy." 4 golden lights lit up at the same time. Apart from Xianxia, the 4 overgods' attack was very simple. They all slapped out their right hands at the same time. 4 golden lights went straight for the 7 sword souls at the front of the crowd. The 18 god-level experts behind them also moved. A massive amount of energy was rendered, and various colors of combat energy rushed toward the crowd in the most condensed form. Nian Bing was not angered by Xianxia's words. At their level, it was very simple and important to stay calm. When everyone started to attack, Nian Bing's sky territory suddenly changed. The original rainbow light instantly turned into a faint golden color. This faint golden color of the mages increased the power of everyone on their side instantly. The 7 sword souls at the front formed a vertical line. With Emperor Kurobutsu as the leader, they slashed their swords at the same time. The rainbow light met the golden light of the 4 overgods head-on. The battle between them became the start of the real battle. However, the explosive force produced by their mutual attack made all the attacks from the others become meaningless. The golden light and the rainbow light collided in the air. In that short moment, it was as if there was an additional sun in the sky. The intense light did not bring about a roar, but regardless of whether it was the gods or Nianbing's side, they were all thrown back by the violent explosion. Light and shadow flickered. Dozens of top-notch experts from both sides only made contact for a short moment before they broke away from the trajectory of the attack. They were pushed hundreds of feet away by the aftershock. At this moment, the fire magic that had been prepared for a long time exploded. At the same time, Nianbing's sharp sky eye acupoint was shocked to discover that Xianxia, who did not attack, had suddenly disappeared before her eyes. Using combat energy to perform short-distance teleportation was something that every powerful martial warrior could do. However, in such a violent collision that produced such a huge amount of energy at the same time, being able to teleport away without being affected by the energy was something that even Nianbing, who was proficient in 7 elemental magic, could not do. However, Xianxia was able to do it. The objective of Nianbing and the others was very simple. In a situation where their overall strength was inferior to their opponents, they would follow Luo Rou's arrangement and target the magicians to hold back the powerful gods while Prince Rong led the fire magic experts to launch their strongest attacks. They would exhaust the gods' strength as much as possible. In just a short moment, they would be able to weaken the enemy's overall strength. Every god they killed was very important to them. However, Xianxia's sudden disappearance made Ling Nianbing feel that something was amiss. The 300-meter-long flame dragon had already turned dark purple. The combined power of 1,000 mages of the same element was extremely terrifying, especially since they had been working together for a long time. These elites of the Rong family all had extraordinary talent in magic. They had been cultivating since they were young to achieve what they had today. This fire dragon was actually the result of the complete compression of the fire magic. In order to launch this magic, almost all of the Rong family magicians had released all of their magical power. The power of this magic had reached its peak in an instant. When the gods below saw the appearance of this terrifying magic, they panicked. However, they quickly calmed down. The demigod experts rushed to the front of the team as fast as they could. Close to 9,000 gods circulated their combat energy at the same time. It was very difficult for combat energy to attack together like magic. After all, combat energy was not like magic. Its attack range was limited. Of course, when one reached an extremely high level, this limitation no longer existed. However, these deities who had been living in the harsh conditions of the continent of gods all this while had their own way of dealing with it. Almost all of them were in groups of dozens, fusing their combat chi together as they waited for the arrival of the giant magic spell. The fire dragon that was 100 feet long looked extremely terrifying. When it stretched its body and suddenly pounced forward, the surrounding air did not distort due to the heat. At this moment, all of the air around the fire dragon had been ignited. The area within 1,000 feet radius had completely turned into a terrifying vacuum. Even Prince Rong did not expect this to happen. The power of this magic was too great. When it pounced forward, no one could control its attack power. Everything was done by this terrifying magic. When the fire dragon was still 1,000 feet away from the gods, they could already feel the suffocating heat. At this time, in order to protect their own lives, all of the gods did not hold back and pushed their combat energy to the limit. They all knew that they could only block this magic if they worked together. Of course, Prince Rong understood that even though the offensive power of the 1,000 mages was terrifying, there were still 9,000 gods on the other side. If they attacked evenly from the sky, then under the effect of the many battle chis, the damage would be negligible. Therefore, when the fire dragon received his last order, the huge dragon god swooped down. When it was about 300 meters away from the gods, the huge dragon god was already level with the ground. It was charging straight at the gods from the front. By doing this, they could kill the gods to the greatest extent. Although they could definitely block it, the gods at the front would definitely be severely injured. In the face of this magic that was close to level 15, the demigod's chances of survival were absolutely zero. Except for Nianbing, everyone on the Yangon side thought that the plan was a success. They were all ready to watch the fire dragon slaughter the gods. Even Luo Rou was gratified by the success of her plan. Her gloomy mood from the previous loss also recovered a little. If someone had told Luo Ro a few years ago that a single person's strength could change the entire battlefield, she would definitely not have believed it. However, after witnessing Nian Bing's strength, she had a certain understanding of this saying. But today, the enemy they were facing gave her a very vivid lesson. A gigantic flame dragon that was over 300 meters long. Its enormous body was so terrifying. When it flew close to the ground, the soil on the ground naturally disappeared, forming a deep trench. However, just as it was charging forward with all its strength, a golden figure appeared. Amidst the cheers of the gods, a golden figure suddenly appeared at the front of the gods. He did not wait and charged straight at the fire dragon. Prince Rong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that a single person dared to face the attacks of 1,000 fire mages on his side alone. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The other party had done just that. In the next moment, Prince Rong felt his entire body tremble under the influence of the magic. He felt a sharp pain in his brain and his mental strength dropped rapidly. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The golden light was so small in front of the gigantic flame dragon, but it was so firm. Xianxia was facing such a huge magic spell alone, but his expression did not change at all. It was as if he was never worried about his own safety. He raised both of his hands, and the rich golden light transformed into a huge golden shield with a diameter of 3 feet. He held it with his left hand and blocked the gigantic flame dragon that was charging in front of him. The huge impact caused Xianxia's body to retreat continuously. As his body slid backward, the golden shield in his hand exploded with an unusually strong golden light. It was an incomparably strong light. Another sun appeared on the ground. The flaming dragon roared as it charged madly. The power of the incomparably condensed primordial fire had been unleashed to its limit. All 9,000 gods were retreating rapidly, and the Shi world was also retreating under the attack of the flaming dragon. At this moment, everyone could see that Xianxia's speed of retreat was gradually slowing down. The golden light on his left hand was also becoming more and more intense. Xianxia's calm face flushed red. Both his eyes had turned completely golden. Nian Bing, who was in the air, wanted to attack downwards. However, the 4 overgods and 18 god-level experts in front of him did not allow him to do so. Although the 4 overgods were wary of Nian Bing's mental strength attack, their coordination was extremely good. Nian Bing did not have the opportunity to use his tyrannical attack. He could only rely on the Sky's Eye realm to increase the strength of his attackers. He could not leave now. Otherwise, the experts on his side would definitely be defeated by his opponents. The Sky's Eye realm that Nian Bing was currently using was an evolved ability. When he completely understood the mystery of combining 2 acupoints into one, his Sky's Eye realm had undergone a change. Not only did it possess offensive power, but it also possessed the ability to convert. What would be the effect of combining the Extreme Emperor Acupoint's ability with the Sky's Eye realm? The effect was very simple. It was to combine the original 3 abilities of the Sky's Eye realm into one and increase its strength greatly. The original abilities of the Sky's Eye realm were defense, weakening, and amplification. His ability to weaken the battle chi would have little effect on these god-ranked experts. After all, it was almost impossible to weaken their battle chi at this level. Moreover, these god-ranked experts all had different battle chi attributes. If every attribute was weakened, then it wouldn't be just the opponent that would be affected. Therefore, Nian Bing chose to amplify it. With the help of the Extreme Emperor Acupoint, the Sky's Eye realm that was amplified at full power was unleashed to a superb level. Under his amplification effect, the 7 sword souls under the leadership of Emperor Kurobutsu managed to block the first attack of the 4 lords. This bought time for the others to attack and also gave the flaming dragon a chance to destroy it. If the Shi world had not suddenly appeared below, their plan would have succeeded. Under the super amplification effect of the Sky's Eye realm, although the 7 sword souls needed some time to recover, the 4 lords' energy was shaken to a certain extent. The sword souls were immortal. Under Nian Bing's full power, the West Meridian Acupoint helped them recover their strength very quickly. At the very least, without the Shi world's interference, the overall strength of Nian Bing's side was no weaker than the god-level experts in front of them. Of course, there were also god-level experts who wanted to launch a sneak attack on Nian Bing and destroy the human who had caused them the most trouble. However, would the experts on Nian Bing's side give them the chance to do so? The answer was no. Under the lead of Halogen and Bing Jia, Nian Bing's team of experts attacked with all their might. Under the protection of the 7 Dragon Kings, if they wanted to kill Nian Bing, they would have to step over the corpses of the people in front of them. The advantage of the 4 lords did not appear. On the other hand, Nian Bing's 7 sword souls were recovering continuously. On the battlefield, Nian Bing's side had a slight upper hand. However, at this moment, Nian Bing did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, she felt unusually heavy. Why was that? It was because the She World's performance was too valiant. It was so valiant that no one could imagine it. There was a fundamental difference between spells close to level 15 and level 14. Nian Bing asked himself, even if he worked with 7 sword souls. Even if she had 7 sword souls with 7 sword souls, she would not dare to face the joint attack of 1,000 mages head-on. However, the She World did it. At this moment, the She World had retreated about 500 feet from the moment he used the golden shield to block the attack of the flaming dragon. The god-level experts had also retreated 500 feet. However, the speed at which She World retreated had become extremely slow. The impact of the flaming dragon had obviously weakened. However, the golden shield that She World produced was still as dazzling as before. Anyone could see that this level 15 super spell could no longer achieve its original goal. This was all because of one person. No. It should be called a god. At this moment, the people of the Yangon continent truly felt how terrifying a god-level expert's strength was. The She World's defense ended very quickly. Other than using his left hand to raise the shield to block the flaming dragon, he still had his right hand. What could his right hand do? The She World clearly told the humans of the Yangon continent. A 5-foot-long golden battle sword appeared in his right hand. It was not condensed from fighting energy. It was a genuine battle sword. If Halogen had the time to look at it now, he would definitely be shocked to discover that the strength of the energy of this battle sword was definitely a super artifact. What was a super artifact? The biggest characteristic of a super artifact was that the stronger the owner, the more powerful the weapon would be. She World understood this concept very well. He raised the 5-foot-long golden battle sword with the shield in his left hand and the battle sword in his right. Like a god, he suddenly retreated at lightning speed. In just an instant, he had moved more than 100 feet away. Once again, he allowed Nian Bing to see him teleport amidst the violent fluctuations of magic elements and energy. As She World retreated, the shield in his left hand had already disappeared. The flaming dragon took this opportunity to charge forward. Just when everyone thought that She World would not be able to withstand this violent attack, the shield that had disappeared transformed into an unusual surge of golden light that merged into his battle sword. What did the humans see? They saw the golden lightning. Yes, although the golden lightning only shone brilliantly for a moment, it was enough. The golden lightning attacked in a straight line, just like Halogen's deity slaying slash. The golden light flashed slightly and disappeared without a trace. However, the clouds in the sky had also completely disappeared. Even Nian Bing and the rest, who were fighting in the sky, had stopped their attacks because of this sword. The domineering aura that was produced when the golden lightning appeared made everyone's heart tremble violently. What kind of strength was that? What kind of violent attack was that? When the golden lightning disappeared, the flaming dragon's huge body stopped moving forward. The huge dark purple body seemed to be very unwilling, but it could no longer move forward. A violent roar that caused the entire lost continent to tremble resounded. An enormous amount of fire elements had gathered and exploded. Prince Rong spat out blood once again. The thousands of magicians under him collapsed to the ground at the same time. Fresh blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were as pale as paper. Not only had they used up all of their magic power, but they had also suffered a huge mental injury. That instant of backlash had caused them to lose the ability to fight. Fortunately, Prince Rong and the experts from the Rong family had blocked a portion of the backlash energy. That was why the magicians were not completely wiped out. She World looked arrogantly at the army of more than 100,000 humans that had appeared in front of him. At that moment, it was as if he was the only one that existed in this world. His heart was filled with confidence. He had been training hard for so many years. Today, in front of all his enemies and subordinates, he had displayed his strength. This was the strength that a god should possess. Shi World raised the long sword in his hand and roared, "Attack!" When the golden lightning appeared, everything was no longer going according to Luo Ro's plan. Her plan could be said to be almost perfect without any flaws. However, Shi World had used his own strength to forcefully create a flaw in this perfect plan. It was precisely because of this that the prideful nature of the gods was revealed. They charged forward as fast as they could. Everyone knew that if this group of demigods led the gods to charge into the human camp, then a massacre would occur. In the trenches, all the human warriors had climbed out. The wooden planks that Nian Bing had seen previously were now placed horizontally above the trenches so that the warriors' advance would not be hindered. At the front of the army, the Order of the Fire Dragon and the Order of the Flaming Lion of the Huarong Empire looked coldly at the approaching enemies. As the most elite cavalry in the Yangon continent, even under such circumstances, they did not feel the slightest bit of fear. The long spears in their hands were already placed horizontally. As long as Luo Ro gave the order, they would launch a deadly attack. Although the enemy was powerful, they were confident that they could stop these gods. In order to defend their honor, so what if they had to die? Luo Ro's face was pale, but she didn't panic. Mu Jing and the 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult stood beside her. Their faces were pale, but at this moment, Luo Ro sent out another signal. This time, it wasn't a blood-red flower that soared into the sky, but a pure white light with a faint cold aura. It seemed to bring some coolness to the hot air. At this moment, a large number of blue light spots gathered behind the human army. Among the humans, other than the Rong family's magicians, another group of powerful magicians had made their move. They came from the Ice God Tower. The leader of the Ice God Tower was the new Ice Goddess Priestess Bing Ling, but at this moment, Bing Ling was fighting alongside Bing Jia in front of the main gods. Lan Chen was also in that battle. Therefore, the one in charge of the Ice God Tower's attack was Long Ling Ro Nu Long Ling. As Nian Bing's wife, she had always kept a low profile. However, this didn't mean that she was weak. Under Nian Bing's guidance and constant training, Long Ling's improvement was very obvious. Her Heaven's Eye point had entered the middle stage earlier than Feng Nu and Lan Chen. Her ice magic had also surpassed the 12th level, reaching the level of a god descent magician. Although there was still a certain distance between her and the 13th level, it wasn't that far away. Therefore, she was now the temporary leader of the Ice God Tower. After coming to the Lost Continent, Long Ling learned many things from Bing Ling. Bing Ling was very satisfied with his 3 daughters-in-law. He liked the gentle and quiet Long Ling, and taught her all his understanding of ice magic, including the method of commanding the Ice God Tower's large-scale magic attack. The Ice God Tower's magicians couldn't compare to the Rong family in terms of numbers. However, the Rong family's magicians couldn't compare to them in terms of individual strength. Thus, even though there were only a little over 100 of them, their offensive power was only slightly inferior to the Rong family's. According to Luo Ro's plan, the mages of the Ice God Tower were the backup team for this attack. Whichever side had a problem, they would help that side. Luo Ro had no choice but to take out her final assassin's sword. Otherwise, it would be too late. Once the enemy rushed over and mixed with the warriors, the advantage of the mages would completely disappear. Shi Jia watched as his army charged forward. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew that other than the powerhouses in the air, the other party's main means of attack should come from the mages. Only those mages could pose a threat to his subordinates. Now, those mages should have lost their ability to use magic. All they had to do was rush over. Although there were many enemies, his subordinates were all gods. Although most of them were servants of gods, they were enough to deal a devastating blow to the enemy. Since the Rangoon continent dared to come here to stop him, then he would destroy their elites in one fell swoop. This would save the Rangoon continent a lot of trouble in the future. It wasn't that Shi Jia didn't want to rush over with his subordinates. Although he appeared to be in a good position, only he knew that it wasn't easy for him to resist the flaming dragon. After all, that enormous fire energy was condensed by thousands of magicians. How could it be extinguished so easily? He had used all his strength in the last attack just now. Only then did he manage to break the enemy's attack. The ground had completely cracked from the sudden explosion. At least two-thirds of the surrounding hills had been flattened by the explosion. Xianxia's body had also suffered a certain degree of injury. He had always cherished his body. Feeling the hot airflow in his body and the weakened combat energy, he floated in the air and commanded his subordinates while slowly regaining his breath. At this moment, Xianxia saw a large area of condensed blue light spots. They weren't affected by the fire magic just now. The magical elements in the air seemed normal. Judging from the intensity of the blue light spots, this was obviously another large-scale magic. Xianxia's expression changed. From the information that Xiaoyu brought back, he didn't know that there were so many powerful existences in the human world. Looking at the ice magic that was gradually taking shape, he had no choice but to stop the recovery of his body and fly forward. At this moment, he also understood that every death of one of his subordinates would reduce the strength of the army of gods. Therefore, he had to protect his subordinates as much as possible. As Xianxia rushed out, he suddenly had a feeling of uneasiness. This was because he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a very powerful force in his army of gods that hadn't made a move yet. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes revealed a strong sense of anger. However, at this moment, he no longer had the ability to save his subordinates. Yes, when the magicians of the Ice God Tower launched their attack, the dragons at the rear, under the leadership of the Dragon God, attacked the gods from the rear. From the time they were ambushed until now, only a short 10 minutes had passed. In these 10 minutes, the gods had been attacked by concentrated long-range firepower, sneak attacks by Nianbing and other powerful human beings, and bombardment by super magic. Although the 7 dragon kings were helping Nianbing, the gods didn't have much time to think. Therefore, even though Xianxia thought about the possible changes that the dragons might cause, he still had to face the magic attacks in front of him after weighing the pros and cons. The dragon god had been waiting for an opportunity. Originally, when Nianbing and the rest intercepted the lords of gods, he wanted to make a move. Others might not know Xianxia's strength, but he was very clear about it. However, when Xianxia suddenly appeared below him, he had no choice but to dispel this thought. Under those circumstances, if he attacked Xianxia, it was very likely that he would trigger his magic and be attacked by the powerful flame dragons. Therefore, he could only wait. Now, when Xianxia rushed out and prepared to welcome the arrival of the ice magic, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Under the leadership of the dragon god, dozens of dragons pounced on the gods at the rear. At this moment, all the demigod experts among the gods were at the forefront. They had even forgotten that there were still dragons behind them. After all, the dragon god was also an expert at the level of a lord of gods. Although the lethality of the dragons he led was not as strong as Nianbing and the other experts who attacked at the same time, it was still a surprise attack. Moreover, they were facing divine servants, so it was still very troublesome for the gods. Moreover, at this moment, a petite figure was sitting on the back of a giant dragon. The demonic beasts that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. When the lords of gods above them reacted, Nianbing led the experts of the Yangon continent to activate the spatial magic scroll. Only Kitty chose a different direction from them. She was behind all the gods with the dragons covering her. No one had discovered her. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to beat a drowning dog. How could she not appear? Fox Nana's large-scale support ability was activated once again. This time, not only did the demonic beasts produce a super strong attack under the strong stimulation, but even the dragons were affected. The thick stench caused the dragons to enter a state similar to berserk. This state was something that the dragons themselves did not expect. However, the increase in attack power was unusually obvious. Nana shook the spikes on her butt and lay on the back of the nine-tailed dragon, Little Stutterer. She had used all her strength to release the super stinky support magic, but she was now very weak. However, her obscene gaze seemed to be very satisfied with her masterpiece. After all, so many dragons had become the attack power of her support magic. If the dragon god had not reacted quickly, she was afraid that she would have been contaminated with the stench. Kitty sat on the back of the nine-tailed dragon, Little Stutterer, and used her spiritual power to command these giant demonic beasts during the battle. Although Little Stutterer was the strongest one, he rarely participated in the early stages because his main task was to protect Kitty from harm. After all, other than her spiritual magic, Kitty's body was too weak. The faint blue light spots condensed into a huge ice lotus. Back then, Xiaoyu, who was still a lord of gods, had used all her strength to split open the ice lotus, but she had also been injured. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to explode her acupoints when facing Nianbing. Now, it was the Shi realm who had to face this ice lotus. The ice lotus appeared when all the gods were 500 feet away from the human warriors, blocking the entire area from the front. The blue light that was filled with cold air and energy surged out, forming a thick layer of ice on the ground. Shi realm's eyes emitted a cold glint. Of course, he knew that he had to deal with this magic as soon as possible so that he could deal with the dragons. If it was under normal circumstances, the dragon god would naturally not be a threat to him. However, it was different now. The huge flaming dragon from before had already consumed a lot of his energy. The dragon god's strength was around the middle of the lords of gods, but he had the strong body of a dragon and his dragon language magic. Even if Shi realm wanted to kill him, it would not be an easy task. Therefore, he was now somewhat anxious. The dragon god was also racing against time. The lords of gods and god-level masters in the sky were already being held back by Nianbing and the rest. Before the Shi realm returned to help, it was the best time to attack these gods. Ever since the dragons settled down in the mainland of gods, the dragon god had never had a good impression of these gods. Especially after the great war of the divine remains, he was even more disappointed in these gods. If it were not for the constraints of the lords of God's strength, he would have led his people and left long ago. Now, it was obviously the best opportunity. Back then, the Shi realm had once suggested to let the dragons become the mounts of the powerful gods. However, the dragon god vetoed the idea. He would rather the dragons be destroyed than let his people become the mounts of these gods. Otherwise, once the contract was signed, it would be impossible to reverse it. Although the lifespan of the gods was not endless, the powerful gods had the opportunity to live as long as the dragons. Once they became their mounts, would they not be enslaved for life? Dragon language magic exploded continuously amidst the dragon god's deep dragon roar. The gods in front were attracted by the huge ice flower. Of course, they hoped to see the Shi realm show their might once again and completely destroy the opponent's magic. Therefore, it was already too late when they discovered the sneak attack from the dragons behind them. This caused the dragons to not attack in human form like the 7 dragon kings. They completely relied on their physical bodies and crazy dragon breath to launch their strongest attack. Most of the gods did not know that the 7 handsome men and women who had launched the sneak attack were actually the dragon king's incarnations. After all, the dragon kings had always been in the mainland of Yangon and were not familiar with this place. Therefore, apart from the Shi realm who had woken up, all the gods did not expect such a huge force to suddenly appear behind them. Therefore, the divine servants were unlucky. The dragons were like scythes that continuously reaped their lives. When the divine servants finally realized that something was wrong and rose up to resist, 700 to 800 of them had already died in the sudden attack of the dragons. This number was still increasing. After all, although the divine servants had organized to resist the attack of the dragons, the difference in strength was so obvious. If it were not for the protective equipment made of special minerals on their bodies, perhaps the dragons' massacre would have been even easier. After all, they were under the leadership of a king god. The difference between a king god and a divine servant was too great. Almost every movement and magic of the dragon god could take the lives of at least a few to a dozen divine servants. The Shi realm's huge golden blade was raised again. The ice lotus only appeared for a moment before it suffered the same fate as the flaming dragon. It was also struck by golden lightning, but the ice lotus, which was not as strong as the flaming dragon, was almost instantly shattered. However, this time, the ice god tower was much luckier than the mages of the Rong family. The backlash they suffered was much smaller. It was not that Shi realm was being merciful, but the attack power of the golden lightning he released this time was much weaker. After the golden light flashed, Shi realm flew back without any pause to meet the dragon god and the dragons who were in the midst of a massacre. Under his orders, the gods were divided into 2 groups. One group was led by the demigods. About 2,000 people rushed toward the warriors of the Rangoon mainland. More of them rushed back to encircle and annihilate the elites of the dragons. After all, they had to settle the internal conflict before they could invade the external conflict. The current situation was the last thing Xianxia wanted to see. Although the gods were powerful, the feeling of being attacked from the front and back was definitely not easy. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on the dragon god. His powerful aura was locked onto the gigantic dragon that was more than 10 feet long. Its entire body was shining with golden red light. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fury. Why? Why did you choose to be sentenced to death? The dragon god looked at him coldly. We dragons have never truly belonged to the Quake mainland. There's no such thing as betrayal. Xianxia, you may have always thought that the gods are the most powerful, but there's one thing I have to tell you. Nothing is absolute in this world. The Rangoon mainland is the last pure land in our world. I can't watch it be destroyed in the hands of selfish fellows like you. The dragons will always stand on the side of justice. Back then, it was because I was too hesitant that the civilization of the lost continent was destroyed. However, I will never let the same situation happen again. You will never understand my thoughts in the Shi world. The golden light continued to shine on the super artifact long sword. A layer of golden armor gradually condensed on Xianxia's body. The fury in his eyes subsided and was replaced by an icy coldness that was filled with the aura of death. He did not look at the dragons who continued to massacre the gods. He knew that only by killing the dragon god in front of him could he stop the massacre of the dragons below. However, killing a king god was easier said than done. Therefore, at this moment, he had already displayed his full strength. Xianxia's body suddenly became illusory. He did not even say another word to the dragon god before he launched his attack. Faint golden phantoms appeared in every corner of the dragon god's body. The golden sharp blade carried an incomparably powerful fighting aura as it launched a deadly attack on the dragon god. The dragon god appeared to be very calm. His gaze did not chase after the faint golden phantoms. A layer of golden red light instantly erupted from the dragon god's body. It formed a halo that surged into the surroundings. The dragon god did not have the Tian Yen acupoint or the listening cloud acupoint to distinguish the direction of the enemy's attack. The only thing he could do was to attack indiscriminately. He released his powerful dragon aura in every direction of his body. Only in this way could he temporarily block Xianxia's attack. When the dragon god and Xianxia clashed, the battle in the sky had also entered a white-hot state. The strength of the four kings had exceeded Nian Bing's expectations. He was surprised to find that the four expressionless kings were all stronger than Xiaoyu and Gulong. Moreover, although their fighting style was simple, the strength of their attacks was extremely difficult to defend against. Obviously, they all possessed the ultimate emperor acupoint. In addition to the 18 god-level experts, their combined attack was too powerful. Now, the powerhouses on Nian Bing's side had thrown themselves into the attack with all their might. This included the Seven Sword Souls and Oscar. They launched wave after wave of attacks in a frenzy. They were suppressing their opponents from the front. However, under the leadership of the four kings, the gods built a huge barrier. No matter which angle Nian Bing and the others attacked from, they would be blocked. The seven dragon kings' draconic magic constantly exploded into balls of colorful light in the sky. Unfortunately, their magic could not destroy the barrier. Nian Bing and Bing Ling were at the back. As Bing Ling had the mid-stage ultimate emperor acupoint, she had no problem protecting herself as long as it was not a full-force attack from the kings. However, this was not the case for Bing Ling. Among the powerhouses on the Yangon side, she was the weakest. Nian Bing had to split his attention to protect his mother. He was afraid that something would happen to her. This was a helpless action, but it was also something he had to do. Halogen had become the sharpest blade on the Yangon side. With his strength and the god-slaying axe's tyrannical attack, he could often disperse the king's ultimate emperor acupoint's doqi when he faced the kings. The last time he faced the kings, Halogen had suffered heavy injuries. Although he had used all his strength, he was still not a match for the kings. However, he was different now. These days, he had been training hard and was surprised to discover the secret of the god-slaying axe. After his body had merged with the axe's soul, his strength had increased tremendously. This was also why Nian Bin said that he had reached level 14. If it was a one-on-one battle, Halogen, who had just reached level 14, would not be a match for any of the kings. However, he did not have to worry about his surroundings now. He only needed to use all his strength to attack. Garamandes roared, and the red light dimmed significantly. He clashed head-on with a god-tier expert. Although he had torn his opponent's arms apart, he had also received a solid kick. This kick landed right on his chest. If it were not for the dragon's strong defense, this kick would have taken the life of the Dragon King. Even so, Garamandes was still heavily injured and temporarily left the battle. The 7 Dragon Kings had been working together for many years. With one suddenly gone, their strength was weakened. Although Kageyo's used his battle prowess close to level 14 and cooperated with Emperor Kurobutsu to block most of the enemy's attacks, the Yangon side gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Nianbing knew that it was time for him to launch that kind of attack. Although Emperor Kurobutsu had warned him not to use spiritual attacks unless it was absolutely necessary, or else it would easily backfire. However, at this moment, if he did not do anything, the powerhouses on his side would easily be dealt a fatal blow. Nianbing did not want to see anyone on his side get hurt. These were all his family and friends. Therefore, standing beside his mother, he still fully released the Sky Eye domain. His eyes quietly turned golden, and his spiritual fluctuations began to become stronger around his body. The 4 main gods brought up 4 golden lights like swimming dragons. Not only did they block Emperor Kurobutsu's attacks, but they also blocked the attacks of Emperor Kurobutsu. At the same time, they also blocked the attacks of the Dark Dragon King, Kageyo's, and Halogen. At the same time, they also blocked part of the attacks of the Sword Souls and several other Dragon Kings. If it were not for Bing Jia beside Nianbing. If the 2 ice spirits' continuous release of powerful ice-type magic had caused them to be apprehensive, their murderous intent would have been ignited long ago. At this moment, the 4 main gods felt Nianbing's spiritual fluctuations at the same time. A tall, burly sovereign with snow-white hair suddenly called out, "Be careful of spiritual attacks. Fortify your heart." With his warning, all the god-level powerhouses shuddered at the same time. At this moment, Nianbing's spiritual attack appeared. A faint golden light rose into the sky like a long arrow. Immediately after, it turned into a faint shadow and shot toward one of the god-level powerhouses. With the abilities of Nianbing's current acupuncture points, his physical spiritual attack coupled with the power of the Extreme Emperor Acupoint would be a headache even for the Shi world. He was no longer the Nianbing who killed lizards on the godly mainland. Under the full lockdown of the Sky Eye Acupoint, as long as he locked onto his target, his physical spiritual attack would definitely hit the target. The golden light flashed and disappeared without even a scream. That god-level powerhouse's head burst into a ball of bloody light, and he was instantly killed. At the same time, Nianbing's body swayed as a wave of dizziness swept through his mind. With the main god's warning, every god-level powerhouse strengthened their spiritual power. Although Nianbing's spiritual power was much stronger than theirs, it was impossible to forcefully attack without paying a price. The death of a god-level powerhouse reduced the pressure on the powerhouses of the Sunshine Mainland. However, the reduction in pressure only lasted for a moment. The attacks of the 4 main gods suddenly became stronger. Among them, 2 of the main gods suddenly increased their speed, and their bodies shot toward the crowd like phantoms. The remaining 6 Dragon King hurriedly activated their draconic magic. They barely managed to block them by exhausting more of their draconic power with a large-scale attack. On the other hand, the bodies of the other 2 main gods emitted a pure milky white light, greatly increasing the defensive power of the god-level powerhouses. For a moment, they actually managed to block the all-out attack of the 2 ice mages who worked together with Halogen and Blade Soul. Nianbing took a deep breath. Of course, he knew what this was. It was the ultimate Earth Spirit point and the ultimate Square Armor point. After all, the main gods were still the main gods. The movements of the main gods obviously gave the god-level powerhouses a stronger desire to attack. The various colors of light became monotonous, and they all activated the abilities of their acupuncture points. All of a sudden, their attacks and defenses became even stronger. Nianbing floated in the air. The auxiliary ability of the Sky's Eye domain was strengthened once again. At the same time, his physical spiritual power attack was launched again. In order to reverse the situation, he attacked two god-level powerhouses this time. Nianbing was very clear that with his physical spiritual power, he only had the strength to destroy one main god. But after destroying any one of the main gods in front of him, his spiritual power would be greatly weakened. If he wanted to destroy any other main god, he was afraid that he would have to face an unbearable pressure. At that time, without the assistance of the Sky's Eye domain, the remaining two main gods would be powerhouses on his side. Only under the effect of the Sky's Eye domain, Halogen, Emperor Kurobutsu, and Kagorosus could resist the other party's attacks. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he could only use his physical spiritual power to attack those god-level powerhouses on the premise of maintaining the Sky's Eye domain. Two faint golden lights flashed past, and then two blood-red lights exploded. The Sky's Eye domain clearly weakened for a moment before returning to normal. Nianbing's body would have fallen from the sky if not for his mother's support. His mind instantly went blank. If not for his firm willpower supporting him, the Sky's Eye domain would have stopped being released. The backlash from attacking two god-level powerhouses at the same time was even stronger. He knew that if he wanted to continue maintaining the Sky's Eye domain, he definitely couldn't use his physical spiritual power attacks anymore. The god-level powerhouses naturally saw Nianbing's situation, but at this time, they still felt a certain amount of panic. After all, 3 instant kills. 3 god-level powerhouses had lost their lives just like that, and this created a huge pressure in their hearts. Apart from the 4 main gods, the other god-level powerhouses were hesitating in their hearts. Would they become that guy's next target? The hesitation in their hearts caused their attacks to weaken a little. At this time, the 6 Dragon King and Halogen were all injured, and the light on the 7 Sword Souls had dimmed significantly. Only Nianbing's Sky's Eye domain's assistance had not weakened. On the other hand, although the god-level powerhouses were still in a balanced state, Nianbing's side had lost everyone's strength, and they had lost the lives of their god-level powerhouses. Every time that faint golden light flashed, a life would be taken away. They were already panicking in their hearts. 3 god-level powerhouses had died, and one of them had lost the ability to attack because his arms were destroyed by Garamandes. Although he was still alive, he had already left the battlefield. It would be difficult for him to become a god-level powerhouse in the future, let alone today. The battle in the sky became more and more tragic, and the battle between the known god and Xianxia on the ground was even more brutal. There were dozens of wounds on the dragon god's body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. Although his dragon body's defense was strong and he had the protection of the dragon power, it was difficult for him to truly resist Xianxia's super artifact golden sword. The battle between them was still in the same state as before. The dragon god continued to release his draconic magic and draconic aura, attacking in all directions at the same time. Xianxia's body remained in an illusory state, and he relied on his speed to find a flaw in the dragon god's all-around attack. Although he had the absolute upper hand, the dragon god's body that was constantly flying forward and releasing draconic magic at full force had caused the god-level powerhouses below to suffer a lot of losses. In addition to the crazy attacks from Kitty and the giant dragons, the number of god-level powerhouses was gradually increasing. What happened to the 2,000 god-level powerhouses that had rushed towards the human warriors? They had rushed in. Yes, they had already rushed into the human warriors' camp. However, it was not just the 2,000 god-level powerhouses that had rushed in. Only 1,200 god-level powerhouses had managed to rush into the human camp. This was because they had been blocked by the god-killing crossbows before they had rushed in. After the god-killing crossbows had been withdrawn, they had directly entered the human army. Seeing the god-level powerhouses charging towards them, the god-killing crossbows released a huge amount of energy. If it weren't for the demigod experts at the front, the losses of the gods would have been even greater. Of course, the death of nearly 1,000 gods wasn't just caused by the god-killing crossbows. Within a certain distance, the gods were completely scattered, no longer giving the god-killing crossbows the opportunity to unleash their full power. At this moment, the 2 strongest knight regiments of the Huarong Empire charged out of the battle formation with the flames of honor burning in their hearts. The strength of the gods was once again displayed in front of everyone. The Order of the Fire Dragon. Every knight was carefully selected. They had their own dragon spears and their own dragon mounts. They were the strongest Rangoon cavalry outside of the Order of the Flaming Lion. What was their fate now? It was a simple word: death. The two knight regiments had only launched a single charge, but the price they paid was total annihilation. Under the leadership of over 100 demigod experts, the knights didn't have much of a chance. They could only rely on the violent charge to take away the lives of hundreds of gods before disappearing from this barren land forever. The most outstanding knight regiments of the Huarong Empire, the one that the Huarong Empire spent countless efforts to create, were destroyed just like that. Prince Rong, who had just recovered some of his vitality, couldn't help but vomit blood when he saw this scene. He fainted. Nearly 1,000 gods were killed out of the 2,000 gods. Most of them died under the dual attacks of the god-killing crossbows. The results of these two elite knight regiments were pitifully small. At this moment, the human warriors all raised their weapons. None of them retreated. They all thought of their families. If these ferocious gods went to the Rangoon continent, what would happen? What kind of scene would that be? Therefore, although they knew that they would be courting death, they still raised their weapons. They launched a suicidal resistance against the gods. At this moment, the individual strength of the gods was already on display. Although there were only 1,200 gods, what they brought was the call of the god of death. The number of human warriors decreased sharply. In the beginning of the battle, the gods didn't suffer any losses. Those demigod-level experts were almost invincible. Every time they attacked, they could easily take the lives of over a dozen human warriors. At this point, their eyes had already turned red from the killing. The resentment from being suppressed by magic and crossbows was completely released. In their hearts, only fresh blood could release the resentment in their hearts. However, the arrogance of the gods did not last for long. The situation went from one-sided to a stalemate. Because the elites of the Blood Lion sect appeared. 2,000 Blood Lion cult elites, 500 Blood Guards and 100 Ice Moon Hall experts, led by the 7 elders and 5 hall masters of the Blood Lion cult, appeared in the midst of the Rangoon warriors surrounding the godly beings. Their appearance immediately slowed down the rate at which the human soldiers were being slaughtered, and the number of deities also began to decrease. Among them, the ones who had the most obvious effect were not the swordsman-level experts. This was because, including the 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult, these experts were facing demigod-level experts who were stronger than them. They used their lives to barely resist the attacks of their opponents. On the other hand, the ones who began to reap the lives of the enemies were the Blood Guards. Yes, the 500 Blood Guards who grew up in iron and blood. The Blood Guards never wore armor. They always wore dark red warrior robes, just like their weapons, which were always sharp swords. Their swords not only had strong penetrating power, but also had long-distance poison. Their addition was a nightmare for the gods. Under the sneak attacks of the Blood Guards, the casualties of the divine servants of the gods kept increasing. In the eyes of the Blood Guards, in order to achieve their goals, they could use any means. Often, when a human warrior was killed by a divine servant, the Blood Guards would quietly stab out from under the human warrior's armpit with all their strength. Even if their own bodies were pierced by the divine servant's weapons, their attacks would not stop for a moment. What the Blood Guards brought was a kind of spirit. They did not care about their own lives at all. As long as they were still breathing, their attacks would not stop. Although the Order of the Fire Dragon and the Order of the Flaming Lion were experts in war and had strong charging power, in a fight against experts, their charging power was not of much use. In the previous battle, it was precisely because the demigod-level experts at the forefront completely restrained their explosive charging power that they were completely wiped out. However, the Blood Guards were different. They were the most elite forces of the Blood Lion cult. In previous battles, their goal was to assassinate experts who were stronger than them. Therefore, their tactics were the most effective against these gods. The Blood Guards were like cunning poisonous snakes, always hiding in the dark corners. However, when they suddenly attacked, they would always gain something. What they gained was the lives of their enemies. In order to gain something, they sometimes had to pay with their own lives. With the addition of the Blood Guards, the battle became a stalemate. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Rangoon continent surrounded the remaining 1,000 gods and killed them. Although they could not cause much damage to the gods, Their firm belief in protecting the Rangoon continent made them fearless in the face of these powerful gods. If there were not hundreds of demigod-level experts among the gods, they would have been slaughtered long ago. However, their absolute strength did not allow the Rangoon continent to gain any advantage. Every time they killed a god, they had to pay with a few, or even a few dozen, or even hundreds of lives. This was the result of the chaotic battle. The battle was still in a stalemate, and there were casualties on three sides. The casualties in the air were obviously the least. After Nianbing's spiritual power was greatly weakened, both sides could only injure each other, but not kill each other. No one could say for sure which side the decisive battle would be, but it could be said that the outcome of any battle would affect the overall situation. Nearly 6,000 deities were slaughtered by the dragons, and their numbers were greatly reduced. Without the help of a demigod-level expert, they had almost no chance against the dragons. The strong defense of the dragons prevented them from being fatally injured. However, whether it was their breath or their tyrannical bodies, they were nightmares for the gods in front of them. The battle had become chaotic. On Luo Ro's side, a low chant sounded, but it was not loud. It was completely covered by the sounds of the battlefield. However, there were less than 1,000 gods left here, but they did not know that it was this inconspicuous chant that decided their fate. A layer of green fog filled the air, covering the Rangoon continent's army and the gods. Both sides were shocked. The gods cautiously retreated a little, but they soon realized. This green fog, which was filled with an evil aura, did not have any effect on them. After a few probing attacks, they revealed their ferocious side. They once again entered the battlefield and continued their slaughter. However, they soon realized that something was not right. Broken corpses gradually stood up from the ground. There were the dead Order of the Fire Dragon and Order of the Flaming Lion, as well as the dead soldiers and blood guards of the other countries in Rangoon continent. Their auras became abnormally cold, and some of them even had blood dripping from their bodies. The evil aura filled the entire battlefield. All of the human warriors quickly retreated under Luo Ro's orders, while the warriors who stood up once again charged forward. Facing the attacks of the gods, they did not feel pain at all. The method they used was to perish together with the enemy. Unless their bodies were completely destroyed, they would bite their opponents even if only their heads were left. Their combat strength increased instantly. Not only were the gods affected physically, but their hearts were also trembling at the same time. The ones who attacked them were actually their own companions. What was this? What were these things? Under the influence of the green fog, the balance of the battle on Luo Ro's side began to tilt. Yu Yu stood in the middle of the crowd with a pale face. She was not tall, and apart from Ping Chao who was guarding her, even the soldiers on Rangoon continent did not know that everything in front of them was caused by this little girl's strength. The green fog was released by Yu Yu. How she wished she did not have to use this magic. However, reality proved that she still had to use it. Because enough people had already died. Ah. This is necromancy magic. We have to find the necromancer. A demigod god shouted in fear. They could easily kill human soldiers, but it would not be easy to tear them into pieces. Moreover, this undead army numbered in the tens of thousands. These tens of thousands of people had died at their hands, but now, they had become their enemies. Monstrous resentment continued to rise. Under the assault of the undead army who did not know what death was, the gods began to retreat. They were already terrified. Luo Ro raised her hand again. She was holding the token that Nianbing had given her. Of the 2,000 elites that Nianbing had given her, less than 1,500 were left. Of the 500 blood guards, only 200 were still alive. Although the casualties were heavy, the deaths of the blood guards were something to be proud of. Because every blood guard had killed at least one god, a god whose strength was on par with them. Luo Ro closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. She gave the order, God punishing arrows, target the front. Fire and ice explode. Shoot. There were a total of 200 god-killing crossbows. Because of the casualties, there were only about 100 crossbows left. The warriors of the Blood Lion cult only knew how to carry out orders, even if the targets of their god-killing crossbows were their dead brothers. The giant crossbows were pulled back, and the super crossbows flashed red and blue. With a wave of Luo Ro's hand, dozens of forbidden-level crossbows exploded with the power they should have. With the scopes designed by Dwarf King Yueluan, none of the arrows missed. They completed their mission. The light of the magic exploded in the center of the remaining hundreds of gods and tens of thousands of undead warriors. The intense power of the forbidden-level spell instantly created an empty space. The remaining hundreds of gods were completely surrounded by the undead warriors. With such an intense magic suddenly exploding from their heads, they finally could not resist. After another few hundred corpses, only a few powerful demigod gods managed to escape the battlefield. There were only about 100 of them. In this battle, they had lost another 2,000 elite deities. Under the special care of the warriors of the Blood Lion sect, only the warriors in the innermost circle were affected by the outburst of the forbidden-level spell. There were still more than 20,000 undead warriors left. Without any hesitation, under the guidance of the green fog, they rushed toward the large group of gods who were fighting the dragons. Once the suicidal attack started, it would not stop until all the undead warriors had lost their lives. The more powerful the undead warriors were when they were alive, the more powerful they would be after turning into undead. Among these undead warriors, there were now more than 1,000 undead gods. Under the cover of the green weapons, they charged towards the remaining undead gods. At this moment, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard. The roar was filled with anger and unwillingness. The dragon god's huge body slowly fell, and there was a long golden blade in his heart. Xianxia stood in front of the dragon god. His chest was heaving up and down as he breathed in the air that was filled with blood. At this moment, his 7 orifices were bleeding at the same time. His body was trembling slightly. The clothes on his body were no longer intact, revealing his steel-like muscles. Looking at the dragon god's eyes that were filled with anger, he said hatefully, "Do you regret it?" The dragon god looked at him with a deathly gaze. "No, I do not regret it. This is the only way for us dragons to return to the light. Xianxia, you will not succeed. The human warriors will completely destroy you despicable fellows from the continent of gods." Xianxia took a deep look at the dragon god. Under his continuous attacks, even the dragon god who possessed the Dragon God Heart Sutra was covered in wounds. His internal organs had also been shattered by his own violent doqi. However, his eyes were firm. Yes, he did not regret his actions. Xianxia felt a sense of respect for the dragon god whom he had been with for tens of thousands of years. He pulled out his golden blade and allowed the dragon god's blood to splatter all over his body. He could not bear to destroy the dragon god's body anymore. 7 sorrowful dragon roars were suddenly heard. The 7 dragon king in the air, including the severely injured Garamandes, attacked the opponents in front of them without any regard for their lives. Amidst their roars, all the dragons let out frenzied cries. The intensity of their attacks doubled in an instant. These dragons were like the undead warriors. They no longer cared about the damage they would receive and launched an abnormally crazy attack. They only had one goal, which was to charge toward the dragon god. Xianxia simply scanned the scene and understood what was going on. A golden blade radiance slashed out. The blade radiance expanded in the air and went straight for the undead warriors. A violent explosion caused a rain of blood to fall. The tens of thousands of undead warriors at the front were crushed by this domineering attack. Xianxia looked hatefully at the human army in the distance and roared unwillingly, "Retreat!" If the army of gods really wanted to retreat, no one could stop them, especially when Xianxia was showing his might. However, could the dragons make them retreat? Seeing that the dragon god had suffered a fatal injury, the dragons who had ambushed the gods from behind went crazy. They did not care if they could hurt Xianxia and launched a suicidal attack on him. When the 6th dragon died under Xianxia's golden blade, a dying dragon roar was heard. "Let them go." Blood kept flowing out from under the scales of the dragon god. However, his voice was very stable. He took a deep look at Xianxia and gave his last order to his people. The dragons went crazy because of the dragon god. They also disappeared because of the dragon god. They could not bear to reject their king's last order. All the dragons flew up, including Little Stutterer who was carrying Kitty. Little Stutterer flapped his golden dragon wings and rose into the sky with Kitty on his back. All the demonic beasts were recalled by Kitty at this moment. In the previous battle, although the demonic beasts had unleashed a very powerful killing power, the 9-melon poisonous spider was already dead. After all, his body was relatively weaker. The other demonic beasts had also suffered different degrees of injuries. The combat energy of the gods was not as simple as it seemed. The main gods who were fighting Nian Bing and the others immediately launched a fierce attack after receiving Xianxia's order. However, what shocked them was that the 7 dragon kings in front of them did not seem to care about his own life. He actually cooperated with the others to block their attacks. They only managed to escape from the battlefield after sparing the life of another god-ranked expert. After meeting up with the Xianxia below, they quickly escaped. The deities came quickly and left quickly. In just a short while, the remaining 4,000 deities had all retreated, leaving behind a ground full of blood and corpses. The battlefield fell into silence. Garamantes spat out another mouthful of blood, but he did not stop and rushed down. The 7 dragon kings followed after him as he came to his father's side. Nian Bing and all the experts from the Rangoon mainland surrounded the dragon god's mountain-like body. Luo Ro turned around from afar. She could not bear to watch this scene and ordered the generals under her to begin integrating the army from the Rangoon mainland. The dragons also descended from the sky and surrounded the 7 dragon kings. They lowered their proud heads and their huge bodies prostrated on the ground, using silence to express the sorrow in their hearts. Garamantes stood in front of the dragon god and held his huge forearm. "Father, you must hold on. You will be fine. We dragons still need your leadership." The dragon god's gaze became gentle. He looked at his son in front of him and said, "Garamantes, you are injured." Garamantes shook his head vigorously. He said, "No, I am fine." "Father, you will be fine too. Demand Teddy, Nian Bing, quickly save my father." As he spoke, 2 rays of golden light had already enveloped the dragon god's body. Under the effect of the strongest light magic, the terrifying wounds on the dragon god's body no longer bled. The dragon god shook his head. He no longer had the strength to stand up. Looking at the dragon king, Nian Bing, and the others in front of him, he sighed softly and said, "Don't waste your energy. We dragons are different from humans. We have strong magic resistance and extremely high defense. My internal organs are all damaged. Now, it is my dragon soul that is supporting me that I can still talk to you. You should all understand that healing magic has no effect on me." No. Absolutely not. Father, Nian Bing's magic is very strong. He will definitely be able to cure you. Garamantes roared frantically. Although Nian Bing's mental strength was now very weak, he was still doing his best to perform the water and light magic, and the life orb on his chest was also releasing the aura of life without hesitation. However, he soon discovered that his healing magic had no effect on the dragon god, just as the dragon god had said. The vitality of the dragon god was already very strong, but now, the vitality of the dragon god was rapidly depleting. No matter how he replenished it, it was impossible to slow down the speed of depleting. The dragon god was like a bag full of holes that could no longer be repaired. Although Nian Bing's magic was strong, he was not a god. He knew that even if Cao was here now, he could not save the dragon god's life. Well, Garamantes, don't make things difficult for Nian Bing anymore. He is also very weak now. Stop the treatment. Before I die completely, I have a few words to say to you and Kagarosis. Tears flowed down from Garamantes' face. At that time, when his father valued Kagarosis, he was not sad. When his most beloved Demantedi chose Kagarosis, he did not shed tears. The position of the dragon god that should have been inherited by him was also given to Kagarosis. He was still himself, as if he was a man of iron who could not cry. But now, he was crying sadly in front of his father who was about to die. His legs went soft, Garamantes knelt in front of the dragon god, holding his father's head tightly, and tears poured out. Kagarosis also walked to the front of the dragon god. Although his expression was calm, his deep black eyes were full of sadness. The dragon god had given him too much. In his heart, the elder he respected the most was the dragon god in front of him. It was the dragon god who taught him how to become an excellent dragon. How to become the pride of his people. He knew that he would never be able to repay the dragon god's kindness. Tears also flowed down from the cold and dark eyes of the Dragon King. Looking at the huge golden red eyes of the dragon god, he said solemnly, "Lord Dragon God, if you have any orders, just say it." The dragon god laughed. At this time, he actually laughed. "You know, Kagarosis, when I chose you, I felt it was a little risky. I'm not talking about choosing you to be the successor of the dragon god, but the moment when I let you return to being a dragon. After all, your hell black dragons have done so many wrong things. But now, I can proudly say it in front of my people. My choice was not wrong. After I die, the dragons will be handed over to you. I believe that under your leadership, our dragons will be more prosperous. After I led the warriors of our clan to this continent, the women and children of our clan have also set off. Under my orders, they will bypass the battlefield and meet up with you from the rear. You need to find a suitable place to settle down our clan and let us dragons live in a suitable environment. Kagarosis. I'll leave this to you. Lord Dragon God, I. Kagarosis's voice choked, and he couldn't say what was in his heart. The dragon god said, "Well, you are all ready? In order to be the successor of my throne, you must be strong in front of our people. Their fate is in your hands. Believe me, and believe in yourself, you must be a qualified dragon god. Oh, by the way, there is also your child Oscar. Kaka is very good, and his achievements will inevitably be above yours in the future. I'm glad that I didn't punish him at that time. My opinion remains unchanged. When you are old, he will inherit the throne of the dragon god." "Grandpa Dragon God, I'm here." Oscar transformed into his human form and flew in front of the dragon god and knelt down beside his father. During the days when Nianbing was in the land of God, Oscar had been learning from the dragon god. The dragon god gave him a lot of things to let him grow faster. Seeing the dragon god become like this, his heart was full of sadness and reluctance, but he knew that there was no possibility of the dragon god being cured because his soul was connected to Nianbing. The dragon god looked at Oscar with a smile and said, "Cultivate well. At that time, the destruction of your body was not a bad thing. It facilitated you and Nianbing to be together. Nianbing is the most outstanding human I've ever seen. I'm sure he won't bury you if you become his companion. One day in the future, you will be as outstanding as your father and become the leader of our dragons." Kagarosis wiped the tears on his face, stood up, pressed his right hand on his forehead, and solemnly said, "I, the Dark Dragon King Kagarosis, swear in the name of the dragon god that for the prosperity of the dragons, I will contribute all my strength until the end of my life." The dragon god also said in a solemn voice, "I, in the name of the former dragon god, grant you the honor of inheriting the throne of the dragon god. The ancestors will be with you, and the dragons will always look at the light under your leadership." A faint golden red radiance lit up on the dragon god's forehead, and a small golden crystal floated out and fell between Kagarosis's eyebrows. The faint golden radiance instantly became intense, and when the radiance converged, the golden crystal had already disappeared. Kagarosis's body exuded the aura of a ruler. After inheriting the dragon god's crystal soul, he had now become a true dragon god. The dragon god who released the golden crystal looked even weaker. After taking a deep look at Kagarosis, his gaze fell on his crying son. "Garamandes, you have to learn from Kagarosis. I can see that you have now become a real man, a man of our dragons. Our fire dragons will still be led by you in the future. Child, can you tell me, do you still hate me?" Garamandes took a deep look at his father and said, "No, I don't blame you anymore. When I really grew up, I already understood your difficulties. You didn't make a mistake in choosing Kagarosis. He is more suitable to be the successor of the dragon god than I am. He is stronger than me in all aspects. It's just that I have always been unwilling to admit it due to my own dignity." "Father, I..." The dragon god interrupted him, "Well, I understand what you mean. In fact, to me, you and Kagarosis are both my children. In terms of talent, you are not much worse than him. But do you know why I have always been better to Kagarosis than to you?" Garamandes shook his head blankly. The dragon god smiled and said, "That's because you still have me, your father, while Kagarosis is an orphan. You should know that the hell black dragons are reclusive by nature. If I don't care about him a little more and don't treat him as my own child, how can he grow up on the right path? I really owe you. But in my heart, you are still the most important. Looking at you now, I am really gratified. You are indeed my son. I am also proud of you. Garamanti's tears that had just stopped flowed down again. He threw himself on the dragon god and burst into tears. Yes, he had always treated the dragon god as his own father. Just as the dragon god had said, ever since he returned to the dragons, the dragon god had treated him much better than his own son. How could he forget this kindness? The dragon god looked at his two children gently and sighed deeply. Actually, I knew that today's outcome would happen, but it couldn't be avoided. The she world is indeed too strong. If I didn't accompany him, I'm afraid that today's outcome would have been decided. Therefore, I had to do this. My children, I hope you can understand me. 4. The dragons, and for the Yangon mainland, my sacrifice is worth it. Nianbing, come here. Nianbing strode over to the dragon god. Because he had used his spiritual power to instantly kill a divine expert, and because he had continuously used his most powerful heavenly eye domain, his body was extremely weak. Thus, he could only walk, and was unable to teleport to the dragon god's side. Looking at the tall and majestic elder in front of him, Nianbing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He had not been in contact with the dragon god for a long time, but his life could be said to have been saved by the dragon god. At that time, if the dragon god had not brought him to the continent of gods, he would have been recorded as a zombie. How could he have achieved what he had today? The dragon god looked at Nianbing and said, "Child, you are very brave. You and your companions bravely met the challenge in the face of such a powerful army of gods on the continent of gods. When I first saw you, I had a premonition that you would become one of the greatest figures in human history. At that time, you used your own life to erupt with powerful magic to save my children. Since then, you have had a close relationship with us dragons. After that, I brought you to the continent of gods. Your continuous growth surprised me. Now, you have truly grown into a hero of the human race. However, there is one thing I must remind you. When facing those gods, you must be very, very careful." Nianbing nodded firmly and said, "Lord Dragon God, your sacrifice will not be in vain. You have bought us precious time. I will definitely lead the brave warriors of the Yangon continent to keep those abominable bastards out of the Yangon continent forever." The dragon god looked deeply at Nianbing and said, "If you want to achieve the final victory in this war, you must pay attention to a key point. Do you know what it is?" Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "Is it the king gods?" Of course he knew. The strength of the sovereigns was also a decisive factor in this war. The dragon god reluctantly shook his huge head. "No, not the king gods, but that king god. He is the king of the king gods who fought with me before, Xianxia. Although the other kings are powerful, you still have the power to fight back. However, Xianxia is different. Frankly speaking, he has already surpassed the realm of the king gods." This was not only because he had 6 acupoints of the ultimate realm. At the same time, it was also because he had opened all 3 of his extreme emperor acupoints. I once told you that the Huangji acupoint is not the only one. This was also the reason why he could be compared to the heavenly eye acupoint. The 3 extreme emperor acupoints and the other 5 ultimate acupoints allowed him to reach level 15. Otherwise, how could he have withstood so many of your magician's attacks and killed me with his own strength? His strength was simply too strong. If you can't think of a way to destroy him, it's useless even if you kill all the other gods. You must understand that just his strength alone is enough to completely destroy all of you. The numbers were right in front of him. It's impossible to have any advantage at all. 15th level? Hearing this number, Nianbing's heartbeat suddenly sped up. When she recalled the golden light that Xianxia had emitted previously and his domineering aura, Nianbing could not help but become even more curious. Then how should we deal with him? He has 3 extreme emperor acupoints. Is he someone we can fight against? The dragon god said, "I don't know. I can't answer this question. Apart from those true gods, I really can't think of any other way to destroy him. However, I can remind you that sometimes, the strongest point can also be the weakest point. In today's battle, although he played a huge role and even killed me, he has also injured himself. With his personality, he will not be able to fully recover. Before it fully recovers, it will not launch an all-out attack. However, it will not take more than 10 days. How you prepare will depend on yourselves. Miracles often only appear in front of those who are prepared. I believe that you have the courage and determination to do this. Nian Bing, you will always be the friend of us dragons. His voice was filled with gratification. Having existed for tens of thousands of years, he had long been prepared to face death. He reluctantly looked at Garamandes, Kagiosis, and his clansmen. The dragon god's head drooped, and he left with a smile. The death of the dragon god was like a huge rock that pressed down on the hearts of all the dragons. At the same time, it also brought some haste to this war. The dragon god had sacrificed his life to give the warriors of the Yangon continent a chance to recuperate. His death was completely worth it. Nian Bing was very clear about this. If the dragon god had not disregarded his own safety and used all his strength to severely injure Xianxia, the war would have ended today. Just as the dragon god had said, although Xianxia was only one person, he had the ability to destroy everything. The dragon god's physical body went through a simple ceremony according to the dragon's customs. His physical body was cremated, leaving behind the dragon's soul and dragon pearl to be inherited by his son, the fire dragon king, Garamandes. As for his dragon armor and dragon bones, which had been manipulated, they were kept by the new dragon god, Kajios. Once the dragons found a place to store their principal and interest, these dragon bones and dragon armor would be kept in the dragon necropolis. A sorrowful atmosphere shrouded the entire human alliance army. They only understood the importance of this war after witnessing the true strength of the gods. The temporary meeting tent was still being held by the representatives of the four empires. However, one of the representatives had changed. Rong Yu's eyes were filled with worry. He sighed softly and said, "We made such ample preparations, but we didn't expect our losses to be so great. It seems that we still underestimated the strength of these gods." Luo Ro lowered her head and said, "The mistake this time is mine. I underestimated the enemy, which led to this situation." Nian Bing tried her best to conceal the sadness brought about by the passing of the dragon god. She patted Luo Ro's hand and said, "No, how can this be your fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Your plan was already perfect. It's just that the enemy's strength was too strong. You don't have to blame yourself. If it wasn't for your calm command in the face of danger, I'm afraid our losses would have been even greater." "Uncle, how's grandfather's condition now?" Rong Yu sighed and said, "You should know that the Flaming Sun's Knights and the Order of the Fire Dragon were your grandfather's life's work. This time, the 2 Knight Orders were completely destroyed. The blow to the old man was too great. In addition, he suffered too much magic backlash in order to command the magicians. His body suffered a lot of injuries. Although he has already been treated, the old man is after all old. I'm afraid he won't be able to contribute in this war." After hearing Rong Zhao's words, Nian Bing felt a little relieved that Rong Qinwu's life wasn't in danger. However, he knew that this battle would become even more difficult. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and said, "Now is not the time to be sad, Roer. We need to carefully plan our next move. Although the first wave of attacks from the gods was repelled by us, it doesn't mean that we have the opportunity to occupy them." The dragon god's words before his death left a deep impression on me. If we want to truly defeat these gods, we have to kill the 5 main gods. Otherwise, as long as they are still alive, a disaster will happen to the Yangon continent. Let's first discuss the strength of both sides. Have we received a report on our losses? Luo Ro shook her head and said, "It should be soon. This time, our losses are too great. It will take some time to count them. We should be able to get a report soon." "How are the powerhouses on your side?" Nian Bing said, "The losses on our side can be said to be very small, but it can also be said to be very great. On our side, there are only a few people who can reach the 14th step. In the battle with the main gods and divine experts, although everyone suffered different degrees of injuries, they still had the strength to fight. Only the Fire Dragon King, Big Brother Garamandes, is not in a good condition. His injuries are more serious, and because of excessive grief, his injuries have worsened. Although he has been treated by me. However, the dragon race's body's magic resistance is too strong. If the god's next attack is 10 days later, I'm afraid he won't be able to participate. The great loss I'm talking about is Lord Dragon God. He's definitely a 14th step expert, and he's practically the strongest on our side. His death has greatly reduced the strength of our powerhouses. However, with the addition of the dozens of dragons from the dragon clan, our overall strength didn't decrease too much. At least this time, we have the strength to confront those demigod gods head-on. Now, they are all recuperating from their injuries. Luo Ro nodded. I'm also very sad about the death of the dragon god. However, I have to say that his death was very valuable. The dragon god was an elder full of wisdom. In that situation, he managed to delay the enemy's strongest powerhouse in time and heavily injured him. That was why we were able to kill so many gods and weaken their strength. Now, there are two things we have to do. First, we have to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. I'm afraid that the gods do not have any supplies. On this barren continent, they might not be able to hold on for 10 days before launching their attack. Second, we have to redeploy and be ready for their second attack. Nian Bing, do you still remember your worries? We still have to prepare. If they bypass us and head straight for the Yangon continent, then we have to redeploy. Nian Bing nodded and said, it's necessary to prevent a sneak attack, but I don't agree with the second point you mentioned. If not for today's battle, I would have such worries. However, through today's battle, I know that as long as the overgod of She-World is still around, the gods will not give up on a frontal attack. Today, we caused them great losses mainly because we ambushed them in advance. Moreover, with the sudden appearance of the dragons, we were able to deal a blow to their students. However, I'm afraid that it won't be so easy next time. As long as the overgods and the god-ranked experts are not separated from the gods, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to gain an advantage with the overgod of She-World leading them. Therefore, I'm sure that they will still launch a frontal attack. Only by defeating us will they be able to obtain the supplies they need in the shortest time possible. Rongyu nodded and said, that's right. Nian Bing's words make sense. I also saw the situation at that time. The super magic that was launched by father has always been the strongest attack of our Rong family. Your father, 2 uncles, and I all participated in it. The super magic that was launched by so many of us fire mages was actually stopped by the enemy alone. It's really terrifying. Frankly speaking, I don't have any confidence in this battle. However, we don't have a chance to retreat now. We can only have a chance if we fight to the death. Of course, they couldn't retreat now. Although there were many cavalrymen among the human warriors, how could horses outrun those powerful gods? Once they retreated, they would definitely be killed by the gods. Therefore, they had no way out now. Fortunately, the warriors from the Rangoon mainland had an endless supply of supplies at the rear. Through the spatial transmission created by Nian Bing, they could replenish their supplies at any time. Just like what Luo Ro had said previously, if they could continue to deplete their supplies, it would undoubtedly be very advantageous for the Rangoon mainland. Mu Jing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, then how should we deploy now? Since those gods have already fought with us, I'm afraid that any ambush will be useless when they come again. We can only face them head-on. However, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to block their frontal attack. Just as Nian Bing was about to speak, a few people walked in from outside. Among them were Nian Bing's father, Rong Tian, as well as the subordinates of Luo Ro and Mu Jing. There was also Marshal Snow Soul, Grand Prize, and Blood Lion Sec's Ice Friend Hall Master Yin Zue. The 5 people who came in came to the 5 of them and whispered a few words to each other. Then, they quietly left. Rong Tian glanced at Nian Bing and gave his son an encouraging look. Judging from his father's pale face, it was obvious that he had suffered some damage from the new wave's attack. The 5 people who came in all had the same purpose, and that was to report the losses of the headquarters. Everyone's expression became serious, especially Rongyu. His handsome face was slightly distorted, and his eyes revealed a painful expression. Luo Ro said, I'll go first. In this battle, our country has lost about 6,000 warriors, and 3,000 are injured. Most of them are seriously injured, and it will be very difficult for us to have the strength to fight again. The magic crystal bubble army that I designed has been completely annihilated, and all 120 magicians have died. When she thought of her magic crystal cannon, Luo Ro's heart couldn't help but ache. That was a super weapon that had cost the Ottoman Empire's national strength. This time it had been completely destroyed after only one shot. How could she not feel heartache? Mullah Jing said expressionlessly, comparatively speaking, our country's losses are slightly less. 4,000 warriors have died, and about 70 magicians have died from the backlash of Do Qi and the scattered attacks of the gods. About 3,000 warriors have been injured, and most of them are seriously injured and can no longer fight. Shuepa said, the Ice Moon Empire has lost about 7,000 warriors, and the rest are about the same as the Ottoman Empire. However, the magicians of our country's Ice God Tower have not lost their battle prowess other than expending more magic power. This might be the only good news. When Shi Jia had destroyed the Ice Lotus, he had used up too much of his energy to destroy the flaming giant dragon, causing his strength to weaken slightly. Moreover, he had to immediately retreat to deal with the dragon god, so he had reserved some of his strength. He only destroyed the magic and did not cause too much of a backlash to the magicians of the Ice God Tower. With the strength of those ice magicians, they were able to completely resist it. Everyone's gaze fell on Rongyu. Rongyu smiled bitterly and said, our country's losses are too great. In this battle, all of our elite warriors have perished. The two knight regiments have more than 10,000 people, including their mounts, and about 3,000 ordinary warriors have died. Thousands of fire magicians have suffered different degrees of damage, causing the strength of the troops we brought here to be reduced by at least 2/3. I have no idea when the magicians will be able to fight again. This is the biggest problem for me now. Even my father, Prince Rong, has been seriously injured. He definitely can't fight anymore. Everyone was silent. The battle had only lasted less than 2 hours. The allied army of the Yangon continent had lost more than 30,000 elite warriors, including super powerhouses like the Dragon God. At this time, Nianbing was also in a bad mood. Yin Tu had just reported the losses of the Blood Lion cult to him. The Blood Lion cult's losses were severe, far beyond Nianbing's imagination. 500 blood guards, only 200 were left. As for the other elite warriors, 500 were dead. The Blood Lion cult's warriors had one thing in common, they were only dead and not injured. During the battle, they had given their all, even if it was their last bit of strength, to destroy the enemy. 2,000 elites. What did these 2,000 elites represent? If they were to be divided according to rank, Nianbing's losses would not be any worse than the Huarong Empire's. Just those 500 blood guards alone had taken the Blood Lion cult a lot of effort to cultivate. In this battle, 300 of them had disappeared. Of the 2,000 elites, only 1,200 were left. Their strength had been reduced by at least half. Nianbing did not dare to imagine such a loss in the past. At the same time, Yin Tu also told him. Now, there were less than 100 god-killing crossbows that were still controlled by people. He had discussed with the 7 elders of the cult and was now mobilizing the remaining powerhouses to train. They were striving to master the firing method and coordination of the god-killing crossbows in a short time. Only these super powerful crossbows could cause more damage to the deities. The silence continued. Everyone did not know what to say at this time. Such a heavy loss. This was something they could not have imagined before the battle. Regardless of the timing, location, and manpower, they had the absolute advantage. They had accurately grasped the time of the enemy's arrival, but even so, the result was still like this in the end. It could be seen how powerful the deities were. After a long time, Nianbing was the first to break the silence. He said, although our losses are great, the enemy's losses are not small either. Under our planned attack, their losses are more than ours. After all, the deities are all powerhouses. We should be proud to be able to kill so many of them. Indeed, the head-on attack from the allied forces of the Yangon mainland had caused the deities to suffer a huge loss. Although the casualties were only divine servants and demigods, their numbers had been greatly reduced. Close to 6,000 deities left their corpses on the ground. At the same time, under Nianbing's attack, 4 of the deities had died. One of them had lost his ability as a deity due to his arms being destroyed. In terms of the total number of deities, only 2/5 of the original deities were left. Their overall strength had been reduced by a little. Everyone's expression relaxed a little. Of course, they knew that it was already very good to achieve such a result. However, as long as they thought of the tyrannical strength of the She world, they could not feel happy. The enemy still had 5 overgods. The next attack would not be so simple. Although the enemy had lost quite a few people, the loss of the core strength was not too serious. At the very least, the enemy had only lost a few deities. Even the demigod-level deities had suffered very little damage. Luo Ro said, "Now, we should start to recalculate the strength of both sides. We need to adjust in time. Nian Bing, split the experts on your side into 2 groups for the time being. The group with lighter injuries will be responsible for preparing for battle at any time. Those with heavier injuries should rest and try to recover as soon as possible. The 2 groups will rotate and be ready to deal with the enemy's sneak attack at any time. On my side, the army also needs to be redeployed. Now, we can't concentrate our troops in one place. Otherwise, once the overgods attack with all their strength, the more concentrated our formation is, the more damage we will suffer. Now, we still have about 130,000 soldiers with full combat strength. As long as we cooperate well, we may still have a chance. Moreover, the enemy can sneak attack us. Can't we find an opportunity to sneak attack them? Now, I have an idea that I would like to discuss with all of you." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Go ahead." Although the human side had suffered great losses in the first battle, Luo Ro's on-the-spot commanding performance was praised by everyone. No one could replace her position as the military advisor. Luo Ro smiled and said, "I want to send some food and water to the deities." "What? Are you crazy? Have you forgotten our original plan?" Nian Bing cried out in alarm. Rongyu, Mu Jing, and Shuepe, who represented the other 3 empires, frowned. Feeding the deities until they were full? Were they going to attack them? They now suspected that Luo Ro's brain was in a mess due to the huge shock. Luo Ro smiled indifferently and said, "Of course, I have my reasons for doing this. First of all, the deities probably don't have any supplies now. This is why they have to fight with all their strength. Only then can they continue to live." From Nian Bing's description of the continent of gods. The reason why these gods are so powerful is because they have adapted to the environment of the godly continent. They have gradually formed in order to survive, and this makes them extremely attached to their lives. Therefore, in order to survive, they will bring us great losses if they fight with all their strength. Furthermore, their attacks will also take a long time to complete. This makes it impossible for us to react much. Even if we can block their second attack, it will be a huge loss to us. Our losses will also be great. However, what if they have supplies? The situation will be completely different. The main gods and deities can completely heal their injuries before attacking. That way, they will have more confidence. Once the battle starts, because they have supplies at the back, they will think that they still have a way out. They won't fight with all their might. Morale has a huge impact on combat strength. I'm sure you all understand this point. That's why I have this suggestion. As for whether it will be implemented or not, it will be up to us to discuss. After listening to Luo Ro's explanation, everyone calmed down. What she said made sense. Nian Bing thought for a moment. She said, "According to what you said, not only do we have to give them food and water, but we also have to give them food and water. Also, we can't let them know that this food and water is deliberately given to them, right?" Luo Ro smiled and nodded, "Yes, that's what I mean. Actually, this isn't a very difficult thing to do. I think that they, who have always worked hard to survive, will be very easy to use in this aspect. You don't have to rush to ask me what to do. First, we need to discuss whether this suggestion will be accepted." Rongyu nodded first and said, "Prime Minister's explanation has enlightened me. I am also a commander of an army. Indeed, when there is no supply, the soldiers will easily give their all to survive. If they give it their all, there is hope. If they don't give it their all, they will die. Under such circumstances, the soldiers will often unleash their greatest potential. Therefore, I think this plan is feasible." Mu Jing smiled and said, "Of course I agree with sister's suggestion. However, can we put some poison in the food and water? Once they eat and drink, then." Luo Ro didn't wait for Mu Jing to finish and immediately shook her head. "That's impossible. With the strength of the gods, not to mention ordinary poisons, even if they have a lethal poison, I'm afraid they won't eat it so easily. How can people who have struggled for so many years not be careful when it comes to food and water? Therefore, we can't use this method. Moreover, the method I chose to give them food and water, if we put poison in it, I'm afraid we will be equally unlucky." Hearing Luo Ro's words, Nianbing immediately understood what she wanted to do. She nodded and said, "All right, that's all we can do. I hope your psychological warfare will be effective. We need to act quickly in the next few days." Since Nianbing had agreed, Marshal Shuepa naturally had no objections and passed the decision unanimously. After that, it was time to discuss military arrangements and tactics. Nianbing didn't participate in the discussion. In terms of military affairs, he was far inferior to the people present. Moreover, he had his own matters to attend to. After coming out of the tent, Nianbing went directly to a small tent not far away. He stopped in front of the tent and said, "I am Nianbing. May I come in?" A low voice sounded from the tent, "It's you. Come in." Nianbing lifted the tent flap and quietly walked in. There were two people in the tent. One was sitting on the ground at the side, looking at Nianbing. The other was cultivating. A faint green light flashed in front of her and gathered in her body. The two people in the tent were Feng Yu and Ping Chao. In the previous battle, although Feng Yao's undead magic had shocked both sides, it had greatly reduced the casualties of the Rangoon continent's allied forces. Otherwise, the number of casualties wouldn't have been as simple as 30,000. The final damage to the gods wouldn't have been so great. Ping Chao said in a low voice, "Feng Yu is fine. It's just that her magic power and spiritual force have been greatly exhausted. You also know that necromancy magic is a heaven-defying ability. She controlled so many undead at once. Although they had just died not long ago and their souls had yet to dissipate, for her body, the consumption was too great. I'm afraid it will take a long time for her to recover. Don't worry, with me here to protect her, she will be fine." In fact, Feng Yu herself didn't want to use this kind of magic, but you saw it in today's battle. If she didn't use undead magic at that time, I'm afraid our losses would have been greater. Nianbing smiled and said, "I don't have a dislike for undead magic. No matter what kind of ability it is, as long as it is used in the right place, then its effect will be good. Although undead magic is full of evil aura, Feng Yu has a pair of clear eyes. So, I have always believed in her. You have worked hard during this time. Is there any problem with the current situation of those survivors?" After listening to Nianbing's words, Ping Chao's face became a lot better. He showed a rare smile and said, "Those survivors said that their current life is like heaven. After all, they no longer have to worry about food. Although these survivors have no memory of civilization, their ability to accept new things is very strong. In just a few days, under the guidance of Feng Yu and I, they have already learned some things and basically understood what happened in the past. Especially those elf archers, they are too smart. With their archery skills, there is no problem for them to go to the battlefield." Hearing the word elf, Nianbing couldn't help but blush. Last time when he was asked to mate with that elf beauty, he still didn't forget the embarrassment. "Brother Ping Chao, after Feng Yu finishes her cultivation, please tell her that no matter how the lost continent is opened up by the four great empires, there will be a way out for these survivors. I will strive to ask the four great empires to build a city for them. Let the dwarves and elves continue to live on." Ping Chao smiled faintly and said, "Thank you. This is the first time I've seen Yu so serious about something. She seems to really treat those refugees as her own people. For Yu and those poor guys, I really have to thank you." Although he hadn't been in contact with Nianbing for long, Ping Chao understood that the young man in front of him held an important position in the Yangon continent. Even the upper echelons of the four empires respected him. And the strength that Nianbing displayed in the battle today made him admire him from the bottom of his heart. After all, he alone killed 3 of the enemy's god-ranked experts. If it wasn't for him, the enemy's over-gods and god-ranked experts wouldn't have been able to stop them. On the side of the Yangon continent, Nian Bing could be said to be the #1 expert. After leaving Ping Chao and Yu Yu's tent, Nian Bing directly returned to his temporary tent. Feng Nu and Lan Chen were girls, and Nian Bing deliberately let the Seven-Blade Souls protect them during the battle, so they didn't suffer any injuries. Now, together with Long Ling, they were helping the Ice God Tower's magicians to check their potential and arrange the next attack and defense. After all, the magicians were the only ones who could use large-scale joint magic. Whether it was Luo Ro or the leaders of the Four Empires, they attached great importance to this magician force. After returning to the tent, Nian Bing could no longer endure the weakness in his body. He immediately sat down on the ground. The battle today had consumed too much of his energy. The extreme tremors in his mental strength, as well as the continuous use of his domain, had taken a huge toll on him. Not only was his mana almost depleted, even his endless supply of mental strength was almost depleted. If it weren't for his stubbornness, if he didn't persevere, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. After today's battle, he had unknowingly become the spiritual leader of the Yangon continent's allied forces. Previously, when he was outside, even in front of his uncle and Luo Ro, he couldn't show any signs of fatigue. Otherwise, their confidence would suffer a huge blow. He came out early to see Yu Yu. But the other reason was that he wanted to seize the time to recover his mental strength and magic power. Nian Bing possessed the vigorous Xiantian qi, and her body naturally had the ability to recover. However, that kind of recovery was too slow. Only by entering a meditative state could he recover as much as possible. In these extraordinary times, without powerful strength as a guarantee, how could it work? Especially after listening to the words of the Dragon God before his death, Nian Bing was even more aware of her own shortcomings. The speed of the retreat of the gods was very fast. When they retreated, it only took a moment for them to completely disappear from the sight of the Rangoon army, but in fact, they did not go far. They set up camp at the foot of a mountain 50 miles away from the Rangoon continent. The reason why they chose this place was naturally because of the terrain. It was easier to arrange accommodation on the mountain. Moreover, from a distance, they could vaguely see the general movements of the human army. For these deities, it was extremely easy for them to carve out a few caves in this kind of earthen mountain. A day had passed since the start of the first battle. The gods were still resting in the mountain. Because the battle yesterday had left a deep impression on them, the prideful gods actually sent out some demigod-level gods as scouts. They patrolled the surroundings. 10,000 years ago, the battle between the lost continent and the godly mainland was extremely difficult. After a long period of time, the number of deities was sharply reduced in that battle. After 10,000 years of recuperation, they had only recovered to about 10,000 deities. However, even in that battle, the loss of deities was gradually reduced by the special warriors of the lost continent. However, just yesterday, in just a short period of 2 hours, more than half of the 10,000 deities were lost. Such a blow could be said to be unprecedented in history. Even the ordinary gods were shocked to discover that the humans of the Rangoon continent were not as weak as they had imagined. Such a discovery caused the deities to feel apprehensive. If Xianxia's tyrannical performance had not intimidated the other party and killed the dragon god who had betrayed the Rangoon army, the fear in the hearts of the gods would have been even greater. In the largest cave in the center of the mountain, Xianxia was looking at the other gods with a gloomy face. When the army of deities retreated to this place, he immediately began to cultivate. It was only until now that he had woken up. At this moment, he was filled with anger after listening to the battle report. The death of close to 6,000 deities had caused his heart to be filled with murderous intent. Tell me, how did this happen? It has only been a few days since we left the godly mainland, and more than half of our invincible army of deities has been wiped out. What does this mean? If I hadn't blocked that large-scale super magic that day, I'm afraid this number would have increased by a lot. Can any of you tell me why there is such a large army waiting for us in the Rangoon continent? Can anyone tell me? Although Xianxia's voice did not have a strong emotional fluctuation, the few gods who were familiar with him knew that the anger in his heart had risen to the peak. Below Xianxia was a skinny god who looked to be in his 40s. He said, "It's because we were too confident in our own strength that we suffered such a huge loss. With our strength, although those humans are not weak, they shouldn't have been able to cause such a huge loss. The reason this happened was because we were ambushed and were completely passive. The other reason was because of the sudden betrayal of the dragons. I didn't expect that old thing, the dragon god, to choose to betray us at this time. We also underestimated the humans. There are more powerhouses among them than we thought. When we were fighting with them, the power of the territory that the blonde young man among them activated was extremely powerful. It seemed to be a pure energy territory, but it also seemed like a spiritual territory. The amplification effect was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for his territory supporting those human powerhouses, the four of us would have killed them all. I feel that he is the biggest obstacle to us dominating this world. If we have the chance, we must destroy him first. Xianxia's expression became slightly better. He nodded at the skinny god and said, Lu Sua, as the god of exploration, you have 5 acupoints. You have 5 acupoints other than Li Zhong and Tianyin. Your analysis is correct. We were indeed too careless. If we had discovered their layout earlier, our losses would have been minimized. What's the most reasonable thing for us to do after this? Just tell us. A tall god next to Lu Sua snorted and said, that old thing, the dragon god, has been killed by boss. The only ones who pose a real threat to us are those human powerhouses. As long as we are careful this time, we can face them head-on. I don't believe that they can stop us from charging at them head-on. We, the 5 great gods, will join forces. Who can stop us? This person's voice was loud and clear. He was wearing a yellow armor. When he spoke, his entire body emitted a layer of arrogant hostility. Other than Xianxia and the god of exploration, Lu Sua, the other 2 gods nodded at his words. It was obvious that they had done the same thing. Only by defeating the human army head-on would they be able to vent their resentment. Xianxia snorted in disdain and said, Quangjuan, you're very domineering as the overlord god, but what were you doing in yesterday's battle? Were you sleepwalking? Humans are very intelligent, don't forget. Before we became gods, we were also humans. If they could beat us back the first time, they might be able to do it a second time. It's fine if we don't move, but if we attack again, we must completely destroy them. Therefore, we have to be very careful in all of our operations. We don't want to fall into their trap again. What about you guys? Tell me what you think. He looked at the other 2 core gods. The god standing furthest from the group frowned slightly and said, Boss, although Quangjuan is a little reckless, looking at the current situation, it seems that we don't have a good idea other than to do this. The rations we brought from the godly mainland are almost depleted these few days, especially drinking water, which is very scarce now. Our original plan was to kill the survivors of the lost continent and plunder their resources to support the Yangon continent. As long as we get there, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. However, we are now blocked by the humans of the Yangon continent. We have 2 choices now. One is to go around them and reach the Yangon continent as soon as possible. After obtaining supplies, we'll show these humans how powerful we are. The other way is to completely defeat the human alliance in front of us and plunder their supplies. They have so many humans, so their supplies are definitely not a small number. It should be enough for us to use. The person who came back last time said that there is a large water source where the survivors live. Therefore, after killing these humans, we can still rest for a while before going to the Yangon continent. No, how can we go around them? I can't take this lying down. The tyrant god Quangjuan's eyes shone fiercely as his fighting aura fluctuated unsteadily. It was as if he was going to devour them. In terms of combat power, he was the strongest among the 5 master gods in the Shi realm. Xianxia raised his hand to stop Quangjuan from getting angry and said, Yes, Noah's words are very reasonable. As the wisdom god among the gods, his judgment is very correct. Now, we really only have these 2 choices. However, I won't choose the first one. Not only for the dignity of the gods, but also for the sake of the facts. To be honest, 10,000 years have passed and I have forgotten how big the lost continent is. From here to the Yangon continent, we can either split the space and directly travel through it or we have to walk there. Although we can achieve the effect of space magic with our abilities, our subordinates don't have the ability to do so. However, our subordinates don't have the ability to do so, so we can't use this method. Therefore, we can only walk to the Yangon continent. However, we don't know how far this distance is and how long it will take. Once it takes too long, the combat power of the gods will be greatly reduced. On the other hand, the humans have sufficient supplies. If they chase after us from behind and meet up with the army in charge of guarding the Yangon continent, it will be very bad for us. Since they can intercept and kill us here, they must be prepared at the border between the Yangon continent and the Lost Continent. Therefore, we can only choose the first option that Noah mentioned. Only by killing these humans and plundering their supplies can we safely reach the Yangon continent. Now, what we need to do is not only to destroy them, but also to minimize our losses. We only have about 4,000 people now and we can't afford to lose any more. There are 4 empires in the Yangon continent with tens of millions of people. Although we are gods, there are times when we are exhausted. Therefore, we need to maintain enough strength. Yes, I agree with the boss's suggestion. Let's do it this way. Let's come up with a good plan and kill every single one of them. In fact, I thought so too. It seems that the boss and I really think alike. The only overgod who hadn't spoken up until now finally spoke up. His broken gong sound immediately caused the other overgods to reveal looks of disdain. The tyrant god, Kuan Yin, was the one who couldn't hide the most. He snorted disdainfully and said, "Xian, should I call you the god of lasciviousness or the god of flattery? If you hadn't been so timid in yesterday's battle, maybe we would have killed all those humans." Xian was slightly angry and said, "Kuan Yin, be polite. I'm telling the truth. My name is the Silver God. I like all kinds of gems, not some damn god of lasciviousness. You've been insulting me for 10,000 years. Haven't you insulted me enough?" The wisdom god, Noah, was obviously on Kuan Yin's side. He sneered and said, "Silver God? You are clearly the god of lasciviousness. On the continent of gods, who doesn't know that you have a wide range of interests? You can't even let go of a female beast. Among those low-level divine servants, I'm afraid only a few have been defiled by you. Our king god's long life is the most thorough use by you. If it weren't for the limited number of gods, I'm afraid that at least millions of women would have been killed by you in these 10,000 years." Xian's appearance was extremely obscene. If Nianbing was here to observe him carefully, she would find his eyes very familiar. Because his eyes were clearly similar to Kitty's pet fox. They were both obscene, but this silver god's eyes were more obscene. Xian saw that no one was helping him and muttered, "Forget it, I know you're jealous of me. I won't say anything." Noah ignored him and turned to Xianxia and said, "Boss, since you have now decided on our direction of action, then we must act quickly. Otherwise, without food and water, the fighting power of our gods will gradually decline." Xianxia just nodded and was about to say something when a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "That's great, boss. That's great." A hurried figure flashed into the cave. Xian, who had been holding his breath, now found a target to vent his anger. A golden light flashed in his hand and a surge of combat energy suddenly collided with the person who came. He shouted angrily, "Which bastard dares to barge in so rashly?" The person who came suddenly screamed under the golden light. A milky white light came out of his body and resisted the attack of the golden light, but he still hit the stone wall in the cave heavily. "Xian, stop." Xianxia stopped the silver god, who was about to go forward and continue to attack. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes because the person who came was Xiaoyu, who he had demoted to an ordinary god-level master. As a former king god, although Xiaoyu was demoted, his strength was still stronger than an ordinary god-level master. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the Huangji acupoint, Xian would not be his opponent. "Xiaoyu, why are you so flustered? I seem to have heard you say something like 'that's great.' Can you say that we are in a situation like this?" Although Xianxia was a little dissatisfied with Xian's sudden attack, he saw that it was Xiaoyu. He did not blame Xian anymore. After all, if Xiaoyu could bring back more reliable information, the loss this time would not be so great. If it were not for the fact that the number of gods was greatly reduced, Xianxia would have vented his anger on him. Xiaoyu got up from the ground. She wiped the blood from her mouth and looked at Xian with hatred. "Boss, oh, no, Lord God, I said that's great because we found a water source and food. Xianxia's eyes moved. Oh? Where did you find it? What did you find? Xiaoyu hurriedly said, not far from the foot of the mountain. Today, when I accidentally walked by the foot of the mountain, I suddenly felt the sound of a water vein underground. You know it too. I also have the cloud listening acupoint. My hearing is definitely not wrong. Then I asked a few demigods to dig up the place according to what I found. In the end, not only did they find drinkable water, but there was also a type of fatty fish in the water. With these fish and water, although it is not enough to satisfy the food needs of all gods, it greatly alleviates our current situation. That's why I disturbed you when I came in just now. Tyrant God laughed and said, Good. Good job, Xiaoyu. Who said you were the god of misfortune? I think you should be called the god of fortune instead. Damn it, with water and food, those fellows from Yangon will die much easier. I'll go get some food first. I've been wanting to eat for a long time. Stop. Xianxia shouted at Tyrant God and Kuang Yun. He turned to Xiaoyu and said, Have you checked it yourself? Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded. She said, I've checked it carefully. It's definitely a drinkable water source. The fish is also not bad. Although it's not very big, there are still quite a lot of them. Why don't I catch a few for you to check? Xianxia waved his hand and said, No need. Kuang Yun, go ahead and check it again carefully. We gods are indeed taken care of by the heavens. It seems that unifying this world is the mission given to us by the heavens. Wisdom God Noah frowned and said, Water vein? Why is there a water vein here? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be a ploy by those humans? Xian looked at him with disdain and said, Are those humans crazy? They give us food and water, and then wait for us to chop their heads off? I say, Noah, don't think of everything as so complicated. This is an opportunity given to us by the heavens. Don't forget, we are gods. With Boss here, even the heavens have to give us some leeway. This food and water is used by the heavens to please Boss. Noah glared at Xian and said, I really want to chop you to death, you idiot. Xian did not back down and said, Come at me if you can. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Other than him, the only one he was not afraid of was Wisdom God Noah. Alright, stop arguing. Since the situation has changed, we should also change our strategy. Noah, send some people to observe the movements of the humans from the Yangon continent. Order our people to rest here. We will move in a few days. Noah said, Boss, as the saying goes, the first drum of energy, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. I think it's better for us to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there are any changes, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to regret. Xianxia said indifferently, I know what to do. Although our army is not moving, it doesn't mean that our actions are completely stagnant. Tonight, the four of you will make a trip. With your abilities, it won't be difficult to infiltrate the human alliance. I'll give you a mission. The mission is simple. Kill the young man who used spiritual energy to attack. Under the premise of ensuring your own safety and completing the mission, do your best to kill the enemy powerhouses. They know how to ambush, but don't we know how to launch a sneak attack? Naturally, he did not expect the Yangon Continent's alliance to be prepared for a sneak attack. However, he still gave such an order. After all, Xian, Noah, and the others were all at the level of overgods. They all had earth spirit points and 2 of them even had cloud listening points. With the ability of their acupuncture points, it would not be difficult to infiltrate the human alliance. No matter how strong Nian Bing was, it would not be difficult for the 4 overgods to kill him. At least, that was what Xianxia thought. Noah looked at Xianxia and immediately understood the king of overgod's intention. He nodded gently and retreated. Xian said hesitantly, Boss, I was injured that day. Why don't we let the 3 of them go today? I won't make a difference. Xianxia looked at him coldly and said, Are you trying to challenge my authority? Syrian, don't use your wits on me, or else. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. I heard that there's a kind of person in the palace of the human world called eunuchs. If we turn you into a eunuch, I think the female gods under us will be very happy. Xian's face stiffened and he immediately said righteously, Boss, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission tonight. He's just an ordinary human. I won't kill him. I won't come back to see you. What a joke. The most precious thing in this world was the little bug below him. Without that thing, what was the point of living? The overgods retreated and Xianxia was the only one left in the cave. His face suddenly changed and his breathing became heavier. Naturally, he knew the principle of finishing the mission in one go. However, if it was not a last resort, he would not do it. He definitely did not want to do that. Other than himself, no one knew how serious his injuries were. Although the battle with the dragon god seemed peaceful, only the two of them knew how dangerous it was. The dragon god's powerful abilities and extremely strong dragon body were enough to pose a threat to Xianxia. Furthermore, he had blocked two powerful magic spells and had no choice but to go all out in the battle with the dragon god. After the dragon god was killed, his injuries worsened under the effect of the dragon language magic. Until now, he had only recovered about 40%. If it were not for the fact that he had 3 ultimate emperor acupoints, he would have perished together with the dragon god. He wanted to recover to his best condition. He needed at least 15 days. He was more or less wary of human mages, and through his observation of the human army, he could tell that the human mages were very powerful. Based on his observation of the human alliance, it was obvious that there was an expert guiding them. If he wanted to destroy the magicians in the war, there was only one way, and that was to step over the corpses of all the warriors and strong opponents. However, Xianxia could not let the other overgods know the extent of his injuries. Although they knew that he was injured, if they knew that Xianxia was so severely injured, the position of overgod king would change. The position of overgod king could control all the gods. Hegemon god Kuan Yin had been coveting this position for a long time. He was definitely not as boorish as he appeared to be. Xianxia was deeply aware of this. Night fell. After tonight, the first battle would have been over for 2 days. Nianbing stood at the entrance of her tent and breathed in the slightly cool air. She wondered if the overgods had discovered the water vein. Naturally, the water vein was not naturally formed. With the dark demon rat, it was not difficult to drill a tunnel and then lead the lake water from their side into it. Naturally, the water vein was formed. As for the fish, it was even simpler. How did the survivors of the lost continent survive? It was these fish that gave them the ability to survive. The fish in the lake were their only food. When the water in the lake was pumped up by the magicians, Luo discovered that there were many of these fish. Now that the survivors of the lost continent had food from the Rangoon Continent's alliance, they no longer needed to eat fish. To them, ordinary coarse grain was much more delicious than the fish that they had been eating since they were young. Night gradually fell and the moonlight was as gentle as water. Nianbing smiled as she looked at the sky. Luo's overall arrangement had begun. The human army's greatest advantage was their supplies and numbers. However, was this advantage really that obvious? Nianbing's strength had completely recovered. The special characteristics of his acupuncture points allowed him to recover much faster than ordinary people. However, he was very worried now. Whenever he thought about the strength displayed by the Heavenly Hope World, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He knew that if he used his spiritual power to attack the Heavenly Hope World directly, the chances of success would be at most 30%. Xianxia must have known about his abilities. Under the circumstances where he was prepared, he who had 3 extreme emperor acupuncture points would definitely be able to hide his spiritual energy very deeply. To be able to reach his level of strength, there was no doubt that he had a strong will. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing returned to his tent and began to cultivate. Although he could only sharpen his spear at the last minute, this was the only thing he could do before the war began. The 2 sisters, Feng Nu and Lan Chen, were in charge of patrolling the night. Kitty stuck her head out and looked around as she shuttled back and forth in the camp. She had grown up in the Valley of the Caucasians and was very interested in the formation of the army. That day, it could be said that she had made a great contribution. Her pets had killed countless divine servants with the help of Fox Nana's super enhancement ability. The number of divine servants was definitely not less than the number of dragons. After all, among Kitty's pets, there were a few major magical beasts from the godly mainland. Although the death of the 9-clawed poisonous spider made her sad for a while, she did not raise it since it was young. Under everyone's consolation, she quickly returned to normal. Most of the soldiers in the camp had already rested. That battle had not only left a large number of injured people, but it had also dealt a huge blow to the morale of the human soldiers. After witnessing a battle between real powerhouses, they finally understood how insignificant they were. They needed to rest to recover their fighting spirit. Only groups of patrolling soldiers were shuttling back and forth between the camps, vigilant of every little change. Kitty ran out of her tent because she couldn't sleep. Looking at the moonlight in the sky, she said to herself, "Dad, Mom, I've already killed so many divine servants. I don't know if this counts as revenge for you. You must bless Kitty and brother Nianbing. You must kill those divine servants and not leave a single one behind. Kill them all. They are simply too abominable. Even the dragon god was killed by them. Brother Garamandes is still sad. He's really pitiful. Just like Kitty in the past. Kitty was a kind-hearted little girl. The death of her parents and clansmen had a great impact on her. It was also from then on that she gradually grew up and was no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. On the surface, although she didn't seem to have changed much, she had now learned to think. Suddenly, Kitty's mental strength fluctuated, and her beautiful little face suddenly showed a trace of astonishment. In terms of mental strength, Nianbing was naturally the strongest in the Rangoon continent. But in addition to Nianbing, Kitty was second. As a summoning magician, apart from pets, the only thing she could use to attack enemies was her spiritual power. With the spiritual power passed on to her by her parents, as well as her hard work these days, Kitty's spiritual power had made great progress. The sudden appearance of the spiritual wave gave her a fright. Her spiritual power immediately spread out to the surroundings. What made her a little scared was that she actually found 4 abnormally large amounts of energy at once. These energies were full of murderous intent. Obviously, they didn't belong to the strong people on her side. What's more, in her side, there were only 4 strong people of this level in front of her. She had to count Nianbing's Emperor Kurobutsu. The sudden warning in Kitty's heart surprised her greatly, and at the same time, she was a little flustered. However, she quickly calmed down and stood still, because she could clearly feel that the aura of those 4 people was firmly locked on her. As long as she made the slightest movement, she was afraid that they would immediately attack her crazily. Therefore, she could not move. However, as a summoning magician who was beyond the level of a magus, Kitty naturally had her own way. She controlled her psychic power and quietly slipped to the side. Although there was some distance between where she and Nianbing lived, her psychic power was enough to transmit to her. At the same time, she also sent out a signal for help. The psychic power she transmitted was very subtle. Only the most powerful would be able to sense it. 4 faint figures appeared out of thin air. One of them quietly disappeared, while the other 3 turned into phantoms from 3 different directions and pounced toward Kitty. The highest level of a summoning magician was to use the ability of a summoned beast as their own in an instant. However, at the same time, the faint light locked onto Kitty's body. However, at this moment, the 3 figures clearly felt that the psychic power they had locked onto was empty. At this moment, they immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Kitty's body shattered, but it was only a phantom that shattered. A huge cockroach appeared on the ground. It looked at the 3 overgods floating around it with its innocent eyes. With a flash, its body instantly became the size of an ordinary cockroach. It drilled through the 2 overgods and directly disappeared into the crack in the ground. The sudden change shocked the 3 overgods. They had sneaked into the allied army of the Rangoon continent to kill Nianbing. However, the allied army camp was very large. It was not easy to find Nianbing's residence. With Nianbing's psychic power, it was too easy for her to make some camouflage simulated psychic forms. Therefore, they were prepared to capture someone to ask where Nianbing was. Soon, they found Kitty wandering in the camp. Kitty's pet army had left a deep impression on them. In terms of damage to ordinary gods, Kitty's pets were comparable to dragons. Under the stimulation of Fox's special ability, each of his pets was more terrifying than the last. Only the 9-clawed poisonous spider died after its leg was cut off. The other pets had all retreated unscathed after achieving great results. Therefore, as soon as the 4 overgods saw her, they immediately felt that they were in luck. With Kitty's strength, she was obviously a core member of the Allied army. Naturally, she would know Nian Bing's whereabouts. Moreover, even if she could not find Nian Bing, killing such an expert who was enough to threaten them, it was not a wasted trip. Therefore, they separated Overlord and Quang Jun to guard at the side, while the other three went all out to catch Kitty. In their minds, even if Kitty was a little stronger, it was impossible for her to escape from the three overgods. However, they forgot that Kitty was not only a summoner, but also a psychic magician. Relying on her psychic power to simulate her body shape and aura, Kitty had already summoned Xianxia the cockroach when she discovered them. Light and shadow flashed. Kitty appeared more than 10 feet away. As soon as Xianxia's phantom disappeared, her original body, which had secretly escaped, was naturally exposed. At the moment when the overgods were stunned, silver light flashed around Kitty's body. The golden cow dandy, the chrysanthemum pigguan, and the dark demon mouse Tian Tian and her son appeared almost at the same time. In the sudden golden light, Kitty's body rose, and the golden light appeared. It was the nine-tailed dragon, Little Stutterer. The originally empty space in the camp was completely filled. When the three overgods reacted, 4 magical beasts had already pounced on them. At the same time, 2 loud phoenix cries sounded at the same time. Damn it! The silver deity Xian cursed unwillingly. The 3 overgods punched at the same time, and the 4 magical beasts that were pouncing on them were sent flying back at a faster speed than when they came, crashing into the tents at the side. Suddenly, screams sounded one after another. The Rangoon continent's allied army was suddenly awakened by the loud phoenix cries, and a large number of troops appeared from their respective camps. 2 rays of red and blue light appeared at the same time when the 3 overgods rushed toward Kitty. 2 different auras of ice and fire instantly filled the air. Seeing the golden light radiating from the 3 overgods, Feng Nu and Lan Chen's first reaction was to protect Kitty. Their figures instantly entered the 8th change of the phoenix. The huge body of the phoenix met the attacks of the 3 overgods in the bright red and blue light. At this time, the 7-colored light had already lit up on one side of the camp. Suddenly receiving Kitty's call for help, Nian Bing immediately woke up from her cultivation and rushed here as fast as she could. 7 sword souls appeared out of thin air, only slightly slower than Feng Nu and Lan Chen. They rushed toward the 3 overgods from behind. Nian Bing used teleportation magic to follow behind the 7 sword souls. However, just as the 7 sword souls flashed by, a tall black figure happened to intercept them. A huge fist went straight for Nian Bing's chest. With the aura locked, a huge golden light pillar with a diameter of 5 feet enveloped Nian Bing's body. The tyrant god's hidden purpose was to wait for Nian Bing to come to her rescue. He deliberately did not stop the 7 sword souls, and when Nian Bing appeared, he suddenly attacked. The wisdom god, Noah, shouted, "Kill these 2 phoenixes first." Ignoring the approaching sword souls behind them, the 3 overgods' bodies instantly became illusory. Under the effect of the earthly spirit point, they charged forward at a speed faster than Feng Nu and Lan Chen. The ultimate realm of the Emperor Acupoint burst forth in an instant, and a golden light went straight for the 2 huge phoenixes. The suffocating surging energy immediately caused the originally agile ice and fire phoenixes to feel as if they had sunk into a swamp. At this time, they still had the ability to escape. In the 8th Phoenix transformation, they were completely capable of flying high into the air before the 3 overgods' attacks arrived. However, they had no intention of dodging at all. This was because Kitty was right behind them. Although Kitty was protected by Little Stutterer, the 9 dragonettes, she would only end up being killed in an instant when faced with the attacks of the 3 overgods. The 2 sisters, Feng Nu and Lan Chen, were telepathically connected. The ice and fire energies were instantly activated to their strongest state. With an indomitable aura, they faced the attacks of the 2 overgods head-on. Nian Bing's current situation was also very bad. After being sealed by the overbearing energy from the Emperor Acupoint, he was completely unable to teleport at all. Although Nian Bing had an extraordinary physique, he was still a mage. However, he was still a magician. In terms of physical combat, even a martial saint would be able to beat him to a pulp, let alone a core god. At this critical juncture, Nian Bing's rich combat experience played a decisive role. His charging body instantly retreated half a step when the golden light appeared. Immediately after, a golden light erupted from between his eyebrows. His hands lit up with red and blue light respectively, and he clasped them in front of him. Nianbing also had the ultimate Emperor Acupoint. However, he had never used it in the form of an energy attack. At this time, facing the attack of the Emperor Acupoint, the Sky Eye domain was no longer effective. Thus, he chose the most direct method. With the help of his spiritual power, Nianbing's Emperor Acupoint pierced into the tyrant god's attack like a needle. The moment the two Emperor Acupoint's energies collided in the air, a golden light burst out. After all, Nianbing's attack was rushed. Furthermore, the Emperor Acupoint appeared in the same position as the Sky Eye Acupoint. Although the Sky Eye Acupoint had a great support and amplification effect, its attack power was not as good as the Emperor Acupoint that the tyrant god had cultivated for who knew how many years. Furthermore, the tyrant god was waiting to attack. The golden light from his right fist only paused for a moment before swallowing the attack from Nianbing's forehead. However, this slight pause gave Nianbing an opportunity. A huge ice prism appeared diagonally in front of him. Although the huge mirror, which was a mixture of red and blue light, was shattered by the golden light released by Hegemon God, it still reflected the attack of Nianbing's extreme Emperor Acupoint into the sky, illuminating the entire camp. After dealing with the tyrant god's surprise attack, Nianbing did not feel the slightest bit excited. She cried out involuntarily, "Dodge!" His gaze just happened to see the illusory figures of Noah and the other two overgods rushing in front of Feng Nu and her sister. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. He was very familiar with the strength of overgods. Without any support, the result of going head-on against an overgod was obvious. Although the sword souls were fast, they were still about 10 feet away from the three overgods. Although they would arrive in the next instant, that short moment was enough for an overgod to do many things. The tyrant god was extremely pleased with himself as he attacked Nianbing. In his opinion, Nianbing's strongest strength was the 7 sword souls and the supportive magical domain. Ordinary magic was completely useless against his combat energy. Even when he saw Nianbing's Emperor Acupoint attack, he did not take Nianbing seriously. Even if a young man was strong and talented, there was no way he could be compared to him, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, although his attack reached Nianbing, it was cleverly neutralized by Nianbing. At this moment, it was not that Kuan Yin did not want to continue attacking, but that he could not attack for the time being. Nianbing's Emperor Acupoint was indeed inferior to his, but her mental strength was higher than his. When faced with Kuan Yin's Emperor Acupoint energy, the golden light that shot out from between Nianbing's eyebrows not only contained the energy of the Emperor Acupoint, but also her own powerful mental strength. When the two energies of the Emperor Acupoint collided, the mental strength passed through and accurately entered Kuan Yin's body. Although this was not enough to kill him, there was a sudden piercing pain in his brain. The intense vibration of the mental strength caused Kuan Yin's body to stop moving for a moment. At the same time, he remembered the few god-ranked experts who had died under Nianbing's mental strength attack. He hurriedly stabilized his mental strength and cautiously looked at Nianbing, preventing her from launching another mental attack on him. In fact, Nianbing's body was also greatly shaken. Mental strength attacks were originally meant to harm the enemy as well as oneself. Among the gods, Hegemon God Kuan Yin was second only to the overgod of the Hope World. His mental strength was extremely stable. Although Nianbing's attack had caused a certain amount of damage to him, Nianbing himself was also heavily injured. Moreover, although he had reflected the attack from the Emperor Acupoint, his opponent's sudden full-force attack had still injured Nianbing's meridians. He screamed for Feng Nu and Lan Chen to dodge, but he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If the god of time of the true gods was here, perhaps he would have the ability to freeze time in an instant. However, there was no one here who could control time like him. Therefore, what was supposed to happen had happened in the end. When Feng Nu and Long Ling's full-force phoenix flames came into contact with the attacks of the three overgods, they could clearly feel the difference between the Sky Eye field and the Sky Eye field. There was a huge difference between a level 13 and a level 14. Moreover, it was 3 level 14 masters attacking 2 level 13 phoenixes. There was only one outcome, and that was instant kill. The reason why the wisdom god Noah did not hesitate to endure the attacks from the seven sword souls behind him to launch a full-force attack on the ice and fire phoenixes was for this instant kill. Although the sword souls could hurt them, they definitely could not kill them. If they could kill the ice and fire phoenixes, the strength of the Rangoon continent's allied forces would be greatly reduced. Moreover, behind the ice and fire phoenixes was the allied forces' only summoner. As long as they could kill all three girls, even if they did not succeed in killing Nian Bing this time, their mission would have been completed perfectly. Kitty saw the two sisters who loved her bravely facing the enemy, and the four pets she had pounced on previously were still alive. At this critical moment, she did not hesitate to launch a psychic energy attack at the three overgods. As a psychic magician, she instantly dispersed her psychic energy to give Feng Nu and Lan Chen a chance to escape. Even if she knew what would happen to her if her two sisters left, she still did not hesitate to do so. When Nian Bing shouted, she launched a psychic energy attack while shouting anxiously at the same time. However, Feng Nu and Lan Chen had already made up their minds when they discovered the three overgods. They saw the appearance of the seven sword souls, and also saw Ma Luan's short and stout figure rushing over at the fastest speed. Bing Jia and Bing Ling were also in the midst of preparing their magic. As long as they could block the attacks of the three overgods, Kitty would be safe. In the hearts of Feng Nu and Lan Chen, Kitty had always been their favorite little sister. Her innocence was deeply loved by everyone. Moreover, she was already the last member of the white race. If she died like this, the white race would really disappear from this continent forever. How could they watch their cute little sister die like this? They had heard Nian Bing's call, and they had also heard Kitty's cry. However, they still faced the attacks of the overgods. At the moment when they were about to collide with the intense golden light, the two girls' phoenix-like eyes shone brightly on Nian Bing. There was no sadness, only deep attachment. Kitty's spiritual magic attack was not weak. However, when her spiritual magic was divided into three and faced the three overgods, the only effect it had was to slightly slow down the speed of the attacks of the three overgods. However, the golden light still swallowed up all the blue and red light, as well as the two beautiful figures. Seeing his two wives disappear, Nian Bing's heartbeat instantly stopped. Even if he had a strong vitality and a recovery magic that could bring the dead back to life, it was impossible for him to revive his wife who had been reduced to powder. Immense sorrow instantly spread to every cell in his body. Nian Bing's eyes instantly turned blood red. Without any hesitation, his spiritual energy poured out. He no longer cared about who he was facing and shot out his physical spiritual attack from his Tianyan acupoint without any reservation. The light was like lightning, and He Gemin God Kuan Yin had no chance of dodging at all. He could only grit his teeth and bear the attack while launching his attack. The same golden light appeared on the two of them. There was the golden light from his own attack, and there was also the golden light from his opponent's attack. This was a strange and tragic battle. Nian Bing's attack was completely made of spiritual energy. He did not even try to block He Gemin God Kuan Yin's Huangji acupoint's energy. The physical spiritual attack passed through his opponent's attack and directly entered Kuan Yin's body. Kuan Yin's full-powered attack also went straight for Nian Bing's defenseless body. At this moment, perhaps because of the intense sorrow in his heart, Nian Bing's Fengjia acupoint, which had just emitted a milky white light, suddenly turned golden. At this moment, his acupuncture points had actually evolved, and not just the Fengjia acupoint. At the same time, the West Meridian acupoint, which was closely related to the Fengjia acupoint, also evolved to the ultimate realm. If it was any other time, Nian Bing would have been overjoyed to suddenly feel a huge increase in his strength. But now, there was only despair and sorrow in his heart. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying, landing directly hundreds of feet away. Kuan Yin's title of He Gemin God did not come out of nowhere. Although the ultimate realm of the Fengjia acupoint was enough to block many attacks, it could not block his full-powered attack. That solidified golden light smashed through the defense of the Fengjia acupoint like a giant hammer, and forcibly shook Nian Bing's chest. At that moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Inside Nian Bing's body, the little dragon king, Oscar, wanted to rush out to help Nian Bing block this fatal attack more than once, but Nian Bing forcibly suppressed him with his spiritual energy. If Oscar had been the one to block the tyrant god's all-out attack, Nian Bing might have been able to survive. However, Oscar would have disappeared from this world forever. Nianbing had already lost 2 of his wives. How could he lose his partner as well? Until the moment when the golden light was about to touch his body. Nianbing released Oscar, and at the same time, a surge of vitality was released. Oscar's recent cultivation of the Dragon God's Heart Sutra was extremely fast. Although leaving Nianbing's body would greatly affect the speed of his growth, it was no longer fatal. Therefore, under such circumstances, Oscar was released by Nianbing. He naturally understood that Nianbing was going to bear the opponent's attack alone, and despair appeared in his heart at the same time. Ever since he was born, he had gained wisdom. He had never been separated from Nianbing for a day. To him, Nianbing was a friend, an elder brother, and also gave him the care of a father. Every time Nianbing cultivated, he would deliberately condense a large amount of Xianxia and inject it into his body. Otherwise, how could his Dragon God's Heart Sutra have improved so many times in such a short time? At the same time when Nianbing's spiritual energy rushed into Hegemon God's body, his body instantly froze, and a golden mist drifted out from his 7 apertures. His eyes became a little dull, and his tall body swayed. He roared fiercely, and 7 pillars of blood spurted out from his 7 apertures, dyeing his domineering face red. A surge of blood suddenly shot out from his lower abdomen, and a large amount of fire attribute Xianxia suddenly rushed up and rushed into his brain. Now, only a large amount of Xianxia could resist Nianbing's spiritual energy. Nianbing's attack in his despair was too terrifying, and the mental shackles that Kuan Yin thought were firm were broken one by one. At this time, he had no choice. In order to save his life, he had no choice but to choose to explode his West Meridian acupoint, and use the Xianxia to withstand the enormous pressure. His eyes had turned blood red, and the surging red light was extremely frightening. Exploding an acupoint could bring power beyond one's own strength. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was extremely terrifying for an overgod to explode. Even so, Kuan Yin's spiritual energy was still defeated by the Xianxia from exploding his acupoints. This was the first time he felt fear, and this feeling was so real at this time. Kuan Yin panicked. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy rushing into his brain was incomparably condensed, and it also carried the unique domineering aura of the Huangji acupoint. Blood kept dripping from his 7 apertures, and the thick red crystal necklace around his neck shattered, and a red stream of energy flowed into his body. He also had a super divine tool, and that was the fire crystal necklace that amplified his fire attribute Xianxia. Although he rarely used his fire attribute Xianxia after gaining the Huangji acupoint, this super divine tool grade necklace finally saved his life at this time. With the help of the necklace and the Xianxia from exploding his acupoints, his spiritual energy went all out to contend with Nianbing's spiritual energy. Seeing that short figure rushing towards him, even the arrogant Hegemon God had no choice but to retreat. After all, saving his own life was the best choice. Using the Earth Spirit Cave to escape was indeed a good choice. In that faint illusion, the Hegemon God's Kuan Yin fully embodied the traditions of a god. In a situation where he was heavily injured, he did not care about the other 3, and turned to run, causing Shu Luan's axe to hit empty air. Shu Luan did not chase after him. His figure turned in the air, and he rushed in another direction, straight towards the other 3 overgods. In the instant when Nianbing was blown away by that intense golden light, when his Fangjia acupoint, which had displayed its ultimate defense for the first time, was broken, even he himself thought that he would follow Feng Nu and Lan Chen. At that moment, there was no longer any sadness or anger in his heart. Everything seemed to have become unimportant. Perhaps, following the woman he loved the most was the happiest thing in life. However, in the instant when his body was about to disappear under the attack of Kuan Yin's Huangji acupoint, at his chest, the 2 balls of light, one black and one white, in the Lizhong acupoint suddenly spun violently. A vigorous aura of life instantly protected his body, and a black light filled with deathly stillness appeared out of thin air, turning into an impenetrable solid shield. It forcibly blocked the golden light of the Huangji acupoint. The aura of life nourished his body, and the aura of death resisted the attacks from the outside world. Nianbing's heart suddenly entered an ethereal state, and the magic in his body circulated at high speed. Although he still could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his body still came to a stop after smashing through a tent. Although he had suffered some serious injuries, the damage to his body was not very serious. Only the backlash of his mental strength caused his brain to feel dizzy. The sphere of life and the sphere of death protected Nian Bing's body at the most critical moment. Nian Bing, who had landed on the ground, was somewhat at a loss. He did not even know whether this outcome was a blessing or a tragedy for him. The seven sword souls were not idle. When Feng Nu and Lan Chen were turned into ashes under the ferocious attacks of the three overgods, they had already arrived behind the three overgods. Feng Nu and Lan Chen were 8 transformation phoenixes, after all. They had unleashed their greatest potential before dying. Although the three overgods had destroyed them, under the effects of the 2 special rebounding forces of ice and fire, their bodies were shaken. Their bodies trembled at the same time, and their charging speed immediately slowed down. The 7 sword souls were telepathically connected to Nian Bing. The pain in Nian Bing's heart was their pain at the same time. They attacked Emperor Kurobutsu without holding back. 7 rays of light of completely different colors blasted into the bodies of the 3 overgods. Halos of light circulated, and the powerful defensive power of the Fengjia acupoint saved the lives of the 3 overgods. If it were not for the Fengjia acupoint's powerful defensive power, they would not have exposed their backs to the 7 sword souls. 3 mouthfuls of blood were spat out at the same time. The 3 overgods actually used the momentum of the 7 sword souls' frenzied attacks to charge directly at Kitty. They could clearly sense what was happening to Hegemon god Quangjun. Their goal was very simple. As long as they could kill Kitty, they could retreat unscathed. Although Quangjun's injuries were severe, they were not fatal. After all, Quangjun was not someone Xiaoyu could compare to. Although exploding one of his West Meridian acupoints would greatly reduce his overall abilities, he could still maintain his strength as a overgod. However, he would be demoted from the 2nd overgod to the weakest overgod. As long as the 3 of them could destroy Kitty, they would be able to greatly reduce the strength of the Human Alliance Army's powerhouses. Their goal for this sneak attack would be achieved. After all, the Sword Souls were not humans. Although they could think, they were still enraged by Nian Bing's actions. When they realized that the 3 overgods were charging at Kitty at the same time, they could not stop them in time. The golden light appeared again. This time, the golden light's target was Kitty and Little Stutterer. At this moment, Kitty had calmed down. The deaths of Feng Nu and Lan Chen, as well as the despair in Nian Bing's eyes, had caused a drastic change in the little girl's mentality. Seeing the 3 overgods charging at her, Kitty's eyes turned completely silver. She did not summon her own magical beasts. To her, every summoned beast had its own life. Since she could not block the enemy's attacks, why should she let them die in vain? Kitty's heart had always been very soft. However, at this moment, her heart was in intense pain, as if it was being bitten by a poisonous snake. When Feng Nu and Lan Chen looked at Nianbing before they left, her pure heart was deeply hurt. She did not plan to continue living because she did not know how to face her big brother Nianbing. If it were not for her, how could her 2 big sisters, Feng Nu and Lan Chen, have died? A faint silver light condensed in Kitty's eyes. At this moment, those distant and lifeless eyes actually emitted a substantial light. In the midst of despair and endless sorrow, Kitty's spiritual magic finally made another breakthrough. She became the second person after Nianbing to possess a substantial spiritual attack. This time, she only chose one target, the god of wisdom, Noah. The silver light in her eyes converged into a beam of light a foot in front of her and suddenly shot towards Noah. Since she was going to die, she had to try her best to drag someone down with her. What Kitty was thinking now was that she could avenge her 2 big sisters at the same time as she died. Noah was shocked when he saw the silver light. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, he could clearly feel that Kitty's target was him. Without any hesitation, he immediately condensed his spiritual power. He did not know how Kitty's spiritual power was compared to Nianbing's, but the scene of the gods under him being attacked by a substantial spiritual attack was deeply engraved in his mind. He definitely did not want to become another victim of a substantial spiritual attack. In order to deal with Nianbing's substantial spiritual attack, he had already made some preparations before the sneak attack. While his forward momentum did not change, he quickly took out a milky white pearl from his chest. A milky white light instantly enveloped his head, and the silver light that shot out from Kitty's eyes arrived at the same time. This milky white pearl was one of the most precious ores on the mainland of gods. It was called the God Protection Crystal. The few over-gods had different choices for these precious ores. Even though Xianxia was the most powerful among them, he could only choose one to forge that super-godly sword. As for the god of wisdom, Noah, he was the only one among the over-gods whose spiritual power could contend with Xianxia's. In order to achieve the same level of strength as Xianxia in the future, he had been working hard on his spiritual level cultivation, hoping to reach the level of a substantial spiritual attack. Therefore, he chose the God Protection Crystal, a special gem that could store spiritual power. The milky white pearl in his hand was the purest God Protection Crystal that had been refined countless times. It contained the spiritual power that he had accumulated. At this time, the external spiritual power and his own spiritual power actually resisted Kitty's attack. Although Noah still felt a little weak in his brain during the spiritual attack, he still succeeded. Kitty was already right in front of her. As the golden light flickered, she actually withdrew the gigantic nine-headed dragon. She closed her eyes, and 2 drops of crystal-clear tears fell from the corners of Kitty's eyes. She was not sad because she was about to die, but because she was unwilling to accept that she had not killed a king before she died. Those were tears of unwillingness and despair. She knew that her fate could not be changed. Regardless of whether it was the 7 sword souls that were chasing after the gods at lightning speed or Shu Luan, who was flying at high speed from another direction, it was impossible for them to arrive before the 3 king gods attacked her. Since everything was destined, she could only accept it. In Kitty's heart, death was not something to be afraid of. She had always thought that death was just a way to go from one world to another. When she arrived at the other world, not only would she be able to see her 2 sisters who had died for her, but she would also be able to see her parents and clansmen. Although big brother Nianbing was not there, she was satisfied. Just as Kitty was prepared to accept her death, a sudden sound caused her to open her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with surprise. This was because the sound she heard was the resonant cry of a phoenix. That sound was so familiar. Although it sounded like the same voice, she could clearly distinguish 2 different feelings in that voice. One was ice, and the other was fire. The camp on the mainland of Yangon was no longer shrouded in darkness because the darkness had been dispersed. Blue and red lights illuminated every corner of the camp. They were like 2 different suns that were emitting light that illuminated the earth. Those were flames. The red and blue flames appeared right in front of Kitty. The flames burned fiercely, and the huge flames rose to nearly 300 meters into the air. However, it did not cause a change in temperature. It was neither hot nor cold. However, the surging energy waves caused the 3 king gods to stop in their tracks. When they heard the resonant cry of a phoenix from the 2 flames, their hearts were filled with. There was no time for hesitation. They made a decision almost at the same time and turned around abruptly. The 3 of them combined their powers and repelled the 7 sword souls that were chasing after them. The strange phenomenon that appeared in front of them made them feel that something was wrong. Now, running away seemed to be the best choice. All of this happened at the same time. When Nianbing broke out of the tent and barely managed to stabilize himself, he happened to see the 3 main gods pouncing towards Kitty. He was just about to use his teleportation spell to save her when he saw the red and blue flames appear. What did the flame of 1,000 feet represent? Why didn't the flames have any temperature? At this moment, Nianbing's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly turned into ecstasy. This was because he thought of 2 words, Nirvana Rebirth. It was a Nirvana rebirth that only belonged to the Phoenix clan. That's right, the Phoenix was known as the immortal bird. How could his wives die so easily? During the Great War of the Divine Remains, their ancestor, the Phoenix, was only able to block the attacks of so many chief gods because of its ability to be reborn from the ashes. Tears appeared in Nianbing's eyes again. However, this time it was because of excitement. 2 gigantic phoenixes in the form of flames appeared out of thin air. Each of them was 1,000 feet long. They stood upright in the air and spread their huge wings. Flames burned on every part of their bodies, and an indescribable feeling arose from their bodies. At first glance, the red flames did not seem to be any different from ordinary flames. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that not only was there no heat generated from the red flames, but even the fiery red light was illusory. Yes, those were not real flames. Instead, they were the soul fire that came from the phoenix's soul. Only through the burning of the soul fire could they be reborn from the ashes. The blue flames were the same as the red flames. They were both illusory soul fire. However, the red fire phoenix exuded an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness, while the blue fire phoenix exuded a surging aura of death. It did not bring with it an evil aura, but a pure aura of death. Enveloped by the aura of death, everyone could not help but tremble. This was also the reason why the three chief gods chose to retreat instead of continuing to attack when the two auras appeared at the same time. Nianbing appeared in front of the two fire phoenixes and surrounded the three chief gods from behind. At the same time, Bing Ling and Bing Jia's magic arrived as well. Together with the seven sword souls and Bai Luan, they surrounded the three chief gods. Although Nianbing was injured, she immediately activated her heavenly eye domain as soon as she appeared. A rainbow light enveloped the battlefield, and the seven sword souls and Bai Luan's attack power instantly increased. Under the ingenious control of her mental strength, when the two ice gods' spears shot out by Bing Ling and Bing Jia arrived, the power of the ice magic was immediately raised to the maximum with the help of the heavenly eye domain. Although the three chief gods resisted with all their might, they could only barely protect themselves from being injured. It was impossible for them to counterattack with a sneak attack. At this moment, Nianbing and the rest's attacks were as strong as iron buckets. No matter which one they chose to attack, they would attract the combined attacks of all the experts on Nianbing's side. Without a doubt, the chief gods had a long history. In such a passive situation, their 14th level strength immediately showed their advantage. Although Nianbing's heavenly eye domain had a great effect, she could not attack again because of her battle with the tyrant god Kuan Yin earlier. As a result, the seven sword souls, together with Bai Luan and the two ice gods' descent masters, could only trap the three chief gods, but could not really hurt them. After all, it was not easy to break through the ultimate level of the Fengjia acupoint. Moreover, the three chief gods all had as many as 5 acupoints. Every single one of them was shining with golden light as they dealt with the attacks. The two giant phoenixes in the sky began to change. Their burning soul flames gradually converged. When the flames converged to a height of around 30 meters, the nirvanic rebirth process was finally complete. 2 perfect phoenixes appeared in the sky. Compared to their 8th transformation, their bodies were several times larger. Every single feather was slender and translucent. In particular, their resplendent eyes shone with a dazzling luster like gemstones in the night sky. The fire phoenix opened its mouth slightly and a red flame descended from the sky. The flame was only as thick as an arm, but when it entered Nianbing's heavenly eye domain, it could not be detected. However, when it entered the heavenly eye domain, Nianbing could clearly sense that her heavenly eye domain had no effect on this special flame. It could neither strengthen nor weaken it. She suddenly thought of the legend of the Feng people that Feng Yan had told her when she was in the Feng people's territory. The strongest ability of the Feng people was the true phoenix fire. Could this be the true phoenix fire? If that was the case, then Feng Nu and Lan Chen must have reached the 9th transformation of the phoenix. In other words, they were already real phoenixes now. There had always been only one phoenix, but this time there were 2. Just as Nianbing was thinking, the fire phoenix's flame had already descended on the silver god Xian. Xian naturally did not want to be burned by this flame. However, the 3 overgods had to face multiple attacks at the same time, and he was the weakest one among them. When the Phoenix True Fire arrived, he was knocked back by Si Luan's full-powered axe strike under the buff of Sky's eye domain. Si Luan, in his berserk state, possessed terrifying strength, and with the help of Sky's eye domain and 2 super artifact, he could contend with an overgod. In the head-on clash with Xian, Xian was immediately pushed back, and he happened to be enveloped by the true Phoenix Fire. What was the greatest characteristic of the true Phoenix Fire? That was to destroy all defensive energy obstacles. Nianbing's heavenly eye domain could not affect the true Phoenix Fire, and Xian's square armor acupuncture point naturally could not do it. A burnt smell came, and Xian's body instantly turned black. From top to bottom, all of his hair turned into flying ash. It was a critical moment. He hurriedly raised his hands to block, and stimulated a surge of energy in his Huangji acupuncture point. This barely blocked the true phoenix fire. However, once the three overgods lost one of their attacks, they were immediately unable to fend off the experts from the Yangon continent led by Nianbing. Although the overgods had the advantage of speed brought by the earthly spirit cave, this advantage did not have a good effect in front of Nianbing. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye acupuncture point, what kind of speed could not follow? The seven sword souls were telepathically connected with Nianbing. After the heavenly eye acupuncture point easily found the direction of the overgod's movement, the seven sword souls could often intercept and kill them on the way. At this time, the overgod's bodies would inevitably pause. As long as there was a slight pause, the ice magic and Bailuan's god-slaying axe would fall on them. The flames of the ice phoenix were not much slower than the flames of the fire phoenix. The blue light was filled with a deathly aura. Compared to the true phoenix fire of the fire phoenix, the blue true phoenix fire was less gorgeous, but more profound. The blue light floated down and directly entered the battle circle. Its target was the silver god Xian. However, this time it did not really fall on Xian. At the side, the god of wisdom, Noah, suddenly let out a loud roar. His illusory body simultaneously released several tens of surging auras that could cause the weather to change. The instant the people surrounding them were pushed back, he pressed his palm into the air, blocking the true phoenix fire that the ice phoenix had released. Go. In a situation where there were so many human masters and there was no backup, retreating was the best choice. Among the overgods, he hated Xin the most. However, he had no choice but to help Xin at this moment. The attack power of the two flames had clearly reached level 14. If Xin died under their combined attack, then all three of them would have to die here today. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his ability to force the surrounding Rangoon powerhouses to retreat and rescue Xin. With their speed, this was the best chance to escape. The silver god Xian had always been the most cunning among the main gods. Seeing Noah's sudden burst of power and forced the enemy to retreat, and the other main god had already begun to fly out with all his might, he naturally would not stop. One had to admit that in terms of escaping, Xian was extremely talented. He extended his body and instantly chased after the main god in front of him into the air. Noah was infuriated. His anger had reached its peak. Although his previous all-out attack had forced the surrounding people to retreat and blocked the attack of the ice phoenix, it had consumed a lot of his energy. In the previous battle, the three overgods had held back so that they would have a better chance to escape. As soon as Noah created an opportunity to escape, he wanted the other two overgods to help him and then the three of them could escape together. However, the other two guys ran faster than the other. Obviously, they had no intention of helping him. As soon as the two escaped, Noah, who had not recovered from the consumption of energy, was one step slower. The black light, like a long rainbow, chased after Xian, who was running in the second place with a gorgeous arc normally. With the strength of the silver god Xian, it would be easy to deal with the attack of the demon-devouring blade, whether it was dodging or blocking. However, he had just been burned by the fire phoenix's true phoenix fire, and the severe pain all over his body greatly affected his judgment. When he felt the dark breath of the demon-devouring blade, his body only had time to flash in the air slightly, and the demon-devouring blade swept past him. Xian screamed and suddenly accelerated, fleeing into the distance. 3 out of the 4 main gods had escaped, but Noah, the last remaining one, was not so lucky. Just as his heart was filled with rage, 2 flames with different auras ignited in the air at the same time. As his body flipped, he suddenly descended. The ice and fire phoenixes left behind a beautiful trail of flames in the air. The red and blue lights seemed to have completely fused together. The loud phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens, leaving behind afterimages of the phoenixes. In the distorted space, they formed a red and blue cone-shaped force that headed straight for the god of wisdom, Noah. Noah was a little panicked. At the critical moment, he had to choose to explode his acupoints. Under the encirclement of so many masters of the Rangoon continent's allied forces, he could only choose to explode his acupoints if he wanted to escape. With a thought, his psychic power triggered the Huangji acupoint in his body. Just when his acupoint was about to explode, Noah suddenly saw a faint golden light. It was an illusory light, but it was also full of the aura of death. He saw the ruthless smile on Nianbing's face, and his brain trembled violently as if it had been hit by a giant hammer. The energy that had just condensed suddenly dispersed. The Huangji acupoint was only a little bit away from exploding, but it was just this little bit that made him unable to see the sun tomorrow. When the huge energy of the Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix reached him, it had already condensed into a solid body that was only 3 meters long. The light and shadow passed through with infinite unwillingness and resentment. Noah, the god of wisdom's body instantly stopped. The red and blue light stopped 10 meters behind him and transformed into human figures. Noah's body drifted away in a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Even his spiritual brand was burned to ashes by the 2 super flames. The entire Rangoon continent's allied forces cheered thunderously. This was the first time they had killed a master of the overgod level. The success this time had tipped the scales of the war in their favor. Nianbing's figure flashed, and she arrived in front of the red and blue figures. She hugged them tightly in her arms. When she deeply felt the bouncy and perfect bodies, she finally believed that she had not lost the love of her life. It did not matter whether the overgod was dead or not. What was more important was that the 2 women she loved had come back alive. What could be more wonderful than that? Luo Ro, who was commanding the army, Mu Jing, who was standing in the distance, and Kitty, who had just escaped the brink of death, all looked at the 3 people who were hugging each other. There was no jealousy in their eyes, only envy. Feng Nu and Lan Chen's hearts were still beating violently at this moment. Although they did not regret risking their lives for Kitty, in the depths of their hearts, how could they bear to part with Nianbing? Now, everything had become so perfect. They had not died, and they had even succeeded in killing an overgod. This was enough to change the outcome of the entire war, but it was not as wonderful as being in Nianbing's warm embrace. When Feng Nu and Lan Chen faced the full-powered attacks of the 3 overgods head-on, they thought they were finished. Their 20 years of life had come to an end, and they had lost everything. Although they were unwilling, at that moment, they had no other choice. The full-powered attacks of the 3 level 14 overgods were extremely terrifying. With the strength of the 2 level 13 experts, there was no suspense at all. Their bodies were turned to dust by the surging energy of the Huangji acupoints. However, just when they thought that their lives were about to end, they were surprised to find that their souls still existed. At that moment, they heard a beautiful sound at the same time. It was the sound of heartbeats. Their heartbeats were not fast, but the sound they felt had the exact same rhythm. In that beautiful melody, they suddenly realized something. Suddenly, they discovered that their souls had begun to burn. As soon as this happened, Phoenix Maiden and Lan Chen thought that their souls were about to dissipate. However, as the invisible flame became more and more intense, they were surprised to find that the heartbeat in the depths of their souls became more and more violent. Their souls were also burning in the scorching soul fire in this throbbing heartbeat. They were becoming more and more powerful. Their soul fire went from formless to tangible. Their souls that had inherited the royal bloodline of the phoenixes had reached a whole new level as they burned. When the red and blue flames appeared out of nowhere and scared off the 3 overgods were all stunned. Feng Nu and Lan Chen suddenly understood. That moving heartbeat was coming from the heart of the phoenix. They finally understood why they had been unable to comprehend the true essence of the heart of the phoenix and reach the 9th transformation of the phoenix, becoming a true phoenix. It was because they had not gone through the process that a phoenix had to go through. That was the process of a phoenix's rebirth. Only by going through the process of rebirth could one truly transform from a human body into a phoenix's true form and achieve the highest ability that their ancestors possessed. This surprise attack came quickly and ended quickly as well. From Kitty's discovery of the 4 overgods to Noah's destruction, it only took a few minutes. The allied army of the Sunshine Continent, which had almost lost 3 level 13 experts in the surprise attack, had completely changed because of the sudden transformation of the 2 phoenixes. Other than Nianbing, who was slightly injured, the allied army of the Sunshine Continent did not suffer any substantial losses. However, the 4 overgods who came to the surprise attack were either severely injured or dead. Such a result was not only unexpected by Nianbing, but also by the overgods, Xianxia. When the three fleeing over gods returned to the army of gods, Xianxia had just woken up from his cultivation state. Tyrant god Wang Qi's miserable state really shocked him. Wang Qi was the first to return. He had no choice but to explode his west meridian point. Even so, his spiritual energy was still severely injured by Nian Bing. In his grief and indignation, Nian Bing's spiritual energy went all out. Although Wang Qi had a divine weapon to protect his body and used his west meridian point to explode in exchange for a large amount of Xiantian Qi to protect his spiritual domain, Nian Bing's physical spiritual energy attack was too overbearing. Wang Qi barely managed to return to Xianxia's side. Jiao immediately fell into a coma. Xianxia checked his body and found that Wang Qi did not suffer any injuries due to the excessive use of women. However, his spiritual energy was in complete chaos. What was even more frightening was that his soul seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Although his Huangji Point, Diling Point, and Lizhong Point were still intact, he had completely entered a state of deep sleep in order to recover his soul. As for how long he would be in deep sleep, even Xianxia did not know. Xianxia's heart could not help but tighten when Wang Qi suffered such injuries. He did not need to ask to know who had done this. When he thought about the other three overgods, he could not help but frown deeply. His eyes shone with a sinister light. He also wanted to save the other three overgods. After all, the overgods' positions in the army of gods were too important. They were the absolute backbone of the army. However, he did not leave his cultivation cave. Only 2 days had passed since the start of the first battle. Xianxia's injuries had only recovered by less than 50%. Not to mention tyrant god Wang Qi, even the weakest of the 5 overgods, the silver god Xian, was slightly stronger than him. On that day, although he appeared to be very impressive in the battle, how could he not pay a price for killing the dragon god? The dragon god's strength might not be as strong as tyrant god Wang Qi, but he had the innate advantage of dragons. The body of a dragon and the draconic magic had caused a lot of problems for Xianxia. It had greatly overdrawn his combat power. However, this was not the real reason why he had suffered such heavy injuries. The real reason for the slow recovery of the Shi realm's strength was mainly due to the 2 spells that Sua Xiong had resolved. Furthermore, the super spells launched by thousands of mages from the Huarong Empire under the leadership of Prince Rong and several archmages had brought great pressure to the Shi realm. After resolving that super large-scale spell, Sua Xiong didn't even have time to catch their breath before they had to deal with another Ice Lotus spell launched by hundreds of Ice Element mages from the Ice Celestial Tower. If it were any other time, a single level 14 spell would not pose any threat to the Shi world. However, after dealing with these 2 spells in succession and then fighting a battle with the dragon god, his incomparably strong body could no longer bear it. Fire and ice were 2 types of limits. Although Xianxia was the king of the main gods, he was not as weak as Xianxia. When the dragon god died in battle and wanted to resolve it, these 2 types of magic had already caused great damage to his body. If Yingwei had not felt that he would not be able to withstand this kind of damage, he would not have been able to withstand it. Why would Xianxia order the gods to retreat? After returning to this place, he immediately began to cultivate in seclusion. During these 2 days, he had been fighting against the ice and fire abilities. However, it was not an easy task. It was precisely because of this reason that Xianxia did not follow the other 4 overgods to launch a sneak attack on the allied forces of the Rangoon continent. In his plan, the 4 overgods would weaken the strength of many parties to a certain extent and even kill the young man who was the spiritual leader of the allied forces of the Rangoon continent. Once his strength was fully recovered, he would be able to kill Xianxia. Once he had fully recovered, it would be impossible for the Rangoon continent's allied forces to block the attacks of the gods. The plan was perfect, but changes kept happening. When Xianxia used his combat energy to help Wang Ji stop the bleeding and sealed his damaged acupuncture points so that the innate qi would not leak out, the other 2 main gods had returned. Although the 2 of them looked better than Wang Ji, they were not much better off. This was especially so for the silver god Shan. His lower body was covered in blood and his spirit was exhausted. When the 2 of them finally returned, Xianxia's breath was unstable as he shouted angrily, "What happened? How did you guys end up like this? Where's Noah? Where did Noah go?" Shan looked at Xianxia with a pale face. He now had the urge to cry. His acupuncture points did not explode and his strength did not suffer much damage. However, when Emperor Kurobutsu stabbed him before he left, he fell into an abyss of pain. In everyone's eyes, the silver god should be called the god of lust. However, Emperor Kurobutsu's slash in the air had accidentally cut off the thing he was most proud of. The physical pain was far less than the mental blow. Xian was a person who could not stand loneliness. One of the main reasons he was able to stay on the continent of gods for so many years was because of the female gods. However, now he had lost the most fundamental thing of a man. Other than the deep resentment in his heart, there was only endless pain. Noah is dead. I'm also injured. Those humans from the Yangon continent are too scary. Noah was killed by the two phoenixes in order to protect us. If we didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to return. The injury on his lower body had been sealed by his combat energy and was no longer bleeding. However, Xian's heart was bleeding at this moment. Faced with Xianxia's accusation, he endured the pain in his heart and gave a simple account of the battle. After listening to Xian's account, even someone as strong as Xianxia could not help but gasp. When they first stepped into the lost continent, they had a total of 6 main gods. At that time, if the dragon god was included, they had a total of 6 main gods. However, the current situation had completely changed. Due to the complete awakening of the two phoenixes, the other side now had at least 5 or 6 powerhouses of the 14th step and above. Their numbers were actually more than their own side. Could this battle still continue? On their side, even if the half-dead tyrant god Wang Qi was included, they only had 4 main gods. Although they were confident that they were at least equivalent to 2 to 3 level 14 powerhouses, the war had progressed to this stage. Even if the gods could win in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. Xianxia was somewhat silent. He did not blame Xian and the others. He told them to go back and rest. Even if he wanted to send these master gods out, he couldn't really do it. Now, the true gods could only rely on them. From the moment they entered the lost continent until now, everything that had happened was not as good as they had expected. Not only did they not manage to kill the refugees of the lost continent, they even lost a large number of true gods. Thinking of this, Xianxia's brain could not help but work quickly. After a short period of thinking, he had made a decision. Since they had already arrived at the lost continent, they could not retreat before they won. Otherwise, the gods would not have the chance to touch the lost continent and Yangon continent. After all, the other side had a large number of people. As long as the godly mainland existed, they would always be vigilant. They might even cultivate more powerhouses and sharp weapons to deal with the godly mainland. If he led the gods to retreat, it was very likely that these Rangoon continent's powerhouses would kill their way to the godly mainland in the near future. Up until now, the strength of both sides had changed from the advantage of the gods to a balance. No one could be sure that they would win in the end. Since that was the case, under the situation where they did not lack water and food, they could only wait for a while and make plans after they had recovered. At this time, Xianxia had another idea. However, he needed to fully recover his strength before he could carry it out. The feeling of going from sadness to joy was the most wonderful. Before the war began, or more accurately, after arriving at the lost continent, Nianbing tried his best to avoid being together with his wives. This was because he wanted to set an example for his subordinates in the Blood Lion sect. He did not want others to see him slacking off because of his personal affairs. Therefore, in these few months, even if he was intimate with his wives, he did it secretly. Even though the Rangoon continent's allied forces knew that there was a powerful young powerhouse on their side, they did not know that the 2 phoenix beauties were his wives. Nianbing's name had spread throughout the alliance since the beginning of the war. Now, everyone in the alliance knew that the strongest person in Rangoon was no longer the ice goddess priestess, nor was it Prince Rome. It was this young man who looked to be in his 20s. They had all witnessed the strength of the overgods. Today, Nianbing had single-handedly injured one of the overgods and forced him to flee. It was also with his help that the 2 phoenixes killed the other overgod. For a time, the names of these 3 people spread throughout the alliance of Rangoon. Some people vaguely knew that Nianbing was the magic genius who won the 5 Nations New Magician competition. However, as for his information and experience, ordinary soldiers didn't know much. Only the absolute leaders of the four empires knew a little about him. After repelling the sneak attack of the overgods, Nianbing no longer had any reservations. After returning Kaka back to his body, he directly returned to his own tent with Feng Nu and Lan Shen. The overgods had been repelled, so they couldn't come back. What Nianbing wanted to do now was to be with his wives. Halogen, Kitty, Bing Jia, and Bing Ling took the initiative to take on the task of patrolling. The 7 Dragon Kings didn't participate in the previous battle because the dragons were stationed in the other direction of the Alliance of Rangoon. Except for the Fire Dragon King, Garamambian, all 7 Dragon Kings also came to the Human Alliance at this time. The Dark Dragon King, Kidiosis, took the lead to investigate the movement of the gods. Seeing that the gods didn't intend to attack again, the Alliance of Rangoon retreated to rest. The tent fell into silence. Nianbing looked at Feng Nu and Lan Shen. They were also looking at him. Do you know how scared I was? At that moment, I thought I would lose you forever. Nianbing held the 2 women's hands tightly. His eyes were already red. Although his chest was throbbing with pain, and his spiritual energy had been greatly weakened by the 2 attacks, he couldn't care less about his own body. He only wanted to look at the 2 women he loved so much that he couldn't wait to become one with them. Feng Nu whispered, Bing, you should know. At that time, we had no choice. We can't bear to leave you either. But how can we let Kitty get hurt? If it were you, you would definitely do the same. If we only selfishly act for ourselves, then what is the difference between us and the gods? The heavens are magnanimous. If it weren't for what happened today, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see through the 9 transformations of the phoenix. At least we would still be alive. This time, the gods' side had suffered a great loss while their side's strength had increased. This battle was about to become a possibility. Nianbing, you're injured. Hurry up and cultivate. You are the leader of our experts. Your Sky Eye Realm and your 7 Blade Souls are our main force. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. Lan Shen leaned her head on Nianbing's shoulder and said gently, Sister is right. You should rest well. We still have a long way to go. Now, we have almost 7 experts above the 14th level. You, my sister and I, Senior Emperor Kurobutsu, Dark Dragon King Kateriosis, my master, and brother Halogen. Although we have just entered the 14th level, we have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers when it's 7 against 4. No matter how strong the She world is. At the very least, we can fight to a draw. Bing. Hurry up and rest. My sister and I will leave first. It's not good for Linger that you brought us back without bringing her along. After hearing Lan Chen's words, Nianbing was slightly shocked. That's right. I only brought Feng Nu and Lan Chen back because I was too excited and neglected my other wife. It's unfair to Long Ling. Ever since I established my relationship with the 3 ladies, I've already had relations with Lan Chen and Feng Nu. To a certain extent, I've neglected Long Ling. Although Long Ling never said anything, Nianbing couldn't help but feel guilty when she thought about it now. Just as Feng Nu and Lan Chen were about to leave, the tent's curtains suddenly opened. Long Ling walked in with a smile on her face. She was holding a big tray full of food. Once she saw Feng Nu and Lan Chen, she let out a long breath and smiled. You scared me to death. If you leave like this, what will Nianbing and I do? I. Nianbing quickly stood up and took the tray from Long Ling's hands. Long Ling smiled faintly and raised her hand to cover Nianbing's mouth. Okay, don't say anything. I understand. Come, it's very late now. Let's eat something first. Feeling Long Ling's gentleness, whether it was Nianbing, Feng Nu, or Lan Chen, their hearts were filled with warmth. Long Ling never fought for anything and always silently stayed by their side. Even if Nianbing neglected her, she never had any dissatisfaction. This kind of broad-minded girl was so precious. The patrolling Ice Moon Empire soldiers just happened to see the scene of Long Ling entering Nianbing's tent. Soldier A whispered to Soldier B, Damn, our court magician is really valiant. We just had a big battle outside and now we have to fight again. Admirable, really admirable. Soldier B said with envy, What do you know? The 2 phoenixes and that Magicians Association's Long Ling girl are our court magician's wives. They are a veritable emperor and 3 empresses. Think about it, other than our court magician, who can match the beautiful phoenixes and our Ice Moon Empire's gentle girls? Soldier A said, forget it, it's useless for us to be envious. If we also have the strength of the court magician, maybe there will be beauties throwing themselves at us. Soldier B glanced at Soldier A and said, well, this wish of yours will definitely come true. I have a premonition. Soldier A was overjoyed, is that so? So you can also see that I am not immortal. Those gods are nothing. I think our court magician is the real god, no matter in which aspect. Oh, you said you have a premonition, then when can I become as strong as the court magician? Soldier B said in a deep voice, soon, very soon. Soldier A's eyes began to twinkle, what is soon? Brother, I found that you really have good eyesight. You can be more specific, I didn't expect you to be a fortune teller. Soldier B looked at him deeply, I am not a fortune teller. He said solemnly, I am not a fortune teller. I am just deducing based on the facts. Your wish will definitely come true. Soldier A couldn't believe it this time, really? Where can I fulfill my wish? Soldier B smiled and said, after tonight's patrol. As for the place to fulfill your wish, I can think of it with my toes. Soldier A looked at Soldier B in surprise. So your toes are so powerful. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly. Soldier B nodded and said, it's very simple. In a dream. Soldier A was stunned for a moment, then his eyes spat fire. He turned to Soldier B and said angrily, F***CK. Just as Soldier B expected, after patrolling that night, Soldier A realized his wish in his dream, and the same thing happened to Soldier B. There were a lot of people in the Yangon army. After all, to become a peerless expert was almost everyone's wish. In a harmonious atmosphere, the four people finished the supper. Although the food in the army was certainly not comparable to Nian Bing's food, it was delicious. However, the food they ate was exceptionally fragrant and sweet. There was not a single bit left over. When the supper was finished, Long Ling was preparing to leave with Feng Nu and Lan Chen, but the two girls forced her to stay. They gave Nian Bing a strange look and turned away. Long Ling looked at Feng Nu and Lan Chen's tent after they left. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. She had vaguely guessed something, and her face couldn't help but become hotter and hotter. But there was a trace of expectation in her heart. Two strong arms gently wrapped around Long Ling's waist. That soft body had a faint fragrance. Long Ling's body softened, and she subconsciously leaned into the wide embrace behind her. Nian Bing lowered her head, leaning on Long Ling's shoulder, and whispered to her red little ears, Ling you smell so good. Long Ling whispered, don't be like this. You're injured, you need to rest and recuperate. Nian Bing chuckled, my injury isn't serious, and it doesn't seem to affect me from doing what I need to do. Ling tell me honestly, have you been angry with me these past few days? Long Ling shook her head without hesitation, and said, no, never. Didn't you neglect Feng Nu and Lan Chen a lot these days? We all understand that you have important business to attend to. Nothing is more important than this battle of ascension. As long as we can defeat these gods, we still have a long, long future ahead of us. I just want to do something to help you, and that's enough. Bing, do you still remember that night when we slept together in the capital of the Huarong Empire? That day you expressed your feelings to us, and it was from that day onwards that I understood that you really love me. To me, that's enough. The love I give is not unrequited. I'm not as beautiful as Jin Chen and Feng Nu, and I've always been a little worried. But in your heart, you might love them a little more, but your love for me is no less. It's just that because of some special reasons, we don't communicate much with each other. Ling you're so good. At this time, Nian Bing didn't know what words to use to praise this gentle and lovely wife of his. He only wanted to use the most gentle way to love this woman who has always loved him deeply. He now felt that his original decision was so correct, this was indeed a girl worthy of his love. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Feng Nu and Lan Chen, but she also had a gentleness and care that Feng Nu and Lan Chen couldn't compare to. Her love for him was always so firm, and he could only use a lifetime of love to repay her. Feeling the increasing heat from Nian Bing's body, Long Ling's heart seemed to melt. Her delicate body trembled with excitement and some nervousness. She slowly turned around in Nian Bing's embrace and looked up at Nian Bing's handsome face, She whispered, Nian Bing, love me. Ling is already yours. Now, let me give my everything to you. After receiving Long Ling's permission, Nian Bing no longer had any scruples. When she finished speaking, Nian Bing had already lowered his head and kissed her soft and moist lips deeply. At this time, it was already late at night. The faint smell of spring gradually thickened in Nian Bing's tent. He didn't need to worry about anyone hearing the movements in the tent. A simple magic seal isolated the tent from the rest of the world. His mental strength easily blocked Oscar's perception of the outside world. Even the best of brothers wouldn't want a bystander at this time. Oscar couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he sensed that he had been isolated by Nian Bing's mental power. Every time he was allowed to watch a little foreplay, he would be cut off from the rest of the world. Once he became stronger, he would definitely be able to woo a beautiful dragon girl from the dragon tribe. He was a handsome and elegant little dragon king, so there would definitely be a lot of dragon girls who would like him. When he thought of this, his mental state immediately became much more balanced. Nian Bing naturally didn't know what Oscar was thinking. He also didn't have the mood to think about other things now. The clothes on their bodies continued to decrease. Nian Bing carefully picked up Long Ling and placed her on his bed. He cherished that white and perfect delicate body. The oil lamp in the tent went out. The first time he had sex with Lan Chen, the two of them didn't leave too deep a memory under the effect of the drug. Nian Bing only remembered that it was incomparably crazy, and the first time with Feng Nu, because of Feng Nu's initiative, the two of them quickly entered the state. But now, facing Long Ling, it was a different feeling. Long Ling was like a shy little rabbit, nervously and strangely trembling in Nian Bing's warm arms. That pitiful and delicate appearance made Nian Bing extraordinarily gentle, and every movement became careful. He gently kissed every inch of Long Ling's white and delicate skin, gently stroking her moving body, and gradually making her somewhat cold delicate body hot. Afraid of causing even the slightest harm to Long Ling, Nian Bing resisted his impulse and tried his best to tease his gentle Ling. Under Nian Bing's not very skilled, but extremely gentle and careful teasing, Long Ling's heart gradually relaxed, and her light moans gradually became louder, and her breathing became more rapid. When the two of them finally completely merged into one, because Nian Bing deliberately used innate qi and light magic to protect Long Ling's delicate body, she could feel very little pain, and the soreness in her lower body brought her unusual fullness. With the continuous rise of lust, Nian Bing finally couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and his moans became louder and louder. In the gradually intensifying sprint, they rushed to the peak together. Although this was Long Ling's first time, under Nian Bing's deliberate care, her shy heart was completely opened, and everything became so beautiful. The pleasure that she had never experienced before was like a wave, bringing her to the peak of desire time and time again. The complete fusion of spirit and desire made her completely feel that she already belonged to the man she loved the most, and in this intense pleasure, her heart was even closer to Nian Bing. The two of them lingered from late at night until dawn. Although Nian Bing released the essence of life 3 times, he couldn't stop whenever he touched the delicate skin that he loved so much. Long Ling's shyness at the beginning continued to the later part, and when the peak of the 5th wave came, they finally entered that wonderful world at the same time. 10 days later. The mainland of gods. Xianxia once again knelt respectfully at the entrance of the canyon, waiting in silence. His heart was filled with apprehension and anticipation, and even his breathing became especially careful. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, a gentle voice that couldn't be distinguished between a man and a woman sounded from the depths of the canyon. Xianxia, why are you here again? At this time, you shouldn't be here with us, right? Your disturbance has forced us to stop our training. You should know how serious this is. Xianxia said in fear, Honorable God of Time, I have no choice but to come and ask for help from the masses. The God of Time was a little surprised. What? Could it be that you have encountered some trouble again? With the remaining Order refugees from the Lost Continent, could they still pose a threat to you? Apart from us true gods, who else in this world can pose a threat to you? Xianxia took a deep breath. He also didn't want to come here and face the true gods again. After all, being defeated by the humans from the Yangon mainland was an absolute humiliation to the true gods. However, he had no choice but to come. After carefully measuring the strength of the allied forces from the Yangon mainland, he couldn't help but worry about the near balance of strength. There were only so many true gods. On the other hand, there were tens of thousands of humans on the Yangon mainland. If both parties continued to fight in a war of attrition, it would definitely be disadvantageous to his side. Even if he could destroy the allied forces of the humans and reach the Yangon mainland in the end, he was afraid that he wouldn't have enough manpower to control the entire mainland. Therefore, when he had just recovered from his injuries, he used his own strength to directly travel through space and return to the godly mainland. Back then, the true gods had helped the true gods to destroy the combat power of the lost continent and even the entire civilization of the lost continent. This time, he also hoped that such a situation could happen again. As long as the true gods were willing to help, the allied forces of the Yangon mainland would be like ants. They could completely solve the current problem without wasting any true gods. No, honorable god of time. It's not the lost continent that's causing me trouble, but the Yangon mainland. The Yangon mainland is far more powerful than I thought. The number of true gods they have is actually less than the number of true gods. Moreover, they have ambushed us in the lost continent. When we just entered the lost continent, we were ambushed by them and suffered heavy losses. The dragons have also defected to their side. Now, our advantage no longer exists. In a situation where both sides are evenly matched, they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. This is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I want to ask the true gods to help us and let those lowly humans know the punishment for blasphemy against the gods. The god of time was silent for a while. She whirled, you have disappointed us. Although I didn't see the situation during the battle, the true god's arrogance and selfishness are the biggest reasons for your defeat in the battle against the humans of the Yangon mainland. If you had been careful in everything you did after arriving at the lost continent, how could you have been ambushed by them? The dragons have always been at odds with you true gods. You should know very well that this is the result of your own actions. This time, we won't help you anymore. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Whether true gods have a way out in the future is all up to you. It has nothing to do with us. We still have important things to do, so we don't have the time to care about your business. If you think that this is impossible, you can retreat to the godly mainland. But, honorable god of time, are the three of you going to watch us lose this war? If we don't win this time, I'm afraid that in the future. She World couldn't help but feel anxious. There was no change in the god of time's tone. No buts. I've said it before. You true gods have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Alright, you can go now. We need to cultivate. She World wanted to say something, but he held himself back. Among the true gods, he was the most familiar with the three true gods. True gods always meant what they said. Since the god of time had expressed that he wouldn't help him, it meant that this was a joint decision of the three true gods. This time, it seemed that the true gods could only rely on their own strength. Initially, we helped the true gods deal with the lost continent because it was beneficial to us. However, this is no longer important to us. As long as we defeat the god of emotions, we will leave this world. Whether the Yangon mainland is controlled by those countries or the true gods, it has nothing to do with us. Perhaps, we will never return to this world in the future. As She World left, three figures slowly emerged from the illusion. The one who spoke was the leader of the three true gods, the god of order. The god of destruction snorted. These true gods are just tools for us to use. Now that they have no value, who cares if they live or die? Time is extremely precious to us. Help them? If this short delay causes us to lose the necessary time to cultivate the strength to deal with the god of emotions, then the loss outweighs the gain. The god of time sighed and said, in my opinion, the situation of these gods is not good. Since the Yangon continent dares to fight against them, the Yangon continent must be in trouble. Since the Yangon mainland dared to fight against them, they naturally have the strength to fight against them. I didn't expect that there would be so many strong true gods in that peaceful land. Even She World had to ask for our help. Alright, let's go back. This is the final stage of cultivation. The god of order smiled and said, Time, I realized that you are indeed the wisest among the three of us. All this time, our efforts have not been in vain. Our cooperation and strength fusion have reached the final step. This time, I have a premonition that perhaps, in these few days, we will be able to make another breakthrough. Our Trinity combat technique will soon reach the perfect state of the unity of heaven and man. The god of time smiled. Yes. Even I didn't expect to achieve such perfect results so quickly. It seems that your mentality has changed a lot. This is the solid foundation we laid for the final victory of the father of science and technology and the father of human evolution. What Destruction said was right. We can't waste even a minute. Do you still remember the premonition I mentioned last time? Now, this premonition has become stronger. We are improving, but so are the true gods of emotions, Cao and Xianxia. If we want to truly destroy them, we must put in all our effort. The three figures disappeared into the illusion again. The atmosphere on the continent of gods seemed to have become more solemn. The lost continent, the camp of the Rangoon Alliance army. The entire camp was carrying out simple training in an orderly manner. Although this kind of training didn't have much effect on improving the strength of the soldiers of the four empires, it could boost their morale. This was because during their daily training, Nian Bing and other strong people would be watching them. The gaze of strong people gave the soldiers incomparable confidence. A few days ago, good news came again. The reinforcements of the four empires had arrived. Because they felt the threat that the gods could bring to the Rangoon continent, and the importance of the lost continent for the future development of the four empires, this time, the four empires sent a large number of elite troops, adding another 200,000 soldiers to the original four empires' army. At the same time, the Duke of Blue Feather and his wife of the Ottoman Empire arrived in time, and brought the most elite troops of the Ottoman Empire, the Silver Feather Knights. Because of the destruction of the Order of the Flaming Lion and the Order of the Fire Dragon, the Huarong Empire's strength was greatly reduced. Now, except for the troops stationed at the border, the Ottoman Empire's elite troops were all in the lost continent. Luo Ro's judgment was very correct. If the Ottoman Empire wanted to develop better, they had to do two things. First, it was to have a good relationship with the Ice Moon Empire. Not only because of the friendship between the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire, but also because the Ice Moon Empire's army was led by Nian Bing this time. The Ice Moon Empire also built the first freshwater lake on the lost continent. Combining these factors, the Ottoman Empire must always maintain a good relationship with the Ice Moon Empire. The other was to play an important role in this war and obtain the most needed territory on the lost continent. The Ottoman Empire's territory was mainly hills, mountains, and plateaus. Therefore, they were greatly behind in terms of agriculture. A country's wealth had a great impact on its strength. Therefore, they needed to fight for more plains in the new land of the lost continent. Of course, Luo Ro knew that Nian Bing had a special relationship with the Longmu Empire and Huarong Empire. Therefore, she sent a large number of craftsmen to the lost continent at the very beginning to reclaim the land. The sky-shaking mountain range was in the Ottoman Empire's territory, which gave them a great advantage. Now that they were guarding the important pass from the Yangon continent to the lost continent together with the Ice Moon Empire, they already had a certain advantage in the future development of the lost continent. The Longmu Empire and Huarong Empire naturally did not want to fall behind. When they sent their armies, they also brought a large number of resources and various tools. Although it was not yet time for them to carve out their own territories on the lost continent, it was better to prepare for a rainy day than to sharpen one's spear at the last minute. The royal families of the four empires were not fools. In this kind of crucial moment, they were very clear on what to do. The 1,000 mages of the Huarong Empire had basically recovered their battle strength. Even Prince Rong, who had almost lost his life due to his age and injuries, had recovered 80% of his strength with Nian Bing's help. However, the fall of the two knight regiments was a heavy blow to this great military commander of the Yangon continent. His original ambition had become somewhat disheartened. During the conversation with Nian Bing, Prince Rong told Nian Bing that after the Battle of Yangshan, he would return to the Huarong Empire to retire. He would hand over the Rong family to his eldest son, Rongyu, and remind Nian Bing not to forget what she had promised him. Prince Rong did not know how lucky he was to have made that choice. Now, as long as Nian Bing was there, on the Yangon continent, no one would dare to have any ideas about the Rong family. Even the royal family of the Huarong Empire would not take the risk to make things difficult for the Rong family. The strength of the Rong family, coupled with the super expert Nian Bing, was something that anyone would have to consider carefully. The daily routine meeting of the four empires was held in the morning. The representatives of the four empires were Mu Jing and Mu Rong from the Longmu Empire. Mu Rong led the supply army to the front line this time for two reasons. One was to assist his sister, and the other was to gain more merit in the expansion of the lost continent. This way, the next emperor of the Longmu Empire would not be changed. The representatives of the Ottoman Empire were Luo Ro and Duchess Bluefeather. The representatives of the Ice Moon Empire were still Marshal Snow Soul and Nian Bing. The representatives of the Huarong Empire were the two brothers, Rong Yu and Rong Tian. Due to the strength that Nian Bing displayed in this war, as well as the strength that she controlled, Rong Tian's father rose because of his son. Although he had just returned to the Rong family, his status in the Rong family had skyrocketed. His son was a super expert, and the weakest of his three daughters-in-law was a magister. His wife was the ice goddess priestess of the ice god tower. With such a combination of strength, no one dared to look down on Rong Tian. In front of strength, no one in the Rong family dared to say anything against Rong Tian. He had directly entered the upper echelons of the Rong family. His twin brother, Rong Yu, was also in the Rong family. In just a short 10 days, Rong Tian had jumped to the upper echelons of the Rong family, second only to Prince Rong and Rong Yu. Although he didn't have any Rong family disciples under him, he belonged to the faction of his brother, Rong Yu, and had the strength of a magister. During the meeting, the first to speak was Rong Yu. After all, the Huarong Empire was the most powerful empire in the Yangon continent. According to the Seven Dragon King scouts, the gods still haven't made any moves. Now, more than 10 days have passed, and we've basically replenished our strength. Should we let the gods run out of food and water, and then take the initiative to attack? It wasn't that Rong Yu was overconfident. After analyzing the situation, the conclusion he came to was very simple. In the battle between the top masters, the allied forces of the Rangoon continent weren't at a disadvantage. As for the demigod gods on the other side, they could rely on the large number of magicians on the side of the Rangoon continent to make up for their disadvantage. In addition to the god-killing crossbows and a large number of troops, they might suffer some losses, but they still had a chance to wipe out the gods. Although the Yangon Empire's army had a steady supply of supplies, there were more than 300,000 soldiers gathered here. The consumption of supplies was astonishing, and they couldn't continue like this. Rong Yu's voice fell, and everyone's eyes focused on Luo Ro. In the Battle of Yangon, Luo Ro's wisdom in commanding troops was obvious to all. She had long since become the military advisor of the Yangon Empire. All military operations were under her command, including the deployment of troops. Because of the existence of the gods, the alliance was unprecedentedly united. Luo Ro nodded with a smile and said, "Maybe it's time for us to take action. The gods haven't done anything for the past few days. One of the reasons is the same as ours, which is to recover their strength and regroup. Another reason is that they now have food and water. It's time to run out of food and water. However, we don't need to take the initiative to attack. We have been stationed here for a few days. There's no better place to fight than here. If we take the initiative to attack, we'll have to redeploy. If the gods set an ambush, it will greatly increase our losses. If we stay here and threaten to run out of food and water, the gods can only attack us. This way, our god-killing crossbows and magicians will be able to deal the most damage. That way, you can deal the greatest amount of damage to your opponent." At this point, a charming smile appeared on Luo Ro's charming face. At this point, the gods only have 3 choices. First, they have no other choice. That is to fight us head-on. Based on our current arrangements, we have at least a 60% chance of victory in a head-on battle. However, it's possible for the enemy's experts to flee in the end. The enemy's overgods and god-ranked experts are all extremely powerful. If they insist on fleeing, there's nothing we can do. He could only think of a way to kill it in the future. Secondly, due to the lack of food and water, the other party may disperse their forces to infiltrate the Yangon continent. This is obviously a bad idea for them. We also have a large number of troops at the border between the Lost Continent and The Yangon continent, with Frozen Moon Lake as the center. With a large number of troops stationed here, if they dared to disperse, our experts would be able to concentrate their superior forces. During the chase, they would gradually erode the opponent's strength. With the help of the dragons, this was completely achievable. The last possibility was that the gods had run out of food and water and were forced to retreat to the continent of gods. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a landslide. As long as they retreat, their morale will be reduced to nothing. We just have to chase them down and chase them back to the continent of gods. Then, the final victory of this war will belong to us. At that time, we will be able to build a solid defensive line between the lost continent and the gods' continent. The gods' continent is just a small place, and under the situation where our experts are not weaker than the other side, as long as we trap them there, one day, we will be able to completely destroy them. The scales of victory have already tipped in our favor. In a sense, we are the righteous side. Victory will belong to us. Although the strength of both sides is almost equal, we have many advantages that the enemy does not. Therefore, in the final battle, what we need to do is to minimize our losses as much as possible and completely eliminate the threat of the gods. Luo Ro's analysis was unanimously approved by the leaders of the four nations. At the same time, the food and water shortage operation began. The Yangon Continent's alliance also began to move, preparing for the most crucial battle of the War of Gods. Perhaps, it would also be the final battle. After the meeting, Nianbing wanted to look around and help Luo Ro with some work, but he was stopped by Duke Bluefeather. Nianbing didn't dare to neglect his father-in-law. As soon as he heard Duke Bluefeather calling for him, he hurriedly followed the Ottoman Empire's #1 military officer out of the tent. "Your Excellency, what business do you have with me?" Nianbing asked as he followed behind Duke Bluefeather. Duke Bluefeather said expressionlessly, "I've been here for a few days now, but I still haven't had a chance to talk to you." "You brat, good job. You kidnapped my 2 daughters in one go." Nianbing said carefully, "Your Excellency, I don't think you can describe it as kidnapping. Feng Nu, Chen Chen, and I are truly in love. I will love them for the rest of my life." Duke Bluefeather waved his hand, "You don't need to say such things to me. I've heard such words many times, but whether you can do it or not depends on your actions." Hearing Duke Bluefeather's words, Nianbing felt relieved. Although the Duke's tone wasn't very good, at least he admitted his relationship with Feng Nu and Lan Chen. "Your Excellency, I will prove it to you with my actions." Duke Bluefeather sighed, "Frankly speaking, from a talent point of view, you are almost impeccable. The first time I saw you, I was surprised by your talent. You're so young yet you're already so strong. Moreover, you're a magus of the same origin as ice and fire. At that time, I knew you were not a fish in a pond. There will be a day when you shine brightly. It's only been a few years since we first met, but you've changed so much. A few years is not a short time for ordinary people, but for us cultivators, whether it's a warrior or a magus, it's not a long time. Everyone's strength will increase after a few years, but for someone like you to reach such a terrifying realm, I'm afraid it's unprecedented." Nianbing blushed with shame, "Maybe it's because my luck is good. Under several coincidences, I managed to break through several realms and reach my current strength." Duke Bluefeather shook his head again. He turned around and glanced at Nianbing. At this moment, there was already a slight smile on his face. Opportunities are important, but whether or not you can seize them depends on your own abilities. Strength is based on 90% hard work and 10% luck. Luck is what you call opportunity. If you grasp it well, it may bring about a qualitative change. But without hard work as a foundation, even if the opportunity comes, you won't be able to grasp it. Ru Yan has already done an excellent job in this aspect. I never thought anyone could surpass her in this aspect, but you did it. Therefore, when it comes to cultivation, you can be said to be one of the few people I admire. You don't have to be so modest, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." Listening to Duke Bluefeather's praise, Nianbing didn't respond. She always felt that Duke Bluefeather must have something else to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately called her out. Sure enough, after praising Nianbing, Duke Bluefeather suddenly changed the topic, coldly saying, "Although I admire you in terms of strength, I hate people like you when it comes to handling emotions. You should know what happened between me and Ruyan. Ever since I had Ruyan, I haven't had an abnormal relationship with any other woman. I've always believed that love needs to be single-minded. Only a single-minded love can be perfect. You say you love my 2 daughters, then what if I ask you, who do you love more? Which of them do you love more? How will you answer me? Can you answer? Duke Bluefeather's voice wasn't loud, but there was a hint of anger in it. Nianbing shook his head. I can't answer. Duke Bluefeather glanced at Nianbing. At this time, they had already left the camp and arrived at the small lake that originally belonged to the survivors of the lost continent. Duke Bluefeather stopped and continued, yes, you can't answer. A person only has one heart and a fixed amount of love. If you give all your love to one woman, then that is true love. But what about you now? Your love is divided into 3 parts, is this fair to your women? They can't get all your love. Let's put it another way, if the woman you love has 2 other men, can you accept it? Nianbing smiled bitterly, I can't accept it. If such a situation really happens, I'm afraid I'll destroy my love rival at any cost. Duke, I understand what you mean, but it has already happened. To be honest, I once had the same idea as you, to only love one woman in my life. But sometimes plans can't keep up with changes. In the past, the only one I loved was the Phoenix Maiden. You should have seen it when we were in the Duke's mansion. However, Ling also deeply loved me. Her heart was so fragile. She had been silently waiting for me. It was inevitable that I would develop feelings of love for her. It was impossible for me to abandon her. I was once in pain, but I thought it through later. Although I can't give all my love to one woman, I will do my best to give all my love to them and try my best to love each and every one of them. I'm not afraid of your anger. To be honest, even if you want to separate me from Fengnu and Xianxia, it's impossible. I admit that I am far inferior to you in this aspect, but I love them all the same. I can't let any of them leave my side. As their man, I have the duty to protect them. Unless they are willing, no one can take them away from me. Nianbing's every word was very firm. He didn't try to explain himself. His threatening words were definitely jarring to the ears, but he had voiced his thoughts. Bluefeather coldly stared at Nianbing. Why don't you explain yourself to me? I know that what happened between you and Xianxia can be considered an accident. Nianbing shook his head and said, there's nothing to explain. Since it has already happened, and the truth is right in front of us, any explanation would only be perfunctory to you. I respect you, so I don't want to be perfunctory. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Perhaps you will hate me even more, but this is the only answer I can give. The frost on Bluefeather's face seemed to have thawed. He suddenly stepped forward and punched Nianbing in the chest, causing him to take 2 steps back. This punch didn't contain any battle chi, it was purely physical strength. Nianbing had at least 100 ways to deal with it, but he didn't. Bluefeather's punch didn't do any damage to his body, but it did stun him because he saw a mysterious smile on Bluefeather's face. Alright, don't scare him. He's right, the truth is in front of us. Besides, what's the use of your threats? I'm afraid we can't beat him even if we work together. Amidst the laughter, Yurian suddenly appeared in front of Nianbing and Lanyu. As Nianbing was deep in thought due to his conversation with Lanyu, he did not activate the probing ability of his Tianyan acupoint. As a result, he did not discover that Yurian was nearby. Yurian walked in front of Bluefeather and took the initiative to hold his arm. Nianbing, Bluefeather only wanted to scare you and make you more vigilant. Now that you have one, we'll reluctantly accept it. If you have a few more wives in the future, let's see if we can forgive you. Bluefeather laughed. Didn't you say we can't beat him even if we work together? So what if we can't? Nianbing, at least you're honest. We'll let you go. However, my daughter can't be with you for no reason. When this war is over, you must personally come to my residence to marry my daughter. Do you understand? Nianbing was overjoyed. Just as he was about to agree, he heard a gentle voice, I understand. In-laws, please don't blame Nianbing. Nianbing's mother and I haven't been able to take care of this child since he was young. Don't worry, when the war is over, Nianbing's mother and I will definitely come to your residence to propose marriage as a sign of respect. Rong Tian walked over from afar. With his spiritual power, he could easily hear the conversation. The two handsome middle-aged men looked at each other and couldn't help but nod. Although the Huarong Empire and the Ottoman Empire had fought many wars, when it came to the marriage of their children, these two middle-aged men who were about the same age had already forgotten about their country. Lan Yu smiled and said, "Brother Rong, you won't blame me for calling your son out to reprimand him, right?" Rong Tian laughed and said, "Why would I? In the past, when we weren't by Nianbing's side, there was no one to discipline him. Brother Lan helped me discipline him. I was happy to be free." Lan Yu smiled and said, "Your son is so outstanding. If you really want to talk about disciplining him, I wouldn't dare. When the war is over, I will return to Alan City to wait for Brother Rong to propose marriage. Don't make me wait too long." Rong Tian hurriedly said, I won't. Sigh, Nianbing is actually very pitiful. When he was 6, his mother was forced to leave his side. When he was 10, I was also forced to leave his side. After so many years, this child has relied on his own strength to walk step by step. To be honest, I've really let my son down. Now that we're all reunited, it's time for me to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Brother Lan, don't worry. I can't wait for Nianbing and the others to get married as soon as possible so that I can enjoy being a grandfather." Lan Yu said, with Brother Rong's words, "I'm relieved. I only have these 2 daughters in my life. If either of them is wronged, I won't be able to accept it. Now, it's all your son's fault. Yes, they should get married soon. It's not a bad thing for me to become a grandfather earlier. As long as we win this war, the continent will enter another era of peace. The lost continent is so big. Even if the 4 empires were to develop this continent in the future, who knows how many years it would take for that to happen. Such a vast continent. I'm afraid that without a few hundred years, it would be impossible to build a new civilization. The 4 empires have invested all their manpower and resources into this continent. Who would care about war? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. This time, 2 of your Rong family's knight regiments were destroyed. Right now, the continent's situation is becoming more and more balanced. This is something that I want to see the most." Rong Tian laughed bitterly, "Brother Lan. Lower your voice. Don't let my father hear you. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll fight you here." Lan Yu sighed and said, "Putting aside the conflicts between us, Prince Rong is indeed the person I admire the most. Only he can nurture 2 super knight regiments, the Blazing Lion Regiment and the Blazing Demon Dragon Regiment. Fortunately, our Ottoman Empire has Roer now. Otherwise, when the Huarong Empire's army appears again, we won't be able to deal with it." As Lan Yu and Rong Tian chatted more and more enthusiastically, Yu Ruyan secretly gave Nianbing a look. Nianbing immediately understood and ran away after greeting Yu Ruyan. It was enough for him to have his father make decisions for him. As for Long Ling, he also wanted to marry her officially. Although Long Ji was a bit more powerful, he was still working hard for his own ideals. At the same time, he was also his first magic teacher. Whether it was for Ling or for the fact that he was once his disciple, he had to give Long Ji the necessary respect. The starvation strategy only lasted for a day before the dragon scouts sent news that the gods had begun to move. This time, the gods chose the first of Luo Ro's 3 judgments. They formed a complete formation and headed towards the Rangoon continent's allied army. The old and young dragons had already arrived at the Rangoon continent's allied army 3 days after the first battle. They met up with the 7 dragon kings and the dragon's warriors. The ones in charge of scouting were the elites of the dragon's warriors. The fire dragon king, Garamandes, had already recovered 80% of his body. With Nianbing's daily consolation, he had gradually accepted the fact that his father had died. However, the death of the dragon god had also created a huge hatred between the gods and the dragons. As soon as they received news of the gods' movements, all the dragon's warriors had already risen into the air under the leadership of the 7 dragon king, waiting for the enemy's arrival. The Rangoon continent's allied army's formation was arranged in order. In order to deal with the gods' possible surprise attack, the Rangoon continent's allied army was divided into small square formations with 10,000 people as a unit. They were neatly spread out in the central area and the surrounding hills. The god-killing crossbow army had been reassembled. The ones in charge of using this destructive weapon were still the elites of the Blood Lion sect. After a short period of training, the dwarf King Halogen had made the Blood Lion sect's elites quickly grasped how to use the god-killing crossbow. At this moment, they were at a commanding height. All the god-killing crossbows were loaded and ready to fire at any time. Surrounded by the human army, the magician army was in the center of the allied army. They were personally led by Prince Rong and the new generation of Ice Goddess Priestess Bingling. They had already begun to prepare their magic. The war was about to break out. What they were waiting for now was the arrival of the gods. The gods' movements were forced. When Xianxia found out that he had suddenly run out of food and water, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that all of this was the doing of the Rangoon continent's allied army. At this time, he knew that he had no way out. To the gods, this was not only an important battle, but it could also be their last battle. If they won, they would be able to directly invade the Rangoon continent. If they lost, the gods would perish. This time, Xianxia dared not be careless. He flew at the forefront of the gods' army and fully activated the ultimate cloud-listening acupuncture points. Ability to detect any possible dangers ahead. However, this time, his caution was of no use. The Rangoon continent's allied army did not deploy any sneak attack tactics. They only waited in silence for the arrival of the gods. Among the four main gods, other than Xianxia, the god of exploration, Russo, still had full combat power. Although the silver god Shan had lost his ability as a man, his strength had not weakened. As for the tyrant god Quanjuan, although he had woken up from his deep sleep, his mind was still not clear. His strength was also greatly reduced due to the loss of 2 acupuncture points. On the god's side, only Xianxia and the hundreds of demigod experts had the upper hand. Xianxia was like the emperor acupuncture point of the entire god's army. He was the strongest point. It was also because of his existence that the gods were still in a balanced situation with the Rangoon continent's allied army. After all, no one in the Rangoon continent's allied army was confident that they could defeat him. From afar, Xianxia could already see the giant dragons in the sky as well as the Rangoon continent's allied army's neat phalanxes below. The number was obviously more than double the previous time. Their imposing manner was clearly well prepared. When the gods' army arrived at a distance of 1,500 feet from the Rangoon continent's allied army, Xianxia ordered the gods to stop. The gods were arranged in an orderly manner. At the forefront were the demigod experts. The other 3 main gods led more than 10 god-level gods and floated in the air more than 100 feet away from the center of the gods' army. The gods were arranged in a pointed cone shape. The 1,500 feet distance was just the right distance for magic to weaken. Although magic at level 14 and above could attack from a very long distance, it would definitely weaken once it exceeded a certain distance controlled by a mage. This was one of the disadvantages of a large number of mages activating magic fusion. After the gods stopped, Xianxia suddenly accelerated and flew towards the Rangoon continent's allied army alone. Nianbing stood at the forefront of the Rangoon continent's allied army. When he saw Xianxia flying towards him, he also floated up without showing any signs of weakness. Under his signal, only Feng Nu and Lan Chen followed him into the air. During the flight, both parties were very close to each other. When they were about 1,000 feet apart, they stopped almost at the same time. Nianbing could see that Xianxia had obviously recovered all of his combat power today. Although he did not activate his combat power, his body still emitted a layer of faint golden light. He was indeed the strongest god, as that invisible aura had already brought him quite a bit of pressure. He was sizing up Xianxia, and Xianxia was sizing him up at the same time. In Xianxia's eyes, the tall and handsome Nianbing, who was wearing a golden magic robe, looked even more upright as he floated in the air. The magic elements around his body were jumping with joy. The rich magic aura seemed to have caused the originally invisible magic elements to materialize. There were 7 types of magic elements surrounding his body, but they were neatly divided into 7 major parts, with the possibility of changing at any time. The gazes of the strong could easily cause energy resonance. Under the pressure of the other party, the radiance on Nianbing and Xianxia's bodies brightened. Xianxia was like a suspended sun, shining with a dazzling golden light. The halo fluctuated from top to bottom. Xianxia, who was wrapped in the golden light, looked almost invulnerable. Even his body seemed to be plated with a layer of gold foil. Whether it was his hair, clothes, or skin, they were all shining with a noble golden color. Under the pressure of Xianxia, Nianbing also underwent a change. Blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and gold colors surrounded his body and spread to a height of about 10 feet. The 7 colors were constantly changing positions, but none of them were mixed up and were exceptionally distinct. Although the volume of the 7 colors did not expand, the colors gradually deepened. The most peculiar thing was that Nianbing's eyes had turned golden. In terms of aura, he was only slightly inferior to Xianxia. "Can you represent the people of the Yangon mainland?" Xianxia asked faintly. The allied forces of the Yangon mainland were not completely lucky to be able to withstand the first attack of the gods. Many things could be seen from this powerful young man in front of him. Although this young man did not kill many gods on the surface, the gods that were destroyed by his hands were all powerhouses among the gods. The deaths of the 2 overgods, Gulong and Noah, the 2 overgods, Xiaoyu and Quangjun, and the deaths of the god-ranked experts were all related to this young man in front of them. Nianbing smiled and said, "Although I can't completely represent my army, overgod Xianxia, you can say whatever you want. Seeing that you came here alone, it seems like you want to negotiate with us. However, from the casualties on both sides and the damage that we have caused to each other, it seems like we have nothing to talk about. Only when one side is completely destroyed can the hatred between us be resolved." Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with coldness. Regardless of whether it was the destruction of the lost continent's civilization, the death of the dragon god, or the casualties of the allied forces of the 4 countries of the Yangon mainland at the hands of the gods, both sides had developed a deep-rooted hatred. Such deep hatred could not be resolved through negotiations. Xianxia's expression remained calm and he was not angered by the coldness in Nianbing's tone. "You are right. Only when one side is destroyed can the problem be resolved. However, do you think that we will definitely be the ones to lose? Quantity is not the fundamental factor that determines the outcome of a war. If you think that the number of ordinary people is enough to threaten us, then you are underestimating us gods. War is inevitable. This time, I have a suggestion that is beneficial to both of us. In other words, I would like to change the format of this war." Nianbing was stunned for a moment. He looked at Xianxia and there were some changes in his heart. "Overgod, please speak. Do you have any good suggestions?" Xianxia said, "After the first battle, both of us have suffered significant losses. However, I believe that you should be able to tell that the main force of the gods is still around. Therefore, our current strength is not weaker than yours. I'm sure you'll admit that." Nianbing nodded and said, "That's right. Although your current numbers are less than half of what you had in the first battle, the majority of your strength is still there. Although the gods had suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle, most of them were the lowest-level divine servants. It was because of this that the current strength of both sides could be said to be balanced." Xianxia continued, "If this war continues, no matter which side obtains the final victory, the final result will be a lose-lose situation. Out of the several 100,000 of you, I'm afraid that less than a tenth of you will be able to return. Don't think that I'm just trying to scare you. If I don't care about my dignity as a god and invade your army, it will be impossible for you to stop me with my speed and attack power. Even if you use the same method to deal with my subordinates, the final result will be the same." End of chapter 247. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.